The Rebirth of the Malicious Empress of Military Lineage Chapter 1 to Chapter 102. On a day in early summer, when evening came, torrential rain would suddenly fall. The sky was gloomy and dark clouds pressed down on the dignified and imposing palace walls. The originally magnificent palace darkened under the cover of the dark clouds, as if it was a huge cage, trapping the people inside firmly. In the spacious bedroom, the curtains seemed to be very old as there was a thick layer of dust. It was originally a hot day, but one could actually feel some coldness. The clothes and jewelry were scattered on the ground, as if a catastrophe had just happened. The female half knelt on the ground and looked up at the person in front of her. This woman was only in her 30s, but her face was as old as an old woman's. Between her brows was heavy and vicious, and her eyes were like stagnant water with ripples, like a dried-up well that had been left behind for a long time, unable to shed any tears, yet carrying a bottomless hatred. "Your ladyship, please." The eunuch beside her held the white silk in his hands and said in an impatient tone, "This one is still waiting to report to His Majesty." Xianxia's eyes landed on the eunuch, and after a long silence, she slowly opened her mouth and said in a hoarse voice, "Shao Lizi, when Ben Gong promoted you, you were still a dog by Gao Gonggong's side." The eunuch arrogantly raised his head, "Your ladyship, the present is different from the past." "The present is different from the past." Xianxia muttered and suddenly laughed out loud. What a good "the present is different from the past." Just because of one sentence, the present is different from the past, those servants and officials that were respectful to her in the past could now order her around. Because of the present is different from the past, she would end up with a 3 chi long white silk with her head separated from her body. What was the past and where did the present start from? Was it from when Mei Foran entered the palace, or when the crown prince was deposed, or when the eldest princess died tragically in marriage? Or when she returned to the palace after being a hostage in the Qin country for 5 years, from the past to the present, from the empress to the deposed empress, it was all because of one sentence from Fu Xiaoyi. The entire court of civil and military officials could change their expressions, and the Ming Qi's rivers and mountains could be inverted. What a good "the present is different from the past." The bedroom door opened with a creak and a pair of dragon-embroidered boots stopped in front of Xianxiao. Above it was the corner of the bright yellow robe. "Seeing as you have followed this emperor for 20 years, this emperor will grant you an intact corpse. Give your thanks." The emperor's son said. Xianxiao slowly raised her head and looked at the man high above. Time did not leave any mark on his face. He was as handsome as he was at the beginning. He was the world's wise ruler, the rightful son of heaven. He was the man she had been infatuated with for 20 years and her husband who had helped each other in difficult times. Now he said to her, "We will grant you an intact corpse." "Thank me." "Why?" Xianxiao asked with difficulty. He did not answer. "Why do you want to wipe out the entire Shen family?" she asked. Prince Ding, Fu Xiaoyi. The late emperor had 9 sons, and each of the 9 sons had their own merits, but the crown prince was often ill and the late emperor was slow to appoint a new crown prince. She admired Prince Ding's peerless talent and disregarded her family's dissuasion. She finally got what she wanted, but also tied the entire Shen family and Prince Ding together. It was because of this that she did her best to assist Prince Ding. From a pampered daughter who did not know anything to a Wangfei who participated in court matters, she gave advice and finally settled the country. On the day Fu Xiaoyi ascended the throne, he made her the empress, a motherly model of the world, and was very glorious. She thought that she was the most glorious empress. The prince's rebellion had just been quelled and the Ming Qi's foundation was unstable. The Xiongnu invaded and the neighboring countries were eyeing covetously. In order to borrow troops, Xianxiao voluntarily went to the Qin country to be a hostage. When she left, her daughter and son were still 1 month old. Fu Xiaoyi even said, "Shen will personally bring you back." 5 years later, she finally returned to Ming Qi, and there was an additional beautiful and talented Mei Foran in the inner palace. Mei Foran was the daughter of an official that Fu Xiaoyi met during the Eastern expedition. He liked her understanding and brought her back to the palace. Mei Foran gave birth to a prince, Fu Xing, for Fu Xiaoyi. Fu Xing was deeply favored by the emperor, but it was Xianxiao's son, the crown prince, Fu Ming, who did not receive the emperor's favor. Fu Xiaoyi once said in front of all the civil and military officials, "Fu Ming's temperament is too soft, it is still Fu Xing who is more like my son." His words clearly meant that he wanted to change the crown prince. Mei Foran made Shen Miao feel a sense of crisis, and in the palace, Shen Miao and Mei Foran fought for 10 years. Mei Foran repeatedly gained the upper hand and even urged Fu Xiaoyi to marry his daughter, Princess Wan Yu, to the Xiongnu. The Xiongnu were aggressive and ruthless, and Princess Wan Yu died of illness during the marriage and was immediately cremated. Everyone knew that there was something fishy about it, but as the mother, Shen Miao was helpless. In the end, it still came to this day. Fu Xiaoyi wrote an imperial edict that the Shen family rebelled and the crown prince was deposed. He committed suicide to apologize, and she, the Empress, was also deposed and obtained 3 feet of white silk. She only wanted to ask, why? Shen Miao said, Fu Xiaoyi, do you have a conscience? You and I have been husband and wife for more than 20 years, and I don't think I have done anything wrong to you. When you ascended to the throne, it was my Shen family that helped you. When you went to war and the Xiongnu invaded, I helped you write the surrender letter. When you wanted to rope in the ministers, I knelt down and begged them to help. Going to a neighboring country as a hostage, suffering, what did you give me in return? When Mei Foran wanted Wan Yu to marry, you drafted the decree, and Wan Yu died of illness when she was only 16. Everyone knows that you favor Fu Xing and neglect Fu Ming. Now that you've massacred my entire family and are at death's door, let me ask you, why? Shen Miao. Fu Xiaoyi frowned, and there was no trace of emotion in his expression, as if he was a cold statue. When Imperial Father was alive, they had already discussed how to deal with the few aristocratic families. The Shen family's merits were too high and the lord could not stay for long. It was Zhen who persuaded Imperial Father that Zhen had kept the Shen family for another 20 years, and it was already a great grace to the Shen family. This was already a great gift to the Shen family. Shen Miao's body swayed. These days she had cried too much that her tears could no longer flow out. She faced Fu Xiaoyi and said word by word, why keep the Shen family? It is not your benevolence nor is it your grace. You only want to use the Shen family's military power to increase the weight of the fight for the throne. When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound will be cooked. Now that the country is settled, you burn the bridge after crossing the river. Fu Xiaoyi, you are so ruthless. Shen Miao. Fu Xiaoyi shouted angrily, as if his sore spot was poked. He snorted coldly and said, you take care of yourself. Finishing, he flicked his sleeves and left. Shen Miao crouched on the ground and clenched her fists. This was the man that she had loved for a lifetime. In the palace, she and Mei Foran fought for favor for him, but at the end she discovered that it was not fighting for favor, but this man's heart had never been on her. Those whispers of love were just jokes that were put on for the sake of the occasion. She spat out a mouthful of blood. What's wrong with big sister? You look so pathetic, a sweet voice said. The woman was dressed in a light yellow gown. She had a beautiful face and a willowy waist. She looked like a fairy, and her posture was elegant and moving. This was the Mei Foran who had fought with Shen Miao for a lifetime, and victory was in her grasp. Behind Mei Foran stood 2 females dressed in palace attire. Shen Miao was surprised for a moment. Shen Qing, Shen Yu. This was the 2nd and 3rd household, the daughters of 2nd Shu and 3rd Shu. Why were her 2 older cousins in the palace? His Majesty has summoned us sisters to the palace. Shen Yu covered her lips and smiled. 5th younger sister need not be surprised. Previously 5th younger sister loved to help us sisters inquire about matchmaking, but now it is no longer necessary. His Majesty treats us sisters very well. You. Shen Miao's heart was like a tumultuous sea. In a flash, she seemed to understand something that she had never thought clearly before. Her voice was somewhat incredulous. You. Both of you delayed marrying just for today? That is not so. Shen Qing took a step forward. At that time His Majesty and my father and 3rd Shu had formed an alliance. As long as you are persuaded to marry His Majesty, there will be a day when us sisters will have the same destination. In the beginning, when Shen Miao was able to marry Fu Xiaoyi, the 2nd and 3rd household had put in a lot of effort. Thinking about it now, when she fell in love with Fu Xiaoyi, it seemed that it was because of 2nd and 3rd Shen who kept mentioning Prince Ding's young talents, which made her have a good impression of him. So it was an agreement that was reached long ago? So the 2nd and 3rd household had hidden evil intentions and was waiting for everything to happen today? Shen Qing was afraid that Shen Miao did not understand and continued, His Majesty is full of spirit and us sisters have admired him for a long time. Unfortunately only eldest Bo holds great power and had no choice but to let fifth younger sister get ahead of him. Fifth younger sister had enjoyed a lot of good fortune in the past few years and now the time should come. Shen Qing. Shen Miao suddenly straightened up and said loudly, His Majesty confiscated the Shen family but let the two of you enter the palace. How can the second and third household be safe and sound? Of course the second and third household will be safe and sound. Shen Yu covered her mouth and laughed, because we are great meritorious officials. The evidence of eldest Bo's rebellion was pointed out by our two households in the name of righteousness. Fifth younger sister, His Majesty still want to bestow our two households high officials. Shen Miao looked at her two older cousins in shock and said, Are you all crazy? How can there be intact eggs when the nest is overturned? The Shen family is one family. Fu Xiui wanted to deal with the Shen family but you all actually framed your own family. Our own family. Fifth younger sister, we have never acknowledged the first household as our own family. Shen Qing sneered, moreover you have enjoyed too much. Now that the crown prince is dead, the princess is no longer around and the Shen family has perished, it is better for you to go to the Yellow Springs and reunite with them. Mei Foran leisurely stepped forward and said with a smile, Older sister, the country is settled and you should retire. After fighting for 10 years, Shen Miao at the end lost in a mess and lost too miserably. She lost to the point that her son and clan perished and became a big joke. She said hatefully, if Ben Gong does not die, you all will be concubines. Chen. Gong Gong, do it. Mei Foran gave a look to the eunuch. The stout eunuch immediately took a few steps forward and grabbed Shen Miao's neck with one hand and wrapped the white silk on the plate around Shen Miao's neck with the other. With a strong pull, the white silk tore the flesh and the bones made a crisp sound. The female who was struggling on the ground widened her eyes and silently swore in her heart. Her son, her daughter, her parents, brothers, sisters, servants, the entire Shen family, were all harmed. Fu Xiui, Mei Foran, Shen Qing, Shen Yu, all the people who harmed her, those who harmed her loved ones, if there was an afterlife, a debt of blood must be paid with blood. When will I die? I will die with you. The big black and white courtyard, blue stone slabs, vermilion pillars, and carved railings were engraved with complex crabapple patterns. It had just rained for an entire night and the raindrops rolled down from the banana leaves into the ground. The purple gold incense burner on the table was made into a delicate little beast shape and the fragrance it exhaled was the waterwood fragrance, which smelled exceptionally refreshing in the early autumn. The four corners of the bed were hung with tassels and the color was bright. On the soft couch, two tall maids were carefully fanning the person on the bed. The weather is cold and one would fall into the water and the fever would be terrible. Young lady had slept for an entire day and night and the physician said that one should be awake by now. Why is there no movement? The green-clad maid could not hide her anxiety. Do you? It has already been more than an hour. Why is the physician not here yet? The other purple-clad maid said. Second foreign side is watching closely. This is considered a scandal and the residence is trying to hide it. You looked at the person on the bed, foreign and master are not in the capital and eldest young master is also not around. Old foreign is also biased towards the eastern courtyard. Bai Lu and Shuangjiang went to look for the physician and have yet to return. Could it be that they were stopped? This is forcing young lady to a dead end. No, I have to go out and take a look. Just as the words were spoken, one heard a weak sound coming from the person on the bed. Young lady is awake. The purple-clad maid cried out in surprise and quickly ran to the bedside. One saw the young lady on the bed rubbing her forehead and slowly sitting up. Xianxia. Shen Miao murmured. This servant is here. The purple-clad maid smiled as she held Shen Miao's hands. Does young lady feel better? After sleeping for an entire day and night, seeing that the fever had subsided but one did not wake up. This servant was thinking of going to look for the physician again. Young lady, do you want to drink some water? Do you hand it over a cup of tea? Shen Miao looked at the two people in front of her with some confusion. She had 4 first-ranked maids, Xianxia, Guyu, Bai Lu, and Shuangjiang. They were all intelligent and sensitive maids. Unfortunately in the end, none of them managed to stay. When she was a hostage in the Qin country, in order to protect her from being humiliated by the crown prince of the Qin country, Guyu died in the hands of the crown prince. By Lu and Xuanjiang, one died on the way to Wan Yu's marriage and the other died fighting for favor with Mei Foran in the inner palace. As for Xianxia, she was born to be the most beautiful. In the beginning, in order to help Fu Xiaoyi ascend the throne and rope in the powerful ministers, Xianxia willingly became a concubine and used her beauty as a reason for the powerful ministers to bow down to her. Finally, the wife of the powerful minister found a reason to scold her to death. After knowing that Xianxia was dead, Shen Miao cried loudly and almost had a miscarriage. Now Xianxia was standing in front of her perfectly fine and her brows were still as beautiful as a painting. Guyu looked at her with a smile and the two maids were 14 to 15 years of age, which made Shen Miao dazed for a moment. After a while, she smiled bitterly and closed her eyes. This illusion before death is too real. What is young lady talking about? Guyu placed the teacup at the side and reached out to touch Shen Miao's forehead. Could it be that the fever is muddled? The hand that touched her forehead was cold, comfortable, and real. Shen Miao suddenly opened her eyes and her gaze suddenly became sharp. She slowly lowered her head and looked at her own hands. That was a pair of white and slender hands with neatly trimmed nails. It was round and cute, and one look and one could tell that it was a pair of hands that were pampered. That was not her hands. Her hands were already rough from accompanying Fu Xiaoyi to deal with the court affairs and assessing the situation. She held a pen and looked at the account books one by one. In Qin country, she was ordered around like a servant. In the inner palace, she fought with Fu Ming and Wan Yu. In the cold palace, she washed clothes. Her hands were full of calluses and her joints were swollen and thin. How could she have such a delicate appearance? Bring me a mirror, Shen Miao said. Her voice was still very weak but her tone was firm. Guyu and Xianxia looked at each other in dismay. Finally Xianxia went to take a mirror and handed it to Shen Miao. In the bronze mirror, the young female had a round face, a full forehead, a pair of big almond eyes that were slightly red, a round nose and a small mouth. It was still a face that had not shed its childishness. It could not be said to be beautiful but it was fresh and adorable with a timid look. That was the face of a young female that was once praised by the imperial family as bringing good fortune to her husband. The mirror in Shen Miao's hand suddenly fell to the ground and made a crisp sound. The sound of the fragments hit her heart and set off a huge storm. She fiercely pinched herself and 2 lines of hot tears rolled down. The heavens did not disappoint people. The heavens did not disappoint her, she had returned. Guyu and Xianxia jumped in shock. Guyu quickly picked up the fragments on the ground and anxiously said, "Young lady, be careful not to prick your feet." "Why is young lady crying?" Xianxia took a handkerchief to wipe Shen Miao's face but saw Shen Miao's strange expression, as if she was crying and laughing at the same time as she muttered, "I have returned." She grabbed Xianxia. "What year is it now?" Xianxia was somewhat afraid but still honestly answered, "Ming-Chi's 68th year." "What is wrong with young lady? Do you feel uncomfortable?" "Ming-Chi's 68th year. Ming-Chi's 68th year." Shen Miao's eyes widened. Ming-Chi's 68th year, when she was 14 years old, was the year she met Fu Xiaoyi and was infatuated with him. She even forced her father to marry her and requested to marry Fu Xiaoyi, and now. Guyu's words sounded in her ears, "Young lady must not scare these servants. The fever has just subsided. Could it be that one's mind is not clear? Eldest young lady is really too ruthless. Is this not wanting young lady's life?" Shen Miao spent most of her time by Fu Xiaoyi's side running errands for him and the days in the Shen residence were tasteless. But she remembered this matter clearly. She remembered everything that was related to Fu Xiaoyi clearly. Shen Qing told her that Fu Xiaoyi was coming to the Shen residence to visit 2nd and 3rd Shu and pulled her along to secretly take a look. When they reached the garden, Shen Qing pushed her down from the rockery. He was fished out from the pond, dripping wet. At that time, there were other officials and colleagues who were with him, and they only treated it as a joke at the Shen residence. The matter of her being infatuated with Prince Ding had already spread throughout the capital half a year ago and this time it was just a joke. In her last life, after she woke up, she accused Shen Qing of pushing her into the pond but no one believed her. Shen Miao was extremely wronged and was punished by Old Foreign to be grounded in the temple, causing her to be unable to go out during the Mid-Autumn festival. Xin Yu secretly released her and brought her to the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet at Yanbei Tang and made a complete fool of herself. Xin Miao closed her eyes. There were 3 households in the Xin family. The first household was Xianxia, who was Xin Miao's father and the son of the old general's first wife. The first wife died of illness in her middle age, and the old general married a second wife, who gave birth to the second wife, Xin Gui, and the third wife, Xin Wan. After the death of the old general, the second wife became the present old foreign. The Xin family did not separate from the family. The 3 brothers supported each other and had a good relationship, which became a much-told story. The Xin family had been in the military for generations, and in Xianxia's generation, other than the first household who held military power, the second and third household took the path of civil officials. Xianxia was out on expeditions all year round, and Xin Foreign also followed her husband to the army. Xin Miao had always been placed in the Xin residence and was personally taught by old Foreign and the 2 Xinjiu. After teaching and teaching, she became a good-for-nothing, ignorant and incompetent person who would shamelessly stick to any man she met. In the past life, she only felt that her Xinjiu and old foreign treated her especially well, and she did not need to learn the rules and etiquette that Xinyu and Xinqing needed to learn. Now it seemed that it was just a lame attempt to kill her through flattery. Bullying that her parents and elder brothers were not by her side, one sat in front of her and another sat behind her back. This only made Xianxia and Xin Foreign feel that this daughter was more stubborn than before every time they returned to the residence. In this lifetime, she wanted to see how these people would shamelessly repeat the same old tricks. Just as she was thinking, she heard the maid who was sweeping the courtyard running in. "Young lady, second young lady is here to see you." "Miss, second miss is here to see you." Jing's expression was somewhat uneasy, of all times to come at this time. Young lady's body has not recovered and one is not afraid of catching a cold. Guyu pushed Jing's arm, but her expression was also very worried. Xin Miao heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when she saw this. The 4 maids by her side were all personally selected and trained by Xianxia and Xin Foreign. They were both loyal and quick-witted. What was the situation of the Xin family? She was too young to see through the hidden intentions of the second and third household, but the maid was able to see the clues. Before he could say anything, he saw a young girl walking in from outside. The girl looked to be about 15 or 16 years old. She wore a pale pink robe with a chrysanthemum pattern and a moon-white pleated skirt. Her hair was combed into a tassel bun. Her skin was fair, and her features were elegant and beautiful. Her entire body was filled with a strong scholarly aura, and she seemed decent and dignified. When he saw her, he quickly walked to the bed and worriedly said, "Fifth sister, do you feel better? After I found out that you fell into the water, I was worried for a long time, but the people of Yujiao Garden said that you wanted to rest, so I didn't dare to disturb you. Today, when I heard that you woke up, I dared to come over." Xin Miao looked at the young female in front of her. This was the D daughter of the third household of the Xin family, Xin Yu. Out of the 3 D daughters of the Xin family, Xinqing was cheerful and magnanimous, Xin Yu was famous for her talents, and only Xin Miao had a wooden character, timid and without talent. Outsiders praised her for being chaste and virtuous, but in fact everyone knew that she did not have any good points and was the most unpresentable daughter of the Xin family. In the last lifetime, before Xin Miao married, she had the best relationship with Xin Yu. Xin Yu's temperament was gentle and considerate, and many times she would help Xin Miao come up with ideas. It was just that at that time Xin Miao could not see whether the idea was good or bad and was only grateful to this older cousin sister who did her best to help. This time Xin Yu's visit was most likely to plead for leniency for Xinqing. Sure enough, Xin Yu opened her mouth and said, "Fifth younger sister, eldest sister also made a mistake that day, and since things have come to this, one hope that fifth younger sister can forgive her once." Hearing that fifth sister had a fever, the eldest sister also blamed herself. "After fifth younger sister recovers, can you spare eldest sister this time? She did not deliberately let you make a fool of yourself in front of His Highness Prince Ding." It would have been fine if he did not say those words, but he had to mention the words Prince Ding in front of Xin Miao. Everyone knew that Prince Ding was the apple of Xin Miao's eye. Xin Miao had the temperament of being able to take grievances, but when it was related to Prince Ding, she would definitely not give in. If she did not mention Prince Ding, perhaps Xin Miao would just let it be. This time Xin Yu deliberately mentioned Prince Ding. if it was not to provoke a dispute between her and Xianxia, then what was it? It was the same in her previous life. She had just woken up when Xianyu rushed over to plead for leniency for Xianxia. This plea made Xianmiao furious. For the sake of his sweetheart, he accused Xianxia of pushing her into the water in front of old Madame Dowager. But Xianxia did not admit it, and the surrounding people also said that they did not see Xianxia push Xianyu. Old Foreign was biased towards the second and third household and naturally took the opportunity to lecture her for not knowing self-respect at such a young age, and even tried to slander her older sister and grounded her. Afterwards this matter was spread to the Imperial Academy, and Xianmiao became the laughingstock of her classmates. Under the shame and indignation, she did not go to the Imperial Academy anymore. Later on, she gradually faded out from the circle of noble females in the capital. Now thinking about it, her vision had always been limited to the world that these people in the general residence created for her. She thought that she was virtuous but did not know that in the eyes of outsiders, she was weak and ignorant. She thought that loving Prince Ding was courageous and straightforward but did not know that outsiders said that she had no sense of shame. The result of these deliberate teachings led to a messy impression of her in the early stages. Even though she successfully married Fu Xiaoyi, she was still said to not be able to be seen in public. Even when the world compared her with Mei Foreign, they would only say that she was stupid and ignorant. What a stupid past. Xinyu worriedly caressed Xianmiao's shoulders and her lips quietly revealed a trace of smile. She knew that with Xianmiao's temperament, as long as Fu Xiaoyi was mentioned, she would definitely fly into a rage. But after waiting for a long time, there was no reaction. Xinyu suspiciously looked over and saw the young female in front of her looking at her with a smile. The young female's face was still very pale and her lips were dry. Only her pair of dark eyes were as bright as grapes. Xianmiao's eyes were the best looking. She had big almond-shaped eyes that were ignorant and as timid as a newborn puppy. It was just that she usually had a wooden expression and had wasted the spiritual energy of her eyes. Now that pair of almond-shaped eyes were still round, but the expression was very different. There was some coldness and no emotions. It was not like a wooden expression but more like a condescending look. Xinyu quivered. She did not know why, but there was an indescribable trembling in her heart. It was as if she was not facing a stupid dumb goose but a person of high status. How could there be such a feeling? Naturally she did not know that the Xianmiao in front of her was no longer that Xianmiao. The Xianmiao in front of her was the Xianmiao who had experienced the fight for the throne, the chaos of war, the fight for favor, the loss of her son and the extinction of her clan. It was the Empress of Mingqi and Empress Shen who was in charge of the inner palace and had supreme power over the 6 palaces. She was stunned for a long time until the young female in front of her rubbed her forehead and softly said, "Second older sister's words are too serious. This matter has nothing to do with eldest older sister. It was me who fell down. 5th younger sister." Xinyu did not expect Xianmiao to say that and was stunned for a moment before she reacted. She shook her head. 5th younger sister must not wrong yourself. How would I wrong myself? Xianmiao smiled and interrupted her words, "It is only a small matter. My head is still a little dizzy and want to rest for a while. If there is anything, one can talk about it at Zumu's place tomorrow." Since the words were said to this point, Xinyu could not say anything more. Even though she found it strange that Xianmiao did not treat her warmly today, she attributed it to Xianmiao making a fool of herself in front of Fu Xiaoyi, so her mood was unhappy. After speaking a few more words, Xinyu then left. After Xinyu left, Yu then said, "Our young lady was pushed into the water and almost lost her life but came to plead for eldest young lady." Plead then plead. Why does it sound like that is not the case? Yu was vaguely reminding Xianmiao that Xinyu did not have good intentions. When the sandpiper and clam fight, the fisherman benefits. She most likely wanted to be the fisherman. Xianmiao said lightly. Yu was pleasantly surprised that Xianmiao could finally see Xinyu's true face, but she did not understand the meaning of Xianmiao's words. When she raised her head to see her young lady's likable face, there was an inexplicable sense of awe that made one involuntarily look up. Xianmiao looked at her fingertips. Why did Xianxia push her into the water? It was because she said one sentence at that time, "Wait for father's triumphant return at the end of the year. I will let father make the decision and beg father to marry me to His Highness Prince Ding." She said it naively and felt that they were family, so she had no scruples. Xianxia was a general in court, and it was not impossible for him to have the heart to marry off his daughter. Why did Xinyu want to sow discord between her and Shenqing? Naturally it was because Xinyu also admired Prince Ding. In the last lifetime when she was at death's door, Xinyu and Shenqing then told her that both of them admired Fu Xiaoyi for a long time. Now thinking about it, there were already some clues at this time. Since both of them sisters were infatuated with Fu Xiaoyi, would it not be a pity to not let them fulfill their wishes in this lifetime? She would definitely let their wishes come true. The blood debt that the second and third household owed the Shen family in the previous lifetime would be repaid from now on. In the early autumn, the northern wild geese lined up in a row and flew across the vast sky towards the warm southern country. The lush summer foliage in the courtyard began to wither and the colorful fishes in the pond looked colder than usual. The young female's black hair was combed into a deer bun with an exquisite coral hairpin. She was wearing a crimson silk double-nest cloud goose attire, outlining her slim and exquisite figure. Bai Lu gently draped the embroidered cloak over Shen Miao and said, "Young lady's illness has not recovered. Be careful not to catch a cold." Shen Miao shook her head. Her stature was still small and was not as tall as Xinyu and Shenqing. Her face was round, and in addition to her usual timid character, she looked like she was younger than her actual age, just 11 or 12 years old. But today it was somewhat different. Shuangjiang was watching from the side, and there was something strange in her heart. The young female's complexion was pale and she looked at a small and delicate person. Now there was not a trace of a smile on her face, and she was not cold nor silly. She was somewhat cold and seemed to be looking at the sky with some nostalgia. She was still standing like before, but there was some dignity, as if one did not know where she got her unique temperament overnight, and there was a sense of grace and grandeur. Shuangjiang shook her head as if this would be able to get rid of the absurd thoughts in her heart. She smiled as she looked at Shen Miao. "What is young lady looking at?" After having breakfast, Shen Miao kept standing in the courtyard looking at the sky in a daze. Just thinking that these wild geese fly from the northern lands to the southern country, would they also pass through the northwest desert? Shen Miao softly said. The northwest desert was the place that Xianxia was guarding. Shen Foreign and eldest Shen Young Master were both there. In the letter that was sent last month, it was stated that the capital had just turned cold and the northwest region had already withered and snow had started to fall. Young lady must be thinking of Master and Foreign. Shuangjiang smiled. Master will return at the end of the year and would be very happy to see that young lady has grown taller. Shen Miao smiled, but there was some bitterness in her mouth. The great general that could only return to the Ding capital once a year, and the first thing he would do upon his return was to face his own daughter's shameless act of running to become a wife and even forcing her to marry with her own death. How happy could he be? Not to mention that the person she was thinking of marrying was a villain who only wanted to use the Shen family's military power to fight for the throne. The fight for the heir apparent was a mess of crooks and dragons. The Shen family was not willing to get involved, but they were dragged into the water by her blind love and finally ended up with a miserable ending where the whole family was destroyed. Shen Miao closed her eyes. However, too many things had happened in the short span of half a year. Ever since she turned 15, her marriage had become a weapon that the East Courtyard could use against her at any time. It seemed that starting from this year, the East Courtyard was like an evil beast that had taken off its disguise. Step by step, it forced her into a dead end. She could not turn back. Girl. Bai Lu saw that little master's expression was strange and her fingers that were gripping the cloak turned white. She could not help but softly call out. Shen Miao recovered to her senses and saw Guyu jogging over. Young lady, Rong Jingtang's side came over to rush. Rong Jingtang was the place where old Shen Foreign stayed. Early in the morning, old Foreign sent the maid by her side to see Shen Miao. Seeing that Shen Miao was fine, she said that once her body recovered, she would be able to pay her respects to old Foreign. In fact, whether it was to pay respects or to denounce, which one was not well aware, Shen Miao gently smiled and tightened her cloak. Let's go. In the Shen residence, the east and west courtyard were clearly separated. In the beginning, when old General Shen was still alive, he would often practice swordplay and boxing in an empty courtyard in the west courtyard. Afterwards, when old General Shen passed away, Shen Gui and Shen Wan took the path of civil officials and only Xianxia alone took over the old general's mantle. That empty courtyard along with the west courtyard was given to Xianxia. The east courtyard was spacious and housed the first, second and old Xianforan's 3 families. In fact, compared to the east courtyard, the west courtyard's location was more remote. Even the amount of sunlight was less than half that of the east courtyard. There was really nothing worth praising about it. Only Xianxia was cheerful all day, feeling that he had picked up a great bargain after obtaining that piece of empty land. Xianxia and Xianforan were from a military family and their vision was also simple. The white walls and black tiles were extremely simple. It could not compare to the exquisite and graceful renovation of the east courtyard. Xin Miao was very dissatisfied with the western courtyard that her family occupied and envied the elegance and cuteness of the eastern courtyard. Because of this, she blamed Xianxia in her heart. But now, it seemed that he was laughing at his own ignorance. Although his own courtyard was simple, it was not shabby. Every part of it displayed an open-minded state of mind. How could it be compared to the evil spirits of the east courtyard, which only had a golden exterior but a shabby interior? After walking through a long corridor and passing through an exquisitely manicured garden, he finally reached the entrance of Rongjingtang. Rongjingtang's decorations were extremely elegant, most likely in order to show the scholarly atmosphere. There was a plaque with Zhu Xianyi's name hanging on the door, and the copper handle made of crane and pine trees was exquisite and nimble. "Fifth young lady is here," Xier, who was by old Xianforan's side, said. Xin Miao stepped into Rongjingtang. Rongjingtang was a joyous and harmonious scene. Almost everyone was present. The Xin family's second foreign Ren Wanyan and the Xin family's third foreign Chen Roqiu stood below old foreign. Xin Qing took a plate of snacks and sat beside old foreign, and on the other side sat the younger brother of the Xin family's second household, Xin Yuanbo. Xin Yuanbo was only 5 years old and randomly grabbed some snacks to stuff into old foreign's mouth, making old Xin foreign convulse with laughter. It seemed that no one noticed Xin Miao's appearance until Xin Yu smiled and said, "Why is fifth younger sister only here now?" Seventh younger brother had almost finished eating the sugar-steamed cheese. Xin Miao nodded her head. "Most likely my body is not fully recovered and felt dizzy after 2 steps. I rested for a while on the way, so I came late." The people in Rongjingtang were all silent. If Xin Yu wanted to say that she came late, she would not be afraid to point out that old Xianforan took advantage of her seniority and did not care about her granddaughter's health to send someone over to pay respects. After a moment, Ren Wanyan said with a smile, "I see that little Five's body is really weak. These few days the physician had been invited twice, but it is fortunate that he is fine now. Are you feeling better?" A hoarse and stern voice rang out, carrying with it a trace of impatience. Xin Miao raised her head to look at old Xianforan. The smile on old Xianforan's face had disappeared and she slightly raised her head with some arrogance. She was clearly 70 years of age, yet she was wearing a pink, thin, and tightly buttoned dress. Her collar was inlaid with green jade buttons, and she was wearing a forehead cloth embroidered with white orchids. Her silver hair was coiled into a bun decorated with some jade beads. She was a female who was extremely particular about appearance. In the last lifetime, when Xin Miao was still in the boudoir, she had always felt that old Xianforan was the noblest female, and that kind of elegant and beautiful temperament in her later years made her unable to help but be fascinated, but now she felt that it was somewhat ridiculous. Old General Shen's first wife, Xianxian's mother, was born in a prestigious family and was a true lady from a respectable family. It was a pity that she died of illness in her middle age. Later on, when old General Shen's army passed by a place, he saved a songstress from the hands of a local ruffian. The songstress had nowhere to go and begged to be his concubine. She gave birth to Xingui and Xinwan for old General Shen and was later promoted to the official position. The songstress made a name for herself and became Xianforan and later became old Xianforan. Her reputation and status had changed, but deep down in her bones, she was a lowly person who came from the streets. Xin Miao still remembered that in the last lifetime, old Xianforan forced her to marry the lame prince of Yuzhou, just to pave the way for Xin Qing. She looked at the female in front of her. When old Xianforan was young, she was very beautiful with a sharp face and big and watery eyes. When she was old, it was like a dry triangular drum with 2 eyes protruding from it. But she was not resigned to her fate and insisted on applying bright-colored lipstick. It was really not dignified at all. Xin Miao had the eyesight of an empress in her previous lifetime as she casually evaluated in her heart and humbly said, after drinking the medicine, it is much better. Thanking grandmother for the concern. In the next second, one could hear old Shen Foran shouting from above, unfilial daughter. Still not kneeling down. Unfilial daughter. Still not kneel down. Following old Shen Foran's words, Shen Miao did not move. Everyone looked at her with some surprise. Xianxia was not in the residence all year round and Shen Miao was raised in front of old Shen Foran. Old Shen Foran treated her strictly and Shen Miao's character was raised to be weak and wooden, and had never refuted old Foran's orders. Today she actually did not kneel. Was it really that as long as it was related to Prince Ding, she would give birth to great courage? Zumu, fifth mother does not know what wrong she has done. Shen Miao said calmly. Could it be that fifth younger sister is confused from the fever? Shen Yu was the first to speak and there was some anxiety on her face. Zumu was only in a moment of anger and did not really want to punish you. Now that it is a proper matter to admit one's mistake, why are you still so stubborn? With one sentence, the crime of not changing one's mistakes and contradicting one's elders was pushed onto Shen Miao's head. Presumptuous. This is simply going against the heavens. Old Shen Foran was so angry that she sat up straight and her voice was somewhat sharp. Xin Yuanbo was eating the sugar-steamed cheese in his mouth and was frightened by old Shen Foran, causing the snacks in his hands to drop to the ground and he immediately started crying. Seventh son, do not cry. When Ren Wanyan saw her youngest son crying, she immediately took a few steps forward and held him in her arms. She looked at Shen Miao with eyes full of disapproval. Fifth mother, are you crazy? Who taught you to contradict one's elders? Shen Miao looked at Ren Wanyan. Second foreign Ren Wanyan had a well-rounded figure and was wearing a dark blue silk brocade robe. Her face was rosy and she was fair and plump. She looked kind and would usually have a smile on her face. With the power to manage the household in her hands, everyone in the Shen residence respected her for handling matters fairly and was a well-deserved daughter-in-law. Shen Miao also thought so until later on when she was married. Xianxia almost added more than half of his family's assets as dowry, but at the end when she arrived at the residence of Prince Ding, the dowry was very little. Why? Naturally it was because it was detained by Ren Wanyan. Ren Wanyan kept all the valuable things in the dowry and the shop owner changed. Xianxia was also not in the capital and she foolishly married into the residence of Prince Ding. But because of the dowry problem, she suffered the disdain of everyone in the residence. It was all thanks to this good aunt's fairness. Second aunt, do you also think that I did something wrong? Shen Miao said softly, but I don't know where I did wrong. Idiot. Old Shen Foran could not hold it in and immediately started scolding, you are so young and do not know shame. To peek at His Highness Prince Ding, you have thrown away our Shen residence's face. How dare you talk back to me? Who taught you the rules? You're so shameful. Shen Miao sighed in her heart. Old Shen Foran usually put on airs, but once she opened her mouth, it was no doubt the style of a singing female. Which old foreign of a noble family would curse like that? She was simply like a prostitute of all trades. In the past lifetime, Shen Miao did not feel it, but after becoming the Empress, she felt that speaking to old Shen Foran was lowering her status. Peeping at His Highness Prince Ding? She tilted her head and asked in confusion. Shen Yu could not help but say, fifth younger sister, even though one knows that you love Prince Ding, but to fall into the water because of peeking at Prince Ding, it is really damaging to the residence's face. Moreover, His Highness Prince Ding is definitely unhappy in his heart. Fifth younger sister, you better find a chance to apologize to His Highness Prince Ding. Love Prince Ding, apologize to Prince Ding. Which female was willing to lose face in front of the man she loved? In the past lifetime, Shen Yu also said so and old Shen Foran deeply agreed. Shen Miao felt embarrassed and refused to comply and was grounded by old Shen Foran in a fit of anger. One sentence was because she loved Prince Ding and did not know shame, ruined her own reputation and even implicated the residents. Shen Yu looked gentle and elegant, but her mind was so unfathomable that Shen Miao could not help but look at her. Just as Shen Yu's voice landed, she saw Shen Miao looking at her. That pair of grape-like dark eyes were exceptionally clear and seemed to contain a special meaning, which made her surprised for a moment. In the next second, she heard Shen Miao's faint voice, second older sister, what admiring His Highness Prince Ding. These words cannot be spoken nonsense. Now Fifth Lady is a young lady of marriageable age, and to speak like this, one fear that it will ruin Fifth Lady's reputation. Xianxia was stunned. Shen Miao's love for Prince Ding was known by the entire noble circle in the capital. Even though Shen Miao did not say it explicitly, her words and actions were not concealed, so why was she denying it now? She smiled. Fifth younger sister, everyone here is one's own family. There is nothing wrong with these matters, second older sister. Just as she was speaking, Shen Miao suddenly interrupted her words loudly and sternly said, second older sister, speak cautiously. As the saying goes, disaster comes from the mouth. His Highness Prince Ding is a descendant of nobility, and as an aristocratic family, one must be cautious in words and actions. In the past it was Fifth Lady who was young and insensible, and one feared that she had done some things that would cause misunderstandings. But the matter yesterday was a lesson, and Fifth Lady will naturally restrain her words and actions. One hopes that second older sister will not say such things. With these words, not only Xianxia but everyone in the room, including old Shen Furen, were all stunned. Shen Miao was usually gentle and timid and never spoke loudly before. She was obedient and easy to manipulate, so when had she ever spoken so harshly before? Chen Roqiu's eyes flashed. Xianxia was still young and was not as astute as her. Chen Roqiu was born in a scholarly family, but she was not brainless. She was usually arrogant and was never willing to give in. Seeing that her daughter was at a disadvantage, she was unhappy and immediately said gently, whether Wu Yang is in love or not, it can be said in one sentence. After all, who can guess a girl's mind? But Fifth Lady still have to listen to Third Xinshin's words. Your second older sister is right. His Highness Prince Ding's status is noble, and no matter what, one should go and apologize to him. Correct. Old Shen Furen also recovered to her senses and said, tomorrow one will go to the residence of Prince Ding to send an invitation and personally apologize. Shen Miao almost laughed out of anger. These words could only deceive the ignorant her in her previous lifetime. Now looking at it again, she was a daughter of a military family with a noble status. Why should she go to the prince's residence to apologize? As such, where would Xianxia put his face? One was afraid that from tomorrow onwards, there would be another joke in the Ding capital. She could be considered to have understood that old Furen did not like Xianxia, the first household, and could not wait for the first household to make a fool of themselves all day long. It would be best if they collapse early, and Xianxia, Shen Furen was not in the Ding capital, so she was used as a raft. But how could there be such a good thing in the world? Shen Miao smiled faintly and her gaze fell on Chen Qing, who had been silent since the beginning. She said, big sister, when I fell into the water that day, only you were by my side. Shen Qing raised her head and nodded calmly. She had already thought that Shen Miao would definitely say that she pushed her into the water, but Shen Qing was not afraid at all. Now old Furen and Ren Wanyan were the ones making the decisions in the Shen family. Shen Miao only had the title of a young lady on the surface, but in reality she was just a daughter of the third household. As long as one insisted that there was no such thing, old Furen and Ren Wanyan would side with her. At that time when Shen Miao lied, old Furen would despise her and even punish her severely. Serves you right. Who asked a vulgar and ignorant daughter to want to snatch Prince Ding from her? Why did she not drown to death that day? Big sister, did you also see His Highness Prince Ding that day? But Shen Miao's question was not about this. Saw. Chen Qing answered. That is it. The day before yesterday, it was obviously me and big sister playing by the pond and accidentally fell into the water. Coincidentally, His Highness Prince Ding who was passing by the Shen residence and came in to ask second Shu for a painting. Shen Miao shook her head. If I went to peek at His Highness Prince Ding, where would I get the news from? There is no reason for second Shu's and third Shu's servants to pass the message to the inner courtyard. How would I know that His Highness Prince Ding would suddenly come to the Shen residence to ask second Shu for a painting? Or... She spoke unhurriedly, could it be that His Highness Prince Ding sent an invitation to our residence? Chen Qing did not understand the meaning of Shen Miao's words and was about to refute with a frown when she heard her mother Ren Wanyan suddenly shout, eldest sister. There was an unconcealable panic in her voice. Shen Miao swept a glance at the pale Ren Wanyan and the suddenly nervous Chen Roqiu and smiled slightly. As she said, there were so many astute people in the residence, so how could they not hear it? Fu Xiaoyi came to the Shen residence the day before yesterday, and when he passed by the Shen residence, he remembered the chess bet with Shen Gui and went to look for Shen Gui to ask for a painting. Now Shen Miao said that an invitation was sent in advance. Nowadays the emperor hated officials and princes to be too close, so if an invitation was specially sent, what was the purpose of the invitation? The future plan of the crown prince. There were thousands of eyes and ears in the world, and who knew if there would be spies from the Tian family in the Shen residence. There were some things that could not be said. Shen Miao's one sentence had raised a female's conduct to a subject's loyalty. Xianxia was in the northwest region, so naturally there was no problem, but Shen Gui and Shen Wan were still in the Shen residence, and these two people were still serving in the court. Shen Yu and Shen Qing did not understand this logic, but Ren Wanyan and Shen Roqiu definitely understood. Shen Miao sneered in her heart. They wanted to trample on her reputation, so she would use Shen Gui's and Shen Wan's heads to gamble. She did not know if her second and third Shen understood. Willing to? Dare to? Shen Qing looked at her mother in confusion. Although she was unwilling, she still obediently kept her mouth shut. Even though Shen Yu did not understand what was wrong with Shen Miao's words, but when she saw Chen Roqiu's nervous expression, she realized something and obediently stood at the same spot and no longer spoke. Old Shen Foreign frowned. Even though she had followed old General Shen for so many years, she did not understand the twists and turns of the officialdom, and her eyes were limited to the four corners of the courtyard, so how would she be able to hear the meaning of Shen Miao's words? She only felt that Shen Miao had taken the wrong medicine today and had repeatedly contradicted her and had already offended her dignity as the head of the family. She was about to explode in anger. Little Five's words are not wrong. Ren Wanyan smiled and interrupted old Shen Foreign's reprimand. It was originally a misunderstanding, so how could the matters of the front hall spread to the inner courtyard? It was just a coincidence that they ran into each other. His Highness Prince Ding was broad-minded and would not put a child's play in his eyes. Everything is a misunderstanding. Poor Xiaowu. She fell into the water and suffered a shock. She really feels wronged. Old Shen Foreign opened her mouth and was somewhat dissatisfied with second daughter-in-law suddenly interrupting her. But Ren Wanyan's maiden family was a famous merchant family in Mingqi, and most of the expenses were subsidized by this second daughter-in-law. Even though she was dissatisfied, she was not willing to offend her. He snorted coldly and didn't continue. Chen Roqiu also realized something and quickly followed Ren Wanyan's words. That's right. Yuer, Qing'er, in the future do not mention the words just now. It was little Five who accidentally fell into the water and coincidentally was seen by His Highness Prince Ding. How can there not be coincidences in this world? She smiled as she looked at Shen Miao. Little Five, old Foreign is also feeling sorry for you and is not really angry with you. Shen Miao looked at the woman in front of her. Shen Yu looked like Chen Roqiu and her temperament was also similar. Chen Roqiu was also born in a scholarly family and her brows were graceful and beautiful. Usually when she walked or spoke, she would be gentle, beautiful but not frivolous. Such a woman with a strong scholarly aura seemed to be easy to get along with. Who knew what would happen next? Later on, when the Xiongnu emissary requested for a marriage alliance, there was only one princess of suitable age in the palace, and that was Wan Yu. Chen Roqiu said that Xin Yu was already old and marriage was the final destination, so she was willing to marry the Xiongnu. However, Xin Yu was not a princess, so Fu Xiaoyi conferred the title of Princess Shiru to Xin Yu. But in the end, the one who got married was her Wan Yu. Wan Yu died on the way to the wedding, so Wan Yu's princess palace was given to Princess Shiru. Princess Shiru naturally accepted Wan Yu's everything. Her Wan Yu was not even 16 years old. Shen Miao closed her eyes. If one were to say that Chen Roqiu had no credit for this, one feared that Chen Roqiu herself would not believe it. One feared that Chen Roqiu and Mei Foreign had already reached an agreement and wanted to see her, thinking that there was hope, but her own hope would be shattered alive. Chen Roqiu's smile stiffened. The girl on the other side looked at her. She had a round face, round eyes, and a round nose. This kind of appearance coupled with a timid expression easily gave people the impression that she was stupid. But now, it wasn't. One did not know when the timid expression disappeared and what replaced it was a solemn look. It was not a sudden tensed seriousness, but it was from the heart and there was a faint sense of distance. For a moment, Qiao suddenly felt that the person in front of her was not that stupid daughter of the first household, but a mistress with a high position. That kind of sharpness at one side suddenly made one tremble. In the next second, one saw the young female's eyes curved. I understand. Now third Xianxia also feel that little five is not wrong. Qiao was surprised for a moment and looked at the obviously unhappy old foreign on the high seat before reluctantly saying, even so, little five falling into the pond is really too careless. How do the few maids around take care of others? Eldest brother and eldest Sa are not around, so the servants bully the master? From Jingxing's point of view, it is better to change these few maids. Ren Wanyan laughed out loud. Qiao looked at her with some anger and Ren Wanyan's lips hung a trace of a sneer. This dime of hers looked like she was educated and reasonable, but her heart was very shrewd. Most likely she wanted to change the people around Xianmiao. Now Xinyu had reached the age where she should pay attention to others. In the capital, no matter how far Xianmiao's stupid and cowardly reputation was, in terms of status, Xinyu was not as good as Xianmiao. After all, Xianxia still held the military power in his hands. The third household was finally ready to make a move. Xianmiao lowered her head. Why does third Xin want to change Guyu and the rest? They are the people that father and mother left for fifth lady. Now there are many changes in the western courtyard and fifth lady does not know any of the second-ranked maids. If Guyu and the rest are changed, fifth lady would not know who to talk to in the western courtyard. Ren Wanyan's smile stopped abruptly. In the western courtyard, Xianxia and wife were not in the capital all year round and the maids and manservants in the courtyard were almost all changed. There were old foreign's people, second household's people and third household's people. But because it was the second household that managed the household, naturally there were more people in the second household. It was all right if these words were not said, but if it were to be passed to the ears of outsiders, that the daughter of the first household did not know a single servant in her own courtyard, what kind of good intentions would the second and third household have? There was no reason for a sister-in-law to intervene in the eldest brother's courtyard. Her mind turned very quickly and she smiled as she stared at Qiao and said to Xianmiao, your third Xin is joking with you. Guyu and the rest of the maids are just careless. Our Xin family is benevolent and would not do such inhumane things. Little five need not be anxious. At the end, her words still choked Qiao. Xinyuanbo looked at his mother and then at Qiao before yawning. Old Xin Foreign was somewhat impatient with the battle of words between her second and third daughter-in-law and seeing this scene, she said, done, it is just some trivial matters. Number two's family, bring seventh son over and disperse. There are so many people, it's making me dizzy. Ren Wanyan quickly carried Xinyuanbo to old Xin Foreign's couch and said, Mother, then this daughter-in-law will leave first. Seventh brother, be obedient when you play with old madam. Qiao glanced at Xinyuanbo before placing her hands on her lower abdomen and slowly walked out of Rongjingtang. The second household had a son and was highly regarded by old Xin Foreign. No matter how capable she was. Xinyu was after all a daughter. It would be good if there was a son. In the Xin residence, sooner or later the things of the first household would have to be fought over. If there was a son, at least they would be able to share equally, unlike now where the second household had benefited for no reason. Moreover, the first household still had a son. Even though he was at the border with Xianxia, who knew if he would come back to take a share of the loot. Thinking about it, Qiao raised her head and her gaze landed on the few people who were heading towards the western courtyard. The young female was wearing a crimson embroidered long robe. She had always loved to wear bright colors and in addition to not having parents by her side, she did not know how to dress up and would always reveal a rustic feeling. But now, the crimson color made her complexion look even fairer. It was still the same appearance but it seemed to be more solemn. Even somewhat dignified, Guyu softly said, young lady's body is not well, why the rush to Guangwenguan? Since the illness has been explained, there is no need to rush to Guangwenguan. Or, no. Xin Miao interrupted her words, prepare the carriage immediately. It was obvious that there were no harsh words, but one did not know why Guyu shuddered and did not dare to ask any more. Guangwen Hall was the school of the Ding capital. The high-ranking officials and noble people of Mingqi would often send their brothers and young ladies to Guangwenguan. The teachers in Guangwenguan were all famous scholars or scholars of the four households. The young noble children all felt proud to be able to enter Guangwen Library. Shen Miao also studied in Guangwenguan. It was a pity that Xianxia and Shen Foren were from a military family and the eldest brother Shen Qiu was someone who would have a headache whenever he met with studying. Shen Miao was raised by old Shen Foren's side since young and old Shen Foren was a songstress and did not know a single word. Shen Miao's enlightenment was taught by third Shen Foren, Chen Roqiu. Chen Roqiu came from a scholarly family but at the beginning she taught Shen Miao obscure textbooks. Children had a playful heart and after teaching, Shen Miao completely hated reading and writing. Chen Roqiu saw that Shen Miao did not like to study and did not force her. She taught her to pay attention to food and clothing and lived the life of a pampered young lady. Afterwards when she reached the age and went to Guangwenguan, Shen Miao could not keep up with the teacher's knowledge and was even worse than the grade 1 students. Later on, she was at the bottom. In the end, Shen Miao did not like to study and became famous in the Ding capital for being ignorant and stupid. Among the 3D young ladies of the Shen family, Shen Yu was the most famous. She was proficient in the 4 arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Even though Shen Qing was not as outstanding as Shen Yu, she still did a good job. Especially her embroidery skills were good and she was also one of the best in mathematics. As a person who would marry into a family in the future and become the mistress of the family, the better her calculations were, the more she would be able to win the favor of her husband's family. Therefore, Shen Qing was able to obtain a reputation as a capable person. The more outstanding Shen Yu and Shen Qing were, the more Shen Miao appeared to be useless. She was even inferior to Shen Dongling, the daughter of the first branch. In the carriage, Xianxia asked, "Young lady, why not travel with eldest young lady and second young lady?" On normal days, Shen Miao would always ride in the same carriage with Shen Qing and Shen Yu as Shen Miao felt that it gave her courage to have her sisters accompanying her. As for Shen Yu and Shen Qing, it was most likely because they had a stupid younger sister to set them off, so they would naturally be more outstanding. But now, Shen Miao did not even want to feign civility. We don't live under the same roof to begin with, and the paths we take are completely different. How can we be in the same boat? Xianxia stuck out her tongue and did not know why. She couldn't understand what her young lady was saying, but she felt that this was good. Shen Miao's temperament had always been too cowardly and everything was controlled by the second and third household. Now that she had fallen into the water once, it seemed that she had her own ideas. This was how it should be. As the legitimate daughter of the first household, in terms of status, she would be lower than anyone else. How could she be like a maid? In another carriage, Shen Yu lifted the curtain and peeked behind before softly saying, "Eldest sister, fifth younger sister is following behind. She's deliberately throwing a tantrum." Shen Qing coldly snorted. In front of Shen Yu, she had never concealed her contempt for Shen Miao. "Let her be. Anyway, the one who will lose face in the end will not be me," Shen Yu said worriedly, but she had already caught a cold and moreover the matter with His Highness Prince Ding. "Shen Yu?" Shen Qing said, "How can I not know what you are thinking in your heart? Stop pretending to be a good person. If you really care about her, you can go sit in her carriage. There's no need to talk to me." Shen Yu bit her lips and lowered her head and did not speak any more. After the carriage traveled for half an hour, they finally arrived at Guangwentang. The time was still early and the teachers had not started their lessons. Most of the second-level students had arrived and were sitting in the study hall talking. Shen Yu and Shen Qing had just arrived when there were female students warmly greeting them. In Guangwentang, Shen Yu was ranked first among the females. She was born beautiful and had a humble and gentle temperament, so naturally she was sought after by everyone. Even though Shen Qing was not as outstanding as Shen Yu, she was capable and smooth in handling matters, thus the circle of noble females liked her very much. A pink-clad young female said, "Yun Yang, why do I not see Shen Miao today?" Normally Shen Miao would follow beside Shen Yu and Shen Qing like a maid, so it was somewhat strange to not see her today. Afraid that she does not have the face to come. The young female who said this had a charming appearance but her voice was a little loud and her face had a mocking expression, heard that she fell into the water after peeping at His Highness Prince Ding. Is it that she has not recovered from her cold or that she does not have the face to see others? Pei Lan, it is not like that. Shen Yu shook her head. You are just too protective of your younger sister. Ipe Lan said, that kind of stupid person is not like a young lady from your Shin family, yet you still protect her all the time. But she really opened one's eyes. Usually she looks timid and soft, but when she meets His Highness Prince Ding, she is so brave. If one did not know, one would think that she is a young lady from a small family with no upbringing. These words were somewhat heavy. When Shin Qing heard it, she smiled. Fifth younger sister is only temporarily mischievous. I think it is because General Shen and Shin Foreign are not by her side to teach her. Another young female with a fallen horse bun said, due to lack of discipline, naturally she does not even know the etiquette and shame that a young lady should know. Kai Xian's words are not right. Shin Yu softly said, even though eldest Bofu and eldest Bofu are not in the Ding capital, but fifth younger sister was raised by Zumu's side. My mother and second Shin also taught her from time to time and did not neglect discipline. The unspoken meaning was that it was Shin Miao who was born without shame. Sure enough, when Shin Yu's words came out, Ipe Lan said, it is really strange. You are all brought up by the same family. Yun Yang, Qing Yang, you and Shin Miao are worlds apart. This is probably what teacher said, mud cannot hold up a wall. As she spoke, she started giggling. There was already a circle of noble females around and they all started laughing. Even some of the youths could not help but cast sidelong glances. In the next moment, one heard someone shouting, look, Shin Miao is here. Everyone looked towards the door with the mood of watching a good show. One saw a young female slowly walking in from the door, wearing a deep red silk embroidered robe with a dark blue embroidered cloak draped over her head. This kind of color was too mature for a female, especially for Shin Miao who was round and soft. If one was not careful, one would look like a child who stole an elder's clothes. Her footsteps were very slow and the hem of her skirt did not move at all. Even though each step was light, it was very heavy. One did not know why, but one felt a sense of grace and grandeur. Her chin was slightly raised and there were no waves between her brows. That puppy-like eyes had become a bottomless pool and all the power was contained within, as if she was a ferocious beast that had kept its claws and fangs. Her facial features were still pleasing and because of her round and soft appearance, one could not find a trace of stupidity. Because she had not grown up yet, with a dignified bearing, it was unexpectedly not out of place. She was not like a young female but more like those noble Furins in high positions, or perhaps the decisive appearance of a father who was the head of the household. The hall gradually quietened down. What was Shin Miao like? If one were to ask the students in Guangwen school, no matter if it was grade 1, grade 2, or grade 3, they would all know. There was no other reason. She was stupid, cowardly, but she still had to put on a virtuous appearance. Her appearance was not special and her temperament was not outstanding. She had no talent and was also a love-struck fool. Everyone in the Ding capital knew that she was infatuated with Prince Ding. So if one were to say who was the most outstanding female in Guangwen school, it would naturally be Shin Yu. If one were to say who was the most despicable female, it would naturally be Shin Miao. They were both daughters of the Shin family but their image was completely different. Everyone was used to the maidservant Shin Miao beside Shin Yu, and when one day Shin Miao became not like Shin Miao, everyone was not used to it. Ipe Lan pushed Shin Yu. Yun Yang, could it be that your younger sister is confused from her illness? Why is she like a different person today? Shin Yu looked at Shin Miao and her heart was somewhat puzzled. It seemed that after waking up from falling into the water, Shin Miao's temperament had changed a lot. Could it be that the matter with Prince Ding was too big of a blow? Just as she wanted to speak, her good friend Jiang Kaishan opened her mouth. Shin Miao, I heard that you fell into the water. Why? Is your cold better now? These words were said so openly and it was really embarrassing. If it was the usual Shin Miao, she would not know what to do and look at Shin Yu and ask Shin Yu to speak up for her. But today she only glanced at Jiang Kaishan and lightly said, all right. Many thanks for the concern. Jiang Kaishan was surprised and everyone in the school was surprised. Perhaps it was because she did not expect that Shin Miao would be so lukewarm towards herself that Jiang Kaishan felt that Shin Miao's attitude was extremely irksome and immediately said, since your cold is better, the first thing to do is not to apologize to His Highness Prince Ding but to come to the school. Don't you feel that the cart is being put before the horse? Shin Miao took a deep breath. The surrounding students, no matter if they were youths or young ladies, did not have the intention to speak up for her. She was originally a person who did not have any friends. And seeing Xianxia make a fool of herself was probably the only pleasure of these aristocratic children in the school. Sweeping a glance at everyone who had different expressions, and then looking at Qing's gloating eyes, Xianxia was about to speak when she heard Xinyu say, "His Highness Prince Ding is open-minded and would not blame fifth younger sister for such a small matter. For fifth younger sister to come to the academy, it is naturally because she is thirsty for knowledge, and this is a good thing." "What is it?" The youth on the other side could not help but laugh. He had secretly admired Xinyu for a long time and usually looked down on Xianxia. He felt that it was Xinyu's tragedy to have such a younger sister like Xianxia. He said, "Thirsty for knowledge. Xinyu, if you want to help this younger sister, you do not need to use such words. Thirsty for knowledge. For a person who does not even know how to read the first national teacher's text, to say thirsty for knowledge is too ridiculous. Moreover." He looked at Xianxia maliciously and continued, "Who knows if she deliberately fell into the water? Isn't it always like that in the dramas? Falling into the water, the hero rescues the beauty and dedicates his life to the hero. But one must have guessed the ending wrongly." After saying that, he probably felt that it was interesting and laughed out loud. He was the leader of this group of youths, and as soon as he spoke, the surrounding youths also roared with laughter. The noble ladies around Xinyu also felt that it was funny, and for a moment, ridiculing laughter surrounded Xianxia, and the gazes that landed on her were full of malice. Words were the most hurtful weapon, and in the previous lifetime, it was unknown how many times this kind of situation had happened. She was used to being despised, insulted and ridiculed, and was even more unwilling to take the initiative to break these inherent concepts. Finally, Xinyu and Qing were on good terms with these noble sons and daughters, and she was getting further and further away from this circle. She once thought that this was the biggest misfortune, but compared to the tragedies in her previous lifetime, what did these count as? These youths and young ladies were not even as old as her Wanyu and Fu Ming, but because of instigation, they were like water and fire. Should these people really be her enemies? Naturally not. These noble sons and daughters were either rich or noble, and there was no lack of aristocratic families. What kind of ending did these aristocratic families have in the previous lifetime? They were all eliminated by the late emperor and Fu Xiaoyi. For example, the person who was ridiculing her was Xinyu's admirer, the eldest young master of the Kai family, Kai Lin. A few years later, the Kai family was involved in a corruption case and their properties were confiscated, and Kai Lin was also sent to the army. It was a pity that he had admired Xinyu for so many years, but at the end Xinyu could not wait to draw a line with him. She did not have a hostile relationship with these youths, and some of them even stood on the same side. It was just that these aristocratic families were on the opposite side because of the deliberate checks and balances of the emperor. The relationship between them was not close, and there was even some hatred. There was no need to turn allies into enemies. In the previous lifetime when she was an empress, Xianxia had learned a lot of things. One must not make enemies because of a moment of impulse, as it was not worthwhile. "Kai Lin, how can you say that about fifth younger sister?" When everyone had enough laughing, Xinyu suddenly spoke, "Fifth younger sister is not that kind of person." "Kai Lin." Xianxia interrupted Xinyu's words, and her tone was flat without any ups and downs. "Who told you that I fell into the water because I was in love with His Highness Prince Ding?" To say it out loud, it should have made others feel contempt, but when Xianxia said it, she was very calm and her tone was very indifferent, which made everyone surprised for a moment. Kai Lin was the little overlord here, and on normal days when Xianxia saw him, she did not dare to speak much, so when did she use such a questioning tone? Furthermore, there was a hint of a commanding tone in his voice. Kai Lin did not know why, but he did not scold out loud and instead said, "Is it not so? So it is like this." Xianxia said to herself and suddenly smiled as she looked at Xinyu and Qing, "Eldest older sister, second older sister, it is fine if others do not know, but do you also not know? Why did you not defend for your younger sister?" Xinyu and Qing were startled at the same time as they suddenly remembered their mother's exhortations before they left that they must not say anything wrong about Xianxia falling into the water. Qing was after all more concerned about the overall situation than Xinyu and immediately said, "Yes. You all must not speak nonsense. At that time I was with fifth younger sister and I saw it with my own eyes that fifth younger sister accidentally slipped into the water and coincidentally His Highness Prince Ding arrived at that time. It has nothing to do with love. Shen Qing said it with such certainty that even though everyone did not believe it, they were not as serious as before. But they saw Shen Miao opening her mouth to say, one would not speak nonsense if one did not see it with one's own eyes. Guang Wentang not only teach one studies but also one's moral character. Moreover, the words of love are beautiful words, so why was it said in such an unbearable manner? If I, Shen Miao, love a person, I must love with dignity. His Highness Prince Ding is a descendant of the heavens, how can I have such thoughts? Everyone is wrong. In this world, it was very difficult to change one's impression all at once. Moreover, everyone knew that she was infatuated with Fu Xiaoyi, so if she said now that she did not love him, one feared that no one would believe it. But no matter what, one must draw a clear line. Before the words were finished, one heard a voice of admiration, what a good love with dignity. A young man walked in from outside. He looked to be in his early 20s and wore a green robe. His facial features were upright, but his figure was slightly scholarly. He looked like a magnanimous gentleman. He walked in and praised, "You're right. There's dignity in the heart of love, and it's not meant to be a mockery." Even though Guang Wentang teaches homework, one's morals need to be trained diligently. All the students fell silent. Shen Miao stared at the youth. Pei Lang, Guang Wentang's calligraphy teacher, had both ability and integrity and was the only scholar in Guang Wentang who was able to enter the hall to teach even though he was only a scholar. Elementary scholar Pei was gentle and patient. Compared to the other strict teachers, he deserved more respect from the students. Even for someone like Shen Miao who would often drop to the end of the book, Pei Xiao Kai had never scolded her and would patiently explain it over and over again. If that was the case, this person was indeed a good teacher. His character and talent were 1 in a million, but unfortunately, Shen Miao knew of his other identity. He was the advisor that Fu Xiaoyi relied on the most. After Fu Xiaoyi ascended to the throne, he conferred him the title of state tutor. State preceptor Pei Lang was flushed with success. He was only below one person and above tens of thousands. As the imperial preceptor, he had indeed done a good job. Shen Miao thought that Pei Lang was an intelligent and upright person, but at the end when the crown prince was deposed, he did not say anything. Shen Miao and Pei Lang's personal relationship was considered not bad. Initially, the suggestion of Shen Miao going to the Qing country as a hostage was raised by Pei Lang. Pei Lang said, "This is all for the sake of Ming Qi's rivers and mountains. If your ladyship's trip is able to solve His Majesty's urgent needs, in the future the rivers and mountains will be covered by your ladyship's good fortune and everyone in the world will be grateful to your ladyship's kindness." But in fact, when she returned to the palace 5 years later, there was an addition of Mei Foreign in the inner palace, and these subordinates of Pei Lang who used to respect her started to be on guard against her. When the crown prince was deposed, Shen Miao even knelt down and begged Pei Lang because Pei Lang was Fu Xiaoyi's trusted aide. As long as Pei Lang opened his mouth, Fu Xiaoyi would definitely listen to his opinion. However, Pei Lang helped her up and said to her, "Your Highness, this subject is powerless to change what His Majesty has decided." Pei Lang, are you going to watch as the crown prince is deposed? You clearly know that you can't depose the crown prince. She was extremely angry as she questioned him. This is already inevitable. Empress, accept your fate. Pei Lang sighed. Accept your fate. How could people resign themselves to fate? If he were to be reborn and still have to accept his fate, wouldn't that be too lamentable and hateful? Shen Miao stared at the youth in front of her. He was open and aboveboard, he did not help when someone was in danger, he had a gentle temperament, and he was also cold and ruthless. As a subject, everything was for the sake of the empire. Pei Lang was a loyal subject. But as long as he stood on Fu Xiaoyi's side, he was destined to fight with her till death. At this time, Fu Xiaoyi should not have subdued Pei Xiao Kai yet, so should he cut off the possibility of pulling Pei Xiao Kai to his side? It was better to be straightforward. Kill him in the cradle first. Pei Xiao Kai put down the scroll in his hands and was acutely aware that there was a pair of eyes staring at him. He raised his head and met Shen Miao's gaze. Shen Miao's seat was slightly further back, but even so, she still stubbornly and properly looked at him. This kind of feeling was somewhat strange. Pei Xiu Kai felt that this gaze contained a kind of scrutiny and judgment, as if weighing the pros and cons and judging something. Extending a little further, it was a kind of looking down with a kind of fastidious attitude. His actions paused as he wanted to see clearly what Xin Miao's expression was, but he saw the young female pick up the brush on the table and lower her head. Pei Lang smiled in his heart and shook his head. How could a young lady have that kind of condescending expression? As for judging and scrutinizing, that was even more impossible. Xin Miao was the most stupid and timid person in the entire Guangwen. He tidied up his things and started today's lesson. All the second-year students were somewhat drowsy. Calculation lessons were easy to make people feel bored, and no matter how wonderful Pei Xiu Kai's teaching was, they were all 14 or 15-year-old youths, and it was the age where they were jumping around, so how would they be able to listen? In addition, it was a good autumn day and everyone was dozing off. If it was other teachers, they would have started to reprimand them, but Pei Lang was the most gentle person and never punished students. Thus in his class, everyone was the most daring. Other than Shenqing, who was always first in calculation, listening attentively, the rest of the people were bored to death doing their own things. But today Xin Miao was different. She stared at Pei Xiu Kai without blinking and sat upright, as if she was listening very seriously. This was truly inconceivable. Since she hated studying the most, she was even less interested in mathematical calculations. It was already a miracle that she did not fall asleep, but she was actually listening attentively in class. Sitting at the same table with Xin Miao was a beautiful young female wearing a chrysanthemum-embroidered dress. Her expression was somewhat arrogant, and when she saw Xin Miao like this, she could not help but reveal a surprised look and cast sidelong glances at Xin Miao, who was listening attentively in class. How could Xin Miao care so much? In her previous lifetime she was not interested in calculation, but after she became the Empress, the foundation was not stable and the life in the inner palace had to be carefully calculated. As the Empress, she also had to reduce her expenses, and after she personally did it, she felt that calculation was not that difficult. In the inner palace, there were things as big as etiquette expenses and as small as the cups and snacks for the concubines. There were many and complicated accounts, and all of them had been looked through. What were these books counted as? She just wanted to work harder to see clearly what kind of person Pei Xiu Kai was. Only by doing so, she would know what kind of method was more suitable for this person. Her focused expression was already very unusual in the eyes of the young female beside her. After the calculation lesson ended and Pei Xiu Kai left, Xin Miao then retracted her gaze. The young female beside her pushed her and said with a tone of surprise, "Xin Miao, are you possessed?" "Why do you say so?" Xin Miao asked. The young female in front was the daughter of the Guanglu family, Feng and Ning. The Feng family was originally a noble court official in the capital, and Feng and Ning had an arrogant temperament since young. But in her previous life, Master Feng chose the wrong side. After the new emperor ascended the throne and was dismissed, the Feng family could only marry her to a distant cousin in order to protect this daughter. After the Feng family was defeated, Feng and Ning did not have a good ending after marrying. That Biao older brother also had a golden exterior but was rotten inside. Feng and Ning married into the family for less than a year and already had a son, but still scolded her as a burden left behind by the Feng family. Feng and Ning did not have a temper and immediately picked up a scissors and perished together with the mistress. Feng and Ning's everything in her mind in the past. Looking at the arrogant young girl in front of him, how could he have imagined the ending of her decline? When Xin Miao looked at the youths and young females in Guangwen now, it was like she was looking at Fu Ming and Wan Yu's big children, thus it was difficult to feel angry. Other than Shen and Shen up, but they were spoilt. And these pampered youths and young females would experience the cruelty of fate in the next 10 years. Seeing that she did not speak, Feng and Ning was somewhat dissatisfied. "Are you deliberately ignoring me?" "Xin Miao, could it be that you are working so hard today for the academy examinations 1 month later? I heard from your older sister that you want to take advantage of the academy examinations to show off and let Prince Ding others see you." She was after all a child, and after listening to Pei Xiu Kai's words, she did not say that she adored Prince Ding. Academy examinations? Xin Miao raised her eyebrows. The academy examinations of Guangwen was set in the 10th month of every year. The academy examinations was a test for every student in the school, and the especially outstanding students would be able to enter the talent exhibition. The most important thing was that there would be many scholars and ministers watching, and even the princes would be watching at the side. If there were good students, perhaps one would be able to enter an official career. In short, to show one's talents to others, no matter what, it would be a matter of being in the limelight. Thus, during the academy examinations every year, everyone would do their best to get a name. In the second level, Xianxua's talents were the most flourishing, and she would be able to outshine others in the academy examinations every year. Even though Xianxia was not as accomplished as Xianxua in poetry, her calculations were among the best, and she would be able to get a ranking in this category. If one were to say that she did not achieve anything, then the one at the bottom would be Xianxia. She did not know the 4 arts, and she did not know anything about calculations or strategy. Every time she made a fool of herself during the academy examinations, not to mention the talent exhibition, it was difficult to even pass the test. In the previous lifetime, Xianxia was most afraid of the academy examinations every year. It was just that when she saw Xianxua and Xianxia being proud of themselves on stage, her heart was envious. Now looking at it again, she felt that it was just the jealousy between children. She had seen all kinds of battles and really did not put the academy examinations in her eyes. She looked at Feng Ning and said, "Academy examinations? I have never thought of fighting for a ranking. What is there to fight for being at the bottom?" Feng Ning was slightly surprised. She did not think that Xianxia would be so magnanimous as to say the truth. She carefully sized up Xianxia and asked, "Could it be that you were really hurt that your temperament changed so much?" It was as if Xianxia had changed into a different person overnight. She was plain, magnanimous, and had a kind of calmness that was not something that someone of her age should have. Because they were sitting at the same table, this kind of change in temperament was even more obvious. "Yes." Xianxia smiled and did not say anything more. Perhaps it was because the youths of this age would instinctively feel respect or envy towards those who were more mature than them. Xianxia's attitude actually made Feng Ning's attitude towards her better. After the calculations were done, the students went to the garden outside of Guangwentang to rest and play. The girls were playing chess or discussing their newly written poems in the classroom when they heard the sound of a startled horse outside. "What's that sound?" Yi Pei Lan turned her head. "Let's go outside and take a look." Jiang Kaixian suggested and pulled Xianxia up. "Let's go and see what the matter is." Xianxia had no intention to join in the fun, but it was Feng Ning who turned back after taking 2 steps and thought for a moment before grabbing Xianxia's hands. "Let's go and watch together." Xianxia was somewhat surprised. Feng Ning had always looked down on her, not to mention such intimate actions. She was still scratching her head but was already dragged out of the classroom by Feng Ning. Outside, there were already many students gathered at the entrance after hearing the commotion. But when they saw Feng Ning pulling Xianxia over, they cast a surprised look over. Xianxua's eyes flashed slightly, but she did not make a sound. It was Xianxia who snorted coldly when she saw this. Ever since she knew that Xianxia was also in love with Prince Ding, she did not even bother to pretend to be polite on the surface. But that was not what was surprising. Kai Lin had just squeezed out from the crowd when he saw the person outside. He cried out in surprise, "Thank you, young Marquis." "Young Marquis Xie?" Xianxia looked out. Outside the vermilion door of Guangwentang, there was a date-red steed. The horse's fur was smooth, and one look and one could tell that it was a precious horse that was hard to find. The horse proudly kicked its front hooves, and its elegant figure attracted everyone's attention. But after all, it was not as dazzling as the person on the horse. The youth sat on the horse's back and was wearing a black cloud-embroidered robe with a dark purple mink cloak. His right hand was lazily playing with the horsewhip in his hand. He had sharp eyebrows and extremely handsome facial features. The corner of his mouth was slightly hooked up and there was a smile, yet not a smile, in his eyes, but it was very cold. There was a young lady in the crowd who blushed and did not care where they were and boldly folded the handkerchief into a silk flower and threw it towards the youth's arms. Ming Qi had always been open-minded, especially towards the rules of the youths. They were very tolerant. The silk flower fell into the youth's arms and the youth stretched out his hand to take it and his lips hooked up into a smile. The young lady who threw the silk flower immediately touched her chest and her face was flushed red, as if she was infatuated. In the next moment, the youth's mischievous smile disappeared in a flash. The silk flower fluttered and fell to the ground and landed under the red horse's hooves, where it was crushed into a ball. He lazily sat up straight. He was born with a strong sense of aggression, but because of his handsome face, that attractiveness was magnified incisively and vividly. He was born with an existence that one could not move away from. Really a cold and vile person. Ipelon muttered, "It is the little marquis of the Xia family." Xianxia raised her eyebrows. The little marquis of the Xia family, Xia Jingxing. The current aristocratic families of Mingqi were more or less meritorious since the founding of the country when they accompanied the late emperor to conquer the country. After passing through generation after generation, some aristocratic families were only left with the name and were empty inside. Some aristocratic families were more prosperous and had a bright and beautiful life. There were civil officials like the Feng family and also military officials like the Shen family. If one were to say that the Shen family was a military family for several generations, they had honestly led the troops to war and were recognized as honest people. Then the Xia family, even though they had a large military force in their hands, they were all muddle-headed people inside and out. The current emperor was also helpless against the Xia family. Most likely there were a few rebellious bones in the Xia family's bones. The things that they did were all shameful things, for example ignoring the orders from the capital that was thousands of miles away to retreat and insisted on pursuing the victorious attack. At the end, they even glorified it by saying, "When the general is outside, the military orders can be accepted and not accepted." But the heavenly family could not do anything to the Xia family because the Xia family was invincible. The Shen and Xia family had an antagonistic relationship, and there was the deliberate estrangement and provocation by the late emperor to make mutual checks and balances to stabilize the court. Xianxia and Marquis Xia's political views had never been in harmony. Xianxia could not bear to see Xia Ding's radical and treacherous ways on the battlefield and his unorthodox methods. Xia Ding could not bear to see Xianxia reading military books when fighting a war, as he was conservative and inflexible. Other than quarreling in court, the two families did not have any contact, and the late emperor was obviously happy to see this. After Xia Ding's wife passed away, Xia Ding did not marry a stepwife. He only had a concubine, and this concubine gave birth to two sons. In other words, Xia Jingxing had two younger brothers. Perhaps it was because Xia Ding was distressed that his son's mother died early and wanted to make it up to him. He pampered Xia Jingxing since young and finally nurtured Xia Jingxing into a lawless character. But even so, Xia Jingxing was still a wonderful and outstanding person. Other than his stubborn and indifferent nature, he was one of the best in Mingqi in terms of talent, intelligence, appearance, and family background. Otherwise, there would not be so many young ladies secretly admire him. It was such a pity that Xianxia sighed in her heart. Such an outstanding youth had at the end a tragic ending of having his heart pierced by thousands of arrows and being skinned and air-dried. Perhaps the pity in her eyes was too obvious that youth suddenly looked over, and his eyes that were as deep as the stars slightly flashed as he looked at her with an unclear meaning. Xianxia lowered her head and put on an embarrassed look. Xia Jingxing died at the age of 26. The Fu family wanted to punish the Xia family, and the imperial family of Mingqi became more muddle-headed and incompetent. Instead of thinking about how to develop the country's strength, he was thinking about self-preservation. The hairpin family was a threat. Just like what Fu Xiui said, the Shen family was an honest person and the Xia family did not listen to commands, so naturally they were the thorn in the late emperor's eyes. Coincidentally, the Xiongnu invaded and the Xia family led the troops into battle. Xia Ding led the troops into battle. General Xia, who had been unbridled on the battlefield for his entire life, was finally annihilated. Xia Jingxing waited for his father's return at the end of the year in the capital, but in the end, he waited for a coffin. Xia Ding's death was not the end. When he was buried, the commoners of the Ding capital voluntarily sent Xia Ding off and the entire country was in mourning. This was a great taboo for the royal family. Thus not long after, he appointed the young Xia Jingxing to represent his father. This was not Xia Jingxing's first time on the battlefield, and like the Xia family, the talent he displayed on the battlefield was enough to make the enemy tremble with fear. But knowing that there was something fishy about Xia Ding's death, the imperial family's edict almost pushed Xia Jingxing to a dead end. Xie Jingxing still accepted the imperial edict and went to the battlefield, but he was defeated. That day, he was exposed to the enemy's target and ended up with thousands of arrows piercing his heart. Not only that, for some unknown reason, the corpse was taken away. The Xiongnu skinned it and dried it before hanging it on the city wall to serve as a warning to others. The tragic ending was staged once again and the entire Mingqi was in mourning. Both father and son died on the battlefield. The common people could only see the ferocity of the Xiongnu and the bravery of the general, but they could not see the turbulent undercurrents of the conspiracy. At that time, the late emperor had already passed away and Fu Xiui ascended to the throne to take over the affairs of the court. He felt sorry for the Xia family's misfortune and conferred posthumous titles to the Xia father and son. The father and son of the Xia family, who had been conferred titles, had already passed away. Instead, the imperial court's consolation had benefited that concubine and her 2 sons born of concubines. Shen Miao still remembered Xianxia's pained expression when he learned of Xie Jingxing's death. He had thought that when the Shen and Xia families were like fire and water, his father would not be sad when the Xia family was in trouble. Thinking about it now, Xianxia was afraid that at that time, the fox grieved for the rabbit's death. The balance had been broken. Once the Xia family fell, the Shen family would follow. It was laughable that at that time she still wholeheartedly wanted to stir the Shen family into the muddy waters of the fight for the heir apparent. Shen Miao did not have any feelings towards the Xia family, but at the beginning she sighed for this youth's fate. This kind of brilliant and talented young man should have left a thick and colorful stroke in the Mingqi's rivers and mountains, but who knew that he would leave in such a way? Moreover, he clearly knew that the imperial edict was a summon of death, yet he still went. Perhaps it was to preserve the dignity of the Xia family, to prove that the Xia family had never lost their pride. But knowing that he could not do it, one could see that Xie Jingxing had an extraordinary character under his mischievous appearance. He was also a very righteous and brave person. As Shen Miao was thinking like this, she saw Kai Lin squeezing out from the crowd and handed a small cloth bag to Xie Jingxing and respectfully said, "Little Marquis, this is the only copy of the medical book that you instructed me to find." For a little tyrant to be so respectful towards others, it really made people's jaws drop. But thinking about it, was it not so? Compared to Kai Lin, Xie Jingxing was a big tyrant in the Ding capital. The Xie family was the tyrant among the tyrants. Thinking about it this way, one felt that Kai Lin's attitude towards Xie Jingxing was understandable. Feng Yanning quietly whispered to Shen Miao, "How do you think little Marquis is compared to His Highness Prince Ding?" Shen Miao choked for a moment. She was not used to Feng Yanning suddenly being so close to her. She said seriously, "Little Marquis Xie is better." From her point of view, how could a black-hearted villain like Fu Xiaoyi be compared with a youth like Xie Jingxing? In the beginning, when Wan Yu and Fu Ming were reading the official history of Mingqi, when they read about the Xie family, they secretly told her that they felt that Xie Jingxing was a good man of indomitable spirit and it was a pity that he died. A youth that even one's own children praised was definitely a good one. Feng Yanning was somewhat surprised and said after a long while, "It seems that you are really sad." Shen Miao was too lazy to explain to her. She saw Xie Jingxing, who was on the horse, took the bundle and tied it to the saddle. He glanced at Kai Lin and did not say anything before confidently whipping his whip and left. The billowing dust that the horse stirred up was unable to cover the charm of the youth on the horse. It was as if the rising sun in the sky was naturally dazzling. Kai Lin was somewhat disappointed and the surrounding young females could not hide their disappointment. Most likely they were hoping that Xie Jingxing could stay longer. What was strange was that Xie Jingxing was the only one who was famous among the young females, yet the youths were not jealous of him. Perhaps it was because his style of doing things was different from others and it was really enviable. Shen Miao covered up the deep thoughts in her eyes. If the Xie family was toppled, the Shen family would also usher in a monstrous disaster. Since the two families had a relationship of interdependence, could it be eased a little? If that person from the Tian family wanted to take action, perhaps they would have to consider if they had the ability, save the Xie family and save Xie Jingxing. As long as it was like this, it would increase the Shen family's bargaining chips. The Shen family was honest and kind while the Xie family was domineering. The imperial family would first deal with the Xie family and perhaps she could make a deal with the Xie family. Xie Jingxing rode all the way and finally reined in his horse in front of a tavern. He got off the horse and walked into the innermost part of the tavern. In the side room, a white-clad gentleman with delicate features smiled when he saw him, third younger brother. Take it. Xie Jingxing threw the bag in his hands over. Do not look for me for such matters in the future. If it was not because Gao Yang had asked him to find the only book on medical skills, he would not have gone to look for Kai Lin and would not be like a fool in Guangwentang for people to watch. Thinking of that silk flower, he felt some disgust as he patted his clothes. Gao Yang knew that this junior brother of his had always been misophobic, so he smiled slightly and joked, "With your temperament, you should move around more. Those students' age are similar to you, so you should learn to be lively like them." He paused and a mischievous smile floated on his face. Perhaps there are cute young ladies. You are just at the right age. What is the matter with being alone all day? Xie Jingxing was already used to his senior brother's serious appearance but boring character. He turned his head slightly impatiently, but his mind was thinking about the pair of eyes that he just saw. The eyes that were as clear as a cub contained deep sorrow and helplessness. That kind of expression made him startled for a moment before the owner of that pair of eyes lowered her head as if she was shy. But what kind of person was Xie Jingxing? When he was young, he had followed his father to travel extensively and fought in wars and killed people, thus he had developed a pair of fiery golden eyes. That girl most likely wanted to pretend to be in love with him, but unfortunately she did not know that her own pair of eyes were as deep as a pool of stagnant water without a single ripple. It was really interesting. When Xin Miao left the academy and returned to the Shen residence, it was already late. Xin Yu and Xin Qing still did not go with her, and Xin Miao was too lazy to bother with them. Old Shen Foren had already rested, so she went back to the western courtyard. Just as she reached the western courtyard, she heard a warm voice, "Young lady has finally returned." This old servant heard that young lady fell into the water and was very worried. "Now that young lady is well, the stone in my heart is finally put down." Turning her head, she saw a middle-aged woman walking over. This woman was about 40 over years of age and was slightly plump, had a slightly dark complexion and was wearing a green-colored jacket. Even though the style was ordinary, the material was not bad. There was a heavy silver bracelet on her wrist and her eyes were full of smiles. "Guamomo." Xin Miao lightly replied. That woman did not seem to feel that there was anything wrong with her and kept on saying, "This old servant wanted to come over earlier but ran or had not recovered and kept tossing and turning." There was really no other way and could only throw Ranner to his mother and return to the residence first. Only after seeing that young lady as well, would one be at ease. These words were said to be tactful, as Shen Miao was more important than her own grandson in her heart. If it was in the past, Shen Miao would be greatly moved after hearing these words and then say some comforting words and give some money to Gue Momo to let her return to treat her grandson. But in another lifetime, looking at this woman in front of her, Shen Miao almost wanted to laugh at herself in her heart. How could she be so blind to think that such a person was a loyal servant? Not long after Shen Foren gave birth to Shen Miao, Shen Xian brought the order to go to war. Shen Miao was still young and could not travel, so Shen Foren could only bear the pain and leave her in the Shen residence. Old Shen Foren hired a wet nurse for her, and that was the current Gue Momo. Gue Momo was born in a farmer's residence, and at the beginning Shen Foren saw that she was diligent and honest. Afterwards, seeing that Gue Momo was able to nurse Shen Miao well, she was assured to stay by Shen Miao's side as an etiquette instructor. But in this world, people would change. The western courtyard in the Shen residence was sparsely populated, and the ones in charge were the two households of the eastern courtyard and old Shen Foren. Gue Momo initially honestly took care of Shen Miao, but the more time passed, the clearer the situation was, and without hesitation, she sought refuge with old Shen Foren in the eastern courtyard. Gue Momo had a flattering character, and initially when she was determined to marry Fu Xiaoyi, Gue Momo also fanned the flames. But the most hateful thing was that when old Shen Foren brought her distant niece to seek refuge in the Shen family, that niece's innocence was taken by eldest brother, Shen Xiao, and insisted on eldest brother's responsibility. At the end she became her sister-in-law and made eldest brother's inner courtyard into a foul atmosphere. Gue Momo was the witness that the niece was humiliated by Shen Xiao. Now that he thought about it, it was really a lame show. Once unfaithful, 100 times unfaithful. Moreover, for a person like Guemomo who had been disloyal for 100 times, she naturally had to clean her up properly. It was better to kill a dog that ran out like this than to keep it. Guemomo waited for a long time and did not hear any reward from Xianxia, thus the loving expression that she maintained on her face became stiff for a moment. She could not help but raise her head to look at Xianxia but saw Xianxia looking at her indifferently without any special emotions. Her heart thumped and she did not know why, but there was a feeling of guilt. In the next moment, she heard Xianxia's indifferent reply, "Oh. Then it is really hard on Momo." Fu lightly snorted and looked at Guemomo with some ridicule. She had always looked down on Guemomo's kind of flattering and vile appearance, as she relied on her position as young lady's wet nurse to act like a tyrant in the western courtyard. Unfortunately, her own young lady was previously coaxed by Guemomo and listened to a lot of Guemomo's slanderous words, causing the original servants in the western courtyard to lose heart. Now it was good. After young lady woke up from falling into the water, it seemed that she had seen a lot of things clearly. Now that she had such a lukewarm attitude towards Guemomo, it made Guyu's heart greatly comforted. Guemomo smiled embarrassedly. She also could not figure out why Xianxia treated her so coldly today. Thinking that it could be that Xianxia was in a bad mood because of falling into the water, she smiled and advised, "This old servant will advise young lady not to be too sad and protect one's body. Young lady is like a flower and His Highness Prince Ding's heart would definitely like you. There will be a day." She had always said pleasing words and usually picked the words that Xianxia liked to say to gain Xianxia's favor. But when these words came out today, Xianxia's expression changed. "Is Momo trying to tarnish my innocence by saying such words?" Xianxia coldly said, "Even though father and mother are not in the general's residence, I am still the young lady of the general's residence and also the mistress of the western courtyard. Normal families would want to know of my innocence. For Momo to say such words, is it not to deliberately trap me in water and fire?" Guemomo was surprised for a moment and subconsciously said, "How can young lady say such words? This old servant is doing it for your own good. So to say that it is my fault?" Xianxia sneered, "That is also good. Why not ask old foreign about it? Nowadays the innocence of the daughters of the general's residence is like cabbages? Even cabbages are only worth a few copper coins." "Guemomo, you said it in such a grandiose manner that I cannot help but ask if I am too lacking in etiquette." Perhaps she did not expect that Xianxia would suddenly change the momentum. Even if she was in a bad mood, she should not take it out on herself. Guemomo was used to being domineering in the western courtyard and usually Xianxia was manipulated by her very well. But today she was humiliated in front of Guyu and Xianxia, so she was somewhat angry in her heart and could not help but say, "Young lady's words are really disrespectful to this old servant. This old servant has followed by young lady's side for more than 10 years. How can young lady think that this old servant is deliberately harming others? Presumptuous." Xianxia said loudly, "Young lady is the mistress." "Guemomo, how dare you speak to young lady like this?" Guemomo was shocked and was also annoyed at herself for being agitated just now. But words that were said were like water that was spilled, and there were many servants surrounding them to watch the show. She only thought that Xianxia was a young lady that was easily coaxed and quickly softened her voice, "Young lady, this old servant is really distressed for young lady." This old servant had followed young lady for so many years and had long treated young lady as my own child. Just now it was this old servant's words that were wrong. Young lady must not be angry and be careful not to harm your health. Treated her as her own child? Xianxia sneered in her heart. She felt that Guemomo was a wonderful person. Normally she would receive a lot of money from her, but she treated the eastern courtyard as the proper mistress. At the end she caused her eldest brother to suffer such a big loss. If it was in her previous lifetime, she would have long sent out an imperial decree to be beaten to death and thrown out if she met such a wicked servant in the inner palace. But now, since Guemomo sincerely wanted to rely on the eastern courtyard, then how about borrowing her hands to let the eastern courtyard suffer a loss? She raised her eyebrows and said in a light tone, "Since Guemomo knows her mistake, then the fine is only 3 months' salary." Guemomo's expression stiffened and Xianxia's lips raised. What should Guemomo do without money? Naturally it was to go to the eastern courtyard to express her loyalty. A cold wind blew in the night. As it got closer to late autumn, the weather became colder and colder. The Ding capital was also located in the northern lands, so it was strangely cold. Under the light of the lamp, the girl was holding a book in her hand, leaning on the couch as she slowly flipped through it. She didn't even realize that the tea beside her had gone cold. She just watched in a daze. Bai Lu stared blankly at her young lady. It was as if in one night, this young lady had become not the same as before. Just like now, quietly reading a book. Not to mention that Xianxia in the past hated to read books, but now looking at it, if one did not know that it was her own young lady, Bai Lu would have thought that she was looking at a noble foreign. How could a young lady have such an imposing manner? Bai Lu did not understand as she stood there in a daze. Until Xianxia came over and pushed her and softly reprimanded, "Why are you standing there foolishly for?" He walked over and draped the cloak over Xianxia before advising warmly, "Young lady, it is not early anymore and one still need to go to Guangwentang tomorrow. It is better to rest early." Xianxia shook her head. "Go and rest first. I'll watch for a while more." How could there be the logic of the maids resting first when the mistress did not sleep? Xianxia was helpless and wanted to continue persuading but was pulled by Guyu who was changing Xianxia's tea. After changing the tea, she pulled Bai Lu and Xianxia to the outer room. "What is the matter, Guyu?" Bai Lu did not understand. "Young lady's body has just recovered, why did you not advise her?" "Why did I not persuade?" "Guyu had a headache, it is just that how would young lady listen to my words now?" "You've been reading all day. I guess it's teacher's homework." "Miss, you've made up your mind to read it. What can I do?" She glanced worriedly at the inner room. In the past, when she was a coward, she always needed someone to make decisions for her. Now, he was no longer a coward, but he was the one who made the decision, and no one dared to object. Serving in close proximity, Guyu could feel that every time Xianxia gave an order, no one dared to refuse. Even though he spoke in such an indifferent tone, he exuded a majestic aura. It seemed that even Master's anger was not this scary. Guyu sighed. In the room, Xianxia was still reading. She looked at it seriously, not missing a single detail. If one looked carefully, one would discover that she was holding the official history of Mingqi in her hands. Since the founding of the country till now, all the major events that happened in Mingqi, how would she know what would happen in the next few decades and was prepared to find some ways to prevent the tragedy from happening? Before that, she had to find the source of the current situation of these families. The emperor's order to eradicate these aristocratic families was nearing. Xianxia remembered clearly that if there were no accidents, there would be a catastrophe next month. The enemy of an enemy is a friend. If these aristocratic families arrived, it would soon be the Xin family's turn. Before Xianxia returned, the Xin residence could only be supported by her alone and she also had to guard against those jackals and wolves in the eastern courtyard. Xianxia's expectations were not wrong. That night, Gue Momo entered Rongjingtang. She came over to deliver the local specialties that she brought back to the manor but was having a chat with Zhang Mama, who was by old Shenforan's side. Her words were all about Xianxia's increasingly rebellious actions and how she would vent her anger at every turn. How would Zhang Mama not know her thoughts? After a few words that were neither salty nor light, Gue Momo let Zhang Mama put in a few good words in front of old Shenforan before leaving. Just as she walked out of Rongjingtang's courtyard, she saw Renwan Yun's maid, Xiang Lan, walking over and smiled when she saw her. "Gue Momo, I was just about to look for you." "Oh." Gue Momo narrowed her eyes and when she saw Xiang Lan, she also smiled. "What matter is young lady Xiang Lan looking for me for?" "Nothing much." Xiang Lan came over and pulled Gue Momo's arm. "It is that our foreign heard that you know of a place that sells lipstick and the lipstick is especially good, so she wanted to ask you where is the place that sells lipstick." These words were obviously an excuse. At that time Renwan Yun wanted to look for Gue Momo to talk about some private matters. Gue Momo was well aware of it and followed along with Xiang Lan. "What is this matter?" "Since Foreign wants to hear, I will tell Foreign about that place." Speaking of that lipstick, many young ladies and furins of official families love to use it. When Xiang Lan and Xiang Lan reached Kaiyun Yuan, the maids outside had already been sent away. Renwan Yun was sitting on the couch. Second Shin Master was still socializing outside and had not returned, so she was casually doing needlework at the side. Most likely he was embroidering a pouch, but she was eating a plate of grapes at the side while she was embroidering. This was a rare item, as in this weather, one would not be able to find grapes in the Ding capital. Only second Shen master had the ability to ask for a basket of grapes and gave it to the females in his courtyard to eat. Momo secretly spat in her heart. Even though on the surface it looked like the second household of the Shen family did not treat the first household badly, but the food that Shen Miao used looked fresh on the surface, but it was like those upstart things that could not be seen in public. Speaking about the food, Shen Miao did not have the treatment of grapes. She was still thinking in her heart when Ren Wanyan finally put down the needlework in her hands and spoke, Momo. Momo quickly recovered to her senses and responded, Foreign, this old servant is here. Ren Wanyan was already a 40-year-old person, and even though she maintained herself well, there were still some fine lines at the corner of her eyes. She was just sitting there wearing the best tailored clothes, and every move she made was the style of a foreign of the household. Even when she was smiling, there was a dignified look. She said, Heard that you have returned. Now that little Five's health is better, you need to take good care of her. Momo laughed in her heart, who did not know that the eastern courtyard could not wait for the western courtyard to be unlucky. How would Ren Wanyan be so kind-hearted and was only trying to deceive others? Sure enough, one could only hear Ren Wanyan speaking again. These days little Five's mood was not very good after falling into the water. Eldest brother and eldest Saw are not around, so no matter what I do as an aunt, it would be wrong. Even if one wanted to hear any news, one would have to come and hear it from you. This meant that Momo wanted to tell Ren Wanyan about Shen Miao's every move. Momo quickly said, It is fifth young lady's fortune that Foreign has the heart to care for fifth young lady. But from this old servant's view, this time fifth young lady fell into the water because she was angry. These few days her temperament had changed a lot and even treated this old servant estranged. Not to say about other things, just today this old servant was fined 3 months' salary without any rhyme or reason. She said with a bitter face, when this old servant heard that fifth young lady fell into the water, one was so anxious that one did not even care about one's little grandson who was still sick. Who knew that fifth young lady would reprimand this old servant's heart did not feel good. Ren Wanyan was somewhat impatient to hear the hidden meaning of this old woman's words and said, Little Five, after all it was because of a mental illness. Then Momo, from what you see, has little Five's attitude towards His Highness Prince Ding changed? This was the question she wanted to ask the most. Momo's eyes turned and said, Fifth young lady seemed to want to draw a clear line with His Highness Prince Ding and did not allow this old servant to mention it today. But this old servant had brought fifth young lady for so many years and was clear of her temperament. Fifth young lady was exceptionally persistent on the matter of His Highness Prince Ding and would not give up so easily. These words were most likely said by young lady in a moment of anger and cannot be taken seriously. Just as her voice fell, a trace of ruthlessness appeared on Ren Wanyan's face. After Momo left, Shen Qing walked out from behind the screen. She climbed to Ren Wanyan's side and snuggled up to her mother. Her tone was filled with unconcealable anger. Mother, Shen Miao is not willing to give up His Highness Prince Ding. What should I do? In the 3 households of the Shen family, the first household had the highest official position. If Shen Miao begged Shen Xian to bestow a marriage, it was very possible. But she also loved Prince Ding, and if Shen Miao succeeded, what would she count as? His Highness Prince Ding was such a handsome person, how could he be occupied by Shen Miao, that stupid and ignorant person? Every time she thought about it, Shen Qing would be 100 times unwilling. Do not worry. In this Shen residence, no one can be bigger than you. Ren Wanyan said, Shen Miao is stupid and there is nothing to fear. Mother naturally has ways to prevent her from marrying His Highness Prince Ding, but it is you. She sighed, there is no harm in looking at the people in Qiao Shui Yuan seriously. Do you think that second girl is a good person? You have such thoughts, but it is not possible that second girl does not have such thoughts. Shen Yu? Shen Qing frowned, she also loves His Highness Prince Ding? How is it possible? Shen Qing said, moreover if she really likes His Highness Prince Ding, third Shu cannot be compared to eldest Shu and cannot speak. It seems that no matter how one looks, there is nothing to fear. You. Ren Wanyan rebuked Shen Qing's forehead, how can I be assured? Your third Shen is a powerful person. At that time your third Shu. Seemingly realizing that these words should not be said in front of the child, Ren Wanyan suddenly shut her mouth. She only said, in short, "Fifth girl, do not take it to heart. Mother naturally has a way." "Thanking mother," Shenqing said sweetly. Both mother and daughter laughed together. In Qiushui Yuan, Jinro Qiu was sitting at the table writing. She was a female from a scholarly family and had unlimited talent. Even though she was already a wife, she still liked to write and read books. Jinro Qiu stood behind her in a yellow satin long dress. Her figure was delicate and slender, just like a little Jinro Qiu. "Mother, why did you say that to Guimomo just now?" After a long time, she could not help but ask. Guimomo came over once but unexpectedly. Not only did Jinro Qiu not let Guimomo stop Shen Miao from falling in love with His Highness Prince Ding, but let Guimomo persuade Shen Miao that His Highness Prince Ding was a good choice. "Isn't this making her make up her mind to marry His Highness Prince Ding?" Shen Yu somewhat complained. Jinro Qiu put down the brush in her hands and sighed softly. She pulled Shen Yu's hand to sit in front of the couch and said warmly, Didn't mother tell you before that no matter what you do, especially in this inner courtyard, one must take a roundabout way to do it. In this way, no matter what happens in the future, no one will be able to control you." Shen Yu shook her head. "Mother, I do not understand." Jinro Qiu smiled. Her daughter was gentle, talented, and not stupid, but she was still too young. Perhaps it was because Third Master Shen loved her too much that she did not know the dangers in the inner courtyard. When she was in the minister's mansion, she had a bunch of elder sisters, concubines, and concubines. None of them were easy to deal with. So after she got married, she held Third Master Shen firmly in the palm of her hands. It was just that she was unable to give birth to a son, and that was the most regretful thing. No matter how much Third Master Shen loved her, without a son, there would be no leverage. Sooner or later, Third Master Shen would make his concubines cut off the broth of no offspring. At that time, what kind of scene would it be? So this daughter, she had to educate her well. What do you think of Shen Wu?" she asked softly. Shen Yu thought about it and replied, "Not good at writing, chess, calligraphy and painting, timid and stupid and not good with words." If it was not for eldest Bo's name, one feared that no one would give her any face. Even a Shu daughter would seem to have a better bearing than her. If someone were to hear it, they would be shocked. These words that belittled Shen Miao to be worthless actually came from the mouth of this gentle Tang older sister. One had to know that Shen Miao's best friend was Shen Yu. Perhaps it was like this in the past. Jinro Qiu shook her head, "But after falling into the water, I see that Shen Wu has changed a lot." "Why does mother say so?" Shen Yu was puzzled. Jinro Qiu also did not know why she had such a feeling. Perhaps it could be said that a little girl had suffered a blow and spoke in a fit of pique, but Jinro Qiu had seen a lot of people and compared to her own astute second saw, she could see people more clearly. Shen Miao had become smarter. Her conversation with old foreign and Rong Jingtang and the way she behaved were completely different from before. Could it be that Prince Ding's matter had given her such a blow, or was there an expert by her side to guide her? No matter what, one must not take it lightly. Perhaps she had suffered a blow from Prince Ding. But mother had told you before that intelligent females do not deal with females but deal with males. Jinro Qiu's voice was soft as if she was singing, "Since you also like His Highness Prince Ding, why put all your eyes on Shen Miao? No matter how powerful your eldest Bo is, there is no such thing as a man in the world that would love a stupid and ignorant female. His Highness Prince Ding is a noble prince, and if he were to marry such an unbearable female, wouldn't he be the joke of the world?" But Shen Yu was somewhat wronged. Listen to mother's words. Not only do you not alienate Shen Wu because of this, you must also be friends with her like before. You must be more diligent and let everyone see your talent and beauty. The more outstanding you are, the more stupid she would appear. Jinro Qiu smiled as if she was gossiping, but the words that she said were sharp. "I let Guimomo persuade her to continue to love Prince Ding. For such a stupid female to fall in love with him, it would show that she is a joke that does not know about herself. His Highness Prince Ding would only hate her more." "Like this?" Shen Yu seemed to understand a little. Jinro Qiu touched her head. "You are a smart child and should understand mother's meaning. So to persuade her to continue to love Prince Ding and make a fool of herself in front of Prince Ding. Only in this way would His Highness Prince Ding notice the more outstanding you. Even if the entire world wants His Highness Prince Ding to marry Shen Wu, if you are able to let the person in His Highness Prince Ding's heart be you, then you will win. Mother. To say it out loud like that, Shen Yu shyly buried her head in Chen Roqiu's embrace. I understand. Chen Roqiu smiled. In the beginning, there were many obstructions in her marriage with Third Master Shen. At that time Third Master Shen was considered a young talent and many matchmakers came to discuss the marriage. Why did he choose her? It was only because there was a chance encounter in the temple and she happened to be wearing a white brocade dress playing the zither under a tree and was heard by Third Master Shen. Third Master Shen was shocked by her and when he returned, he insisted on marrying her as his wife. Third Master Shen loved listening to the zither and his favorite color was white. Look, so many females were fighting and she was the final winner. It was only because she knew from the beginning that she was dealing with a man. So what if there were 3D daughters of the Shen family? Only her Yuer could deal with His Highness Prince Ding. No matter what the Eastern Courtyard did, Shen Miao still began to deliberately alienate the second and third household. She also no longer stuck to Shen Yu and Shen Qing like before. Initially everyone in the Shen residence thought that she was just throwing a tantrum because of the incident of falling into the water, but when Shen Miao started to have her own ideas, everyone felt that something was not right. Gui Momo as usual advised Shen Miao not to be angry with the Eastern Courtyard and would occasionally beat around the bush to say that Prince Ding was an unparalleled man in Mingqi. But Shen Miao seemed to have steeled her heart and every time Gui Momo mentioned this person, she would harshly reprimand her, giving Gui Momo a headache. But the Western Courtyard was filled with people from the second and third household and there would always be some unruly servants. Gu Yu and the rest thought that since Shen Miao's temperament had changed, she would tidy up the inner courtyard, but who knew that Shen Miao did not even bother about it. Shen Miao naturally had her own plans. These days she went to Guangwentang more and more diligently. Even though everyone still looked at her as if she was at the bottom, she was not annoyed. And only did her own things every day. The more magnanimous she was, the more boring people felt and they actually had some peaceful days. Early in the morning, after the CI class ended, Shen Miao felt that her chest was somewhat stuffy and casually walked around the garden of Guangwentang. Even though Guangwentang was a school, the area it occupied was rather vast. Because there were 3 grades of Country 1, Country 2, and Country 3, Shen Miao was in Country 2 at her age but unknowingly walked to Country 1. Coincidentally she saw a child sitting on the steps wiping his tears. This child looked to be around 8 or 9 years old and was fair and plump. Perhaps it was because his body was a little bloated that he looked like a fat ball. He was wearing a dark blue silver-colored gown, small cloth boots and a round collar around his neck. He was like a doll that walked out of a New Year painting. Shen Miao was slightly startled before walking over and softly said, "Why are you crying?" That child did not expect that someone would suddenly come and was so shocked that he fell down the steps with a plop. He did not cry but sat up and stared blankly at Shen Miao. He was fair and plump with a pair of bright and piercing eyes. There was a small knot on his head and there were still tear stains on his face, making him look charmingly naive. Shen Miao could not help but laugh out loud. The child called out "Big sister" in a childish voice. Shen Miao's heart was about to melt because of this child. In her past lifetime, she gave birth to Wan Yu and Fu Ming, but before Wan Yu and Fu Ming were 5 years old, she was a hostage in the Qing country. By the time they returned, the 2 children had already learned to obediently call her Mother Empress. Shen Miao herself did not know what her 2 children were like before they were 5 years old. Although the child in front of her was 8 or 9 years old, he looked like he did not know much about the world, which made her think of Wan Yu and Fu Ming. Shen Miao slightly squatted down and touched his head. "Why are you crying?" Mister asked me a question. If I couldn't answer, he would hit my palm. The child stretched out his hand, revealing his red palm. He said with grievance, "It really hurt a lot." Shen Miao wanted to tease her and asked, "What questions did teacher test you with?" "Teacher wants me to write 'The fox grieves for the rabbit,' but I can't," the child said with a sad face. If one was at the age of the 1st grade, it would indeed be somewhat unreasonable if one could not even recite the words. Not to mention Shen Miao herself, when Fu Ming was this child's age, he had already started to learn how to deal with the political affairs of the court. Even though it was only a pretense, he could more or less cope with it. Even though the youths of the imperial family matured early, the children who came to Guangwentang to study were also the children of nobles and should not be enlightened so late. That child felt that he did not complain enough and continued to whine. If father knew about it when I return, he would definitely scold me harshly. What meaning is there for me to live? It would be better to just bang my head and die. Xianxia was shocked by the child's sorrowful tone and felt both angry and funny at the same time. Thinking which family this living treasure came from, she did not know from where he learned such dramatic words. She asked, "Which family's child are you from?" That child looked at Xianxia. Xianxia was currently only 14 years old, and in addition to her childlike appearance, she did not seem to be much older than this child. But one did not know why she had an indescribable temperament, as if she had seen great storms and waves, which could calm one's heart. Even this child could not help but quieten down when he heard that and said out his origins word by word. I am the second young master of the Count of Pingnan's family in the capital, Suming Lang. My father is the Count of Pingnan, Su Yu, and my eldest brother is the heir of the Count of Pingnan, Suming Feng. It was like pouring beans out of a bamboo tube. He clearly stated out his background. Xianxia was surprised for a moment. Su family? Count of Pingnan. No matter if it was in the past lifetime or this lifetime, the Su family and the Shen family did not have any relation. This was because they had conflicting political views in the court. The relationship between the Su family and the Xia family was not bad. The Count of Pingnan, Su Yu, and the Marquis of Linan, Xia Ding were very good brothers, and Su Ming Feng and Xia Jingxing were friends since young. How good was their relationship? At the beginning, when Su Ming Feng died, only Xia Jingxing dared to collect his corpse. Yes, Su Ming Feng died. Or it could be said that the entire Su family perished. The late emperor found out the evidence of the Su family's embezzlement and private sale of soldiers and horses. Once the matter of soldiers and horses was involved, naturally there was no leeway. The imperial edict was so sudden and swift that there was not even a trial, and the family was directly executed on the spot. In broad daylight, the entire Su family's blood flowed from the east to the west of the Ding capital. When Xia Jingxing knew of the news, it was already too late, and there was not a single survivor in the Su family. None of the people who were on good terms in the past came forward, and it was Xia Jingxing who personally went to collect the corpse of the Su family's master. After that, Xia Ding went to the late emperor to ask for forgiveness and requested to be buried on account of the Su family's meritorious services for Ming Qi. The late emperor allowed it, and the Su family's funeral matters were handled by the Xia family. Xianxia remembered very clearly that when Xianxia came back at the end of the year and knew of the matter, he sighed. The Su family's demise was 2 months later. Very quickly, this ignorant child in front of her also died under that cold imperial edict. Her expression suddenly became a little cold, and there was a hint of sternness in her eyes. The child could not help but shrink back a little. When Xianxia looked at the child again, her tone was as gentle as before. Su Ming Feng? Is it that heir of the Su family who recently made great meritorious services and managed the military horses very well? Yes. The child raised his head and replied, Father said that His Majesty would definitely bestow eldest brother a scholarly title this time. Xianxia smiled. She bent down slightly and got closer to the child and softly said, Did you not say that if your father knew that you are unable to answer teacher's question, he would punish you? I have a way to make him not punish you. What is it? The child blinked his eyes. You must promise me that you will not let him know that it was I who told you, then I will say it. All right. The child thought for a long while and nodded. The Su family was a large family that was in charge of military horses. As long as it was a high-ranking official that was in charge of weapons, provisions, military horses, and so on, they always seemed to be a cut above the others. The status of the Su family's military horses was outstanding. Since the founding of Ming Qi, all of them were obedient. It was the same for the Count of Pinnan, Su Yu. In his opinion, the Su family was full of flowers, and it would definitely last for a long time. Perhaps all loyal officials would think that as long as they were loyal, the royal family would not mistreat them. However, since ancient times, accompanying a ruler was like accompanying a tiger. Who could say for sure what was going on in this world? Su Yu was over 40 years old, and his wife could be considered to be in love. Although he had a few concubines, they all gave birth to daughters. He only had 2 sons of his first wife, so he was always particularly strict with his sons. The eldest son, Su Mingfeng, had entered officialdom at a young age and was still in charge of the military horses like him. In this half a year, he was even more outstanding than Su Yu. Some time ago, Su Mingfeng discussed with the veterinarians in the Imperial Hospital to reform some regulations on the military horses, and the number of horses that died due to the horse plague was reduced by half. This was a great merit. Next month, after the statistics of the military horses were done, Su Mingfeng would definitely be rewarded. The reward was secondary. The main thing was the glory it represented. Su Yu had already passed the age of 40, and now that Su Mingfeng was at the right age, it was time for the son to take over his father's business and expand Su Mingfeng's fame. If Su Mingfeng was more outstanding, perhaps he would become the next crown prince's confidant. Su Yu was naturally happy that his eldest son was so outstanding, but his youngest son gave him a headache. Most likely it was because the youngest son, Su Minglang, was obtained when his foreign was quite old, and foreign doted on him so much that he developed a spoiled temperament. Not only was he as outstanding as his eldest son, but he was also lagging behind his peers. Originally Su Minglang was not the eldest son and naturally did not need to inherit the position of the heir, thus it did not matter if he was a little stupid. However, Su Yu had a stubborn personality. How could he tolerate anything bad happening to his son? Thus every time he came back from Guangwentang to do a homework test, his youngest son would receive the scolding and foreign would protect him. It was really somewhat chaotic. On this day, Su Yu was discussing matters with Su Mingfeng in the study. The father and son had endless topics to talk about regarding the military horses. Old Master Su was delighted. He had given birth to such an outstanding son, so what was there to be dissatisfied about? As they spoke, they talked about Su Mingfeng's reward that would be coming next month. In my opinion, His Majesty will definitely confer an official title this time. Let's not talk about the jewels for now. Father only hopes that your career will be more stable. Now that the Xiongnu were getting restless, they needed to pay more attention to their military strength. Mingfeng, as long as you are valued by His Majesty, our Su family will only go further in the future. Your younger brother is still young. The Su family still needs you to take up the mantle. Su Mingfeng nodded his head. He was in his youth, and there was an air of righteousness between his brows. However, he couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride in his eyes. This was the most promising period for a young man. What's more, it was his father's affirmation. Even though he had always been calm and steady when it came to official matters, he was elated at this moment. Both father and son were in a good mood when they heard a servant call from outside the door, "Master, second young master is back." It was the time when second young master Su Minglang was leaving school. Every day after school, Su Minglang would be called to Master Su's study to test his homework. Today was no exception. Master Su had a headache as he held his forehead. Looking at his outstanding eldest son and then looking at his second son who was as stupid as a piglet, it was somewhat comical. Su Minglang would come to the study every day, and in the end, he would make Su Yu so angry that he would be flipped upside down. It was the same today. Su Minglang slowly entered the study and his lips curled up before calling out, "Father, eldest brother." He was like a round ball, so silly that it was cute. Su Mingfeng smiled as he touched his younger brother's head. "Minglang, is it good in the academy today?" Su Minglang pursed his lips and did not speak. Every time he did this, it meant that it was not good. Not good at all. He was reprimanded by teacher. Master Su put on a straight face and said to Su Minglang, "Stretch out your palm." Su Minglang shrank a little and stretched out his hand aggrievedly. One could see that there were a few red marks on his white and tender palm. If it was not the marks of being hit by a board, then what was it? Master Su had an expression of having expected it, but it was Su Mingfeng who was somewhat distressed for his younger brother and asked, "Why did this teacher hit so heavily?" "He is just a child." "It is because you all pamper him all day long that he is spoilt." Master Su flew into a rage when he heard it and said angrily, "What went wrong today?" Little Su Minglang paused for a moment before saying bashfully, "Teacher asked me to silently grieve for the death of a rabbit, but I am unable to do it. What do you want me to say about you?" Master Su's face was pained. "You can't even silently say the word. Look at those young masters of your age, which one is like you?" When your eldest brother was your age, he had already started to learn how to ride the military horse. My Su family's face is almost thrown away by you. Su Mingfeng wanted to persuade but heard his second younger brother sobbing. Even though I am unable to silently say the words fox grieve for the death of a rabbit, I am able to silently say cook the hound after the cunning rabbit is killed. Speaking of which, there are still 2 more words. Since it is the same meaning, isn't it the same as cooking the hound after the cunning rabbit is killed? Nonsense. Master Su simply did not know what to say. Su Mingfeng smiled and said, second younger brother, these 2 words do not have the same meaning? Then what is the meaning? Su Minglang looked up and asked. Fox grieve for the death of a rabbit means that when the rabbit dies, the fox feels that it has the same fate and feels sad. But the meaning of cooking the hound after the cunning rabbit is killed is that when the rabbit dies, the hound that was used to hunt had no value and was also cooked. This means that once there is no use value and cannot be used for benefits, then those tools can be discarded. Cooking the hound after the cunning rabbit is killed is somewhat similar to burning the bridge after crossing the river. Su Mingfeng was a good older brother and patiently answered his younger brother's question. It was Su Minglang who shook his head and still had a puzzled look on his face. Since it is something that would happen after the rabbit dies, then it should not be exactly the same. After all, the rabbit is dead. Just as Su Mingfeng was about to explain, he saw his father's expression suddenly paused and softly repeated, the rabbit is dead? Yes. Su Minglang spread out his palms and his chubby face still had an innocent and stubborn expression. After all, the rabbit is dead. Doesn't this mean that as long as the rabbit dies, the fox and the dog would be out of luck? Since everyone would be out of luck, then the meaning of these words is the same. Naturally, it was a rule that the hound would be cooked after the cunning rabbit was killed. The reason why a fable was a fable, there must be a big truth in life. When the rabbit died, the fox was smarter than the dog and could see its own ending. But who was the hound? What was the ending of the dog that helped its master to hunt the rabbit? Suyu's expression gradually sank. At the beginning of October, a major event happened. In the Ding capital, the heir of the Count of Pingnan's family, eldest young master Su Mingfeng, suddenly contracted a serious illness and needed to recuperate at home. The Count of Pingnan doted on his beloved son and together with his foreign, stayed at home to take care of eldest young master Su. The matters at the military horse farm were temporarily put aside and His Majesty bestowed some things to express his condolences and let a new person to take over the matters. The commoners in the Ding capital all sighed because of this. That eldest young master Su was a young talent and had made great contributions not long after he entered the official career. Seeing that he was about to have a meteoric rise and that his future was limitless, he suddenly contracted a serious illness. Indeed, the heavens were jealous of heroic talents. If this dragged on for 3 to 5 years, one feared that when he turned back, there would be no place for him to stand in court. The commoners saw it this way, but the colleagues in court were not sure. Some intelligent people said, "How is this illness? This is clearly avoiding calamity." Originally one thought that this Su family was like adding oil to a raging fire and was about to invite fire onto oneself. One did not think that one would be able to see the situation clearly and take drastic measures. When these matters reached Shin Miao's ears, she was standing in the courtyard trimming the branches and leaves of the begonia flowers. These few days in Guangwentang, because of eldest young master Su's matter, everyone had new topics to talk about and did not pay much attention to her. It was rare for her to be free for a few days. "Now young lady like these flowers and grasses." Guyu smiled, "These begonia flowers grow really well." The crimson petals of the begonia flower showed a bit of lively color in the chilly autumn day. When she was the Empress, she learned to manage the life of the inner palace, helped Fu Xiuyi to win over the powerful ministers, went to Qing country as a hostage, and fought with Mei Foreign. Most of the time, she lived in power and politics, so how could she have the mood to cut flowers and relax like now? "Do you know why the begonia flowers bloom so brightly?" she asked. Even though Guyu did not understand why her young lady would ask such a question, she still smiled and replied, "These are the seeds that the stewards brought back from outside." One heard that it is a very precious seed and Foreign had also praised that this kind of begonia flowers look especially good in autumn. Shin Miao gently shook her head. How could it be this reason? Just like the gloomy and bitter cold place in the cold palace, even the outside of the cold palace was filled with flowers, but under those flowers, there were piles of bones. The most beautiful things in the world have the coldest reasons. Now that the Su family understood this, what would they do? She smiled. In the residence of Count Pingnan, young Master Su's courtyard was tightly guarded. Other than his personal servants and relatives, no one else could enter. One could only smell the heavy scent of medicine inside. Master Su had closed the door and refused to see any guests, refusing to see any outsiders. As a good friend of the Su clan's young Marquis Xia, he naturally had to pay a visit. The Xia clan's horse carriage was parked outside the Su residence. The servant was struggling to move the medicinal ingredients down from the top. The herbs were all packed in boxes, which was enough to show the care that the young Xia Marquis had for his good friend. In the study, Su Mingfeng was dressed in a green robe. Other than his figure being somewhat thin, his expression was as spirited as usual. Where was there any trace of a serious illness? Across from him, the youth in embroidered clothes frowned and asked loudly, avoiding disaster? Not bad. Su Mingfeng looked at his good friend and sighed, now you have also seen that the Su family's momentum is getting better and better. The Su family had been going on for several generations, and from the matter of the military horses, it really should not be promoted. But not only did His Majesty not suppress them, he even flattered the Su family. You also performed a meritorious deed. Xie Jingxing reminded. Father and I were quite proud of our meritorious service, but we forgot about the hidden danger behind it. If the merit was too great, it would be a disaster. I'm sure you understand what I'm saying. It's just that the Su family was originally in the middle of it, and it was inevitable that they were blinded by a single leaf. Now that the light has cleared, they have no choice but to rein in the horse at the edge of the cliff. It's really dangerous. This is also good. Xie Jingxing nodded his head, but you will have to stay at home for a few years. I only hope that the Su family is safe and sound. Su Mingfeng said, let's not talk about me. How about talking about you? The Su family and the Xia family are bound together, and the Su family has already decided to rein in the horse before the cliff, your Xia family. She didn't finish her sentence. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. What can he do to me if I do not enter officialdom? There is only one Marquis of Linen in the Xia family, so he would have to take into account the public's opinion. Xie Jingxing and Su Mingfeng were different. For the sake of the Su family, Su Yu sent his son into the official career early. But Xie Jingxing did not enter the officialdom and only held an idle position. There were a few times when he went to war with Xie Ding and still held the title of a biological son. Even if the imperial family wanted to suppress the Xia family, they would not suppress a family that did not even have a son to take over. You have such deep foresight. Su Mingfeng could not help but laugh. I am not guarding against him. Xie Jingxing said lazily. He was indeed not guarding against the imperial family, but to go against his father. But. He frowned and suddenly changed the topic. Why did you suddenly think of this matter? Originally I had reminded you several times but you did not put it in your eyes. Su Mingfeng lowered his head in shame. Originally it was just a moment of pride and was proud of it, so how would one think so much? This time it is all thanks to my second younger brother. Your second younger brother? Xie Jingxing was originally lazily leaning against the chair, but when he heard it, he sat up straight and a strange look flashed in his eyes. That glutinous rice dumpling? It was not a strange thing that Su Minglang was a stupid dumpling, so how could he still remind the Su family about these things? Could it be that Su Minglang had taken the wrong medicine? Su Mingfeng explained the ins and outs of the matter, and at the end, he then said, if it was not for second younger brother's mistake, perhaps it would lead to a big disaster? Mistake? Xie Jingxing softly said to himself. Just at this moment, he heard a tender voice, eldest brother, mother, let me send you some snacks. Su Minglang was carrying a plate of flour-like flaky pastries as he walked in with his short legs. He was round and plump like a glutinous rice ball, and there were a lot of pastry crumbs on the corner of his mouth. It was obvious that he had secretly eaten a lot on the way over. These days, because of his inadvertent reminder, the Su family changed their strategy. Even Master Su, who was most dissatisfied with him, for the first time ever felt that his son was of great use, intelligent and agile, and great wisdom looks foolish. Su Foran kept on making delicious food for him, and in just a few days, Su Minglang had gained a lot of weight. He saw that Xie Jingxing was still around and could not help but lower his voice by a few degrees. He did not know why, but he was somewhat afraid of his older brother's handsome good friend. Su Minglang placed the snacks on the table and threw a sentence, "Eldest brother, I am leaving." He turned around and was about to run, but he did not want to be grabbed by his collar. Turning back to look, that youth was dressed in brocade clothes as he gently crouched down and touched his head. That pair of peach blossom eyes were smiling and lively, but his eyes were incomparably cold. He asked, "Who taught you to say that?" Su Minglang's eyes widened. "When the cunning rabbit is dead, the hound is cooked." Xie Jingxing smiled evilly. The days always passed very quickly. As the weather got colder, the students of Guangwentang started to prepare for the academy examinations at the end of the month. Boys wanted to enter officialdom, while girls wanted to show off their talents, which would add a lot of value to their marriage in the future. Or perhaps, they wanted to catch the eye of a family of equal status. This was what the children of noble families had to do. Even a pampered female like Feng and Ning also started to work hard these days. There was no need to talk about Xinqing and Xinyu, especially Xinyu, who spent all day in the east courtyard playing the zither and reciting poems, hoping to be in the limelight again. Xinyu and Xinqing were already 15 years old, and according to the rules, it was time for them to look at each other. The females of Mingqi would be married at around 16 and could be engaged at 15. The reason why Xinqing and Xinyu were hesitant was because their eyes were too high and they did not look up to those who were ordinary, but those who were too high did not know what was good for them. In the end, these two households all turned their eyes towards Prince Ding at the same time. Among the late king's 9 sons, only the 9th, Prince Ding, was not engaged and was only in his early 20s, so it was time for him to get married. However, due to various reasons, the position of the imperial concubine was still undecided. Like a piece of delicious cake, Prince Ding would personally be the examiner in the academy examinations. That was why many of the females were so energetic, hoping to gain a good impression in front of Prince Ding, wishing that Prince Ding would fall in love with them at first sight. Shen Miao did not have such thoughts. Even if she had another life, she would still be a woman who was not exposed to the moon. She did not know how to recite poetry, nor did she know how to play the zither or dance. After all, he couldn't stand on the stage and talk about the important matters of the court. What's more, she did not want to have any relationship with Prince Ding. In the previous lifetime, Prince Ding used her Shen family, harmed her children and slaughtered her entire family. This debt must be settled sooner or later. Since it was a blood feud, how could they be husband and wife? Feng and Ning asked her, "Why are you not reading? Seeing that it is almost the end of the month, if you were to drop your tail again, wouldn't it make others laugh their teeth off?" Originally, after Shen Miao fell into the water once, she was much calmer. She thought that Shen Miao was suddenly enlightened, but now it seemed that it was the same as before. He was still that stupid and ignorant student. Shen Miao said, "Since one would not understand, why waste time?" Yi Pei Lan, who heard this, laughed out loud and mocked, "Mud can't help a wall, that's all." Xinyu was talking to Xinqing and pretended not to hear what was said here and did not help to resolve the situation. These days Shen Miao did not fawn on them like before, and they were displeased in their hearts. He could not wait to see Shen Miao make a fool of herself. Shen Miao did not seem to hear Yi Pei Lan's words and got up, "I will go for a walk in the garden." After she left, Yi Pei Lan curled her lips, "You ran away because you had nothing to say, you really are as timid as a mouse. Have you said enough?" Feng and Ning frowned, "Have you done well in your studies?" She had some prestige in the No. 2 high school and was pampered by her family. Yi Pei Lan also didn't want to become enemies with her, so she didn't say anything again. Shen Miao came to the garden and walked slowly. Guangwentang was also a place of elegance. The garden was lush with bamboo, ponds, and rockery, making it look very cute. When one walked in, one could smell the fragrance of the forest, making one feel relaxed and happy. She only wanted to be alone for a while. The No. 2 students were after all young and energetic children, and she was already a mother in her past lifetime. When she was an empress, most of the time other than facing the greetings of various concubines, she would stay in her own Phoenix Palace Hall. She was used to being cold and empty, so she was too lazy to deal with a group of children, no matter if it was ridicule or ridicule. In the end, she did not put them in her eyes. As she walked, she saw a snow-white glutinous rice dumpling in front of her. The little dumpling was wearing an ivory satin robe and was standing under the bamboo. The clothes should be very beautiful, but because of the round figure, it was squeezed out of shape. And the head was still tied up, looking somewhat comical and ridiculous. "Su Ming Lang," she softly said. When that dumpling heard it, he hurriedly turned his head over. Looking at Shen Miao, there was a flash of surprise in his eyes. It seemed that he wanted to pounce over, but he hesitantly stood still and did not speak as he looked at Shen Miao. This child really looked like a 4 or 5-year-old baby. Shen Miao had some headaches. Could it be that he treated her as his mother? Su Ming Lang looked at Shen Miao and pursed his lips, as if he wanted to say something but did not say anything. Following that, his eyes turned red and he softly said, "Sorry." Shen Miao was slightly surprised and saw that the corner of the dumpling's mouth flattened, and he was so aggrieved that he was about to cry. In the next second, a lazy voice sounded. "So it is you. So it is you." A handsome youth walked out from the bamboo forest. He was also wearing an ivory white embroidered robe with silver thread. Compared to that white dumpling, he was really elegant and slender. He stopped in front of Shen Miao and looked down at her with a probing gaze. This youth was extremely tall and Shen Miao could barely reach his chest. As if he was looking at a child, his lips habitually curled up into a mischievous smile, but because of his handsome face, it did not make one feel disgusted. If it was an ordinary young female, one's heartbeat would have accelerated and their face would have turned red. However, Shen Miao was after all not a real budding beauty. She swept a glance at the other party and did not speak. That youth's lips hooked up into a smile, and one did not know when an exquisite dagger appeared in his hand. He pointed the end of the scabbard at himself and used the hilt to lift Shen Miao's chin, forcing her to look up. Shen Miao had no choice but to look at the other party. The youth was about 18 or 19 years old but had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. His eyes seemed to be like autumn water and his smile was very moving. However, the depths of his eyes made one feel cold. That was a pair of sharp eyes that could almost see into one's heart. Such a person, no matter how frivolous he looked on the outside, one feared that his heart was like a piece of ice that was hard to penetrate. She took a deep breath and took a step back, letting the hilt of the dagger leave her chin. She gently said, "Little Marquis Xia." Xie Jingxing smiled and said in an unclear tone, "You know me?" "There is no one in the capital who does not know of little Marquis Xia's name," Shen Miao lightly said. There seemed to be some sarcasm in these words, but when she said it, it was surprisingly serious and one could not tell the tone. "I do not know you." Xie Jingxing swept a glance at her and then at the trembling dumpling on the ground. "It is you who let Su Ming Lang pass a message to the Su family." "Pass a message?" Shen Miao looked at him and suddenly smiled. "It is just teaching him a way to not be reprimanded by father and to divert his attention." "Why is there a need to pass a message?" "Little Marquis is thinking too much." "Thinking too much?" The youth ruminated on these words and suddenly leaned forward, almost forcing Shen Miao to the huge tree trunk behind her. His expression was ambiguous but his tone was very clear. "If I did not think too much, I would have been deceived by you." Shen Miao frowned. Even though Ming Qi was not too strict with the relationship between men and women, but for an unmarried man and woman to do such actions in broad daylight, it was indeed a breach of etiquette. Especially outside Guangwentang, there were many noble juniors. She did not mind her reputation being ruined, but was afraid that Xianxia would be shamed because of her. In her previous life, because of her, the Shen family was destroyed. Only then did she clearly see the good intentions of her parents. In this life, she will protect the family. How can she allow others to say anything bad about the Shen family? Moreover, it was all because of her. Thinking of this, Shen Miao said somewhat impatiently, "Little Marquis Xia, what exactly do you want to do by making a punitive expedition?" Xie Jingxing looked at the young girl in front of him. He had always been extremely sensitive to everything. Some things, just from the surface, he could see the undercurrents. This was all honed after living for more than 10 years. He had killed people on the battlefield, the treacherous fights under the surface of the Ding capital, and the hidden schemes in the inner courtyard. He looked arrogant, but it was not all luck that allowed him to grow so big. There were so many noble juniors in Ming Qi, and there were many who were not in the world due to various reasons. He would never treat anything lightly. Su Minglang's one sentence, Su Mingfeng would not think of anything else, and Master Su also felt that it was his son's unintentional reminder. From his point of view, it was not so. The timing was so coincidental, and there were too few real coincidences in the world. Many of the coincidences on the surface were all man-made. He could conclude that someone was instigating Su Minglang to say these words, but he did not know what the purpose was. He planned to meet this person for a while. However, when he really saw this person, it made him endlessly surprised. Xie Jingxing originally thought that to be able to say such meaningful words and be from Guangwentang, it would be the son of a pillar of the court, or a youth who was about to enter the official career. Perhaps it was to rope in the Su family, or perhaps it was to loosen the reins only to grasp better. However, when he saw this person, he almost thought that it was Su Minglang who was up to no good. It was until that young female called out to Su Minglang that he was sure that it was him. The young female in front of him was not tall, and only reached his chest. Her face was not considered moving, and at most could be considered cute. She looked to be only 11 or 12 years old, with a double ring bun, a round face, round eyes, and small lips. Standing there, she was like a lost deer in the jungle. But she still stood straight and dignified, and spoke every word slowly, as if she was a matron that was taught in the palace. Could it be that she wanted to be an empress? If he did not see it with his own eyes, Xie Jingxing would have choked on his own saliva. Looking up and down, left and right, it was just a silly little girl. Until he spoke a few words with her. Her face was childish but her tone was calm. There was not a trace of panic on her face, but instead there was some impatience. This was the first time for little Xianxia. When other females saw him approaching like this, they would be so shy that their ears would turn red, but her face was dull and very boring. Most likely it was because she was too young and did not understand anything. But why did she understand the words of the Su family? One of his hands was placed on the tree trunk behind Shen Miao, and from the outside, it was as if he was going to encircle Shen Miao in his embrace. Xie Jingxing lowered his head and leaned very close to Shen Miao. "You are not afraid of me. Little Marquis is not a monster that eats people, so what is there to be afraid of?" Shen Miao lightly said, "If there is nothing else, I will return to the academy first." Finishing, she was about to leave. "Stop." Xie Jingxing raised his hand and Shen Miao's hair brushed past his palm, making it itchy as if ants were crawling over. He withdrew his hand and retreated a few steps back to lean against the tree. His hands were folded across his chest, and he returned to that cynical look. "What is your purpose in reminding the Su family?" His words were as sharp as his eyes, and did not conceal the fierceness in it. It directly rushed forward, but it contained infinite depth. Shen Miao sighed slightly in her heart. Xie Jingxing was smarter than she imagined. With just one sentence from Su Minglang, he was able to find this place. Finding this place, he was able to ask for the purpose. In her previous life, it was said that he had a deep mind, but now it seemed that he was a person with a clear mind. When dealing with intelligent people, how could one hide one's true intentions? Unfortunately, she never wanted to hide it. "Nothing else, just to protect myself." Finishing this sentence, she bowed slightly to Xie Jingxing and did not care about anything else as she turned around and left. These 6 words Xie Jingxing would understand. Behind her, the youth's lips hooked up as he played with the dagger in his hands. "Su Minglang, what is her name?" The residence of the Marquis of Linan in the Ding capital was indeed magnificent. The late Marquis Madame was the late Emperor's most beloved Princess Xuqing. Originally, after becoming the prince consort, the military power of the Marquis of Linan should be taken back. Unable to withstand Princess Xuqing's coquettish act, the late Emperor actually let her do as she pleased. It was enough to show Princess Xuqing's position in the late Emperor's heart. Princess Xuqing was an outstanding beauty and her temperament was also the most gentle. After marrying into the residence of the Marquis of Linan, she was pampered by the Marquis of Linan. Unfortunately, the Marquis of Linan still took in a concubine, which was the current Madame Feng. If one were to say that Princess Xuqing was born to be a lady from a wealthy family and was good at dancing and dancing, this Madame Feng was like a pretty jade from a humble family. It was Madame Feng's father who had done a favor for the Marquis of Linan, and afterwards when Madame Feng's family was defeated, Madame Feng's father used the favor to threaten and finally let the Marquis of Linan marry Madame Feng as a concubine. A good concubine was different from an ordinary concubine. She could not be beaten or killed at will. In addition, Madame Feng was really humble and did not have any jealous behavior, thus the Marquis of Linan did not take it to heart. Most likely the sons of the noble families were used to seeing 3 wives and 4 concubines, and it was rare to see someone like the Marquis of Linan who only took in 1 concubine. The Marquis of Linan did not feel anything wrong. It was a pity that the way men and women looked at things, especially when it came to concubines, were poles apart. The Marquis of Linan felt that it was not a big deal to take in a concubine, as a concubine was only a plaything. The person in his heart was still Princess Xiuqing, but Princess Xiuqing was different. Princess Xiuqing grew up under the doting of the late emperor, and after marrying into the Marquis residence, she lived a pampered life. Her husband only had her as his official wife, so she was used to such a life. Who knew that a concubine would suddenly appear, and at that time Princess Xiuqing had just given birth to Xianxia and was hit by this matter even before her confinement. Madame Feng came over to pay her respects to Princess Xiuqing every day. Her dressing was very proper. It was fine if she didn't come, but when she came, Princess Xiuqing felt extremely vexed. If Princess Xiuqing was an ordinary princess, she could casually find a way to secretly trip up Madame Feng, and it would not be impossible to get Madame Feng to leave. But Princess Xiuqing had always been protected extremely well and had always been an innocent and unaffected person, so how would she use those underhanded methods? It was the Princess Dowry Nanny who thought of a way to secretly find a reason to drive Madame Feng out without telling the princess. Who knew that he did not succeed and was even discovered by the Marquis of Linan. Even though the Marquis of Linan was usually unruly in his actions, he had an open and candid temperament and could not bear to see females playing tricks, thus he immediately reprimanded Princess Xiuqing. Ever since Princess Xiuqing married the Marquis of Linan, it was the first time she quarreled with the Marquis of Linan. She was someone who could not tolerate grievances, so she did not speak about the Momo's matter and only went tit for tat with the Marquis of Linan. Finally the Marquis of Linan was so angry that he brushed his sleeves and left. She originally thought that the Marquis of Linan would come to see her in a few days, but who knew that a month had passed and the Marquis of Linan was only resting at Madame Feng's side. One must not be sad during a female's confinement period, so Princess Xiuqing vomited and became seriously ill. The Marquis of Linan still loved his wife deeply and wanted to come over to visit Princess Xiuqing, but unfortunately received the imperial edict that night and did not even greet Princess Xiuqing before leaving. Not long after the Marquis of Linan left, Madame Feng found out that she was pregnant. As the Xianxia, when the Marquis of Linan was not around, Princess Xiuqing could not set Madame Feng up and even had to protect the child in Madame Feng's womb. Otherwise, if something were to happen, one feared that the rumors in the Ding capital would be that she took advantage of her husband's absence to murder a concubine. In the long run, she was mentally and physically exhausted and Princess Xiuqing's body gradually became wasted and was about to die. When the Momo saw this, her heart was anxious, but Princess Xiuqing did not allow the Momo to report back to the imperial family. She got up and wrote a letter to the Marquis of Linan, asking him to come back and see her. She waited and waited, but in the end the Marquis of Linan did not come back. Princess Xiuqing died. 3 days after the burial, the Marquis of Linan returned in triumph and was unable to see his beloved wife's corpse and was extremely mournful. Unfortunately, the beauty was gone and only a pile of yellow soil was left. At that time the late emperor was furious and demoted the official position of the Marquis of Linan. It was until the new emperor took office and took pity on his talent and reinstated the Marquis of Linan. Unfortunately, there was no more beautiful and talented couple story. The Marquis of Linan did not marry a second wife and there was only Madame Feng in the residence of the Marquis of Linan. Madame Feng was still the same as before for decades. The Marquis of Linan was slightly concerned about the children she gave birth to but still put all his energy on the son, Xianxia. But Xianxia did not appreciate it. Ever since he gradually became sensible, he had been estranged from the Marquis of Linan. The love and hate entanglement between Princess Xiuqing and the Marquis of Linan was known by almost every household in the Ding capital. If one wanted to know, one would be able to know. The Marquis of Linan felt guilty towards his son and always tried his best to satisfy him. But Xianxia seemed to like to go against his father and always made his father so angry that he had a headache. But no matter what, he had inherited Princess Xiuqing's beauty and talent. Other than his mischievous temperament, he was a wonderful and outstanding young man and naturally was the dream person of the noble daughters of Mingqi. It was the same today. Xie Jingxing walked into his study in big strides. His courtyard was the courtyard that Princess Xiuqing stayed in when she was recuperating. It was far away from the main courtyard and was more secluded. Xie Ding also wanted him to move to a place near the main courtyard but was rejected by Xie Jingxing. The reason was that he really did not want to see certain people. His attitude towards the Marquis residence had always been cold. The servant by his side pushed open the door and came in with a snow-white porcelain bowl sprinkled with flowers. Madame Feng had cooked this crystal lotus porridge. She said that it was cooked for a few hours for master to warm up. He did not like his subordinates to call him young master or heir apparent and only called him master. It seemed that this way he could separate himself from the Marquis residence. Xie Jingxing glanced at that bowl. The porridge was cooked until it was sparkling and the color of the soup was bright and viscous. It had been cooked for a number of hours and was emitting a fragrance that made one's appetite rise. He coldly said, "Pour it out." The manservant was used to it and said yes, then retreated. Just as he retreated, a person appeared behind the door and lowered his head slightly before speaking in a low voice, "Master, have investigated clearly. It is the third young lady of the first household in the general residence, Xianxian's daughter, Xin Miao." Xianxian? Xie Jingxing frowned. Xianxian and Xie Ding had not been on good terms for many years and the Xin residence and the Marquis of Linan residence did not see eye to eye with each other. Moreover, the checks and balances of military power involved a lot of interests. Moreover, the Marquis of Linan residence and the Su family were good friends, so for the Xin family to remind the Su family, perhaps it was to remind the Xie family. But for people who were on opposing sides to suddenly remind them, what was the meaning of it? Moreover, Xin Miao was just a young lady, what would she know? It was thought that the Xin family deliberately wanted her to remind them. Xianxian was currently far away in the northwestern region, could it be the second or third household? Xingui and Xinwan were extremely ambitious people and now that there was a storm in the court, one feared that they wanted to fish in troubled waters. The Shen and Xia families are clearly separated and for the Shen family's girl to suddenly show goodwill, it was obvious that she did not have good intentions. He raised his eyebrows and his tone was as cold as iron, "Continue to investigate. No matter what kind of storm arose in the Ding capital, or the undercurrent surging, it would always look peaceful on the outside." The annual chrysanthemum banquet was approaching and because Guangwen Tang's academy examinations were not too far away from the chrysanthemum banquet, it was simply placed together this year. Unlike the previous years, the academy examination had become a grand banquet for the noble families in public. Early in the morning, old Shen Foren sent the eldest maid, Xi'er, to the western courtyard, saying that she had invited a tailor for the clothes for the chrysanthemum banquet and invited Xin Miao to pick. Xin Miao nodded her head in agreement. In the past academy examinations, Xin Miao would wear casually because she would only be a laggard and would attract ridicule if she wore conspicuously. Now that the academy examinations and the chrysanthemum banquet were together, it would be inexcusable if there were no clothes made. At the chrysanthemum banquet, the Furens of all the officials would be present and most of them were here to see their daughter-in-law. Thus as long as there were females, they would dress up beautifully and hope that they would dress up more and more beautifully. Even though old Shen Foren did not like the first household, she still had to put on a face. Moreover, old Shen Foren was a person who only cared about her own interests. If one could use Xin Miao to exchange for a marriage with assistance, it would not be impossible to sell her. Bai Lu appeared to be somewhat happy as she accompanied Xin Miao to Rongjing Tang and said, "One did not expect that the chrysanthemum banquet would arrive so quickly. Does not young lady like the chrysanthemum banquet the most? At that time, one would be able to admire the flowers." Xin Miao liked the chrysanthemum banquet but it was not because of admiring the flowers. But in such banquets, she would always be the one who was faintly discernible. Of course, there were Xingyu and Xinqing who added fuel to the fire, but she had a stupid and dull temperament and often did not dress up properly, and would only be laughed at behind her back without knowing it. The reason why she liked the chrysanthemum banquet was because of Fu Xiuyi. 1 year ago at the chrysanthemum banquet, Fu Xiuyi was also present. That day, she was ridiculed and isolated again. The chrysanthemum garden was filled with beautiful purples and bright reds, and everyone was looking for the reddest and brightest ones. She walked to the corner and saw a pot of white chrysanthemums from afar. Things like white chrysanthemums were probably only used for funerals, so they were naturally not pleasing to the eye. Moreover, this chrysanthemum had bloomed quite miserably. Some of the petals had withered. It was unknown whether it was because of the rain or the wind. It was all alone in the corner, and no one noticed it. Most likely it was because they were in the same boat. Xianxia felt that she was exactly the same as that chrysanthemum. He was all alone, a pitiful little thing that no one was looking at. Just as he was sighing in his heart, he saw a man in luxurious clothes walk up to the chrysanthemum. He reached out his hand to pick up the flower branch and gently stroked the petals. Someone beside him asked, "Ninth brother, this flower is so miserable. What's so nice about it?" The well-dressed man smiled. "I pity that it's weak and helpless." How pitiful. It was this sentence of pity that it was weak and helpless that made Xianxia have a good impression of this man. When the man turned around, she was even more mesmerized by his handsome appearance. Afterwards Xianxia got to know from the mouths of the womenfolk that it was the current emperor's ninth prince, Prince Ding, Fu Xiuyi. Perhaps there was no reason to admire a person when one was young. Fu Xiuyi's words were clearly talking about chrysanthemums, but she felt that she could empathize with him. She thought that if she married such a gentle person, he would definitely cherish her like how he cherished a lonely flower. Unfortunately, she was still wrong in the end. Fu Xiuyi pitied the delicate flower, pitied the world and pitied Mei Furan, but never pitied her. Everything that she had done, in his view, was based on the responsibility of a wife. Those days where they treated each other respectfully was nothing more than a play that Fu Xiuyi put on with her while enduring his disgust. He also did not pity that chrysanthemum and just casually mentioned it, but she took it seriously. "Young lady?" Unknowingly she was lost in thought and did not realize that she was already at the entrance of Rongjingtang. Bai Lu quickly called out to remind, and Xianxia then followed Xier in. Xin Yuanbo was not present today, and old Xin Foran was wearing a green and white embroidered long robe. She was already in her 70s years of age but was still wearing such a fresh green color which made her face look like a female ghost. But she herself was not aware of it. Xinyu and Xinqing were standing beside their respective mothers. The second household had 2 Shu daughters, but Ren Wanyan was too overbearing, and in this kind of banquet, the Shu daughters were not allowed to go out and steal the limelight. As for the third household, other than Chen Roqiu, this official wife, Shenwan only had a Tongfang, not to mention any Shu sons and Shu daughters. Thus in this way, only the D daughters of each household were able to get the invitation to attend the flower banquet. Xin Miao greeted old Xin Foran, and Ren Wanyan looked at Xin Miao and smiled. "Little Five is here. Quickly come and pick the cloth. Later Lin Yang will measure for you all." Xin Qing giggled, "Second younger sister, and I have already picked and are waiting for you to pick." It was obvious that Xier came late, but it seemed like it was her fault, leaving everyone to stay in Rongjingtang. Xin Miao was too lazy to argue with her and walked to the soft couch that was spread out with the cloth. Lin Yang was a 30-plus-year-old middle-aged woman, and the new clothes of the entire Shen residence were all bought from her family's shop. When she was young, she had learned some embroidery skills from the female officials in the palace, and the clothes she made were also very beautiful. There were 5 or 6 pieces of cloth spread out in front of her, and 1 piece of begonia color and 1 piece of smoky pink color had already been picked out by the side and were taken away. Needless to say, it must be Xinqing and Xinyu. The scene of the previous lifetime was still vivid in her mind. That day at the chrysanthemum banquet, Xinqing wore a begonia-colored dress with scattered flowers and looked very warm and generous, making her look more delicate than a flower. And Xinyu wore a bright pink embroidered white pear blossom satin thin dress, making her look even more delicate and pure. And she wore a light yellow dress with the golden necklace and jewelry that old Xin Foran gave her, making her look like a joke that she was not aware of. And that light yellow cloth was picked under the instigation of the daemon and older sister. Xinyu smiled and said, "Fifth younger sister's skin is fair, why not pick that light yellow dress? Moreover, it can also make one look lively and cute. It really compliments." Xinqing also nodded her head repeatedly, correct. Looking at the rest of the cloth, it seems that the light yellow suits fifth younger sister better. Chen Roqiu's lips had a smile, but she did not speak. There was a trace of ridicule in Ren Wanyan's eyes. Xin Miao did not know how to pick clothes. Shen Foran was not in the residence all year round and her mother was not around, so it was inevitable that a child would have a lot of advantages. The rest of the people in the Shen residence all had their own ulterior motives, so how would they sincerely teach a young lady how to match clothes? Thus in the long run, Shen Miao would only follow beside Shen Qing and Shen Yu, and whatever they said, Shen Miao would just pick. For example, that light yellow material, it was true that it complemented her skin but it looked too childish and cheap. Coupled with those golden jewelry, it was like a daughter of a landlord. Du Yu and the rest wanted to persuade her to throw away those jewelry, but she was stubborn and rushed to lose face. It was really ridiculous. She pointed to a piece of brocade and said, "This will do." That was a bolt of lotus green colored material. In general, most unmarried females would not choose this material. Because lotus green color was very particular, if a normal female wore this color, it would easily look too old-fashioned. If one did not have an air of nobility, wearing this color would not be able to suppress it and would be very ugly. Chen Roqiu's eyes slightly flashed and she smiled. Why did little Phi pick such a dark color? Young ladies have to wear bright and bright, just like your two older sisters. This kind of dark color is too old-fashioned. Correct. Ren Wanyan also followed. Even though she was happy to see the first household's people make a fool of themselves, but this lotus green color was too out of line. If it was seen by outsiders, they would think that their Shen family's young ladies were all old-fashioned. Qing'er still wanted to show off her skills at the chrysanthemum banquet, so how could Shen Miao drag her down? Shen Yu and Shen Qing were laughing secretly. Shen Qing said, "I see that this lotus green color is also quite good." Fifth younger sister had never worn such a dark color before. It is also good to try it. I heard that this color is also very noble. If it was not that I have already picked the material, I would also want to try that lotus green color. Shen Yu said with a smile. Li Liang looked at the 2D daughters of the Shen family who had a sweet mouth and a sword in their hearts, and then looked at Shen Miao who had a calm expression and sighed in her heart. The D daughter of the first household of the Shen family, Xianxia, was stupid and ignorant, and everyone in the Ding capital knew that. But who knew that those two Xianxia who looked kind and gentle actually had such a vicious heart? They actually used a method to make Shen Miao look bad. She somewhat sympathized with Shen Miao. General Shen was outside protecting the country, but his own D daughter was schemed against by relatives in the residence. It was really somewhat pitiful. Thinking of this, she said tactfully, "This lotus green color is indeed somewhat too solemn. If it is a chrysanthemum banquet, one might as well choose some relaxing colors. Why not, young lady, choose this jade white one?" Shen Miao glanced at Li Liang. She was a rare honest person. In her previous lifetime, she also reminded herself like this, but at that time Shen Miao wholeheartedly believed in her two Xianxia and auntie and did not listen to her words. Hearing this, she tactfully thanked him. "There's no need, I like this bolt of lotus green material." Her reply made Shen Qing and Shen Yu, who were frowning, to heave a sigh of relief. Shen Yu smiled. Fifth younger sister's eyesight is indeed good. As such, one will have to trouble Lady Li to tailor the clothes for us. Lin Yang sighed in her heart but did not say anything more. He did as he was told and began to measure the young ladies' bodies. From the beginning to the end, old Shen Foran was reclining on the couch with her eyes closed, as if she did not hear anything at all. As long as it was related to money, she was always happy to pretend that she didn't know anything. Today the clothes and fabrics were all taken out from the public purse and the money from the public purse was handed over to Ren Wanyan to manage. After they finished measuring the clothes, Lin Yang left. Ren Wanyan then smiled. "These children are all grown-up young ladies, and when our Shen residence's young ladies go out, they cannot be looked down upon by others. Therefore, I made some jewelry for the ladies, and they will be ready for use on the day of the chrysanthemum viewing banquet." As she spoke, she instructed Xiang Lan, who was behind her, to bring out a few boxes and gave one to Shen Qing and one to Shen Miao. Shen Miao's box was heavy. Ren Wanyan looked at her and her tone was exceptionally affectionate. "Second, Shen saw that you were busy preparing for Guan Wentang's academy examinations these days, so she made for you when she was shopping at the jewelry shops. It is all according to the best style and hope that you will like it." On the high seat, old Shen Foran's brows wrinkled and seemed to want to open her eyes, but after pausing, she continued to pretend to sleep. Many thanks to second Xin. Xin Miao also returned the courtesy. Xin Qing and Xin Yu were able to choose their own style and send it back, but they did not bring her along when they were shopping at the shops, and even said that they did not want to disturb her. At the end, they gave her a gift and now it was too late to change. Then let us go back and take a look first. Xin Yu pulled Xin Roqiu and winked at Xin Miao. Fifth younger sister's jewelry must be the heaviest one. Xin Miao smiled gently and did not speak. Upon returning to the western courtyard, Xin Miao threw the box to one side and did not look at it in detail. When Xianxia saw it, she asked curiously, "Young lady is not going to open it to take a look? What is there to look at? What is the difference anyway?" Xin Miao answered without turning her head back. Xianxia wanted to speak but stopped. Every time the jewelry that was obtained from the second and third household, her young lady would love it so much that she could not put it down. Unfortunately, even they, as servants, could see that the jewelry was somewhat of a nouveau riche. Xin Miao had been brought up by the second and third household to have an exaggerated temperament, and what she loved the most were these rather tacky gold and silver. Xin Miao thought about it and reached out to open the box. When it was opened, a bright golden light rushed out. Inside were bracelets and necklaces made of gold and silver, and there were even hairpins. The ruby that was inlaid on top was big, but the quality was very poor. Xianxia could not help but reveal a trace of anger. Xin Miao almost laughed. These things, before she married, her jewelry were all like this. This kind of gold hairpins and silver necklaces, even the young ladies in the countryside would not wear them. Every time she wore bright-colored clothes and those glittering jewelry, she was just like a moving box. In front of the gentle and graceful Xin Yu and the generous and bright Xin Qing, she was really like a feet-washing maid. Now that these things fell in front of Xin Miao, she felt that it was really ridiculous. Xianxia observed her young lady and was surprised to find that she did not reveal the same excited expression as before. Just as she was surprised, she saw Xin Miao closing the box and pushing it to Xianxia, "Find a pawnshop to pawn it and buy a silver hairpin on the way back. It does not need to be too good, just an engraved one will do." "Young lady," Xianxia said in surprise, "if one were to pawn it like this, if it was discovered by the people in the eastern courtyard, it would be inevitable that it would be used as a raft." Even though she was very happy that Xin Miao finally did not like these gold and silver like before, but this kind of action was still too bold. Since these jewelry cannot be worn anymore, what is the use of keeping it? It is better to pawn it for real gold and silver as it would be more convenient to do things on normal days. Xin Miao lightly answered. One must pay attention to practicality in everything. This was the logic that she understood when she was an empress. The Xin residents would give monthly silver according to the quota and every young lady would get 2 taels of silver a month. But how much did Xin Yu and Xin Qing get subsidized by their family? Xin Miao did not know, but there was one thing that was certain, she did not have that subsidy. She was clearly a young lady from the general's residence, but she was not as generous as her 2 older sisters. She used to think that it was because second Shen and third Shen were willing to subsidize their daughter, but what about now? The public's money was all controlled by Ren Wanyun, but Shen Gui and Shen Wan usually had to handle matters in court and her own salary was not enough, so how would there be spare money? It was Xianxia who used his own life, blood and sweat to gallop on the battlefield, thus His Majesty rewarded him a lot. And these rewards, Xianxia had never embezzled it and were all given to the public. To take their family's money but treat her like this, only old foreign's family would be so shameless. She had to think of a way to split the family. The 68th year of Ming Qi's chrysanthemum banquet finally came. Guangwentang was different from the past as the academy examinations became a battle of talents. As long as one had talent, they could casually go up on stage to challenge their classmates. This would show the youthful vitality and also let others see that the students of Guangwentang had their own merits. Thus the male and female students had to be on the same stage, which meant that it was not like the past where it was divided into male and female groups. If one liked, the females could challenge the males in strategy and archery while the males could challenge the females in the 4 arts. However, it was rare to see such a scene. Early in the morning, the Shen residence was bustling with activity. In the western courtyard, Shuangjiang carefully placed a silver hairpin on Xin Miao's hair and smiled, "Young lady, it is done." Xianxia was the best at combing hair, and previously Shen Yu wanted to ask her to comb her hair, but Xianxia was personally ordered by Shen Foreign to be Shen Miao's maid. Since Xianxia was unwilling, Shen Yu could not do anything. Young lady's outfit is really good looking. Bai Lu smiled when she saw it but was somewhat hesitant. It is just that the head looks too plain. Shen Miao's hair was black and thick and was combed into an exquisite cloud bun by Xianxia, looking elegant and unique. Even after reaching the marriageable age, Shen Miao still combed her hair into a double ring bun like a maid. With a change of style, it looked like she had grown up a lot. That round and cute face seemed to be delicate and graceful, and finally had some taste of a young lady. There was only a silver hairpin stuck on her head, making her look rather pitiful. Yu could not help but show anger on her face. This Shen residence had a big business, but Shen Miao did not have a single piece of jewelry that she could take out today. The entire Shen residence was raised by Xianxia, but they did such cruel and unscrupulous things. But Shen Miao was unable to say anything. Why? It was because they had made jewelry for Shen Miao, and it was only gaudy gold jewelry. If one were to wear it out, one would definitely be laughed at. Shen Miao only took a look at Guyu and guessed what Guyu was thinking and could not help but shake her head and laugh. In fact, since young, the second and third household of the Shen family had racked their brains to cultivate her lousy hobbies and did all they could to make her believe that those dazzling gold jewelry were the best. In this way, they could say to the outside world that it was not the second and third branches who deliberately embarrassed the first branch's daughter. It was because they loved this kind of glittering gold ornament. Looking at Shen Miao, who was tirelessly wearing those exaggerated jewelry, everyone had this kind of understanding that the daughter of the first household of the Shen residence was greedy and loved money, and was unbearably vulgar. Although gold was good, it was not meant to be worn. Guyu was afraid that Shen Miao would be sad and quickly changed the topic, but that Linyang really has good craftsmanship. Young lady's outfit is really beautiful. One did not know if it was because she pitied Shen Miao in her heart, but the embroidery of the clothes that Linyang sent over was surprisingly exquisite. As if taking into consideration that her appearance was on the small side and that the lotus green color would inevitably be old and heavy, the hem of the skirt was embroidered with large begonia flowers. The flowers were vivid and lifelike, blooming and gorgeous, truly extremely beautiful. Shen Miao also wore it well and did not look uncomfortable at all. Xianxia and Bai Lu looked at each other and saw the surprise in each other's eyes. Now that Shen Miao could even suppress such a heavy color, one did not know what was going on. Let's go. Shen Miao stood up, one cannot wait too long. Just as they walked out of the courtyard, they saw that the begonia flowers in the garden were growing more and more. She stopped her footsteps and pinched a small one and rolled it into her hair bun, like the icing on the cake. Young lady is really good looking. Guyu praised. Guimomo just came out from the small kitchen and prepared some snacks for Shen Miao on the horse carriage. When she carried the basket out and saw Shen Miao, she could not help but be surprised. She had served Shen Miao for so many years and Shen Miao was brought up by her milk. It could be said that she had watched Shen Miao grow up, but today she felt that Shen Miao was very unfamiliar. Her temperament was calm and steady, and coupled with that noble lotus green color, it was not an exaggeration to say that she was a princess. She almost did not hold the basket in her hands tightly and just stood there foolishly. Until Bai Lu said with a smile, "What is Guimomo looking at?" Guimomo was surprised for a moment and was about to say a few beautiful words out of habit when she suddenly remembered that today was the chrysanthemum banquet. With Shen Miao being so outstanding, would it not suppress Shen Yu and Shen Qing? She swallowed the words of praise that were already at the tip of her tongue and turned her head with a worried expression. "Miss, the color of this dress is really too heavy. Miss is so young, why do you need to wear such a color? It will only cover up your good complexion for no reason. Why not go back and take that peach-colored jacket embroidered with magpies? It looks pink and tender. Also this hairpin," this old servant remembered that second foreign had bestowed a lot of it. If this goes on, no one would say that the young ladies in the general residence are still so plain. Guyu's lips twitched. That peach-colored jacket embroidered with magpies was given by Ren Wanyun and the color was tacky. In addition to wearing gold and silver jewelry all over her face, she looked like a young lady from a rich family in the countryside. If she went to the chrysanthemum banquet today, Shen Miao would definitely be laughed at by everyone. Momo clearly had ill intentions, and just as she was about to reprimand Shin Miao, she heard Shin Miao speaking softly. Ming Qi is now prosperous and the people are at peace. The common people live and work in peace, but His Majesty advocates frugality. In the ways of the world, extravagance and waste is the lowest, so what is wrong with being a little plain? If others were to see it, they would only say that our general residence is honest and upright. It is a good thing and not bad. As for clothes, there is no need to care about it. Shin Miao's lips hooked up. Today things are admiring the flowers and people are competing with their talents. It has nothing to do with clothes. Her words were gentle and affectionate, yet they contained an unquestionable majesty. Momo's mind was in a mess. She was not afraid of Shin Miao's anger, but when would Shin Miao be able to talk to her with so much logic? Shin Miao usually did not like to do homework and thus did not have a brain. Now with so much logic and so genteel, it made Momo, who was a boorish person who had not studied before, did not know how to refute. Bai Lu could not help but laugh out loud and quickly kept quiet with a solemn expression. It was just that the carefree look in her eyes could not be concealed. Momo could not refute and was even seen as a joke by the few maids. Her heart was annoyed, but she could not understand why in this trip back to the residence, every time she conversed with Shin Miao, she would always be at a disadvantage. Saying that she was sharp-tongued, Shin Miao's tone was very gentle. Saying that she was gentle, every word and sentence made one speechless. Momo was somewhat embarrassed as she handed the basket in her hands to Yu. This is a snack for young lady on the journey. There is still some distance before the chrysanthemum banquet, so one must not starve young lady. She said to Shin Miao, this old servant will return to the courtyard to do some work. Go. Shin Miao replied lightly. After Momo left, Yu and Bai Lu were extremely happy. The more powerful Shin Miao was, the more she looked like a master. This way those in the Shin residence who did not know how to read would not dare to bully her. Just as they walked to the door, they saw 2 carriages parked at the door. The first carriage was ready to set off, but the second one was empty. Shin Qing's maid, Chen Tao, was standing in front of the first carriage. When Chen Tao saw Shin Miao, she quickly went closer to the carriage and said something to the people inside. Following that, she saw the curtain of the carriage being pulled open. Inside was Shin Yu, Shin Qing, Ren Wanyan and Shin Roqiu. When the 4 of them saw Shin Miao's appearance, they could not help but be startled. Shin Roqiu's eyes flashed, but Ren Wanyan frowned. Little 5, why are you dressed so plainly? That's right. Shin Qing could not wait to speak. It looks really ugly and it is better to wear something bright. There is a bright yellow new dress in my room. Chen Tao, bring 5th younger sister to change out of that dress and jewelry. Why is she not wearing anything? If one did not know, one would think that the general residence treated you unfairly. She secretly suppressed the jealousy in her heart. In fact, Shin Qing was considered a delicate and pretty beauty, and in addition to her straightforward and generous life outside, she looked like a well-behaved noble young lady. But there was one thing that she cared about the most, which was that her complexion was not very fair and was more of a wheat color. Which female did not wish for their skin to be as fair as snow? She did not dare to say anything about Shin Yu's fair skin, but Shin Miao's skin was fair, and today she was wearing a lotus green dress which made her skin look even more like snow. As a result of this, among the 3 daughters of the Shin residence, her complexion was the dullest and naturally she was unhappy. Shin Yu carefully sized up Shin Miao and saw that her hair was combed into a small and exquisite bun, and when matched with the lotus green dress, she looked very dignified. Today she did not wear those gold and silver jewelry, and even though it was plain, there was a natural and noble feeling. She smiled gently. 5th younger sister, not to mention the clothes, jewelry must be worn. After all, it is the face of our residence, and if Zumu sees you dressed like this, she will not be happy. Moreover, why did you comb your hair like this? You are still young and the previous double-ringed bun was already very good. Yu was so angry that her face was somewhat pale, but as a servant, she could not contradict her mistress. She could only gnash her teeth in hatred. This 2nd and 3rd household of the Shin residence all had ulterior motives and did not hesitate to harm their own niece. They could not wait for Shin Miao to dress up as rustic as possible. Shin Miao sneered in her heart. Shin Yu even brought out old Shin Foreign and knew that she was most afraid of old Foreign's prestige. As for combing her hair, Shin Yu was only 1 year older than her, so how could she be considered young? She combed her hair into a flying fairy bun, and her pink gauze dress was as light as a fairy. She wanted to be a peerless and talented woman, so why did she have to be a foil? After they finished, they saw that Xianxia did not say a word and only smiled at them, not knowing what she was thinking. Finally, Xianxia felt a little uncomfortable under that gaze and scolded the maid standing beside the carriage, "Chun Tao, why are you still in a daze? Aren't you going to help fifth sister change her clothes?" "No need." Xianxia interrupted her words and put on a sad expression, "There is a reason for dressing up like this today. I like the jewelry that second aunt gave me very much. It's not that I didn't wear it on purpose." The few of them looked at each other and did not know what Xianxia meant. Guyu and Jingzhe also looked at each other before looking at Xianxia with some confusion. Father is now far away in the northwest, leading the soldiers in a bloody battle. The Xiongnu have not retreated and the soldiers are clad in cold iron clothes. I am in the capital but am wearing luxurious clothes and eating jade food, leisurely enjoying the flowers and reciting poems. It is really shameful. Xianxia lowered her head slightly and her voice became softer. "Last night there was a bodhisattva who entered my dreams and wanted me to pray devoutly. Thus I made up my mind to wear plain clothes and light colors. Before Father's triumphant return, I will not wear bright clothes or wear jewelry." No one expected that Xianxia would suddenly say such words. Normally she would not be able to speak clearly in her timid words, not to mention being so particular about her words. Xinyu and Xinqing were so shocked that they could not speak. Chen Roqiu stroked her forehead thoughtfully. It was Ren Wanyan who had an awkward expression on her face. Xianxia's words meant that she was the only one who prayed devoutly for her father. Then what about the rest of the Xin family? But to let her Qing'er wear such plain clothes to the chrysanthemum banquet, she would definitely not do it. Ren Wanyan gritted her teeth and advised lovingly, "Even so, you are also a young female. Why the need to have such heavy thoughts? Just relax properly at the chrysanthemum banquet." Xianxiao suddenly bowed to Ren Wanyan, begging second Xin to fulfill Xianxiao's filial piety. They were standing at the entrance of the Xin residence and there were many passers-by. With Xianxiao's bow, the commoners could not help but cast curious glances over. Ren Wanyan could make Xianxiao wear bright clothes to maintain the Xin residence's face, but how could Ren Wanyan not fulfill Xianxiao's filial piety? Her own eldest brother was fighting a war in the northwest region and it was fine if she did not pray, but to not fulfill his daughter's filial piety, what kind of intentions did she have? Ren Wanyan's face suddenly turned green. She did not expect that Xianxiao would actually answer like this, and what made one feel suffocated was that she could not refuse. Ren Wanyan quickly let Chun Tao help Xianxiao up and said, "This child, how can second Xin not fulfill your filial piety? It is hard for you to have such thoughts at such a young age." "Never mind, be plain then." Xinqing was still somewhat unconvinced, but it was not good to refute her mother's opinion. Xinyu and her daughter seemed to have seen something, and when they looked at Xianxiao again, their gaze was different. "But..." Ren Wanyan smiled, "This carriage of ours is no longer able to fit, so let the housekeeper prepare another carriage specially for little five. It is also spacious to sit in. Little five will follow us in the second carriage and will enter together later." Every year during the chrysanthemum banquet, Xianxiao would always sit in the same carriage with this mother and daughter pair. It was just one more person, how could they not be able to squeeze in? Today's attitude was just deliberate. Ren Wanyan also had her own considerations. Xinqing had reached the age to look for a family, but Xianxian's official position was higher than Xingui's, so if there was a high status, perhaps he would first consider Xianxiao. Xianxiao's character was stupid, and as long as there was no one to lead her, one feared that she would make a lot of jokes. Only in this way could Xinqing's generosity and propriety be shown. Thus she specially prepared 2 carriages. Chen Roqiu and her daughter had the same idea as her and naturally would not refuse. "All right, follow second Xin's instructions." Xianxiao smiled gently. Ren Wanyan was somewhat surprised as she did not think that Xianxiao would agree so easily. Xianxiao had always been timid and previously always stuck to Xinyu and Xinqing. One thought that it would be difficult for her to be alone in a carriage, but one did not expect that Xianxiao did not even raise any objections. In this way, it seemed that her prepared words were unnecessary. "If there is nothing else, Xianxiao will go up the carriage first." She bowed to the four of them and went up her own carriage. That carriage was considered spacious, but it was not as exquisite as Renwan Yun's. Guyu said angrily, "It is fine to let young lady sit alone in the carriage, but to actually let others sit at the back. What kind of intentions is this?" Xianxia looked at Shen Miao with some worry and sighed in her heart. Shen Miao's gaze was heavy as she looked at the candied plums on the small table, and her hands gradually clenched. She wanted to sweep the first household's face and deliberately widen the distance with the first household so that she would become a joke and incur Xianxia's infamy. She would like to see who would be the one causing trouble for who. The chrysanthemum banquet was set in Yanbei Tang, which was not far from Prince Gong's residence. This was a hall that was personally set up by the founding emperor and empress of Mingqi. This residence was originally an exquisitely trimmed garden of the previous dynasty, covering an area of a few thousand mu. The building was grand and exquisite. If it was not that it was too far from the city, the emperor and empress wanted to transform it into a corner of the palace. Even though it was far, it was a good place to enjoy the scenery. Especially in the October of every year, various chrysanthemum flowers would bloom. Because there were professionals who were in charge of planting the precious chrysanthemum seeds, once it bloomed, it would be like being in a fairyland. And to do the examination here, it was considered very elegant. It would take about 2 hours to drive the horse carriage from Yanbei Tang in the Shen residence, thus there would be some snacks and food on the carriage, so that one would not be hungry. Guyu opened the basket that Gue Momo gave her and asked Shen Miao, "Why not young lady eat something? The journey is long and one would only have strength after eating." Shen Miao looked at the things in the basket. Ice goat cheese, green onion rolls, spicy and oily leg. At first glance, it made one's mouth twitch. The colors were bright and the smell was fragrant. Unfortunately, the taste of these things were too strong, like the ice goat cheese and the spicy and oily leg, it was easy to stain one's clothes. Gue Momo had really meticulously prepared these foods. The fights between the females in the inner courtyard were mostly done in the open and in the dark, but when Shen Miao was in the inner palace of Mingqi, what she faced was the fight for favor between the concubines, thus the level would be higher. These little tricks could not be put on the table. She shook her head and let Guyu cover the box before asking Xianxia, "No need. Xianxia has it here." Xianxia carefully took out a small cloth bag from behind. That cloth bag was filled with small and exquisite pastries. Shen Miao did not trust the kitchen of the Shen residence, so she let Xianxia bribe the steward in charge of purchasing and entrusted her to bring some pastries from outside. That steward only thought that Xianxia was gluttonous and did not do anything, but was somewhat surprised that a maid like Xianxia would actually be willing to buy Guangfu Zhai's pastries. Guangfu Zhai was one of the best pastries shop in the Ding capital, and even the concubines in the palace loved to eat it. In Shen Miao's previous life, she was not interested in Guangfu Zhai's dim sum, but Wanyu liked it so much that she would feel unhappy if she did not eat it for a day. At this moment the pastry was only the size of Shen Miao's finger and was made into the shape of a flower. It was pitiful and cute, so Shen Miao gave some to Guyu and Xianxia to eat. The two maids first did not dare, but after seeing Shen Miao's insistence, they could not decline and carefully took it over. After eating a mouthful, they were pleasantly surprised. "Young lady, this pastry is really delicious." Shen Miao smiled faintly. In fact, no matter how delicious the snacks were, how delicious could they be? It was just that they were made adorably and exquisitely, and females would always like good-looking things. When Wanyu first got married, she even spent a lot of money to buy a pastry chef from Guangfu Zhai, only hoping that in the bitter cold land of the Xiongnu, Wanyu could still eat the pastries that she liked. Who knew that halfway through, Wanyu would perish and she did not even see her corpse. Shen Miao closed her eyes. Wanyu's marriage was instigated by Mei Foran and Chen Roqiu's family colluded, but the one who gave the order was Fu Xiuyi. In this lifetime, not a single one of these people should think of escaping. She wanted these people who caused Wanyu's death to be returned 1,000 times and 100 times. Guyu was eating the snacks with relish when she raised her head to see Shen Miao's cold gaze, as if she was a noble foreign in a high position. In a moment, Guyu seemed to see Xianxia's shadow. Xianxia was a person who had killed and seen blood on the battlefield, and when he was angry, there was fierceness in his bones. At this moment, Shen Miao's eyes were exactly the same as Xianxia's. She almost choked on the snack and swallowed it down before carefully asking, "Is young lady uncomfortable anywhere?" Nothing. Xin Miao's eyes hung down, just thinking about some things. In today's chrysanthemum banquet and academy examinations, Fu Xiuyi would also be present. Not only Fu Xiuyi, there were also a few of Fu Xiuyi's brothers. Now that there were 9 princes, each with their own merits, naturally they would be divided into camps. And Fu Xiuyi's performance was the most harmless as he was on good terms with the Crown Prince's faction. Who knew that in the end, the Crown Prince would be abolished and Fu Xiuyi would be the Crown Prince? She did not intend to help the Crown Prince. These people in the imperial family of Ming-Chi were the most ruthless. They saw these aristocratic families who helped their ancestors to fight for the country as if they were looking at an old dog. It was obviously these hounds who helped them to hunt the rabbits, and now that the rabbits were in their pockets, they were worried that the dogs would bite them to death. Thus they squeezed out the last drop of blood from the dogs and then killed them to cook them. The world was not benevolent and the Crown Prince was not righteous, so why should everyone be loyal? Why not watch the dogs bite each other? Xin Miao's lips slightly hooked up. At this moment in Yanbei Tang, there were already many noble families. Even though today's academy examinations did not differentiate between males and females, the banquet was still divided into male and female seats. At the male seats, the youths and their fathers were busy getting to know each other as it was natural for the noble families to build relationships and support each other. Moreover, these youths would one day take over their fathers to carry the entire family, so it was good to make more friends. The females were not as frequent as the males and the matrons would often gather together to chat, thus the young ladies had fixed good friends. 3 to 5 of them who were familiar with each other gathered together to chat. They were both nervous and looking forward to today's chrysanthemum banquet. Occasionally they would look up at the youths that they admired. Yi Pei Lan fiddled with the fresh flowers on the small table and said, "Do you all have confidence in today's academy examinations?" "I do not." The female beside her smiled, "There are so many people and if one's aptitude is average, one would be afraid. One only hoped that I would not be picked and that no one would pick me to go up on stage. I do not seek to stand out and just do not make a fool of myself." Yi Pei Lan pursed her lips, "At least one must try. One must know that His Highness Prince Ding will also be here today and moreover the young master of the Li family that you admire is also here. The young master of the Li family has such outstanding words and would definitely go up on stage. Do not you want to seize this opportunity to perform well?" That young female pushed Yi Pei Lan and her face revealed some shyness. "Nonsense." Jiang Shaoxian laughed when she heard that. "That is right. By way, you must not be afraid. If one wants to talk about making a fool of oneself, there is still number 5 of the Shen family. No matter what, you are better than her." "Correct." Yi Pei Lan also laughed like a flower. Every year in the academy examinations, 5th Shen would be in charge of amusing others. It is hard for her to have the face to come every year. Thinking that this year she would be here to perform her work, I want to laugh. One do not know what kind of clothes she would wear. Would it be like last year's horrifying bright red with a purplish red hairpin? A few young females started giggling. Enough. It was Feng Ning who suddenly opened her mouth. "Is it very funny?" Yi Pei Lan was surprised for a moment before saying, "Feng Ning, you seem to be very strange recently. Why? Have you befriended that fool?" Feng Ning's face turned angry and just as she was about to speak, she heard someone speaking from the other side. "Ai, the Shen family's foreign is here." Yi Pei Lan's mother, Yi Foreign, had a good relationship with Ren Wanyun and Master Yi and Shen Gui took care of each other in the official circles. Occasionally Ren Wanyun would bring Shen Qing to the Yi residence as a guest and Yi Pei Lan had the best relationship with Shen Qing and was also good with Shen Yu. The matrons present and the male side of the banquet all looked over. Shen Gui and Shen Wan had been busy with political affairs recently and could not come. But the reason why everyone looked over was not because of Shen Gui and Shen Wan. In any case, the formidable great general Xianxia had high prestige in the court and when the late emperor was alive, the Shen family had a lot of privileges and was worthy of the title of the Son of Heaven. Whoever had the military power would have the right to speak. Thus even if Xianxia was not in the capital all year round, when the Shen family was mentioned, everyone could not help but respect them. Shen Gui and Shen Wan's smooth sailing in the court was also because of their eldest brother's influence. When the males looked at the Shen family, it was because they valued the power of the military, but when the females looked at the Shin family, it was like watching a joke. It was still alright for the Furens as they were older, and even if their hearts were filled with contempt, they would still say a few perfunctory words, but it was different for the young females. Perhaps everyone had a jealous heart. Xianxia only had one D daughter, and as Shin Miao's D daughter, her identity was naturally different. It could be said that she was even comparable to a princess. And this genuine D daughter of a noble family was an out-and-out fool. Stupid and ignorant, timid and cowardly. She loved Prince Ding, Fu Xiaoyi, and made a lot of jokes. Unfortunately, the falling flowers have a yearning, but the heartless brook is heartless, and everyone in the court knew about it. Not to mention that in front of her two outstanding cousins, she looked more like a country girl. One do not know what kind of good show would there be today. With His Highness Prince Ding present, Shin Miao would definitely dress up meticulously. Yi Pei Lan covered her mouth as she laughed. Do you not feel that it would be funnier during the academy examinations? With Shin Miao's brainless character, one feared that she would take the initiative to go up on stage. At that time, that would be wonderful. Jiang Xiaoxian also laughed. Bai Wei sighed and pretended to shake her head. One do not know what sin General Shin committed in his previous life to have such a daughter. Just as they were speaking, they saw a maid from Yanbei Tang leading a group of people in. The one walking at the front was Ren Wanyun and Chen Roqiu. Ren Wanyun was wearing a golden embroidered long robe. She was already plump, and with her hair combed into a bun, it made her look even more noble and dignified, having the air of a matriarch of a household. Chen Roqiu was different. Even though Xinyu was 16, she was still like a young married woman and wore a light green smoky skirt. With one look, one could tell that she was a gentle female from a scholarly family. Behind them were Xinyu and Xinqing. Xinyu was wearing a light pink dress with a long skirt, and her long hair was tied up into a flying immortal bun with pink pearls. The pearls were of excellent quality and exuded a faint luster, attracting one's gaze. Xinqing, who was standing beside her, was wearing a peach-colored Rui cloud mist dress with scattered flowers. It was also a dazzling color. Her hair was combed into a 100-flower bun, making her look energetic and bright. The jade bracelet on her wrist was bright and translucent. Both of them were young. One was gentle and beautiful while the other was generous. The clothes they wore showed that they were of high value, and they were not bad. As the saying goes, a person depends on the clothes. There were many youths who cast their gazes over. At the male side of the banquet, Adarin could not help but praise, the daughters of the Shin family have good looks. There is still one more. Kai Lin saw the Xinyu that he admired, and his heart was happy. When he heard that, he could not help but ridicule, the Shin family also has a daughter of General Shin. That is the one with good looks. That Darren did not seem to care much about the rumors outside and did not know about Shin Miao's comments. When he heard Kai Lin's words, he thought that it was true and said, General Shin's daughter would definitely not be bad. Oh. Kai Lin could not help but laugh and casually pointed to Xinyu's entourage. That is not. He did not finish his words but swallowed it back down. He then saw that behind Xinqing and Xinyu, there was another person walking. She did not walk together with Xinqing and Xinyu and was alone at the back. She should have looked somewhat disappointed and timid, but one did not know why. She did not seem humble at all. Dark gold cloud embroidered robe and crescent moon phoenix tail skirt. The skirt was embroidered with large begonia flowers that seemed to be in full bloom under her feet. As the young female walked, flowers bloomed with each step and swayed gracefully. The young lady was probably feeling cold, so she wore a lotus green cloak made of cloud silk, which instantly suppressed the flowery patterns on her cloak, giving her a dignified air. As she walked closer, everyone then saw her face clearly. It was a young girl. Around 14 or 15 years old. Her hair was combed into a simple cloud bun, and there was only a plain silver hairpin inserted diagonally. At the end of the silver hairpin was a small begonia, which instantly lit up the dark sky with a touch of brightness. The combination was quite moving. Her complexion was originally fair, and when she wore the lotus green dress, it made her skin look even more creamy, and her eyes were clear and bright like some kind of cub. There was a slight smile on her lips, but it did not seem to be a smile. Her nose was small and fleshy and her mouth was rosy. She looked somewhat cute, but when everyone saw her, they would not think that she was a young female. Some people were born beautiful but did not have any temperament, while some people were not beautiful but their temperament was moving. This young female's appearance was considered delicate and cute, and it would be too much to say that she was a stunning beauty, but that temperament made one unable to help but indulge in it. That kind of majesty and dignified demeanor showed a kind of noble elegance that made one not dare to have any rash thoughts. And the way she walked, her chin was slightly lifted and her skirt did not move at all. The movement of her hands was just right, not stiff nor casual, as if she had done this action 1,000 times and there was not a trace of loophole. This kind of noble temperament and majesty that came from the heart shrouded her body, making her not look like a 14 or 15-year-old young female but a woman who had been tempered in a high position. Xinyu, Xinqing, Renwanyan and Shenroqiu unknowingly became the background of this young female, like 4 maids that she brought along. And the one walking at the back was clearly their master. "Who is that?" Yi Pei Lan muttered. Even as a woman, she couldn't help but be absent-minded when she saw this young woman. How could she possess such a bearing at such a young age? "Is this a guest of the Shen family?" Bai Wei asked. "I have never seen him before." The male side of the banquet was also silent. The way men look at people was different from the way women look at people. The people present were all officials, so they could naturally see the difference between this girl and the others. It was not her appearance, but her temperament. It was the kind of calmness that came after going through great storms. Facing everything in front of her, her attitude was noble, but it would make people feel her disdain from the inside out. It was like a leopard running into a flock of sheep, the feeling of being out of place. "Is this General Shen's daughter?" The Darren who spoke to Kai Lin before had some excitement in his eyes, really good looks. "How magnanimous! The pupil surpasses the master." "Shen Miao?" Kai Lin was surprised for a moment, and when he fixed his eyes on her, he cried out involuntarily, "It is Shen Miao." A stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. Everyone was quiet for a moment and then instantly there was an uproar. Shen Miao, Feng Yinning could not help but be startled. She and Shen Miao usually sat at the same table in Guangwentang, so naturally she could see more clearly than others. That was indeed Shen Miao. These days, Shen Miao's temperament was much quieter. Even though she was quiet in the past, but she no longer followed behind Xinyu and Xinqing and said those stupid and ignorant words, her quiet appearance was not bad. Feng Yinning thought that Shen Miao had only become smarter and did not think that when she dressed up properly, her appearance would be so shocking. Due to the recuperation after falling into the water, she had lost some weight and usually one did not notice it. Looking at it now, her chin was slightly sharper and compared to the previous 11 or 12-year-old, she looked more like a 14-year-old young lady. It was as if she was a young beast that had been curled up in its nest and finally revealed its claws for the first time after sleeping for a long time. Pei Xiukai was also at the male side of the banquet. Even though he was only the calligraphy teacher of Guangwentang, people respected talented people and he had quite a status among the officials. He was still young and with such talent, if he were to enter the court as an official, he would be able to take up an official position. The officials were all smart and knew how to pave the way for the future, so Pei Lang would not necessarily not have a day of prosperity. Shen Miao's eyes swept across the male side of the banquet and stopped on Pei Lang for a moment. She knew that in today's academy examinations, even though Pei Lang was the calligraphy teacher, but during the battle of talents, there was a student who was arrogant because of his talent and challenged the teacher. Pei Lang's circulation of law was brilliant and it was well-founded so that day it entered Fu Xiuyi's eyes. Afterwards, in order to recruit this talent, Fu Xiuyi did a lot of courteous actions and finally obtained Pei Lang, this great general. In this lifetime, this matter must not be allowed to happen. Pei Lang sensitively felt that the young female's gaze seemed to be on him from afar, with a sense of scrutiny, as if it was a wild beast weighing the value of its prey, which made his heart feel strange. He followed the gaze and looked back, but Shen Miao had already turned her head away. The Darren around were all exclaiming in admiration, "General Shen's daughter is still young and has such bearing. In the future, she must not be underestimated. Her appearance is also not bad." A blue-clad youth said, "Why did one not discover that this Shen Miao looks like a beauty?" The youth looked at the young female and once again looked at her appearance. "Unfortunately, he's an idiot." Kai Lin recovered to his senses after a short moment of surprise. He was dissatisfied that everyone was looking at Shen Miao but neglected Xin Yu and snorted. "You are the idiot." An abrupt voice exploded in his ears. Kai Lin was startled. He saw a dumpling dressed in soft red satin glaring at him angrily. He was short, but his aura was imposing. "My apologies." The green-robed young man who had rushed over upon hearing the news smiled at Kai Lin in a good-natured manner. "My younger brother was rude and offended you." Kai Lin wanted to scold, but upon seeing that the other party was the heir of the Count of Pingnan, Su Mingfeng, and that lump was second young master Su Minglang, he swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Su Mingfeng was Xie Jingxing's close friend, who dared to provoke him? Eldest brother. Su Minglang pulled the corner of Su Mingfeng's clothes. "That older sister is very beautiful. You should marry her back to be a sister-in-law." Su Mingfeng's mouth stiffened. Luckily Su Minglang's voice was very soft and no one around heard it. He leaned over slightly and asked, "Second younger brother knows Shen young lady?" "I don't know." Su Minglang innocently played with his fingers. Su Mingfeng did not speak anymore. Shen Miao followed behind Ren Wanyan and entourage and walked to the female side of the banquet. Generally speaking, at the female side of the banquet, the Furens would sit according to their close friends, and it was the same for the young ladies. But Shen Miao would usually be in the Shen residence other than Guangwen Tang. Needless to say about Xin Yu and Shen Qing, there was no one in Guangwen Tang who was willing to be on good terms with her. She was not angry or afraid and minded her own business as she looked for a seat to sit down. She was not afraid of the isolation of these young ladies. On the contrary, she enjoyed this kind of quiet feeling. When those young ladies saw that Shen Miao was dressed differently today, they were somewhat jealous and wanted to see her make a fool of herself, so they deliberately ignored her. However, they saw that Shen Miao was sitting alone and did not look miserable. On the table, there were chessboards and leaf cards that were prepared so that the young ladies would not be bored. She thought about it and took out the chess pieces from the chess basket and started to play by herself. She was not proficient in the four arts. In the past, it was because of the second and third household's deliberate teachings that she disliked them, and after marrying Fu Xiaoyi, she did not have time to learn. So in the last lifetime, when she returned from the Qin country and faced Mei Foren, who was good at singing and dancing, it was not that she did not feel inferior. Those concubines in the inner palace compared her with Mei Foren and said that she was a boorish person from a military family who did not know how to appreciate things and was unbearably vulgar. No wonder Fu Xiaoyi turned a blind eye to her, the Empress. However, one did not need to know how to play chess. Even though she did not know how to play chess, but for the few years that Fu Xiaoyi was in the Qin country, she had studied a lot of military tactics. She did not know how to play chess but knew how to use troops. This was war chess. The noble ladies watched from afar and saw that Shen Miao was calm and composed. That kind of cold and aloof demeanor clearly separated her from everyone else, as if she was above and others were below. Fifth young lady seems to have changed a lot. Yi Foren and Ren Wanyan said with a smile, seems to have become a young lady. She could not say that Shen Miao was actually better than Xin Yu and Shen Qing, so she could only tactfully remind Ren Wanyan. How could Ren Wanyan not know? She was good at observing one's words and expressions. Just now when they were walking over, everyone's eyes were not looking at her, nor were they looking at Xin Yu or Shen Qing. It was obvious that they were looking at Shen Miao, who was at the back. She gritted her teeth in her heart. It seemed that Shen Miao had put in a lot of effort this time. Knowing that Prince Ding would also come to the academy examinations, she thought of ways to attract Prince Ding's attention and compete with her Qing. She raised the teacup and looked at the men's side of the table with a smile. That's right. I'm not young anymore. The old lady loves Xiaowu. She said that first uncle is not here. Before I went out, she asked me to look for a suitable person. Chen Roqiu's eyes moved. Look for suitable people? Xin Yu and Shen Qing were older than Shen Miao, but they wanted to look for suitable people for Shen Miao. Naturally, it was not because of old Shen Foren's good intentions. Old Shen Foren hated the entire first household, so how could she let Shen Miao have a good life? Chen Roqiu's eyes landed on Shen Qing, who was talking to Yi Pei Lan. Ren Wanyan seemed to be anxious to settle Shen Miao's marriage before Shen Xian returned. Why? Was it because Shen Qing also admired Prince Ding? And to help Shen Qing to remove the biggest threat? Just as she was thinking about it, she heard a commotion from the male side of the banquet. Jiang Foran said, "Prince Yu of the first rank is here." Shen Miao, who was holding a piece, paused and the white piece immediately fell. She looked up at the male side of the banquet and her eyes were very calm. Prince Yu of the first rank was the crippled widower that old Shen Foran wanted her to marry in the last lifetime. He was sexually promiscuous and was now 42 years old. If she was not infatuated with Fu Xiaoyi at that time, she would have become a skeleton in Prince Yu residence. One saw a middle-aged man walking over from afar. He did not sit with those officials and youths but sat at a special seat far away. This man was about 40 years old and his face was dark, thin and ferocious. He was wearing a rosin-colored brocade robe and the accessories were extremely luxurious, but unfortunately he only had one leg. This was the current emperor's younger brother, Prince Yu. Prince Yu was the emperor's biological brother from the same mother, and when he was young, he saved the emperor's life from an assassin. Because of this, his left leg was injured and had to be amputated, becoming a cripple. From then on, Prince Yu's temperament changed greatly. He was cruel and vicious and had a perverse character. He even took in a house of concubines and outsiders did not know the inside story, but the imperial family knew it clearly. This Prince Yu had some dirty eccentricities and there were countless women that were played to death by him. Yu Wangfei had already died 7 years ago and this was very strange, but the Emperor and Empress Dowager were protecting Prince Yu, so the Wangfei's family could only swallow this bitterness. Recently there was a sudden news from Prince Yu residence that Prince Yu had the intention to take in a concubine. For a moment, everyone in the Ding capital was guessing endlessly. Prince Yu's status was rather high and he was also doted on by the Emperor and Empress Dowager, thus choosing a Wangfei must be of equal status. Those from noble families who truly loved their daughters would naturally not be willing to let their daughters enter such a wolf's den. There were also those who only used their daughters as a bargaining chip but could not wait to exchange their daughters for glory and splendor, even if they had to sacrifice a life. Looking at the previous Yu Wangfei's family, even though they lost a daughter, did they not become more and more prosperous under the emperor's care? Shen Miao's gaze swept past Prince Yu and then landed on Ren Wanyan at the female side of the banquet. Sure enough, Ren Wanyan's face brightened and said to Yi Foran at the side, "Your Majesty really treats His Highness Prince Yu very well." They were all people who went through many hardships in the inner courtyard, and Yi Foran almost immediately thought of Ren Wanyan's intention. Even though she somewhat despised Ren Wanyan for being too extreme in doing things, but since her master and Shen Gui were on the same line, she naturally had to help Ren Wanyan. She smiled and said, "Not bad. Even though one is older, one would still dote on others." Shen Roqiu lowered her head at the side and slowly ate the snacks, but the smile on her lips was somewhat strange. Dote on him? No one would want their daughter to marry a crippled widower. No matter how much he doted on her or how powerful he was, it would be like pushing his daughter into a pit of fire. As she thought of this, she turned her head and looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao patiently clung to the chess pieces and placed them step by step on the chessboard. It was as if she did not have any thoughts on anyone else. Shen Roqiu suddenly had some uncertainty in her heart. Ever since Shen Miao woke up after falling into the water, she seemed to have changed into another person. Could it be that Xianxia's flesh and blood had finally awakened? Xianxia's entire family had a violent temperament, and if Shen Miao knew of Ren Wanyan's plans, would she obediently accept it? Just as she was thinking, she saw that Shen Miao seemed to be aware of her gaze and raised her head to look at her. That gaze was full of indifference, and it was the golden autumn of the 10th month that made Shen Roqiu's heart turn cold. Shen Miao lowered her head and looked at the chess game. In the previous lifetime, she made a fool of herself at the chrysanthemum banquet, and when she returned to the residence, Ren Wanyan mentioned the marriage of Prince Yu's residence to old lady Shen. Ren Wanyan said, "Little Five's current actions do not have any good points, and even through the Shen family's face. Which noble family would be willing to marry a young lady like Little Five? Now that there is a good marriage in Prince Yu residence, once Little Five goes over, she would be a Wangfei and have His Majesty and the Empress Dowager to take care of her. That is a blessing. Even though her legs are not good and she is older, but our Little Five does not have any outstanding points, so it is not considered a loss for Little Five." It was said in a dignified manner, but in fact it was incomparably vicious. It was only after she spent a lot of money to bribe Rong Jingtang's maid that she got to know of these words. Old Shen Foran's heart already hated the first household. Xianxia was born from the first wife, and at the beginning when Master Xian was alive, he favored Xianxia, which made the second wife, old Xianxia, jealous. With great difficulty, Master Xian died, but Xianxia had military merits and could not be touched. Even if she could not touch Xianxia, she could still touch Xin Miao, and for a female, there was nothing more painful than letting her marry badly. Old Xianxia and Ren Wanyin hit it off and immediately sent someone to Princi residence to bring up the matter. Xin Miao was angry and afraid in her heart. At that time she was in love with Fu Xiaoyi and hardened her heart. That night she brought along a parcel and went to Prince Ding residence to request shelter. She did not care about her own reputation and deliberately let others spread the matter, thinking that since her reputation was ruined, the uncooked rice would be cooked and marrying to Prince Ding as a concubine would be better than marrying to Princi residence. At that time old Xianxia was so angry that even though Fu Xiaoyi was angry in his heart, he did not treat her badly on the surface. Perhaps he saw the value of the Xin family's military power to him, and even though he was not warm to Xin Miao, he did not refute. Afterwards, when Xianxia returned to the capital at the end of the year, what welcomed him was the fact that a daughter of the Ding capital had eloped. He was shocked and angry, but Xin Miao did not hesitate to go on a hunger strike to protest. At the end, Xianxia had no choice but to use his military merits and finally exchange for the title of Ding Wangfei for her. But no one would have thought that that was the beginning of the real nightmare. Xin Miao closed her eyes. All the mistakes in her past life seemed to start from today, and today was destined to be the turning point of her life. Those who owed her, now all start to prepare to repay the debt. "Hey, what is there to play alone?" A voice suddenly rang beside her ear. Feng Ning did not know when she walked in front of her, and there was some awkwardness on her face as she sat opposite her. "Why not play a game of chess with me?" "But do you know how to play chess?" Feng Ning lowered her head to look at the chessboard. It was originally an unintentional casual remark, but with one look, there was some interest. After looking carefully for a while, she was unable to see any reason, so she asked, "What kind of game is this?" "I have never seen it before." "This is not playing chess." Xin Miao smiled, "This is fighting a war." "What? One cannot see it now." Xin Miao said lightly, "This kind of chess, one can only see it at the end when the pieces are swallowed. It was like a net, firmly and tightly covering, one would not be able to escape." Feng Ning shivered, "What are you talking about? It is so creepy." She looked at the male side of the banquet and suddenly her eyes brightened as she looked at Xin Miao mischievously. "Look, His Highness Prince Ding has arrived." At the male side of the banquet, Prince Ding, Fu Xiaoyi, was wearing a blue robe embroidered with golden pine trees, green boots, and jade crown, looking very impressive. He was born handsome and his bearing was rather cold, but his actions were amiable and did not seem to have the arrogance of a high and mighty prince. Along the way, it would cause the female side of the banquet to exclaim. Xin Miao lowered her head and clenched her fists into her palms. 10 years of companionship and wholeheartedly support, in exchange for a white silk and a blood debt for the entire family. Even a pair of children had lost their lives because of this. This person looked kind on the outside, but his heart was vicious. He looked fair on the outside, but in reality, he was ruthless. In the previous lifetime, this person granted her an intact corpse. In this lifetime, she wanted this person to die without an intact corpse. Fu Xiaoyi, Ben Gong is back. At the male side of the banquet, other than Prince Ding, there were only 2 princes, Prince Zhou, Fu Xiuan, and Prince Jing, Fu Xiuxian. The crown prince's health wasn't good, so he wouldn't participate in such an occasion. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were born from consort Su Xian, and both of them had outstanding talents. Prince Zhou was extroverted and arrogant while Prince Jing was reserved but shrewd. These 2 people were also eyeing the emperor's throne covetously. Everyone knew that the crown prince's health was weak and there would be a day when the emperor would appoint a crown prince instead. Consort Su Xian was already deeply favored by the emperor, and in contrast, Prince Ding's mother, Consort Dong Shu, was much more low-key. If it was not that Prince Ding was considered outstanding, one feared that the position of the 4 consorts would not be stable. In the last lifetime, Prince Zhou and Prince Jing were involved in the fight for the throne but relaxed their vigilance towards Prince Ding. Firstly, Fu Xiaoyi and the crown prince had a good relationship and was always with the crown prince. He even personally searched for precious medicinal herbs for the crown prince, thus the Empress was very satisfied with Fu Xiuyi. Thus the rest of the people felt that Prince Ding was just a follower of the Crown Prince. Secondly, Fu Xiuyi was usually aloof and disdained to participate in the matters of the court. In addition, Consort Dong Shu had a cautious temperament and spent all day chanting Buddhist scriptures, and without the support of a strong maiden family, one expected that Prince Ding would not be able to stir up any waves. But in fact, the one who finally sat on the dragon throne was Fu Xiuyi, who they thought would not be able to stir up any waves. Shen Miao picked up the leaf card and played with it. Just like this leaf card, Fu Xiuyi's cards were very bad from the moment he was born. Everyone thought that he would be eliminated from the start, but they did not know that he had never thought of using the cards in his hands. His cards were in the hands of others, and what he had to do was to snatch them. "Why aren't you reacting?" Seeing that she was silent and there was no love for Fu Xiuyi in her eyes, Feng Yanning felt somewhat strange. "Don't you like him?" Shen Miao raised her head and looked at her. Feng Yanning was shocked. That sharp gaze made her heart turn cold and she almost could not resist the urge to kneel down. She did not know where her feelings came from, but she instinctively knew that her words had made Shen Miao unhappy. She paused and said, "Actually, I don't really like him. How can there be such a perfect person in this world? It doesn't seem real." This time, Shen Miao looked at Feng Yanning seriously. She didn't expect that this arrogant and willful young miss of a big family could see through this. There were many people who were infatuated with Fu Xiuyi's appearance. As long as Fu Xiuyi was willing, all the young girls would fall for him. "What, there's actually a maverick?" she slowly said. "Looks like you have someone in your heart." "What nonsense are you talking about?" Feng Yanming's small face suddenly flushed red. "Do not falsely accuse a good person." Shen Miao did not speak to her anymore as she did not have the mood to inquire about a young lady's thoughts. She naturally had her own matters to attend to. The invitations for the chrysanthemum banquet were almost all received, and everyone should have arrived. Under the chrysanthemum field of Yanbei Hall, a huge platform was set up. This kind of stage dressing did not make people feel that it was vulgar. This was because the late emperor had once offered sacrifices to the heavens here. It was a high platform that was tainted with the aura of a true dragon. There were chess pieces stuck on both sides and there were soldiers dressed in ceremonial attire with a red scarf on their head beating the drums loudly. The drums rumbled through the sky and the musicians played the zither. It was a song of virtuous scholar, implying that the imperial family was thirsty for talents. Today's academy examination was to select the virtuous talents for Ming Qi's country and to select the true talents of the country. The music and drums entered the ears with a unique excitement and magnificence that made one involuntarily surge. Most of the people present were youths, and it was the time when they were filled with hot blood. They almost followed the music and could not wait to show all of their talents in front of everyone to have a good future in Ming Qi and to leave a thick stroke in the history of the Ming Qi's imperial family. Even if they were females, they could not help but reveal an excited expression. Even though they could not enter the court and become officials like males, their fathers and older brothers were the pillars of the country. Their own family was indomitable and under the glory, they were also bathed in the imperial family's favor and their hearts were filled with gratitude. While the entire audience was shrouded in the excitement of the imperial benevolence, there was only one person whose eyes were cold and did not have a trace of emotion. Shen Miao's gaze landed on the person who was playing the zither in the center. The Ming Qi imperial family loved to be like this, to evoke the youth's heart to serve the country and use them to work for the decadent imperial family. However, at the end, once the country was stabilized, these men who shed their blood for the country would rarely have a good ending. When the cunning rabbit dies, the hound is cooked. Every time a new emperor took office, the old people would be eradicated. Especially those officials who had experienced the dark fight for the throne and had seen the imperial family's dirty deals and bloodshed. How would the imperial family feel assured to let them rise up step by step? These stirring music would only become a funeral song in the future. And these youths who were immersed in the heart to serve the country would only die under the treacherous infighting of the imperial family in the future and become innocent victims. She could not save the people of the world but could save her own people. Shen Miao gently raised her hand and the corner of her right sleeve brushed past the edge of the table and that bowl of clear tea was swept onto the floor. With a paw sound, a clear and crisp sound rang in the venue. It should not be heard but compared to the rhythmic music, It was as if one of the silk threads was pulled up and messed up the other threads. With a ping sound, the rhythm of the music was disrupted. Like waking up from a dream, Feng Ning suddenly recovered to her senses and saw Shen Miao picking up the teacup on the floor and smiled gently. "Apologies, my hand slipped." That musician who was playing the intense rhythm on the stage and plucking the zither felt his brain explode and almost fainted from the pain. This kind of music was learned by Ming Qi from an imported Westerner and most likely had the intention of bewitching. It was able to stir up the emotions in one's heart, and this song was a war song. It was able to greatly amplify the fighting spirit and loyalty in one's heart. If the song was finished, some of the loyalty would turn into blind loyalty. The horror of this music was only seen after Shen Miao became the Empress. The imperial family of Ming Qi used this kind of music to confuse the younger generation and let these younger generation shed their blood for them. At the beginning, when the Xiongnu invaded, the imperial family let a large number of the imperial army guard the capital, and when they recruited new soldiers to the borders, they let these musicians play the drums on the stage. A large wave of youths joined the army without looking back, and some of them were not even of marriageable age. After being interrupted by Shen Miao, those musicians became weaker and weaker, and the final sound of the zither was no longer as impassioned as before. It was just an ordinary playing. And those bewitched hot-blooded feelings gradually dissipated and everything returned to its tranquility. But Shen Miao's actions had attracted some people's attention. At the male side of the banquet, Fu Xiuyi and Pei Lang looked over at the same time. Fu Xiuyi was a member of the imperial family and naturally knew of the imperial family's means. The crisp sound of the teacup falling to the ground seemed to be inadvertent, but it had already disrupted the rhythm of the musicians on the stage, and those bewitching tones could not continue. He naturally wanted to see who the culprit was. Fu Xiuyi himself had a cautious and suspicious character, so he did not think that the other party did it unintentionally. The purple-clad young female was holding her chin and talking to the person beside her. Her expression was cold and distant, but there was an indescribable bearing that clearly separated her from the people around her. Who was ninth younger brother looking at? Prince Zhou. Fu Xiuan followed Fu Xiuyi's gaze and revealed a knowing smile. Speaking of the few of us brothers, only ninth younger brother has not married. Did imperial father not mention many times about ninth younger brother's consort selection? That young lady looks like a young lady from which residence? She looks not bad. One do not know whose relative she is. Is there anyone who knows her? It is the fifth young lady from the formidable great general residence, this one's student. Pei Lang was standing not far away and answered when he heard it. The fifth young lady from the formidable great general residence? Prince Jing. Fu Xiuan's memory was not bad. Perhaps it was because Shen Miao's name was too big that even the imperial family were not unfamiliar with her name. He said, "Isn't that Xianxia, General Shen's daughter? Seems to be called Shen Miao? How could it be Shen Miao?" Fu Xiuan smiled without a care. "The matter of Shen Miao chasing our ninth younger brother is known by the entire capital. Did not she fall into the water a few days ago because of ninth younger brother? If ninth younger brother really likes Shen Miao, why would it be so troublesome? Moreover, Shen Miao is an idiot. You see that young lady opposite, she has a calm and noble temperament. How could it be Shen Miao? Fourth older brother, be careful with your words. Xiuyi does not have such intention." Fu Xiuyi shook his head, but his eyes were looking at the purple-clad young female at the female side of the banquet. It was not that his heart was not shocked. What kind of person was Shen Miao? In his eyes, she was no different from those young females who admired him. Those young females who admired him would at least pretend to be reserved on the surface and knew some etiquette. As for Shen Miao, other than looking at him foolishly, she did not know anything else. Naturally, he would not look at an idiot who was the joke of the entire Ding capital. If it was not for Xianxia's face, he would definitely clearly show his disgust. In his memory, Shen Miao always loved to wear bright red and green clothes and loved gold accessories. She would ferociously smear rouge and powder on her face, just like a clown on a stage, and it was even a stage in the countryside. And the purple-clothed young lady in front of him had creamy skin, graceful eyebrows, and an air of nobility that clearly distinguished her from the surrounding women. How could it be Shen Miao? He was not the only one who was confused. Pei Lang was also confused. As Shen Miao's teacher for 2 years, Pei Lang undoubtedly understood Shen Miao more than Fu Xiuyi. If one's appearance could be changed and clothes could be adjusted, the temperament of one's body would be different. Pei Lang was a scholar, and a scholar valued one's temperament more than others. Shen Miao seemed to have changed into another person overnight, so how could there be such a thing? He didn't think about the teacup just now. Although he also felt that there was something wrong with the music, in his heart, how could a little girl hear the problem in it? Moreover, Shen Miao was never an expert in zither skills. Everyone had their own thoughts, but the musician on stage had already finished. The academy examinations were about to begin. This year's academy examinations was different from the previous years. There was no differentiation between male and female, only civil and military. Even though Guang Wentang required the students to be proficient in both the pen and the sword, but the rules had always been like this for 100 years. There were very few females who chose the sword, and in the literary category, it was basically the males who chose the sword. This was because these 3 subjects were actually ways for the court to select talents. Just like a Darren once said, in the examination of Xianxia, one would usually be a general or minister and would be extremely well known. In the military category, one would need to test writing, shooting, spear, weight-bearing and so on. But after all, it was not a real military examination, so there was no need for military drills or a specific arena. Most of the females would be tested in the 4 categories of poetry, song and literature, and this was a tacit tradition. Even if Ming Qi was considered to be open, it was much harsher towards females. It was not only Ming Qi, almost all the countries were like this. Females should stay at home to support their husband and teach their children, singing the wind and the moon. Ming Qi's academy examinations had always been divided into 3 parts: drawing, selection and challenge. Everyone had to draw, and the examiner would mess up the order, and the situation of the drawing would determine what each person would draw for the academy examinations. In order to avoid drawing something that was too difficult, the females would draw from the 4 categories of literature while the males would draw from the military and literature categories. Because this was one of the unavoidable categories, Shen Miao would lose face in this category every year because she did not know any of the 4 categories of poetry, song and literature. As for selection, it was the second stage. One could choose a category that one was good at to go up on stage to display, just like how Shen Yu often chose to play the zither and Shen Qing chose to calculate. As for the last part, it was challenge. This challenge was not selection but a challenge. Some people could go up on stage and randomly pick a student to be their opponent and compete in one of the categories. This kind of situation would often happen in a situation where the opponent was evenly matched. For someone like Shen Miao, challenging her would be an insult to one's own strength. But there were also those who wanted to see Shen Miao become a joke and deliberately picked Shen Miao to go up on stage to compare in one category. Naturally, there was no need to guess the outcome. No matter which category, Shen Miao would suffer a crushing defeat. So to Shen Miao, the academy examinations every year was a nightmare, and every year she would be treated as a joke by everyone. There were countless of such days. And it was the same this year. The main examiner on stage pretended to say something as usual, and the other 2 people took out 2 small wooden buckets from the back. The wooden buckets were filled with lots of paper. On these papers were the categories of the academy examinations, which were drawn by the students themselves. Both males and females would have to draw, and one of them walked over to the male side of the banquet and handed it to the male students. Another tall female took the bucket and walked over to the female side of the banquet and let the female students draw according to the order. Feng Yanning blinked her eyes. May the heavens bless me. I only hope to draw the zither and literature categories. I really do not know anything about painting and chess. She looked at Shen Miao. You do not seem to be worried at all. Could it be that you have a card up your sleeve? Or are you just smashing a broken pot? It was not that her words were harsh, but Shen Miao was indeed a fool who did not know anything. Shen Miao declined to comment. Was there any meaning in drawing? She did not know anything about the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. When the wooden buckets were passed to Shen Miao's table, Feng Yanning first drew, and after drawing the lot paper, she could not wait to open it and immediately gave a sigh of relief. It is zither. It is zither. This is great. These few days of zither practice were not in vain. Shen Miao, what is yours? Xin Miao's hand had just withdrawn from the bucket and there was a white piece of paper in her palm that was folded into a long strip. She opened it and there was a word inside. Painting. Painting? Feng Ning stretched out her neck and when she saw the paper in Xin Miao's hands, she was slightly surprised before saying, "Do you know how?" This was the truth. Xin Miao was not proficient in the four arts of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Not to mention the charm of a painting, one could not even draw it well. Seeing that Xin Miao did not speak, Feng Ning also quietened down. Most likely people were very strange. Initially she did not see eye to eye with Xin Miao, but now that Xin Miao was cold to her, Feng Ning was more willing to talk to Xin Miao. She felt that the current Xin Miao had a special temperament that unconsciously attracted others to get close. Both of them were silent when they saw Xin Yu and Xin Qing walking over. Xin Yu smiled. "What is the paper in fifth younger sister's hand?" "Let me take a look." "Perhaps eldest sister and I can think of some ideas." Xin Qing nodded her head. "Correct. Second younger sister and I have drawn books and paintings respectively." "What is yours?" Shen Miao did not speak. Xin Yu smiled as she went forward to take the paper in her hands and said unintentionally, "Fifth younger sister need not be afraid. There are still us two sisters around and will take care of you." Feng Ning snorted from her nose. Even though she did not like Xin Miao in the past, she also did not see eye to eye with Xin Yu and Xin Qing. Her mother was a powerful one and there were many sisters in the family, thus one could see who was harboring evil intentions and who was scheming in a glance. What was the difference between Xin Yu and Xin Qing and those Shu sisters in their residence who wanted to fight for favor? It was nothing more than using Xin Miao's stupidity to set off themselves. Sure enough, when Xin Yu's words came out, Yi Pei Lan who was at the side sneered, "Xin Yu, why are you saying these to her? Even if you come up with good ideas, one fear that she would not be able to handle it." "Exactly. It is better to let Xin Miao prepare carefully." Jiang Xiaoxian also smiled. Their blatant ridicule was heard by the surrounding Furins and young ladies, but they pretended not to hear it. On the surface, they looked serious but the corners of their lips curled up. There was no other reason as Xin Miao would be a joke in the academy examinations every year, and when it became a habit to be ridiculed, there was no difference. Even if such ridiculing behavior should not appear on the noble children. "Do not say that about fifth younger sister." Xin Yu disagreed. "Fifth younger sister is also very diligent." She opened the paper and exclaimed "Aya" before looking at Xin Miao in surprise. "It is a painting." "Fifth younger sister, you and I have drawn the same item." Feng Ning looked at Xin Yu incomprehensibly. It was only the same item, what was there to be surprised about? Xin Miao however was well aware of it. Most likely Xin Yu felt that her stupidity would be able to set off her outstanding elegance, not to mention that Fu Xiuyi was present today. Thinking of Fu Xiuyi, her eyes darkened. "What does fifth younger sister intend to draw?" Xin Qing asked curiously, "Do you want second younger sister to give you some pointers?" Her words were full of kindness and vividly portrayed the image of a big sister who loved her younger sister. If others were to see this, they would only say that Chen Qing loved her cousin very much. "Troubling both of you to worry," Xin Miao coldly said, "but since it is the academy examinations, it is better to abide by the rules. Second sister wants to help me, isn't that cheating? The two people who cheat will be expelled from the academy examinations together. Second sister wants to go to such an extent for me?" When her lukewarm words came out, Xin Yu's expression changed. Yes, this kind of behavior was considered cheating, but if it was in the past, everyone would only say that she was kind and friendly and would not put much thought into it. But after being specially pointed out by Xin Miao, everyone's gaze towards Xin Yu changed. In the academy examinations, one more person meant one more opponent and everyone wanted to dominate the limelight. Xin Yu was on good terms with everyone in Guangwentang, but it did not mean that there were no people who were jealous of her. All the young females present were her opponents, and every year in the academy examinations, Xin Yu would always be the first in the female side, so there would definitely be resentment. If one could catch her weakness and let her off the stage and not participate in the academy examinations, then there would be one less strong opponent. Suddenly, those female students who were originally standing at the side with Xin Yu looked over covetously, including Yi Pei Lan and entourage who were on good terms with Xin Yu. Xin Yu shuddered as she naturally knew the pros and cons, turning her head back, She saw Shen Miao looking at her with a smile that was not a smile, and her eyes were full of ridicule. If she were to shrink back like this, it would seem that her good intentions were fake, and if she were to take advantage of the situation, it would be hard to guarantee that these students would not grab hold of her weakness to not participate in the competition. Either way, it would be wrong. Xianxia suppressed the resentment in her heart and looked at Shen Miao before reluctantly smiling. Since fifth younger sister has said so, then I would not dare to have good intentions on my own. Forget it. Feng Ning could not help but laugh and deliberately said loudly, one thought that one dotes on younger sister a lot. So it is just like this. To be scared by others and forget it, then what kind of sincere help is that? For a moment, those young females looked at Xianxia with a meaningful gaze. Chen Qiu also heard the movements over here, and she was somewhat flustered. Xianxia was after all still young and did not know how to deal with the situation in front of her. At the same time, her heart was somewhat cold. This Shen Miao was able to stir up other people's emotions with just a few words and let others follow her words. Such a powerful mouth. But she could not intervene as it was a child's matter, and if she as a mother were to intervene, then she would be at a disadvantage. Ren Wanyan and Shen Qing were somewhat gloating as one knew that if Xianxia was too outstanding, it would cover up Shen Qing's brilliance. If Xianxia did not end up well, then only Shen Qing would be able to support the Shen family. Xianxia looked at Shen Miao and thought that if this younger sister had become smarter, she would also speak up for her at this moment. After all, they were all sisters in the Shen residence, and if it was spread out that the Shen residence was in discord, what good would it be? Moreover, Shen Miao had always been fawning on Xianxia, and if Xianxia was offended, then Shen Miao would no longer have any friends. But after waiting for a long while, she did not hear Shen Miao's reply. Xianxia could not help but speak. Fifth younger sister, does second older sister not need to think about what to draw next? Shen Miao's voice was flat. As for my side, there is no need. Seeing that Shen Miao did not have the intention to help her out of the predicament, and looking at the ridiculing gazes of the surrounding young females, for the first time, Xianxia almost could not control herself and wanted to give Shen Miao a tight slap. She barely suppressed her emotions and gritted her teeth. It seems that fifth younger sister seems to have a well-thought-out plan. Since that is the case, later one will see how fifth younger sister will display her brilliance. It will definitely be extremely wonderful. Xianxia bit on the words extremely wonderful very heavily. Finishing saying that, she flicked her sleeves and turned to leave in a huff. Shen Qing hurriedly followed after him. Feng Ning looked at Shen Miao and asked, even though it is extremely refreshing, but why did you not leave a way out for yourself? When you go on stage, she will definitely grab the opportunity to ruthlessly ridicule you. I do not like to endure. Shen Miao looked at the chess game in front of her. Do not endure, do not turn back, do not be soft-hearted. Do not endure. Kill. She took out a chess piece and placed it on the chessboard. The examiners in charge of the academy examinations were already standing on the stage, and the female teachers who were holding the lots had already recorded their respective items as they were to be tested in groups. First was the female group, the 4 categories of zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Among the students of Guangwentang, the first-level students did not need to go through the academy examinations, and only the second and third-level students. The third-level students were in the next group, and this group of second-level students were only 20 over people. The females that came to Guangwentang were the daughters of noble families in the capital, and Shu daughters naturally did not have the qualifications. Among the D daughters, there was no lack of teachers that came to the residence to teach. Moreover, the threshold for entering Guangwentang was not low, and every year they had to pay 1,000 taels of silver. Initially, Xianxia did not care about these worldly possessions and sent the 3 daughters of the Shen residence to Guangwentang. Ren Wanyan was somewhat dissatisfied with this, but with a wave of Xianxia's hand, she did not dare to continue to argue. After all, the money that was confiscated was the emperor's reward for Xianxia's battles. The 22 people were divided into 4 groups. There were more people in the zither category, and there were 7 people. Females always liked these kinds of things that could highlight their charm, and the other 3 categories had 5 people. In the painting group that Shen Miao was in, there was Xianxia, the left imperial censor's daughter Qing Qing, Fan Luer of the Fengtian residence's magistrate, and Zhao Yan of the left assistant minister's family. Fan Luer and Zhao Yan were somewhat disappointed. Fan Luer was good at the zither. category and Zhao Yan was good at chess. Not everyone was like Xinyu, who was proficient in every category. Not being able to draw the category that they were good at, Fan Luer and Zhao Yan were not very happy in front of the males. It was Qing Qing who was as arrogant as usual. Qing Qing's beauty was the only one in Guangwentang who could compete with Xinyu, but it was not because of talent. Even though Xinyu was also gentle and beautiful, Qing Qing's beauty could suppress her without batting an eyelid. Shen Miao's gaze landed on Qing Qing. Today she was wearing a green cotton embroidered robe with wide sleeves, and there was a goose yellow belt around her waist which made her slender waist less than a grasp, and the fluttering of her clothes made her look like a fairy. Compared to the soft and weak Xinyu, she was more like a lotus. However, this arrogant and beautiful woman followed the late emperor and began to clean up the aristocratic families. After the left imperial censor's family was defeated, she became a prostitute for the army. Later, it was said that she took a knife and died together with a small general in the army camp. Seeming to have sensed Shen Miao's gaze, Qing Qing looked over with some surprise before turning his head away in disgust, as if he was unwilling to look at Shen Miao. Shen Miao did not bother about it, but it was Feng Ning who was standing beside her who pulled the corner of her clothes. At that time, you just draw casually and do not think too much. Feng Ning's thoughts were simple. She would eventually make a fool of herself, and to make a fool of herself in such an open manner would make others feel bored. But if Shen Miao did something out of line on the stage in order to fight for her pride, that would be a big problem. Shen Miao nodded. The official on the stage banged the drum heavily, signaling the start of the academy examination. The first thing to compare was Qin. It could be considered as Feng Ning's good luck, as the female students who drew Qin today had mediocre skills. Coincidentally, those who played the zither the best didn't get this category. For no reason, Feng Ning picked up a bargain. And Feng Ning's recent days of hard work in the zither skills was finally not in vain. When she was sitting upright, there was a bit of a virtuous lady's style, and in addition she was good-looking. The zither sound was faint, and compared to the previous few mediocre zither skills, it was like a gust of wind that blew on one's face. There was a blue-clad youth at the male side of the banquet, lingering for 3 days. When Kai Lin heard it, he kicked that youth unhappily. What is this considered as? That is because one did not see Yuer's zither skills. If Yuer were to play a song, even the fairies from the 9 heavens would not be able to compare. Inexperienced. Kai Lin had always protected his sweetheart, but when Su Ming Lang heard his words, he curled his lips in disdain and seemed to want to say something, but when he saw his eldest brother's warning eyes, he held it in. The Qin category quickly finished, and the few examiners on the stage began to discuss and judge. After the Qin category was over, it was the chess skills. The process of the chess skills was much simpler. 5 people would play against each other, and one game would be the winner, and the score would be given based on the playing style and style. In this category, the winner was Yi Pei Lan. After the chess was the book category. Shen Qing, Bai Wei, and Jiang Shaoxian were in the same group. These 3 people were good friends on normal days, but in the academy examinations, the atmosphere was rather tense. This time the book was to compose a poem with today's chrysanthemum as the topic. One reason was to look at the calligraphy, and the other was to look at one's talent. Shen Qing's best skills were not poetry but chess and calligraphy. Unfortunately, calligraphy was in the male group and she did not draw chess. But until the final result, no one would know who was the first in this category. At the end, it was Shen Miao's group's turn. Shen Yu glanced at Shen Miao. Most likely she bore a grudge against Shen Miao for making her look bad. Shen Miao did not maintain the appearance of a good older sister. She smiled and said to Shen Miao, later on the stage, 5th younger sister must give way to older sister. This kind of confident appearance, even I am somewhat afraid. These words were heard by Fan Luer, who was standing at the side and could not help but laugh. Shen Yu, what are you talking about? What confident appearance? Could it be that Shen Miao has some tricks up her sleeves? Now that you mention it, I also have some expectations. Zhao Yan rejoiced in others' misfortune. Remember last year when Shen Miao drew the zither, she pulled out the strings of other people's bamboo fragrant zither. Most likely she inherited General Shen's bravery. This year when drawing, one must not break the brush. As she spoke, she touched Shen Miao's cheeks. Such a white and tender face, would it be painted into a face by oneself later? Shen Miao did not move and looked at her indifferently. Under that extremely cold gaze, Zhao Yan's smile gradually froze. Fan Luer also felt that Xin Miao's expression was not good and her heart suddenly felt an inexplicable lingering fear. Involuntarily, she pulled Zhao Yan's hand back. Qing Qing seemed to be somewhat impatient and looked at Xin Miao. What are you quarreling about? If you want to quarrel, go quarrel on the stage and let everyone see your faces. When she said that, even though Zhao Yan and the rest were dissatisfied, they did not speak anymore. At the male side of the banquet, Kai Lin looked at Xin Yu's figure excitedly, but that glutinous rice dumpling pulled Su Ming Feng. That beautiful older sister is also there. Eldest brother look. Su Ming Feng did not know whether to laugh or cry, as he did not know why his younger brother was so persistent with Xin Miao. He was already in the 3rd year of the country, and this time he lied that it was the first time he went out after he was seriously ill, and he appeared to be very weak, so he could not participate in the academy examinations. He also knew of Xin Miao's name since the entire Ding capital knew that the formidable great general swept across the battlefield but gave birth to an idiot daughter. She will definitely win. Su Ming Lang clenched his fist and said. Su Ming Feng's heart was non-committal, as he knew that today it would be Xin Yu who would come out on top. Before going on stage, Xin Yu could not help but tease Xin Miao, 5th younger sister, later do not be lenient. Older sister will wait for you. Definitely. Shen Miao answered. She would definitely not be lenient. The chief examiner was the grand secretary of the cabinet, Zhong Ziqi. He was a little old man with a head full of gray hair but was usually very serious and upright. He only opened the scroll in his hands and began to read out the examination questions. Regarding the painting side, it was actually different every year, but this year the academy examinations and the chrysanthemum banquet happened to be together, so the questions were much simpler. Just like book with chrysanthemum as the title, painting also with chrysanthemum as the title. There were 5 long tables on the stage, and there were brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone on the table. One would walk to the table in order and the drummers would beat the drums heavily, signaling the start of the academy examinations. Everyone stretched their necks to look up. These 5 people could be considered as the 5 people with unique characteristics. Xin Yu was a talented female that everyone knew, Qing Qing was beautiful and arrogant, Fan Luer and Zhao Yan were a pair of sisters that had a good relationship, and Xin Miao was naturally that stupid and ignorant idiot. Most of the males were looking at Xin Yu and Qing Qing, but most of the females were looking at Xin Miao. Bai Wei covered her mouth and said, today Xin Miao seemed to be well behaved and did not have any strange actions. It looks like it is the case. Including this time, Xin Miao had passed through a total of 4 academy examinations. The first time she drew a chess piece, she randomly played a few pieces and was defeated like a landslide. The second time she drew a book, she overturned the ink plate and dirted her clothes. The third time she drew a zither and the string of a good bamboo zither was broken by her. Rather than saying that everyone was here to watch Xin Miao go up the stage, it was better to say that she would make a fool of herself in front of everyone. But today it was somewhat different. The high stage was wide and the young female was sitting in front of the table. Her actions of holding the brush were very proper, as if she had received rigorous training, as if there was not a single bit of mistake that could be picked out. In the golden autumn of the 10th month, the cold wind blew through the hall and lifted the stray hair on her forehead. She lowered her head slightly and one could only see the oval-shaped little face and the eyelashes that hung down, drawing a beautiful arc. There was actually some beauty. That lotus green cloak fluttered fiercely. She sat upright, but her brush was free and unrestrained, as if she didn't care. However, that kind of confident bearing was like the begonia in her black hair, blooming openly in a reserved way. Foreign pursed her lips and said to Ren Wanyan with an unclear meaning, 5th mother has really grown up. Ren Wanyan forced a smile, but her hands quietly tightened. Behind him came the chatter of the girls. Up until now, Xin Miao has not made a fool of herself. Could it be that she has really changed? That's impossible. She's probably just putting on an act. Didn't you see that she didn't even think before writing? Xin Yu still needs to think for a few more moments, but for her to be like this, the biggest possibility is that she is just casually painting. Feng Ning looked at Xin Miao on the stage and that strange feeling came again. She suddenly had an intuition that today's chrysanthemum banquet might not be like the past. For example, would Xin Miao on the stage really make a fool of herself, Or was it to destroy all the misconceptions people had about her in an unstoppable manner? At the male side of the banquet, some people gradually discovered the difference. This group was probably the most pleasing to the eye out of all the women's groups. Xianyu's pink dress was simple and elegant, gentle and beautiful. Qin Qingqing's green dress was wide-sleeved, arrogant and beautiful. Fan Luer was delicate and charming, Zhao Yan was weird, and if one were to say who had the least special characteristics, it would be that stupid, cowardly, and tacky Shen Miao. But at a glance, among the 5 of them, Shen Miao was not only not inferior, but stood out. She just sat there quietly with her head lowered, but she gave off the feeling that she was looking down on all living things. It was as if that delicate figure was standing on a high and decisive position, causing people to involuntarily feel the urge to submit to her. Pei Lang frowned. How could a person's temperament undergo such an earth-shattering change? Was this person really Shen Miao? Fu Xiaoyi could not hide the surprise in his heart. It was not that he noticed the earth-shattering difference between Shen Miao and the past, but the way Shen Miao sat, the straight back and the way she raised her hands made him think of a person. The current mistress of the 6 palaces, the Empress. Fu Xiaoyi knew that his own thoughts were very ridiculous. The entire Ding capital knew that Shen Miao loved him, and he hated himself to be loved by such a female. But most of the time, the news about Shen Miao was heard from rumors. It was rumored that Shen Miao was ignorant and incompetent, unbearably tacky, rough, stupid and cowardly. Now it seemed that there was only one feeling in his heart. One fear that those rumors were not all true. Really strange. The blue-clad youth who was previously reprimanded by Kai Lin said curiously, "Wasn't it said that the second-year student Shen Miao is an idiot? It does not look like it." Kai Lin was also stunned. His eyes kept following Shen Miao, but Shen Miao seemed to have a kind of magic that made one involuntarily notice her. It was as if she was born to stand in a position that others could see, and it was especially obvious today. He tried hard to suppress his own strange thoughts and snorted, "Just putting on an act. Eldest brother, she will win." Su Minglang tugged at the sleeves of the person beside him. Su Mingfang's brows were smiling, but his expression was somewhat strange. Shen Miao? After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the drummer beat the drum again, indicating that the time was up. Shen Yu put down her brush. She was very confident in her painting today. Beside her left was Qin Qing. Qin Qing had also completed his painting and was washing the brush. Even if it was a simple action, when done by her, it was as moving as a painting. But no matter how moving it was, in the academy examinations, one would not rely on one's beauty to speak. She then turned her head to look at Shen Miao and thought that Shen Miao had always achieved nothing, but there was no accident today. Most likely it was because there was someone beside her that she became smarter. One could pretend, but one could not pretend one's talent. At this moment she should be in a fluster and had not finished. However, in front of her, Shen Miao had already put down her brush and calmly looked at the people who came to collect the paintings. Shen Yu's smile stiffened. "All right, go down." After everyone's paintings were collected, it would be the academy examinations for the second-year female, and this would require time. "Fifth younger sister, what exactly did you draw?" After Shen Yu came down from the stage, she could not wait to ask Shen Miao. She did not know why, but Shen Miao made her very uneasy. "You will know in a while." Shen Miao gently smiled, and there seemed to be something more meaningful in her smile. She turned around and walked to a place where no one could see before speaking to Guyu beside her. "Think of a way to send this to the hands of second young master of the Annals residence." "Oh, it is the person dressed in green on the opposite seat from the left." Guyu hesitated for a moment and seemed to be somewhat confused before saying, "This servant will save it. Go." Shen Miao patted her shoulder and walked back to her original seat. From afar, she looked at Pei Lang. When Pei Lang looked up, he met with a pair of eyes. Even from afar, one could see the scrutiny contained within. "Apologies, Pei Lang." Shen Miao thought in her heart, "I will borrow your hands to shake the unbreakable foundation of the imperial family of Mingqi. After all, you owe me." The examiners on the stage were evaluating the results, and the students below the stage were also discussing. Today Shen Miao did not make a fool of herself, and it made the academy examinations somewhat boring, but it also made those who usually did not look at her to pay attention to her. Humans were all strange. Those who were bad usually only needed to perform a little better, and perhaps in the eyes of others, they would be able to turn over a new leaf. Feng Yanning was somewhat nervous and would look towards the examiners on the stage from time to time. One did not know what the reason was, but the few Darren on the stage seemed to be arguing. It seems that today is also very intense. Fu Xiuan smiled, but females, there is no need to be so calculative, as they will not enter officialdom. His character had always been somewhat conceited and was not afraid that the Darren beside him would be dissatisfied if they heard it. After all, some of their daughters were those students who were on the stage. The academy examinations opportunity is rare. Fu Xiui said, naturally one must grasp it well. Ninth younger brother said correctly. Fu Xiuxian picked up the teacup on the table and drank a mouthful before saying, if there is a particularly outstanding female, ninth younger brother can also pay attention. Even though he looked calm, he was not easy to deal with. Both openly and secretly, he was probing if Fu Xiui would find a wife with a strong background for himself. Fifth older brother is joking. Fu Xiui shook his head, my marriage, imperial father will make the decision and it is not up to me to comment. That was also true, as Fu Xiuyi's daily matters were arranged by the emperor and rarely would he take the initiative to have any ideas. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of prince was simply too docile and did not have any ambitions, exactly the same as consort Dong Shu, but in the eyes of Prince Jing, Fu Xiuxian, there were some differences. In one's life, one would have to take a gamble. Isn't it the same for a wife? Prince Jing's words had a hidden meaning. Until the end, who would know what the ending would be? Prince Zhou could also hear his younger brothers probing of Fu Xiui, and his eyes turned but did not speak. Not long later, the examiner on the stage stood up to announce the results. In the zither category, it was no surprise that Feng Yanning took the lead. Originally there was no one that was particularly powerful in this group, and Feng Yanning was considered to be very outstanding. Naturally she was happy and went up to receive the invitation for the academy examinations and happily went down the stage to show it to Feng Foren. Madame Feng was very happy to see this. To a lady, this kind of glory, although it was impossible for her to become an official, it was like the icing on the cake. The children of noble families naturally did not lack wealth and glory, but their own talent and beauty could clearly distinguish them from each other. Feng Yanning used today's academy examinations to raise her level by one level. In chess, Bai Wei came out on top. There were examiners who specialized in recording the chess games, and they showed the drawn chess paths to the people below to show it to ensure fairness. Shen Miao glanced at the chess game. Bai Wei's game was much more detailed, so he had made it to the end. It was a pity that he paid too much attention to the details and didn't look at the big picture. Instead, he slowed down the progress and was somewhat burdensome. In the book category, Shen Qing only got second place. The first was Yi Pei Lan. Her poem about chrysanthemum was elegant and lovely. Even though it was too much for an unmarried young lady to write such a poem, but Guang Wentang had the advantage of breaking through the shackles of etiquette, and the requirements for females were not too harsh. In addition, the little poem was indeed interesting and lovely. It was not purely about chrysanthemum, but it was using chrysanthemum to express one's yearning, thus the level went up another level. Shen Qing's expression was not good, but she was naturally not good at composing poems, thus she was very helpless. The last one was Shen Miao's group of paintings. The examiners on the stage had different expressions, and it seemed that the most intense dispute was this group. The womenfolk were guessing that Xin Yu and Qin Qing each had their own merits, and it was difficult to choose. After all, these two people were often compared in Guang Wentang. Qin Qing sat at the same spot with an arrogant expression, as if she did not care about the result at all, but the fingers that were holding the teacup were somewhat stiff. In comparison, it was Xin Yu who was much more calm. She sat beside Chen Roqiu and her gaze was somewhat coquettish and shy. Chen Roqiu looked at her gently. This daughter was intelligent and sensitive, and her talent was as outstanding as her. She was proficient in the 4 arts, and every year in the academy examinations, she would always be in the limelight. Seeing how happy she looked, today it should be in the bag. Xin Yu naturally had a well-thought-out card up her sleeve. She had the strength of her brushwork, the interest, and even the idea had been thought of. It was as if she had long found out the preferences of the examiners, and was always able to come up with the best works. So what if Qin Qing was beautiful? At the end, she was only good to look at but useless. Thinking that she was useless, her gaze turned towards Shen Miao, who was sitting at the other side. Today Shen Miao had caused her to suffer such a big loss, and she thought that Shen Miao would make a fool of herself on the academy examination stage, but who knew that Shen Miao had escaped safely. But now that the paintings were to be shown to everyone, Shen Miao would not be able to avoid ridicule. In any case, she was going to make a fool of herself, and a trace of happiness flashed in her heart. The examiner who was in charge of reading out the results sang loudly on the stage, "Painting group's first rank, Shen Miao." Shen Miao? First rank, a stone stirred up 1,000 ripples, and everyone started to clamor. Even the voices of the examiner who was reading out the first few names were drowned out. Shen Yu's smile suddenly froze on her face. She looked incredulously at Chen Roqiu and her voice trembled, "Mother, just now, who was the first rank? I must have heard it wrongly." Chen Roqiu pinched Shen Yu's arm. Even though she was angry in her heart, she had eaten more meals than Shen Yu and knew that in this situation, there would definitely be a lot of people who wanted to see Shen Yu's reaction. It would be alright if Shen Yu was magnanimous, but for her to be in such a desperate situation, she had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Even though Shen Qing and Ren Wanyan rejoiced in others' misfortune, this was the first time Shen Yu's face was swept away by others, but when they heard that it was Shen Miao, they were also surprised. They thought that the examiner had mistaken Shen Yu's and Shen Miao's names. There was a lot of discussion in the female side of the banquet, and naturally there was an uproar in the male side of the banquet. What is going on? Why is it not little Yu? Kai Lin suddenly stood up and looked at his classmate. Did I hear it wrongly? Is it that old man who read it wrongly? Naturally she was not the only one who had such thoughts, especially the youths who were in the same class as Shen Miao, as they were discussing with a look of extreme surprise. Look, older brother. I knew that she would win. Su Minglang pulled Su Mingfeng. In this group of people, he was probably the happiest as the white fat on his face shook. Su Mingfeng also had a headache. Who would have thought that it was Shen Miao? One had to know that every time before the academy examinations, there would be private casinos that would come and gamble. He had bet on Shen Yu, but he had bet 1,000 liang of silver. Well, 1,000 liang of silver had all gone down the drain. If Master Su knew about it, he would definitely tear him apart. Looking at Su Minglang who was jumping up and down in joy, Su Mingfeng wanted to cry but had no tears. Pei Lang frowned but did not look at the examiner on the stage, but looked at the purple-clad young female in the female side of the banquet. Her face was abnormally calm as she indifferently looked at everyone's surprise and doubt. She had long known that she would win. The discussion continued and the examiner on stage had already shown the painting to everyone to show the fairness of the results. Fan Luer's and Zhao Yan's paintings were of the same path, both were the scenery of a garden with chrysanthemum blooming. In all fairness, it was beautiful but the artistic conception was too mediocre so naturally it was ranked at the back. Qing Qing on the other hand had painted a red fairy with a big chrysanthemum. This was most likely a type of chrysanthemum that she was familiar with. The painting only depicted this chrysanthemum and it was so vivid and lifelike. It could be considered that she had taken a different path and completely ran away from the artistic conception and only casually displayed her own painting skills. A red fairy was vividly displayed on the paper and it was really beautiful. But the academy examinations not only tested one's painting skills but also the meaning of the painting so no matter how beautiful this chrysanthemum was, it was only ranked third. Very quickly, it was Shen Yu's painting. Shen Yu bit her lips as she sat beside Chen Roqiu. She barely managed to maintain a smile on her face but her fists were tightly clenched. If it was in the past, she would be smiling lightly and accept everyone's sincere praise and envy. But now, this second was like a deep irony that made her feel that everyone was looking at her with ridicule and ridicule. Shen Yu's painting was a remnant chrysanthemum. The wind and rain rustled and a lot of the chrysanthemum petals in the courtyard had fallen but the scattered petals were still firmly attached to the branches and stood straight, as if it was an important person with integrity. And at the side there were 2 sentences from a poem, rather die holding the fragrance on the branches than to be blown away by the north wind. This painting was considered to have a lofty intention. Generally speaking, from the painting to the person, the remnant chrysanthemum in the painting was of high quality and the person who painted would be able to see that it was of high moral character. The examiner in charge loved such a talented and moral person the most. If Xianyu's painting was not able to get first rank, it was really unimaginable what Shen Miao had painted. Painted so well? How could it be second? Bai Wei exclaimed, I really do not understand. Chen Roqiu also could not understand. Initially she thought that Xianyu was slightly nervous today and had taken a wrong path. Who knew that when this painting was taken out, she knew that her daughter did not do anything wrong and it was the same as the previous academy examinations. It was indeed a well-deserved first rank. But why was the result different? Ren Wanyan was somewhat rejoicing in Xianyu's misfortune. Xianyu was outstanding and had always suppressed Shen Qing in the academy examinations. Seeing that Xianyu suffered a loss this time, even though Shen Miao winning first place made her unhappy, but since it had nothing to do with her, she was always happy to watch the show. The examiner on the stage ordered the two children to unroll the scroll, and the noise stopped abruptly. The drawing paper was very big and Shen Miao's painting had too much white space. Her painting skills were not outstanding. Therefore, he only drew a rough view of the distant scenery, but unexpectedly, there was a kind of magnificent atmosphere. On the scroll, yellow sand was endless, and a setting sun was gushing blood red. A broken sword stood in the yellow soil, and a white chrysanthemum was below the sword. Here, the chrysanthemum seemed to be just an ornament. It was so small that even the meridians of the petals could not be seen. But in this painting, it was like a finishing touch, a bleak and desolate feeling gushed out. Everyone present was silent for a moment. Even through the pen and paper, one could feel the desolation and misery in it, as well as the helpless struggle. That was war. Chen Roqiu and Xianyu trembled at the same time. After seeing clearly what was painted on the scroll, they knew that there was absolutely no possibility of a comeback in this match. Yes, Xianyu was indeed elegant and her character was not gaudy, and was able to take care of her character and nobility. But Shen Miao's painting had completely jumped out of the person. If one said that Xianyu was using the chrysanthemum to praise people, then Shen Miao was using the flower to express her will. How could the feelings of a lone person be compared to the cruelty of war? No wonder those examiners were arguing endlessly just now and were slow to come to a conclusion. One feared that they did not think that such a majestic painting was actually drawn by the idiot Shen Miao's hands. The chief examiner, the grand secretary of the cabinet Zhong Ziqi said, Student Shen Miao, come up and talk about why this painting was made. Every student who obtained first rank would have to talk about their understanding of getting the first rank. However, today Shen Miao was asked to talk about the reason for the painting. Naturally, it was because everyone did not believe that she was able to make this painting and feared that it was an idea that she heard from somewhere else. Shen Qing smiled and whispered to Yi Pei Lan at the side, this time the cat is out of the bag. But this was really not drawn by her? Yi Pei Lan was somewhat puzzled, just now we all saw it. She personally drew it stroke by stroke. That painting skill is not outstanding. As for the painting intent, who knows if there was someone guiding it? Shen Qing looked disdainfully at Shen Miao who was walking up the stage. After living with her for so many years, I still do not know what she knows. Now that Grand Secretary Zhong wants her to talk about the reason for the painting, one think that she would not be able to say it. One fear that she would lose all her face again. Yi Pei Lan also smiled when she heard it. Like I said, how could there be such a saying of becoming a talented female so quickly? One fear that it was to attract that person. Her eyes ambiguously swept over to Prince Ding's side of the male side of the banquet, to invite an expert to guide. Shen Miao could be considered to have racked her brains for him. Shen Qing's face stiffened and suppressed the unhappiness in her heart. Let's take a look. On the stage, Shen Miao quietly looked at the unfolded scroll. She slowly stretched out her hand and under everyone's astonished gaze, she caressed the painting. The reason why this painting was made was because I heard from my father that every year on the battlefield, there were many heroes who died on the battlefield, dying in the yellow sands. But the journey was long and they could only be buried on the battlefield. At that time, there were no chrysanthemums in the northwest deserts or the northern grasslands. Chrysanthemums bloomed in the warm south and in the bustling Ding capital. There were songs and dances to celebrate peace and there was no need to worry about food and clothing, but it was at the cost of the lives of the soldiers at the border. The discussion gradually stopped, and everyone's eyes gathered on the purple-clothed girl. Her gaze was calm, and she spoke as if she was narrating a story. My father once said that the soldiers who died in the war couldn't even have a bunch of chrysanthemums after their sacrifice. There would be no flowers blooming on the battlefield, and the generals and soldiers would not even be able to experience a complete mourning. Their wives and children can only stay far away, wearing white chrysanthemums on their heads and offering them white chrysanthemums. I believe that the reason everyone is able to calmly admire chrysanthemums here is all because there are brave men guarding the border. It's a pity that I can't do anything for them. I can only paint a bunch of white chrysanthemums in front of a pile of yellow soil to comfort their souls. The young girl stood in the wind. Her eyes were clear, but her words were powerful and resonant. It was as if her words were the only thing in the world that was clear and sweet. However, they were like morning bells and evening drums, beating on everyone's hearts. Xin Miao lowered her eyes slightly. Did the Tian family of Mingqi not want to deal with the aristocratic families and the Shen family? But the world was so big that everyone's eyes would see and everyone's ears would listen. Preventing the people's mouths was more important than preventing a river. Since the Tian family wanted to attack the general residence, she would let everyone in the world take a look. Look, the Shen family used their lives to fight for meritorious deeds. The Shen family used their lives to guard the city walls of Mingqi. Now all of you nobles were singing and dancing in the capital, and it was all because of the blood and flesh on the battlefield, stepping on the blood of the soldiers. Would the imperial family of Mingqi still dare to suppress them with great fanfare? If you dare, then do not be afraid of the eyes of everyone in the world. The most supreme thing was the imperial power. What was more powerful than the imperial power was the common people's mouths. Of course one could use an iron fist to suppress it, but when that day comes, the common people would not dare to speak nonsense and the joke would spread out. Wouldn't it be the biggest joke in the world? The imperial family of Mingqi was probably like this. It was obvious that they were corrupt internally and had done many dirty things, but on the surface they still had to put on a face that they cared about the country. They enjoyed the protection and offerings of the aristocratic families with a clear conscience, but at the end they had to make a false accusation. Xin Miao's words made everyone present gradually quiet down. The daughters thought of the glory of their ancestors, and if the residence was a military general, they would be even more moved. The male students were at the age where they were full of vigor, and the soldiers on the battlefield were admired everywhere, so naturally they would worship heroes. But there were some who were not so happy. The three princes of Mingqi who were present all frowned at the same time. Others did not know, but they knew what the imperial family's intention was: to treat the aristocratic families. The Shen family was a tall tree that attracted the wind, and sooner or later the emperor would use other excuses to eradicate them. However, the Shen family had a good reputation among the common people for so many years, and to topple them was not something that could be done overnight. Now Xin Miao's words seemed to be mourning the soldiers, but in fact it was praising the meritorious deeds and also put the soldiers in a position of being in the spotlight. If the imperial family had a trace of inappropriateness, they would be in the wrong in terms of morality and conduct. Was she doing it intentionally? Everyone looked up, and after the young female finished speaking, she became silent. Her robe was a little loose, and it fluttered in the cold wind, making her figure seem even more delicate. Most likely she was thinking wrongly, as she was just a daughter in the boudoir. This time she was able to uncharacteristically take the lead was because she was Xianxia's daughter, and Xianxia had really told her about the matters on the battlefield, thus she was lucky. Prince Yu's gaze followed the purple-clad young female, and in a flash, he suddenly smiled meaningfully. This young lady of the Shen family is indeed very interesting. One did not know why, but when Prince Yu's words came out, Pei Lang and Fu Xiui frowned at the same time, and there was a trace of a bad premonition in their hearts. When Prince Zhou heard it, he asked meaningfully, "Does Royal Shu fancy that young lady of the Shen family?" One heard that the young lady of the Shen family is ignorant and idiotic, but now it seems that it is not so. She has a sharp tongue and looks are not bad. If there is an additional royal saw. He laughed very obscene, it should be very interesting. Prince Yu of the first rank was now over 40 years old, and in addition to his brutality and viciousness, the number of females that were played to death by him was uncountable. If Xin Miao were to fall into his hands, one feared that in a short period of time, she would perish. Zhou's words were already out, but he had such arrogant temperament, so others would not find it strange when he said it. However, it was really too immoral to put a budding girl into such a tiger's mouth without rhyme or reason. Prince Jing however thought further than his own twin brother. Even though the imperial family had the intention to suppress the Shen family, but the Shen family had military power in their hands, like a common man with a treasure. If any prince were to obtain the Shen family's help in private, it would be a huge bargaining chip in the road to the throne. But if Shen Miao were to marry to Prince Yu, then Prince Yu would no longer be able to fight for power. Perhaps the best way would be to place the military power in the imperial family and not be coveted by any prince. Thinking of this, Prince Jing, Fu Xiui nodded his head. The young lady of the Shen family is quick-witted. If Royal Shu feels that it is not bad, there is nothing wrong. Fu Xiuyi's brows wrinkled even tighter. He naturally considered the things that Prince Jing could think of. He knew that Shen Miao marrying to Prince Yu residence would have 100 benefits and no harm to him. Firstly, he could get rid of Shen Miao's entanglement and there would be one less peach blossom joke. Secondly, the Shen family's military power was too hot, and even if he had the intention to use it, he was afraid that it would cause the emperor to suspect that the gains would not make up for the losses. It would be better to leave it in Prince Yu residence and wait for an opportunity to make a move. But he did not know why he felt that there was an unpleasant thought in his heart, as if it was not right to do so. Pei Lang looked worriedly at Shen Miao, who was walking down the stage. Her steps were unhurried and her expression was calm. Most likely she did not know that her fate was already in the hands of this group of imperial children. He sighed in his heart. After all, they were teacher and student, but he was just a little teacher and could not change anything. He could only feel pity for Shen Miao's fate in his heart. Prince Yu of the first rank waved his hands impatiently and did not seem to be very happy. The smile on his lips was indeed somewhat sinister. Imperial nephew, it is not that this prince does not know what you all are planning. The residents of Prince Yu of the first rank would not be able to eat up this big Buddha of the Shen family. His eyes landed on his stump leg, but the young lady of the Shen family is interesting. It would not be bad to bring her over to play. Su Mingfeng took a look at this side. He was close to Fu Xiui and the rest and only seriously watched the situation on the stage, but his heart was somewhat indignant. No matter how stupid that Shen Miao was, to be targeted by Prince Yu of the first rank, one feared that it would bode ill rather than well. It would be alright if Xianxia was in the Ding capital, but unfortunately Xianxia would only return at the end of the year. Without father and older brothers to protect, how would a young lady contend with these vicious wolves? As if he had expected the tragic ending, Su Mingfeng sighed and brought Su Minglang to Master Su before quietly leaving the banquet. Shen Miao did not know about the changes at the male side of the banquet. Xianxia was very happy for Shen Miao, but it was Xingyu who finally could not maintain the good expression on her face and left the banquet somewhat stiffly. After the female group's examinations, it was the male group's turn. On the side of the female side, the young ladies who had passed the examinations all left the banquet to rest. Feng and Ning followed beside Shen Miao, and this previously arrogant young lady finally revealed a look of heartfelt admiration towards Shen Miao. She said, "Just now you did really well. It was really great." Shen Miao lightly replied, "You are also not bad." Most likely it was because she thought that she got first place in the Qing category. Feng and Ning smiled. Hard work does not fail those who are willing. I will go to the horse carriage to get something. Wait for me here. After Feng and Ning left, Shen Miao walked to the plum blossom forest in Bei Yan Tang to wait for her. The plum blossoms had not bloomed in this season, but the trees were verdant and very lush. Bi walked out from it and looked around before whispering, "Young lady, it has already been sent to Gentleman Librarian Jing's hands. It was changed by bribing the servant outside to ensure safety." "Very good," Shen Miao said. Bi was still somewhat puzzled as she did not understand why her young lady would do this. One had to know that it was impossible for her young lady to be acquainted with the gentleman of Librarian Jing's family. Just at this moment, one heard a chuckle from the top of the head. The three of them looked up and saw that on the branches of the nearby trees, there was a touch of purple that floated down and landed in front of the three of them in a blink of an eye. That purple-clad youth's appearance was so charming that it did not look like a mortal. His hands were folded across his chest as he lazily leaned against the tree trunk. There was a smile, but not a smile on his lips, but his eyes were as deep as the Ding capital's winter night, with a chilly coldness. It was Xie Jingxing, young lady. Guyu and Xianxia were somewhat vigilant as they stood in front of Shen Miao to protect her. Shouting loudly would be too much of a loss of composure. Moreover, this youth was dressed in brocade clothes and was born with a noble and beautiful appearance, making one unable to help but suspect his identity. But after all, he was a stranger. Gu Yu and Xianxia were afraid that there would be an accident. Gu Yu, Xianxia, both of you guard at the entrance of the forest, Shen Miao said. But young lady. Both of them were somewhat hesitant. Go. Shen Miao slightly frowned. One did not know why, but she was very good at giving orders. Every time she ordered the maids to do something, there would be an inexplicable majesty that no one dared to refute. Xianxia and Gu Yu could only retreat to the entrance of the forest. You are indeed interesting. Xie Jingxing leaned against the tree trunk and looked at her playfully. He was obviously a noble young master, but his eyes were as sharp as a bloody blade on the battlefield, and his plain tone was able to bring out a biting cold intent. He was after all a person who had seen blood on the battlefield. What does Marquis Xie want to say? Shen Miao asked. Xie Jingxing suddenly appeared, and naturally it was not for idle chatter. Even though this person was young, the way he did things was very insightful. Since the old Marquis could not control him, he would be even more unbridled in the way he did things, making others unable to grasp the path. Princhi residence is currently lacking a Wangfei. That cripple seemed to have taken a fancy to you and wanted to congratulate you. His tone was unclear. However, to call Prince Yu a cripple was considered to be very daring, but when Xie Jingxing said it, there was a trace of contempt and ridicule, as if Prince Yu was just an unbearably dirty plaything. This person's ambition was very high. Shen Miao was thinking in her heart but did not show it on her face. She had actually forgotten what this calm look represented in the other person's eyes. Xie Jingxing suddenly took a step forward. He was extremely tall, and Shen Miao's entire person was under his shadow. The purple-clad youth leaned over slightly and whispered in her ear, "You indeed already knew." There was a nice cold bamboo scent coming from the youth's body, and his voice was deliberately lowered to have an ambiguous magnetism. This action was also ambiguous. Shen Miao looked up, and that handsome face was right in front of her, and the corners of his lips were slightly hooked up, adding a bit of evil air to his smile. But after all, she was not a real budding girl. She only slightly lowered her eyes and said, "So what if I know? So what if I don't know?" Xie Jingxing saw that she was indifferent and was too lazy to act like a playboy, so he pushed her away without any tenderness towards the fairer sex. He waved a letter in his hand and smiled frivolously. "You know, but you are not anxious about your own matters and instead worry about second young master librarian Jing?" Shen Miao's eyes suddenly moved and stared at him tightly. Her tone involuntarily became somewhat ruthless. "Isn't Marquis Xie meddling in other people's business? It's just a piece of paper. Why are you so nervous?" Xie Jingxing regained his frivolous look. "What kind of relationship do you have with second librarian Jing to help him like this? Or Shen family's girl, what are you planning?" Shen Miao's face was as heavy as water as she quietly stared at the paper in Xie Jingxing's hands. The paper was thin, but it was a heavy stone in her heart. It was the circulation of law that she had memorized for a long time. In the past lifetime, Pei Lang relied on this piece of paper and was discovered by Fu Xiuyi. From then on, Fu Xiuyi took him in as an aide and gave advice to Fu Xiuyi's empire. Now he had yet to show his talent, but Shen Miao wanted to cut off all possibilities. Not only that, it was best for Pei Lang to never work for the imperial family. This was the safest approach. And the second young master of librarian Jing's family, Gao Yan, was a newly emerging aristocratic family in the Ding capital. The imperial family of Ming Qi wanted to suppress the old aristocratic families, so naturally they had to support the new aristocratic families. The librarian Jing's family was the most prominent branch that was newly supported. The eldest young master of librarian Jing's family, Gao Jing, was truly talented, and after Fu Xiuyi ascended to the throne, he greatly supported him. The librarian Jing's family thus received grace and became more tyrannical. And this Gao Yan? He even coveted her Wanyu. If she was not the mistress of the 6 palaces at that time and Fu Xiuyi had not started to deal with the Shen family, one feared that Wanyu would have been killed. This Gao Yan's talent was not as good as his older brother, and he was extremely vain and always liked to take his older brother's achievements as his own. He was a person who would seek revenge for the slightest flaw and was narrow-minded. In the past lifetime, Gao Yan did not enter the official career, and in this lifetime, the librarian Jing's family had not reached its peak yet. Gao Jing had just entered the official career not long ago, so she might as well put in more effort to send Gao Yan into this broad official career. She took Pei Lang's circulation of law to Gao Yan because she knew that every year during the academy examinations, Gao Yan would let the servants spend money to buy a copy of the examination paper. Today she let Gu Yu and the others replace this copy of the examination paper. With Fu Xiuyi's character of cherishing talent, he would definitely win Gao Yan over at all costs. And Gao Yan had a vain personality and would definitely not admit that this was not his doing. For such a person to enter the Ming Qi's official circles. She wanted to see how these two people would fight against Fu Xiuyi, cutting off Fu Xiuyi's powerful arm and replacing it with an empty head that stirred shit. Shen Miao had such a good idea, but who knew that halfway through, Xie Jingxing would appear and make her plan fall through for no reason. Her eyes were bright and it was as if thousands of words were gathered in the clear eyes of a cub. Xie Jingxing finally raised his lips and lazily said, "You do not need to show such a hateful expression. This letter was copied by my people and the original copy is still in the hands of the Gao family's brat." Shen Miao was slightly surprised as she had never thought that it would be such a result. She looked at Xie Jingxing and was silent for a moment before asking, "Little Marquis is broad-minded." "It is not that broad-minded, it is just that this Marquis has a point of praise." Xie Jingxing's eyes were slightly cold. One do not like to meddle in other people's business. Just as Shen Miao was about to speak, she heard Xie Jingxing's voice again. "Now can you tell this Marquis why you wrote a letter to the librarian Jing?" Shen Miao sighed in her heart. Even though she had the intention to tie the Shen and Xie family on the same boat, now was not the time. The discord between the Shen and Xie families had been going on for a long time and was not something that could be resolved in a day and night. It was a slow plan, but who knew that out of nowhere, Xie Jingxing was involved and the good plans were all messed up. She did not trust anyone and had her own path to walk. Be it Xie Jingxing or the Xie family, they were all chess pieces in the great scheme of the world. No chess player would explain the reason to the chess pieces. This Marquis thought that for you to help him like this, unless you have a personal affair with him and help your lover to fight for the limelight. Xie Jingxing's smile was mischievous as he sized Shen Miao up, afterwards thinking that even though the second son of the Gao family is not a good person, his eyesight in picking females is not bad. He looked at Shen Miao. It was clearly an extremely beautiful eyebrow, but it was as piercing as the northwest desert. Also, if you want to help Gao Yan, it means that you want to help Warden Jing's reputation. But you don't help Gao Yan. That's the trash Gao Yan. It looks like you have bad intentions. He smiled maliciously, but his words hit the nail on the head. Shen family's girl, do you have enmity with Librarian Jing? Shen family's girl, do you have enmity with Librarian Jing? Shen Miao quietly looked at the youth in front of her. His eyebrows were beautiful, but his heroic spirit was pressing. Even though he had a cynical expression, there was a steadiness that transcended his age. It was not what was shown on the outside, but when following him, there was a sense of security that even if the heavens were to collapse, the other party would be there to support it. Even in the previous lifetime when she was in the Qin country or in the inner palace, she had never seen such a clear person. With just one sentence, he was able to see through the heart of everything. Such an amazing and brilliant person had to die young. It was really the heavens being jealous of heroic talents. A flash of regret flashed in her eyes, but when she opened her mouth again, it was in a flat tone, "Yes. This game of chess is laid out in a roundabout way." Xie Jingxing's eyes were scrutinizing, to go around in such a big circle just to send Gao Yan into official career. Could it be that you want to mess up Ming Qi's officialdom? Even though Shen Miao had lived for 2 lifetimes, her heart could not help but be slightly shocked. If Xie Jingxing's performance previously was that he was excessively smart and understood with a single point, then now this person seemed somewhat scary. Ordinary people would take 1 step and look at 1 step, and a smart person would take 1 step and look at 10 steps. Xie Jingxing's seemingly ordinary question was like taking 1 step and looking 1,000 miles away. Such a straightforward and undisguised knife made her somewhat not know how to answer. After a moment, she then answered, "What does this have to do with little Marquis? This Marquis does not care about Ming Qi's officialdom, but the Marquis of Lineage cannot be touched." There was a warning in his tone. If you have any ideas on the residence of the Marquis of Lineage, then do not blame this Marquis for being impolite. Shen Miao glanced at him. Xie Jingxing seemed to be extremely disgusted with the residence of the Marquis of Linen and loved to go against his father, but now it seemed that it was not a complete disgust and one fear that he still placed the residence of the Marquis of Linen in his heart. Otherwise, in the last lifetime, he would not have ended up with thousands of arrows piercing his heart to protect the reputation of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. And it was understandable for Xie Jingxing to suspect that she would take action on the Xie family. The Shen family and the Xie family had always been at loggerheads with one another. Moreover, the things that she was doing now were incomprehensible to others. In the eyes of others, it was indeed possible that the Shen family was setting a trap for the Xie family. Marquis Xie, rest assured. She spoke faintly, her tone was as if she was talking about how normal the weather was today. The Shen and Xie families mind their own business. Naturally, there will not be any incidents. What Marquis Xie was worried about would not happen. A person's life is only for a few decades and the wheel of fortune changes. Now the Xie family sees the Shen family as their enemy, but they do not know that there will be a day in the future when we will be in the same boat through thick and thin, sharing a common enemy. Are you expressing goodwill to me? Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. Yes. Shen Miao said calmly. Xie Jingxing sized up the girl in front of him. He had seen countless women since he was born. When he was young, those women wanted to get close to his father. Later on, those women started to get close to him. Among these women, there were those who were as beautiful as flowers, those who were devastatingly beautiful, those who were good at wielding swords and sabers, and those who were good at strategizing. Xie Jingxing had seen tens of thousands of intelligent people, but there was no one that surprised him like the person in front of him. Perhaps it was the intuition of someone who had experienced the battlefield, but Xie Jingxing could smell the scent of blood from this young girl. It was like a pool of stagnant water, but there was a huge ferocious beast lurking at the bottom. Now on the surface it was calm, but it was just waiting for an opportunity to move. When the day comes that it would break through, it would be a reign of terror. Even though this looked somewhat ridiculous, an unmarried female, how big of a storm could she stir up? But Xie Jingxing would never underestimate his intuition. The young female was covered in a lotus-green silk cloak and her pretty face was covered in frost. In this lush and verdant plum forest, there was a feeling of a 9-foot palace when she stood there. Noble, lonely, decisive, and bottomless abyss. There is actually an intelligent person in the Shen family. His words were rather sarcastic, but he still said seriously, since that is the case, then go ahead and do it. Take it as watching a good show today. Do not disappoint this Marquis. He stood up and was about to turn and leave. Marquis Xie. Shen Miao called out to him. What else is there? He stood still and asked without turning his head back. The 2 Shu younger brothers of the Xie family will also go up to the academy examinations today. Shen Miao said lightly, Marquis Xie, just let it go like this? The 2 Shu sons of the Xie family, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao from Yinyang, Madame Feng, were currently in 2nd grade. In fact, Xie Jingxing was also a 3rd grade student in Guangwentang, but he naturally did things freely and Guangwentang could not restrain him, so he was left to his own devices. Otherwise, Xie Jingxing would be taking the academy examinations with his 2 Shu younger brothers. In the past lifetime, Xie Jingxing did not participate in the academy examinations, but his 2 Shu younger brothers snatched the limelight. In all fairness, Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao were considered to be very capable and were among the best in the martial arts category. Because of this, they gained the emperor's eyes and were later promoted by Fu Xiuyi to work beside Fu Xiuyi. Shen Miao had always felt that the Marquis of Linen father and son were intelligent people, so how would they end up in that kind of ending in the past lifetime? Even though the imperial family gave a pension at the end, the ones who were sheltered were Madame Feng and her 3 sons. In fact, there was no lack of doubts when one thought about it carefully. For example, the toppling of the Shen family in the past lifetime, the 2nd and 3rd household played a part in it. Looking at it this way, could there be an internal problem in the Xie family? You do not wish for this Marquis to go up and compete with them? Xie Jingxing turned his head back and said with some surprise, just like how you compete with your older sister? Is Marquis Xie's situation not the same as mine? Shen Miao did not care about the ridicule in his words and said, the ones who stab the deepest are the people closest to them. I naturally understand that a noble person like Marquis Xiao would disdain to be calculated with a Shu sun. But the collapse of 1,000 li embankment would be caused by an ant's hole. This seemingly unremarkable thing is like a venomous snake lurking in the dark. Her tone was very clear and it was obviously a warning tone, but her eyes were as clear as a child. Cut them in the bud. I want them to never sprout. Compared to letting them enjoy the limitless glory and receive the support of nobles, pretending to be brothers and sisters forever, isn't it better to challenge them one by one and make a fool of themselves in front of others, so that they don't have to pretend in the mansion? Xie Jingxing's heart moved. His mother was the Golden Branch Jade Leaves Princess Yu Qing, so he did not want to be calculated with the son of a concubine. If he did that, not only would people say that he was not magnanimous enough, they would also mention that his birth mother had been angered to death by jealousy. He could ignore his own reputation, but he would always care about Princess Yu Qing's reputation. In the residence of the Marquis of Linen, even though the Marquis of Linen was biased towards him, it was inevitable that outsiders would gossip. Yet, the three of them still had to pretend to be obedient and loving, which made him feel nauseous. He only wanted to be an outsider and watch these three people put on a show, but now Shen Miao's words made his heart moved. Wouldn't it be better to extinguish their hopes? Shedding all pretense of cordiality in front of them, so that they would no longer have the face to respect each other and annoy each other. Shen Miao's voice seemed to be bewitching as she said, "It has been too long. Do not endure it. Do not endure it." He lowered his head and looked at the person who was close at hand. There was a faint fragrance coming from the young female's body. Like her, she looked pure but was actually cold and heartless. He clearly knew that she had a purpose in her suggestion, but it was impossible to refuse. His lips hooked up into a smile, and with a sweep of his sleeves, the begonia flower on his black hair fell into his palm. In the next second, the place where the begonia flower was at had turned into a small jade begonia. He picked up the flower and said in an ambiguous tone, "You are interesting. This flower is for you. The suggestion is not bad. Many thanks." After Shen Miao exited the plum forest, Gu Yu and Xianxia, who were guarding, let out a sigh of relief. Xianxia looked up and did not see anyone and was somewhat puzzled. Why is there no one? Shen Miao also turned back to take a look. The plum forest was lush and swayed gently with the wind, but there was no one there. Xie Jingxing was someone who knew martial arts, and most likely he had disappeared by leaping onto roofs and vaulting over walls. She said, "Let's go." When they returned to the banquet, Feng Ning hurriedly ran over and complained, "Did not I say to wait for me? One could not see anyone after turning one's head. When one returned, one did not see you here. Where did you go?" Looking at the chrysanthemum blooming well and casually walking around, Shen Miao looked up at the stage. "Has it already started? You have been gone for a long time and the male group had already drawn lots." Feng Ning curled her lips. "Now it is the male group's selection." The youths on the stage were competing and the first round of drawing lots had already passed, so Shen Miao did not care about the results of the competition. The second round was selection, where one had to choose the subject that one was good at. Shen Miao's gaze landed on the leftmost side of the opposite banquet, on the youth wearing lake green clothes. This youth was dark and strong and his facial features were not bad, but because of his overly strong body, he looked somewhat solid. Moreover, he still had to wear green clothes, which made his skin look even darker than before. Not only that, his hair was combed into a high bun with a bamboo hairpin inlaid with jade. Most likely he wanted to imitate the style of an ancient gentleman, but because he could not bear to dress up in a rich and noble manner, it looked somewhat nondescript. In a word, even though he wanted to be aloof and free from the mundane world, he was unable to hide the vulgarity of his entire body. This was Gao Yan of the historian of the capital. Gao Yan was still young, as he was only 16 and his wings had yet to fully develop. It was until after Fu Xiaoyi ascended the throne that Gao Yan rode on Gao Jin's wind to rise in status and bullied men and women in the Ding capital. He even dared to covet Wan Yu, which was extremely daring. Once she thought that Wan Yu was once teased by Gao Yan's words in the palace. Shen Miao was unable to restrain her anger. She stared at Gao Yan from afar, as if she was looking at her prey jumping into a trap. Gao Yan seemed to be thinking of something. His face was full of joy as he said something to Gao Jin. Of course, he was happy to receive such a unique essay. He had just drawn Jingyi in the lottery, and his performance was mediocre. As long as he brought out this policy paper for the selection, he would be able to shock everyone. Xianxia laughed coldly in her heart. Go, take this policy paper and go to Fu Xiuyi's side. If he entered the official career before Gao Jin was promoted, he believed that with Gao Yan's methods, he would definitely be able to personally destroy the entire capital's warden. This was her gift to Warden Jing. As for Pei Lang, she turned to look at the green-robed man sitting not far from Fu Xiuyi. From now on in this life, you will slowly repay the debt you owe in the past. Shen Miao, after the men's group, it's the women's group's turn to choose. Will you choose? Will not. Shen Miao answered. During the academy examination, every student had to draw. Choose was based on one's own will. If one didn't want to choose, one could choose not to. So rather than saying that choose was a part of the academy examinations, it was better to say that it was a part where one's strong points could be displayed. If there was something that one was good at, naturally it could be displayed in the choose segment. So compared to draw, everyone was more enthusiastic about the choose segment. This was because the choose segment would display something that one was extremely confident in. But if one was like Shen Miao who did not have any strong points, then one might as well not participate in the choose segment as one would only make a fool out of oneself. Why? Feng Yinning was somewhat disappointed as she said, aren't you good at drawing now? There should be some strong points in the other categories. Why not simply display it? There is no need. Shen Miao started to fiddle with the chess game on the table and replied to Feng Yinning without even lifting her head, so what if I am in the limelight or not? There is no difference between the two. Moreover, I am not proficient in the 4 arts and it was just luck just now. You. Feng Yinning was flustered, who would say that about themselves? 5th younger sister. A voice interrupted their conversation and one did not know when Xinyu stood in front of him. She said with a worried face, 5th younger sister, are you really not going to participate in the next choose segment? Could it be that 2nd older sister wishes for me to participate? Shen Miao retorted with a question. Xinyu was choked by her words. She did not know why but Shen Miao seemed to have steeled her heart to shed all pretense of cordiality with her. Xinyu was also puzzled after much thought. Could it be that the matter of falling into the water was directed at the 2nd and 3rd household? Even though she was puzzled, she had accumulated anger in her heart towards Shen Miao who did not know what was good for her. Xinyu bit her lips and seemed to be a little wronged as she softly said, naturally I hope that 5th younger sister will participate. Just now the drawing was extremely good and since 5th younger sister has such talent, why not continue to choose the drawing category, so that everyone would not talk behind your back. If the drawing is done well again, then the rumors would be destroyed. Xinyu's voice was not low and the surrounding were all young ladies and furens so naturally they could hear every word clearly. These words did not seem to be anything but it spoke out the suspicions in everyone's heart. Even though Shen Miao's white chrysanthemum painting was ranked first, but she had been an idiot for so many years and the impression in people's hearts would not change so easily. Of course they would not believe that this painting was drawn by her. Thinking that perhaps there was someone guiding her from the side. Xinyu also thought so in her heart, so she thought that as long as Shen Miao drew another painting in the 2nd round, without the guidance of others, how would she be able to draw anything good and would definitely make a fool of herself. Feng Yinning heard the meaning behind it and immediately sneered back, 2nd Shen young lady said it so easily. One must also pay attention to the composition of a painting. Even if 2nd young lady were to draw by herself, it would not be possible to consecutively draw 2 paintings. Shen Miao was only a student and not a master of calligraphy and painting. Did I not see that 5th younger sister has made great progress, that's why I asked. Xinyu smiled gently, just now such a good painting could be drawn out, so what is not possible to draw another one? Shen Miao did not raise her head from the beginning to the end and only placed a chess piece on the chessboard loyally, not interested. Thank you for the trouble. Xinyu did not expect that in front of so many people, Shen Miao would dare to answer in such a lukewarm manner and for a moment her face was somewhat embarrassed. The most infuriating thing in this world was to lay a trap but the other party refused to take the move. Even when Shen Miao was facing everyone's suspicions, she still refused to accept her provocation. This made Xinyu even more certain that the meaning of the painting was not what Shen Miao thought. The thought of making Shen Miao make a fool of herself was even more deeply rooted in her heart. She paused and suddenly continued to smile. Since fifth younger sister insists, then I will not say anything more. She turned around and returned to her seat. At the male side of the banquet, Kai Lin had been secretly looking at Xinyu but saw Xinyu suddenly looking over from afar and seemed to smile gently at him. Kai Lin was startled and was somewhat excited. However, he saw Xinyu lowering her head and seemed to be somewhat sad. He suddenly became nervous. On the stage, the male group selection was still ongoing. Classics and poems were all conforming to the rules and regulations, so there were naturally many people who chose. As long as one had an outstanding memory or studied thoroughly, generally speaking, it was easy to stand out. In contrast, there were only a few people who chose the field of policy theory. Policy theory was based on the current state of affairs and was very practical. This topic was also the one that was closest to the affairs of the imperial court. Everyone present was a young student. Other than a few disciples who had already begun to accept the teaching of the matter, the majority of them were still ignorant of the affairs of the imperial court, let alone give any good suggestions. Thus, policy theory was the most difficult, but if one really stood out, one would have half a foot in the official career. Xin Miao looked at the chessboard in front of her. At that time, Pei Lang's circulation of law was done in the third round of selection. In the selection field, the male could choose the female could choose the male, and the students could naturally choose the teacher. And one of the male students picked Mr. Pei Lang. Pei Lang was also brimming with talent. Just a few steps on the stage and in a blink of an eye, a policy theory was done. It was voluminous, quoting from classics but not exaggerating and always hitting the key points. It was really amazing. At that time, it made the princes pay attention to it. But Pei Lang was also a clever person. He only wanted to be a teacher in Guangwentang and did not think much about other things. His attitude was firm. If not for Fu Shouyi's courtesy and Xin Miao's advice, this Pei Lang might not have entered the official career. The chessboard crisscrossed, just like the life of the previous life. She lightly flicked her sleeves and the entire game was disrupted. Xin Miao put down a piece. How about starting a new game with her as the starting point? Gao Yan adjusted his sleeves and tidied his hair before asking the servant beside him, how does this master look? Young master is distinguished and elegant, handsome and chic. The servant also said flattering words. Gao Yan proudly curled his lips and was about to get up and walk to the stage. Seeing this, Gao Jin grabbed him and asked, what are you doing? Choosing. Gao Yan said. Gao Jin frowned. He was very clear about this younger brother of his. It was fine if he didn't have the ability to begin with, but he still loved to show off. Currently, historian advisor Jingsfu was flourishing with each passing day. They absolutely could not allow any mishaps to occur at this time. Gao Jin asked, what can you do? These words were unpleasant to Gao Yan's ears. He and Gao Jin were biological brothers from the same mother, but when people talked about the Gao family, the first person they would praise was Gao Jin. Gao Jinxing had delicate features, but he was rough and tanned. Gao Jinxing was able to handle matters for his father at such a young age, but every time he wanted to talk to his father about court matters, his father would shake his head impatiently. As brothers, there was originally no discord between them, but because of the eyes of outsiders, there was a gap. Gao Yan was already a little sensitive and inferior under his brother's light. Now that he heard Gao Jin's words, he was even more angry. He was originally a little hesitant about whether the manuscript was too well written and whether it was too impressive. But now, he didn't hesitate at all. He said in an unkind tone, Big brother, although I'm not as smart as you, I'm not a complete idiot. You don't have to stop me. After all, I can't steal your limelight. Gao Jin heard the hidden meaning in Gao Yan's words and paused for a moment. Before he could speak, he saw Gao Yan push him away and walked up the stage. From afar, he shouted, I choose policy theory. Policy theory? It wasn't that no one in Guangwentang recognized Gao Yan and naturally looked over. Speaking of which, it was strange. Gao Yan himself didn't have much ability, but in Guangwentang, he was quite good. Because every time his homework and manuscripts were written by others, although he couldn't be considered a great talent, he was still considered outstanding. Thus when he went up the stage like that, no one was surprised. This was because in the choose line, what was shown were the best things that one had prepared. But policy theory was difficult, thus the originally noisy crowd quietened down in an instant as everyone looked at the green-clad youth on the stage. The first few students who chose policy theory had already read out their own policies. However, it was not considered good. When Gao Yan went up, Gao Jing frowned. One did not expect that Gao Yan would dare to pick policy. Feng Ning said curiously, if it was Gao Jing, I would feel that it would be better. Xin Miao stopped the chess pieces in her hands and looked towards the stage. Once everything was prepared, Gao Yan took out a piece of paper and slowly read. Law, the frame of a country, especially set on wood, supporting it to the heavens. He read in a cadence and the crowd's initial look of watching a bustling scene gradually disappeared, especially the masters and officials at the banquet as they looked seriously at the youth on the stage. Gao Jing's younger brother is indeed not bad. A flash of amazement appeared in Prince Zhou's eyes. This kind of policy theory, even the Darren in the court would not have such incisive views. It is indeed not bad. Prince Jing also nodded his head in praise. Moreover, this child is still young and in the future, he would definitely not be an ordinary person. Fu Xiui quietly looked at the person on the stage. Even though there were no fluctuations in his expression, his fingers unconsciously twisted. His fingers unconsciously twirled. Whenever he had a thought or an idea, he would subconsciously do this action. Obviously Gao Yan's actions made him have a new plan in his heart. As for Pei Lang, ever since Gao Yan read the first sentence, his body stiffened. He did not know why, but he felt that Gao Yan's policy theory seemed familiar. But he had always had an outstanding memory, and after thinking about it carefully, he still could not make heads or tails of it. Most likely he had not seen it before. But this feeling of familiarity actually made him, who had always been calm, a little anxious. It was as if every sentence that Gao Yan read, he would be able to follow up with the next sentence. It was incomparably familiar, as if it was his own thing. Xin Miao smiled gently and no longer looked at the youth on the stage, but continued to look at the chess pieces on the chessboard. She casually picked a piece and placed it at the edge of the chessboard. What kind of chess are you playing? Feng Ning asked, just randomly playing. Who would place the chess pieces so far away? Far? Xin Miao shook her head. Every chess piece had its own use. How far could this seemingly useless chess piece go? Even if it looked like it was still 108,000 miles away from this situation, it was still an indispensable part of the future general. Could he see it now? From a distant pavilion, one could see the entire scene on the stage from afar. Su Mingfeng waved his fan and said, one do not know where did Gao Yan found this essay from, but it was written in an elegant and unrestrained manner. I would like to get to know the person who wrote this essay. So what if I know him? The purple-clothed youth opposite him spoke lazily. His whole body was sitting in front of the window of the pavilion, leaning against it, almost half of his body was sticking out. It should be a knowledgeable Darren. Su Mingfeng did not think much of it. If one is able to make friends, one would definitely benefit a lot. Xie Jingxing sneered and turned his head to look at the stage as a begonia appeared in his hand. The crabapple blossoms had not yet withered, as if they had just been plucked, fresh and moving. They seemed to contain a quiet fragrance, but also seemed a little austere. Not necessarily. On the stage, Gao Yan finally finished reciting the circulation of law. The surroundings were quiet before whispers started to discuss. The students did not understand the meaning of this treatise and only knew that it quoted classics and was very gorgeous. But the Darren at the male side of the banquet understood the depth of it. This treatise looked casual, but it was able to point out the loophole in Ming Qi's laws in one fell swoop and ingeniously changed it to make up for it. For a student, it was somewhat inconceivable. The examiner on the stage did not expect that Gao Yan was really hiding his abilities. But the rules still had to be followed. Once one had doubts about the student's results, naturally one would have to test it first. Just like Xin Miao's painting previously. In all fairness, this circulation of law was more brilliant than Xin Miao's painting as it had both literary and practical qualities. The examiner then asked, just like what the treatise said, Ming Qi's laws encompass a wide area. You said that there is a need to subdivide it. How do you subdivide it? Gao Yan's heart was delighted. Other than the circulation of law in the manuscript, there was another question that was exactly the same as what the examiner asked. He was very grateful to the person who wrote the manuscript for him and thought that in the future he would give more money as a reward. Therefore, he calmly puffed out his chest and raised his head, answering according to the script. There are 3 levels, the commercial path, the official path, and the civilian path. Below the stage, historian Jean Darren was already grinning from ear to ear. He was able to reach this stage in the officialdom because he relied on the emperor's support and wide connections. But there was really no one with such ability. Luckily he had a good son, Gao Jing, who was able to help him deal with many things at a young age. Now that his second son, Gao Yan, had displayed such extraordinary abilities, he had to return to the ancestral hall to burn 2 joss sticks and pray for his ancestors. Gao Jing was smarter than his father, but he did not believe that his own younger brother would have such wisdom. Facing the examiner's questions, he was able to speak with assurance and composure. One could not possibly even bribe the examiner. Thus, he could not make up his mind. Pei Lang picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. His hands were still slightly trembling. He did not know why, but every word that Gao Yan said seemed to be imprinted in his mind. That kind of familiar feeling made him feel ridiculous, and the anxiety in his heart could not be calmed. Su Ming Lang had just dozed off and saw that the people around him were looking at Gao Yan on the stage with an expression of appreciation. She simply tugged on Lord Su's sleeve and asked, "Father, is what he said good?" "A young talent," Father Su said directly. Su Ming Lang pursed his lips and seemed to be unable to understand. After looking around and not seeing Su Mingfeng's figure, he asked, "Why is older brother not back yet?" Old Master Su coughed softly. "Your big brother's body is weak now. He was forced to come today. Let him rest a little longer." Fu Xiaoyi heard the movements over here and glanced at Master Su. Seeing that Master Su's expression did not change when he mentioned Su Mingfeng, he then withdrew his gaze thoughtfully. No matter what, Gao Yan's battle today was extremely beautiful. He was able to deal with the examiner's questions with ease, dispelling the doubts in everyone's hearts. Without any explanation, he naturally obtained the first rank. The ranking was secondary. In the future, when Warden Jing was mentioned, apart from Gao Jing, everyone would also know that he had a young and talented second son. Gao Yan got off the stage proudly. This round of selection ended and the female group's selection also began. Feng Ning did not go up the stage. She was already outstanding in the Qing category, and just now she had already drawn the Qing category. Since the other items were not outstanding, there was no need for her to go up the stage. Shen Qing chose chess. She was good at chess, and chess also needed to be calculated, so she was considered to have some expertise. As expected, Shen Yu chose Qin. Shen Yu had always loved these things that could make her seem out of this world. Because Chen Roqiu was originally good at playing the zither, not only did she know how to play it, she also knew how to compose some songs and write some lyrics. Shen Yu had learned this skill very well. Every year she would be able to get first rank, thus every year here, it was the time for everyone to appreciate her zither skills. In the female group, once Shen Yu was there, the others would not choose the zither category to seek their own humiliation. Shen Qing naturally put in effort, and in the chess category, she got first rank. After going around and around to the zither category, the audience started to discuss again. Shen Yu walked up the stage and burned incense and bathed her hands. She was born with a delicate and graceful air, and her soft, pink robe was extremely moving. But with a shallow smile on her lips, she really had the appearance of a little fairy. She was playing Chant to the Moon. Chant to the Moon was an extremely difficult song, and it was about a wanderer far away who missed his homeland and loved ones. The beginning was gentle and melancholy, followed by intense sorrow, and at the end it made one sigh. The transition from start to finish was a test of zither skills, and it was emotional. In the previous lifetime, Shen Yu was also in the limelight of this song and was unparalleled for a while. In comparison, she was even more unbearable. Now thinking about it, it seemed that every time Shen Yu's good reputation was to step on Shen Miao's embarrassment to climb up. Shen Miao looked at the young female on the stage. Shen Yu had already started. When she plucked the zither strings, it was as if the zither strings had spirituality as it spread softly in her hands. The song was ethereal and had a charm that drifted into everyone's ears. Her fingers flew on the zither strings like a butterfly shuttling through a sea of flowers. Every turn was coordinated and natural. Feng Ning bit her lips. Even if she did not like Xinyu, she had to admit that Xinyu's zither skills were outstanding. In comparison, the song that she got first rank just now was really clumsy. That was a song of longing for one's loved ones and homeland, but it made Xin Miao's fists gradually clench. Even if one were to relive a lifetime, the dead could not be resurrected. Wan Yu and Fu Ming would not appear again. This song of Xinyu's was like a death knell of vengeance and resentment. In the ears of those who heard it, not only was there no comfort, it was filled with blood hatred. Kai Lin ran out of the banquet. He tried his best to get closer to the stage so that he could see every expression of his sweetheart. He was intoxicated by the beautiful sound of the zither, but was suddenly interrupted by the sound of someone talking. The second young lady is really unlucky. She has never been the second place, but the fifth young lady took the first place. The one who spoke was a slender maid, and Kai Lin recognized that she was Xinyu's personal maid, Xu Xiang, and involuntarily looked over. That's right. Moreover, the fifth young lady doesn't even choose. She is deliberately going against the second young lady. Another maid said. Alas, it's a pity that our second young lady has a kind heart and has been bullied by fifth young lady in private. Didn't the fifth young lady dare to treat the second young lady like this because of the first master? Second young lady is so pitiful. She had prepared for so long, but the fruit was snatched away by someone else. It would be great if someone could help the second young lady vent her anger. For example, let the fifth young lady go on stage during the selection? What nonsense are you talking about? Xu Xiang interrupted her words. Everyone knows that the fifth young lady is not proficient in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Picking the fifth young lady, isn't it lowering one's own status? I think it is impossible for the female group. If the male group were to pick her, that would be helping the fifth young lady to vent her anger. The voices of the conversation gradually became softer. Kai Lin's eyes moved as he looked at Xinyu on the stage and had an idea in his heart. Xinyu's song ended and everyone listened as if they were intoxicated. A female with outstanding zither skills would be loved by everyone, especially when this female's looks were not bad. At least in the male side of the banquet, not to mention that the grade 1 children were too young, there were quite a number of grade 2 and grade 3 youths that were looking over here. Even though in Guangwen Tang, Qing Qing's appearance was a level higher, but Qing Qing's temperament was arrogant, and how could it be compared to Xinyu's gentleness? This younger sister of yours plays really well. Feng Ning reluctantly said, one do not know where did the zither master was invited from. Tomorrow I will ask mother to help me find a famous zither master to teach. It was the time when one was young and loved to be competitive. Just like when Xin Miao was just appointed as Empress, she was relaxed about everything, but Fu Shouyi's heart was tightly controlled. As long as Fu Shouyi was slightly good to other females, she would be extremely worried. The inner palace was the most troublesome and would privately trip others up and stab others in the back. She had the temperament to immediately get back after suffering a loss and thus offended a lot of people. Now, this temperament did not change at all, but there was no need to hurt herself. Speaking of which, second young lady of the Shen family is a rare beauty and talent. Everyone loved beauty, and Prince Zhou was also amazed by Xinyu. He only said, "It is a pity." Others might not understand what was a pity, but it was impossible for the few princes to not understand. Xinyu was born with a delicate beauty and infinite talent. If there was such a beautiful and understanding person by one's side, perhaps it would be a great thing in the world. Unfortunately, she did not crawl out from Shen foreign stomach and was not the daughter of the first household of the Shen family but the third household. Unfortunately, Xianxia, who held the military power in his hands, gave birth to an idiot like Shen Miao. Even if she looked different today, how could one's impression be changed overnight? They believed that Shen Miao's propriety today was because there was someone guiding her from behind, and her heart was still that idiot who did not know anything. After Gao Yan stepped down from the stage, Pei Lang's mood gradually calmed down. It was the first time in his life that he encountered such a situation. Even though he was puzzled, he tried his best to reassure himself. At this moment, when she heard Prince Zhou's words, she could not help but look at the purple-clad young lady on the opposite side of the female side of the banquet. She held the chess piece and tilted her head as she pondered. It was too far and one could not see her gaze clearly, but one could feel the scrutiny and deep meaning in that gaze, just like when Shen Miao looked at him. How could such a person be an idiot, but people would not change overnight? Could it be that Xianxia's previous stupidity was all an act? Why was that so? As smart as he was, he couldn't figure out what was going on. The female group's selection ended with Xinyu singing to the moon. Xinyu naturally took the first rank, but her today was not happy because of this but felt somewhat embarrassed. She looked at Xin Miao, but Xin Miao was engrossed in the chess game and did not look at her at all. Xinyu knew that Xin Miao was not proficient in the zither, chess, calligraphy, and painting, thus naturally she would not be able to understand that chess game. Now that she was looking at it seriously, it was only to deliberately give her face. Chen Roqiu noticed her expression and reminded her softly, "Yuanyang, you have forgotten yourself." Chen Roqiu requested her daughter to be calm and composed no matter what situation or what happened. No matter if one was really calm or pretending, one must let others see a calm side. Once a female was calm, their temperament would be superior and flustered would not be the bearing of an aristocratic family. In all fairness, Chen Roqiu's way of teaching her children was indeed not bad, and she herself also did a good job. Unfortunately, Xinyu was after all young and had never experienced failure before, thus did not know how to endure. Hearing Chen Roqiu's reminder, Xinyu slightly put away the anger on her face. The maid by her side, Xu Xiang, handed her tea. "Young lady should drink some tea to moisten your throat." Xinyu took the tea and looked at Xu Xiang. Xu Xiang smiled at her and Xinyu understood in her heart, and the smile on her face became more real. She said, "It is somewhat hot. I am very interested in the selection later." Because Shen Qing had just obtained the first place in the chess competition, her mood became a bit better. She said with a smile, "This year, there will be no division between the male and female groups, nor will there be any division between the second and third countries. The competition will definitely be more intense." Originally, the selection was the one that people looked forward to the most out of the three. Because the drawing would not necessarily draw the best and the selection was to choose the best performance, then the selection would always happen between the two most outstanding people. The selection in the female group was not very intense because the females would always be amiable on the surface and also show that they did not care about the results and had an indifferent attitude. But males were different. Youth liked to use the method of comparison to determine victory and defeat. At this age, the desire for victory and defeat was the strongest, so the selection every year would be the most intense. This year's selection did not differentiate between male and female, second or third countries, and all the students could compete together. As long as one wanted to challenge someone, naturally one would be able to compete with that person. But even though it was said like this, there would not be any challenges between males and females. As expected, there was no one challenging the literary category this year, and the highlight naturally fell on the martial category. This almost cut off the possibility of females participating. Even though there was no lack of daughters from military families who knew martial arts, but females as compared to males, their strength was much worse and naturally it was impossible for them to succeed. At the males' banquet, Kai Lin was the first to stand up and walk up to the stage. The examiner asked him what was the challenge and he pointed to the bamboo stick for archery and said, "Archery." Everyone understood. Kai Lin, this little tyrant, did not know anything about the literary category, but he was considered outstanding in the martial category, among which, archery was the most outstanding. Naturally, his archery was top-notch and he had obtained the first rank in archery in last year's academy examinations. Who was the one that he wanted to challenge today? Looking at the entire audience, there was no one that was more outstanding than him in archery. Kai Lin raised his neck and suddenly stretched out his hand and pointed at the female side of the banquet. When everyone saw that he was pointing at the female side of the banquet and not the male side of the banquet, they were surprised, and when they saw who he was pointing at, they opened their mouths in astonishment and even stopped their discussions. He deliberately said loudly, "I want to challenge her, Xin Miao." That purple-clad young female who was immersed in the chess game raised her head and looked at the person on the stage with clear and sharp eyes. Her expression did not fluctuate and her actions did not make any mistakes, as if this earth-shattering sentence was just a casual greeting and she did not even bother to reply. Chen Roqiu frowned. She wholeheartedly taught Xinyu, but Xin Miao seemed to have learned to remain calm. In a distant pavilion, the handsome youth who was leisurely drinking tea sprayed out a mouthful of tea and a trace of surprise appeared on his frivolous expression. "Is the Kai family's boy crazy?" Shen Miao stood up. In the chess game on the table, there was a black chess piece that crossed the boundary and was heading towards her. The first pawn was dispatched. She picked up the white chess piece and swallowed the black chess piece before throwing it into the chess basket. "Receive," she said. The autumn wind was always refreshing and elegant, but at this moment, because of the tense atmosphere, it seemed that even the fragrance of the flowers had become strong. Xianxia covered her mouth and said with some surprise, "This fifth younger sister is a female. Why would anyone pick this?" "Correct." Qiao also said worriedly, "Fifth mother, do not force yourself. Even though eldest beau is a general, you do not know these." Qiao's words were very clever. She said that Xianxia was a general, but as a daughter, Xianmiao did not know how to shoot. It was fine if she was not proficient in martial arts, but because females did not like to wield swords and spears, this reason was also reasonable. But not proficient in martial arts and not proficient in literature, this was really bad. But everyone knew that Xianmiao did not know anything about the four arts, and now she had to say that she was not proficient in martial arts, which meant that Xianmiao had no good points, and even Xianxian's household was belittled. "But the rules of this competition can't be changed," Qing said with an anxious expression on her face. However, no matter how one listened to her tone, it was obvious that she was taking pleasure in other people's misfortune. "Once you are chosen as an opponent, you will have to complete the competition regardless of which category you belong to." But everyone would pick outstanding people to compete with. Could it be that fifth younger sister still have a trick up her sleeves? Otherwise, why would Kailin pick you? Her words were somewhat ear-piercing. But Ren Wanyan did not stop her and only smiled. "Eldest sister, what nonsense are you talking about? How would fifth mother know how to wield swords and spears? Fifth mother, if you do not want to go on stage to compete, second Shen will personally speak to the examiners. You are still young, and on account of eldest beau's face, they will not make things difficult for you." Even though Ren Wanyan's words sounded as if she was helping her out of trouble, but upon careful thought, it was not the case. After all, no one had made an exception on the academy examination stage for many years. Now that Xianmiao had set a precedent, one could not predict how the commoners of the Ding capital would talk about it. Moreover, if Xianxian's name was brought out, there would be people who would say that Xianxian relied on his merits to exercise his privileges. After all, one's status brought about benefits, but there were also many disadvantages. And she would never allow anyone to say the word no to Xianxian. "Many thanks, second Shen. No need." She stood up from the female side of the banquet and slowly walked towards the stage. The field gradually quietened down. Only the girl's voice could be heard clearly, and it caused quite a stir in the field. "I accept this battle." Kailin's gaze flickered. He did this just to vent Xinyu's anger. In the martial arts category, it was the first time a man challenged a woman to a competition. But he was used to being a scoundrel, and it was nothing more than being lectured by his own parents when he returned. But thinking of being able to vent Xinyu's anger, Kailin was happy from the bottom of his heart. He thought that if Xianmiao did not dare to accept this challenge, he would ruthlessly ridicule Xianmiao. Unexpectedly, Xianmiao actually accepted the challenge. Not only that, but she also welcomed it calmly. Kailin had a strange feeling as he watched the purple-robed figure slowly walk onto the stage. It was as if she was not afraid at all. But how was this possible? Whether Xianmiao knew archery or not, he was clearer than anyone else. Those who had never practiced martial arts naturally knew nothing about it. Xianmiao might not even know how to hold the bow. Facing something that she was not good at and had never tried before, no one would not panic. She was actually able to act to such an extent. Kailin was deep in thought when he suddenly felt a gaze looking at him. He turned his head and met with Xinyu's gaze from the female side of the banquet. When Xinyu saw him looking over, she became shy and lowered her head. Kailin's heart swayed from the gaze. Every young man had a dream of being a hero saving a beauty. Now in Kailin's eyes, he was the hero that stood up for the beauty, and as for Xianmiao, she was the vicious and ugly villain. No matter if she accepted the challenge or not, he would definitely make Xianmiao lose her face and put her in a sorry state under everyone's eyes. He wanted her to not dare to run rampant in front of Xinyu. Generally speaking, the challenge segment was set by the challenger and one would challenge in whatever way one wanted and the one who was challenged could only accept the challenge. Because no one knew what would happen next, this round of the year was always the most attractive. Xianxia walked up to the stage. The Academy examiner who was the lead actor was also in a difficult position. Xianxia was after all a delicate young lady and it was acceptable for a female to challenge a male in the literary category but it had to be a military category. One fear that Kai Lin deliberately wanted her to make a fool of herself. Today's show is very good. Prince Zhou clapped his hands and seemed to be very interested. One fear that the reputation of the first household of the Shen family will fall by 1,000 feet. Prince Jing shook his head and sighed. General Shen gained a good reputation from the battlefield but this daughter is not living up to expectations. He thought in his heart that not only was she not living up to expectations, she was really stupid. Today it was clear that it was wrong for her to accept the challenge or not. Now with such an attitude, it would be even more laughable later on. Kai Lin proudly curled his lips. This year I thought of an interesting rule. It is too boring to honestly compete in archery every year. This year's archery challenge, I will shoot against you. You will place the fruit on your head and I will shoot you with an arrow. Afterwards I will place the fruit on your head and you will shoot me with an arrow. How about it? When those words were said, the entire audience was in an uproar. That Academy examiner was also shocked. This was going to kill someone. Xianxia was after all Xianxia's daughter and if something really happened to her, who would be able to bear the responsibility when Xianxia came back at the end of the year, he quickly said, Student Kai. Kai Lin waved his hand, Teacher, Guang Wentang did not specially set a precedent for a certain person. The previous rules were like this and whatever the challenger said would be the rules. Why? A dignified great general's daughter is also such a cowardly person? Xinyu lowered her head and covered her curled-up lips. Feng Yinning frowned but did not know what to do at the moment. Well said. The voice was somewhat hoarse but it came from Prince Yu who had his eyes closed. A strange smile appeared on his sinister face. Naturally there is no such thing as changing the rules for a certain person. Could it be that on the battlefield, because the enemy was strong, General Shen temporarily escaped? Then it's understandable. After saying that, he seemed to find it funny and laughed out loud. Shen Miao's gaze suddenly sharpened. These people kept on mocking Xianxia. Did they really think that she was the weakness of the first household of the Shen family? She looked at Kai Lin's gaze, which seemed to be enjoying a good show, and then glanced at the malicious mockery of the people at the banquet. The anger that had been accumulating for a long time finally burst out. Shen Miao who had been reborn could endure but the head of the inner palace, Empress Shen, had a vengeful nature. She said coldly, My father is fighting a bloody battle to protect the country. That's why we have today's splendid chrysanthemum banquet. That's why there are hundreds of flowers blooming in the Academy examination. A trace of mockery flashed in her eyes. Winning today's competition doesn't mean anything. You can talk about lust after you've truly gone on the battlefield and killed people. As for the rules you set, why wouldn't I dare? Everyone was taken aback. Why wouldn't I? Your archery skills are exquisite so naturally you would hit the fruit but my archery skills are not good and if I were to miss, the one who should be worried about my life is you. She smiled gently and her voice seemed to come from far away but it was like a clap of thunder exploding in everyone's ears. In this case, sign the life and death agreement. If one is injured or dies, one will bear the consequences. Do you dare? Kai Lin. The huge Yan Bei Tang was silent at this moment. The young female's back was straight. Her figure was petite but it seemed to contain infinite power. Every move she made had the persistence to trample everything under her feet. Kai Lin was speechless for a moment. What Xin Miao said was right. To shoot arrows at each other like this, the one who was in the most danger should be him. It was because Xin Miao did not have any archery skills and if the arrow was slightly off the mark, perhaps the arrow would pierce into his head. But how would Kai Lin think so much? His thinking was simple. As long as he shot the arrow first, with Xin Miao's temper, she would be so scared that her legs would go soft and she would beg for mercy. He would then play around with Xin Miao and as a result, Xin Miao's face would be lost and naturally he could help Xin Yu vent her anger. As for what would happen after that, Kai Lin did not even think about it. In his heart, Shen Miao would naturally be so scared after he shot the arrow, so how would she have the strength to shoot at him? Moreover, a female who had not even pulled a bow before, perhaps she would not even be able to pull a big bow, so it would be a joke. Kai Lin thought like this, but he missed out on Shen Miao's reaction. She just quietly looked at the other. That kind of calmness that was beyond her age made Kai Lin suddenly angry out of shame. Shen Miao's gaze was like watching a child being played, pitiful and ridiculous. It was the most impulsive age, so Kai Lin did not say anything further. What do I not dare to do? Life and death contract is life and death contract. Ai. Kai Darren, who was at the male side of the banquet, sighed anxiously. He could not wait to rush forward and beat up this unfilial son of his. Previously he thought that Kai Lin was just naughty and did not expect that he would pick Shen Miao. Kai Darren was not worried about his son's safety for the life and death contract, but he was afraid that Kai Lin would really make Shen Miao unable to step down from the stage or shoot and injure Shen Miao. Not everyone could withstand Xianxia, this kind of uncouth old man. Shen Yu anxiously said, how can fifth younger sister sign a life and death contract? It is only in academy examinations, how can it be to such a stage? This cannot be done. Yes. How can fifth lady be so insensible? Ren Wanyan frowned, how can one say such words in a moment of impulsiveness? What if something goes wrong? She did not even mention that it was Kai Lin who forced Shen Miao to make this choice, and only attributed everything to Shen Miao's actions in a fit of anger. Chen Roqiu shook her head and sighed softly. In the end, the desire to win is a little strong. They were concerned about Shen Miao and anxious for Shen Miao. Naturally there was no lack of interest from the male side of the banquet. Prince Yu of the first rank stared at the purple-clad young female on the stage and his turbid eyes exuded interest. It was as if a beast had seen its prey, but that gaze was nauseating. This young lady of the Shen family is really bold but not astute. Zhou Wang pointed out, she actually signed the life and death agreement. Doesn't she know that if something goes wrong, Xianxia can't say anything about it? Most likely it is to protect the reputation of the Shen family. Fu Xiui looked at Shen Miao on stage and said, after all, no one is willing to hear bad words about their own family. Unfortunately, even this would not change the fact. Prince Jing shook his head, simply too impulsive. No wonder he said she was ignorant and stupid. Pei Lang picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. He also felt that Shen Miao's actions were too impulsive. Even though he knew that Prince Yu's words were a little too much, but if Shen Miao was really willing to think for the Shen family, then she should think of a way to retreat. Even though she might be talked about by others, it was better than making a fool of herself in front of everyone. Father, she will definitely win. Su Minglang clenched his small fists to express his position to his father. Master Su glanced at his youngest son. He did not know why, but he felt that Su Minglang was particularly concerned about Shen Miao. Master Su thought that it was most likely that she had coincidentally entered Su Minglang's eyes. Ever since the last time Su Minglang reminded the Su family to retreat, Master Su was much more amiable towards his youngest son. Now that he did not want to dampen his youngest son's interest, he vaguely followed his words, correct. She will definitely win. Su Mingfeng did not know about Su Minglang's and Master Su's attitude. If he knew, he would definitely scoff, because at this moment he was sitting in the pavilion and looking at the academy examination stage. He could not help but say, the young lady of the Shen family is really courageous to even set up a life and death agreement. Could it be that she thought that it was a military competition when General Shen talked to her about matters in the military camp? This is too simple-minded. Su Mingfeng had never concealed his words to his good friend, but today he did not hear his most picky good friend chiming in and could not help but look back at the other party. The young man in purple held the begonia in his hand and tilted his head to the side, deep in thought. The sun was just right, and the breeze caused the tassel on his dagger to sway slightly. His eyes were handsome and heroic, and the way he was deep in thought made people feel that he was a peerless gentleman. Third Xia, what are you thinking about? Su Mingfeng could not help but ask. Xie Jingxing kept the begonia in his bosom and suddenly stood up with a smile, interesting. How about we make a bet? What bet? Just bet. Xie Jingxing pointed to the stage and had an indescribable romantic smile. Who will win? Naturally it is Kai Lin. Su Mingfeng frowned. Could it be that you think there are other candidates? I bet that Shin Miao will win, he said. Preparations had already started on the stage. Today's martial category archery was enough to raise the attention of everyone present. How was this an academy examination challenge? It was clearly a gamble of life. Guang Wentang really let someone write a life and death agreement, and the blood-colored words were exceptionally eye-catching on the snow-white cloth. Shin Miao picked up the brush and wrote her name. She wrote it very naturally, as if she did not put this heavy thing in her eyes. That was natural. She had written her name countless of times. When she wrote the surrender letter to the Xiongnu for Fu Shouyi, when she volunteered to be the hostage of the Qin country, when Wanyu was married, when the crown prince was deposed. Shin Miao, these two words represented blood and tears. No one could understand the suffering within. In contrast, Kai Lin was not that relaxed. Even though one's heart of victory was at its strongest when one was young, it was after all the first time one signed a life and death agreement. Kai Lin was just a child that was too well protected by the family and was not mature enough. Shin Miao's calmness made his heart even more afraid. The strokes of the pen were as heavy as 1,000 caddies, and it was difficult for him to write. His name was crooked and formed a sharp contrast with Shin Miao's name. After he finished writing, he could not help but ask, Shin Miao, are you not afraid that I will miss in the first round? If I was afraid that you would hit me in the second round, I could have hurt you in the first round. Just as Shin Miao was about to take the fruits, she turned around and stared at Kai Lin. Gentleman Kai thinks so? But I don't agree. She said, everyone knows that young Master Kai's archery is outstanding. If he missed, it couldn't have been a mistake. He must have done it on purpose. Young Master Kai wanted to kill me on purpose, but I didn't. Everyone knows that I don't know anything about this, so it's reasonable that I missed. Kai Lin was stunned, and then he was dumbstruck. A deep sense of powerlessness surged into his heart. Yes, it was intentional for him to miss, but it was natural for Shin Miao to miss. He couldn't even miss, because, if that happened, everyone would be able to tell that he did it on purpose. He put Shin Miao in a dilemma, and Shin Miao immediately returned the favor. No matter what, it would be wrong. In order for Gentleman Kai to avoid being shot by me in the second round, naturally you can kill me in one go in the first round. The life and death agreement has been signed, so even if you kill me, it would only be the result of the competition. Other than the spit of the world, you would not have to bear any responsibility. I am right here. Do you dare to kill? I am right here. Do you dare to kill? Kai Lin stared at the young female in front of him as if it was the first time they met, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. He was used to doing whatever he wanted in Guang Wentang and was pampered till he could do whatever he wanted. As for Shin Miao, he only wanted to teach her a lesson today. Who knew that not only was Shin Miao not afraid, she even went against him? To actually say such words at this moment, it seemed that he was the one at a disadvantage. Did Kai Lin dare? Not to mention if he had the guts, even if he dared, could he do it? The young master of the Kai family could do things on a spur of the moment, but what about the Kai family? If Shin Miao was really killed by him today, not to mention a life for a life, it was possible for Xianxia to behead the entire Kai family and personally beg for forgiveness. Moreover, he did not dare. He only knew how to talk glibly and had never been on the battlefield before, not even being stained with blood. Even though his archery skills were very good, but he only shot at fruits or animals and not people. But how could he shrink back now? Shin Miao was a female and was not afraid, so if he, a male, were to shrink back, one feared that he would not have the face to leave the residence tomorrow. Thinking of this, Kai Lin arrogantly said, whatever you say, we'll see what you've got on the shooting range. You speak happily now, but who knows if you would be scared witless later. His words were extremely rude, and one did not know if he was trying to cover up his panic. The calmer Shin Miao was, the more uneasy he was. After all, he wanted to see the other party's flustered look, as if only that could calm his guilty conscience. Thus he only hoped that his words would make Shin Miao feel embarrassed. If it was a normal female, when a male spoke to her in such a ruthless manner, she would naturally feel ashamed and act coy or even cry. But when Shin Miao heard it, she only glanced at him faintly, and her heart was as still as water, making Kai Lin feel that everything was just him messing around. He was somewhat stunned and suspected that he had made a mistake today. Why would he feel guilty when facing Shin Miao? this idiot, Shin Miao had already gone to the examiner to take the fruits. That fruit was about the size of an adult male's fist and it was square at the bottom and round at the top. Shin Miao stood at the most eastern side of the stage and placed the fruit on top of her head. The arena gradually became noisy. At this moment, she must be pretending to be calm, but in reality, she is scared out of her wits. Yi Peilon smiled and said, I really can't wait to see her scared to tears. Since the Mingqi Academy examinations, there has never been a female who was challenged by a male in terms of martial arts. Jiang Xiaoxian raised her little finger and tilted her head. This Shin Miao can be considered as the first time. It's just that it's scary to be humiliated in front of so many people. Io, why is Fifth Lady still standing there? What if it misses the young master of the Kai family? Ren Wanyan said. Her heart was in a difficult position. If anything happened to Shin Miao, no matter how well Xianxia treated the Shin family, he would not spare her. What is Second Saw worried about? Chen Roqiu said lightly, after all it is just children playing around. The young master of the Kai family wasn't a child who didn't know anything. As long as Wunyang admits defeat and begs for mercy, I naturally won't make things difficult for her. I just hope that Wunyang won't fight on impulse. She described this kind of life and death matter as children playing around. After all, Ren Wanyan was the one in charge of the family and if anything happened, Ren Wanyan would be the one to bear the responsibility. But her words had hit the bottom of Ren Wanyan's heart. It was all because Shin Miao wanted to fight on impulse. If Shin Miao properly begged for mercy and said some soft words to Kai Lin, naturally she would not end up in this situation. Don't worry. Chen Roqiu said, I think that gentlemen of the Kai family only wanted to scare Fifth Lady. In this kind of academy examinations, everyone is fighting for poise so it is impossible to stop now. Mother need not worry. Shin Qing also said to Ren Wanyan, Kai Lin's marksmanship is very good. No matter what, he would not miss. Shin Qing was still thinking that Shin Miao was blocking her dream of becoming a prince's consort and now she could not wait for Shin Miao to lose all her face. One heard that some people would pee and poop when they were so shocked, one did not know what would happen to Shin Miao. If Kai Lin really missed, it would not be bad to ruin her face. Shin Qing thought. Shin Yu did not think as far as Shin Qing. She only wanted to see Shin Miao kneeling and begging for mercy, as if that would be able to regain her self-esteem. She glanced at Kai Lin from afar but Kai Lin did not look at her. Kai Lin held the longbow in his hands as he faced Shin Miao who was 3 zhang away with cold sweat dripping down his forehead. Shin Miao stood there quietly as the wind blew up the corner of her wide cloak. As her purple clothes fluttered, her brows and eyes were similar but that kind of dignified bearing, as if she had experienced a great storm in calmness, gilded her entire person with a layer of dazzling brilliance. Kai Lin slowly pulled the bow. He thought, as long as Shin Miao begged for mercy, as long as she shed a tear and said a few words, he would be able to take the opportunity to humiliate her and there would be no need to be in such a dilemma. Unfortunately, his wish ultimately fell through. Shin Miao's expression was calm, as if she did not put him in her eyes. Shin Yu frowned. Why did the scene of Shin Miao crying and begging for mercy not appear? Why did Shin Miao look calmer than Kai Lin? There were already quite a number of people who discovered this point and their impression of the original idiot was quietly changing. Not every young lady could stand in front of a person with a bow and arrow and if one were to say that she inherited Xianxia's composure in front of the enemy, it could only be said that a tiger father would not have a dog daughter. Kai Lin's hand started to tremble. Usually it was an easy matter for him to shoot the fruit from 3 zhang away but today it was exceptionally difficult. That distance seemed to be very far. And Shin Miao's words lingered in his ears, I am here. Do you dare to kill? Did he dare? Did he dare? Did he dare? With a xiao sound, the arrow fiercely streaked across. But it only swayed in midair before falling down. It did not even reach the corner of Shin Miao's clothes, as if there was not enough strength, much less shoot the fruit. The audience burst into laughter. There was even a classmate who teased, Kai Lin, could it be that you have tender and protective feelings for the fairer sex? Normally one could shoot from 10 zhang but today one cannot even shoot from 3 zhang? He wiped the sweat on his forehead and immediately started to shoot. The second arrow was shot at Shin Miao's feet. The third arrow brushed past Shin Miao's hair and knocked down the fruit on Shin Miao's head. Shen Miao's hair was scattered and a head of black hair flowed down to her shoulders. However, even when the arrow narrowly brushed past her cheeks, her expression did not change at all. Black hair, purple clothes, the young female's snow-white skin and beautiful appearance stood straight in the wind. Kai Lin's hand softened and the bow and arrows fell to the ground. The audience was silent. Even a fool could see that the person who was afraid was not Shen Miao but Kai Lin. I am here. Do you dare to kill me? Do not dare. I dare. She smiled faintly, and a tinge of cruelty appeared in her eyes that were like those of a cub's. Coupled with her face that was still somewhat innocent, there was a strange sort of beauty to it. Now, it is my turn. It is my turn. The three words were said lightly by Shen Miao, but there was an inexplicable chill in them. It was as if the voice came from the 9 heavens and smashed in front of Kai Lin. The cold sweat on Kai Lin's forehead slid down his face as he stared blankly at Shen Miao in front of him. Shen Miao took a few steps forward and bent down to pick up the longbow on the ground. Everyone present were watching her every move and their eyes were reluctant to turn away. This was really an unexpected scene. One thought that one would see Shen Miao fainting from fright or lose her composure, but she was completely fine. It was Kai Lin who was drenched in cold sweat and none of the 3 arrows were heavy. After a short silence, the audience below the stage started to discuss. Indeed, a tiger father does not beget a dog daughter. This young lady of the Shen family has such guts. The person who spoke had a good relationship with Xianxia and initially had some doubts when he heard that Shen Miao was an idiot, but after seeing it today, he thought that those words were just rumors. With this kind of courage and boldness, how would one be an idiot? It was obvious that there was someone who deliberately did it to smear the young lady's reputation. Indeed, not bad. You see, just now she did not even blink, and if the arrow was slightly off, it would have scratched her cheek. This young lady really has the air of a great general. Even if it was us, we would most likely jump in shock. Why don't you see which family she comes from? Can General Shen's young lady be bad? It seems that those words were just rumors and cannot be trusted. AI, no wonder one would deliberately smear her name. The tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. To be so outstanding at such a young age, it is no wonder that others would be jealous. Most of the people in the official circles had a good attitude towards Xianxia. After all, there were many interlinked interests. Moreover, they were always working in the court and were not as meticulous as the women in the inner courtyard, thus they looked at things differently. In the past it was Shen Miao who was young, but now that she was older, naturally she would display her outstanding qualities. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing looked at one another before Prince Jing shook his head and sighed. It seems that both of us are wrong. She is really a bold person. Number 9 is regretting it now? Prince Zhou smiled as he looked at Fu Xiaoyi. How could one reject such an extraordinary female? One would not have such a change in one night. It is either that this 5th Shen young lady met an expert or she was deliberately pretending to be a fool. No matter which one it is, number 9, you are at a disadvantage. Prince Jing said. Fu Xiaoyi smiled and said, a fair and graceful lady. Unfortunately, you are not someone I like. Regret? Fu Xiaoyi did not feel that it was just that Shen Miao's calm look was somewhat dazzling in his eyes. He also didn't believe that a person could change into a completely different person overnight. Could it be that he had been pretending to be a fool all along? But why did he pretend to be a fool? Could it be that he did it on purpose to make him dislike him? Pei Lang put down the teacup that he was holding. He did not know why, but just now he was worried for Shen Miao. Unexpectedly, she managed to stabilize herself. Not only did she stabilize herself, but she also scared Kai Lin so much that he couldn't even pull a normal arrow properly. Shen Miao was so powerful? Indeed, a wonderful person. Prince Yu smiled satisfactorily and stared at Shen Miao's figure. Do not know. What does it taste like? Pei Lang frowned. Prince Yu's words most likely meant that he was thinking of something dirty and shameful. Unfortunately, his words carried little weight and he could not do anything. You have lost. In the pavilion, Xie Jingxing was leaning against the window as he said in a calm and composed manner. It was actually this kind of result. Su Mingfeng's eyes almost popped out. He looked at Xie Jingxing and then looked at the distant stage before asking, did you already know about it? One must be willing to bet and be willing to lose. Xianxia stood up and patted the dust off his body. Alright, I admit defeat. What is the punishment? Su Mingfeng answered straightforwardly. Your punishment is to celebrate with me after this match. How about the new Han that has been buried for 20 years? You really have a black heart. Su Mingfeng scolded and immediately realized something and asked doubtfully, but why celebrate? Is there anything to be happy about? Not now, but there will be soon. Xianxia raised his eyebrows. It's something worth being happy about. On the stage, Shen Miao handed the fruit to Kai Lin. Kai Lin's hands trembled as he received the fruits and asked, Shen Miao, have you learned archery before? Never. Shen Miao smiled as she looked at him. Today is my first time touching a bow, but since I am able to shoot 3 arrows, even if I do not understand the first one, there is still the next one. I will eventually learn it. Kai Lin shuddered and looked at Shen Miao incredulously. Are you talking nonsense? Just now Shen Miao's expression was calm and unhurried, as if she often did this kind of thing with others. He was lucky enough to think that Shen Miao was an expert. After all, Xianxia was the formidable great general and it was possible for him to personally teach his daughter archery. But now Shen Miao actually said that today was the first time she touched the bow. How dare she? He said, you don't know anything, how can you shoot from afar? It's obvious that I can't hit this fruit. Am I not going to die for nothing? Young Master Kai is too ridiculous, Shen Miao said calmly. Her voice was neither loud nor soft. When she spoke, it was just loud enough for everyone to hear. Everyone looked at the purple-clothed girl. She lowered her eyebrows and narrowed her eyes, but her aura was overbearing. Just now, when young Master Kai challenged me to fight, he never asked me if I knew how to shoot. When you were shooting at me just now, you didn't ask me if I would die. Why is it that when it's my turn to shoot, you're asking me if I can do it? These words made Kai Lin speechless. Indeed, he only wanted to vent Shen Yu's anger and deliberately chose the archery that Shen Miao did not know. But now, he had shot himself in the foot. Young Lady Shen, my son is naughty and mischievous, this official apologizes to you on his behalf, please do not take it to heart. It's just that you really don't know how to use archery right now, so it's hard to avoid accidents. It's not good for you to pursue the matter. Lord Kai finally couldn't bear it any longer and suddenly opened his mouth under the gaze of his wife. As soon as the words left his mouth, his face turned red. However, there was nothing he could do. Although it was embarrassing, it was better than losing his son's life. He even used this official to threaten Shen Miao. Even though it was not good to bully a young lady like this, Kai Darren was somewhat resentful that Shen Miao did not know how to be flexible and his tone involuntarily had some majesty. But how would Shen Miao be intimidated by an official? She had dealt with the Xiongnu, the imperial family of the Qin country and the emperor of Mingqi. As for the officials, she really did not put them in her eyes. Thus everyone could only watch as Shen Miao's chin was slightly raised. Kai Darren was originally standing below the stage, so looking from afar, he looked like an official crawling at Shen Miao's feet. Shen Miao's words made everyone dumbfounded. She said, Kai Darren, just now I bet my life and now it is Kai Lin's turn to bet his life. The life and death agreement has already been set and it is clearly written in black and white. Even if I were to shoot him to death today, it would be fair and square and there would not be a trace of relationship. If one is willing to bet, one must be willing to lose. Not waiting for Kai Darren to speak, she continued, one cannot stand without trust. This rule was personally suggested by Kai Lin and now to go back on it, could it be that Kai Darren's style is the same in the official circles? Once the situation is not right, one would immediately change the rules. One cannot stand without trust. This rule was personally proposed by Kai Lin and now to go back on it. Could it be that Kai Darren also has such a style in the officialdom? Once the situation is not right, he would immediately change the rules? Previously Kai Lin said, Guang Wentang did not specially set a precedent for someone. Whatever rules the challenger says, then the rules will be followed. Why? A dignified great general's daughter is also such a cowardly person? His words were still ringing in one's ears and now Shen Miao returned it back to Kai Darren's face, making Kai Lin speechless. The rules are set by you all and now you all are not doing it. With a red mouth and white teeth, is it possible to do anything? Are all the Darren of Mingqi like this? Her words were sharp and ruthlessly exaggerated the matter. Kai Darren's cold sweat suddenly dripped down. There were so many colleagues in the officialdom, and today there were his relatives, and naturally there were also his enemies. When Shen Miao's words fell into the ears of those who had the intention, who knew what kind of fuss would be made out of it. Moreover, there were people from the imperial family here, and if it was not good, it would attract the suspicion of the imperial family. Not to mention Kai Lin, even the entire Kai family would suffer a calamity. Young lady, Shen said correctly. The one who spoke was Prince Yu of the first rank. He smiled strangely at Shen Miao and said, Kai Darren, Gentleman Kai set the rules, so naturally it must be completed by himself. When would Prince Yu of the first rank be kind enough to help others out of trouble? When those words were spoken, everyone's eyes were cast towards Shen Miao. There were all kinds of meanings, some understanding and some contempt. Prince Zhou and Prince Jing looked at each other before Prince Jing sighed, even Royal Shu has spoken. Perhaps we will have another young royal Sa? When Prince Zhou finished, he also felt that it was funny and shook his head without speaking. Prince Yu of the first rank had already spoken, so no matter how dissatisfied Kai Darren was, he would not dare to refute at this moment. Even though he was angry in his heart, he could only brace himself and say, It is this official's lack of consideration. He stared at Kai Lin with sorrow and anger at Kai Lin before turning and leaving. Kai Lin watched helplessly as his father left, and his heart was also anxious. He originally thought that Shen Miao was only good at talking, but when he met with Shen Miao's clear eyes, his heart could not help but feel a chill. She was like a silent beast. She clearly looked like a little girl who had not yet grown up, but why did she feel so scary? He lowered his voice and said, If you hurt me, the Kai clan will definitely not forgive you. This could be considered a threat. Kai Lin was now riding a tiger, and it was hard to get off. With Shen Miao's archery skills, if he were to miss by even a little, his little life would not be guaranteed. When he hunted with his good friend, he had also seen arrows miss, shooting into the eyes or buttocks of the prey, but it was not a one-shot kill. The struggle of the prey was really tragic. Could it be that he was a lamb waiting to be slaughtered? He threatened like this, hoping that Shen Miao would have a sense of propriety and gently pull the bow, and that would be it. He whispered again, If you are sensible this time, in the future. In the future I will not find trouble with you in Guangwentang. Shen Miao gently raised her eyebrows and looked up at him. Kai Lin looked nervous, as if he was afraid that she would not agree. Unfortunately, she had seen many such people in her previous life. He only bullied the weak and feared the strong. Now he was afraid, so he relented. Once today's matter was over, Kai Lin would definitely be the same as before, and would even wait for a chance to retaliate after losing face. Just like a badger that had just left its nest in the jungle and thought that it had dominated the jungle, but when it met a ferocious wolf, its face would change. But if there was a chance in the future, this badger would still think of ways to give it a try. Unfortunately, she was never a wolf. She was a tiger. How to make this badger never dare to provoke her again, that was. Bite off his neck in one bite, so that he would never dare to provoke her again. She smiled gently. Previously I asked you, do you dare to kill me if I am here? Your archery skills had already answered this question for you. Now that this question is in front of me, do you want to hear my answer? Her little face was as smooth as jade and still had a bit of tenderness, like a sprout growing in spring, but her words were so savage that it made one's heart palpitate. I dare. Finishing this sentence, she turned around and walked to the shooting platform. Kai Lin stood at the same spot in a daze and only recovered to his senses when the examiner called his name. Only then did he discover that everyone was looking at him and their eyes were filled with a look of watching a good show. His gaze landed on the pink-clad young lady at the female side of the banquet. Shen Yu was talking to the person beside her and did not even look at the platform. He suddenly felt somewhat lost and felt that his actions at this moment made others even more disgusted. He was the one who provoked it, so how could he shrink back now? If he lost to a female, one feared that the Kai family would become a laughingstock in the capital, not to mention that Shen Yu was watching from below the platform. If he were to make a fool of himself, how could he face Shen Yu in the future? Facing Shen Yu, just a little female, and she said it so frightening. Could it be that she really dared to kill? Even if there was a life and death agreement, killing a person was not something that could be easily explained. Thinking about this point, Kai Lin encouraged himself in his heart and pretended to be calm as he walked to the white line 3 zhang away and placed the fruit on top of his head. Everyone looked at him and then looked at Shen Miao and felt that there was some strange feeling. In the distance, Xie Jingxing opened his mouth. Make a guess. Did you hit or not? Of course not hit. Su Mingfeng stared at him, not to say if she has the guts to injure Kai Lin, even if she dared, does she have the ability? There are very few unmarried females who practice martial arts, and moreover Shen Miao's character, you should know from the Ding capital that she does not know anything. Xie Jingxing smiled lowly, not necessarily. Could it be that you want to bet with me again? Why the need for such a superfluous move? I have already seen the ending. Su Mingfeng was used to his good friend's mysteriousness, so he said, what ending? Xie Jingxing lazily said, you lose. Shen Yu looked at Shen Miao on the stage and her heart tightened. She softly asked Chen Roqiu, Mother, will she injure Gentleman Kai? Naturally not. Chen Roqiu saw that her daughter was somewhat bewitched by Shen Miao today and could not help but sigh in her heart. She thought that she was still too young and could not maintain her composure. She said, how could it be that easy to hit the target? I heard from your first uncle that drawing a bow also requires strength. Your fifth younger sister has never drawn a bow or shot an arrow in the mansion. I'm afraid that just drawing the bow requires a lot of strength. You should not let your imagination run wild. Your fifth younger sister is only playing around. Was Shen Miao really playing around? Naturally not. She lifted her hand, knocked the arrow and pulled the bow. Her actions were so smooth that it was as if she had practiced it thousands of times. There was no delicately holding hands, nor was there any hesitation as if she did not know what to do. The actions were so neat that one would not doubt that she was a skilled archer. In the next moment, the arrow that left the bow shot towards Kai Lin with a murderous intent. The entire audience quietened down, and in the extreme silence, the arrow that fell to the ground made a crisp sound. And the arrowhead still had a little red. On and off the stage, everyone froze into a still picture. The one who broke this picture was Kai Lin. He reached out and touched his left cheek where the arrow had just grazed past, and there was a little red blood stain. Everyone was stunned. Shen Miao actually dared to shoot. She did not stop the arrow midway and also did not deliberately shoot to the side. She was neither near nor far from the Chao Guozi, but it just brushed past Kai Lin's cheek. Kai Lin shouted loudly, Shen Miao, what are you doing? Before he finished speaking, the second arrow had already swept over with a strong gust of wind. It brushed past his right cheek, and Kai Lin immediately felt a burning pain on his right cheek. He reached out to touch it, and to his surprise, he discovered that it was a smear of blood. He was almost going crazy. Staring at Shen Miao in disbelief, Kai Darren also wanted to stop, but Prince Yu of the first rank was still sitting in front and he dared not move. Ren Wanyan suddenly stood up, is Fifth Lady crazy? How dare she really injure the young master of the Kai family? Your residence's fifth young lady is really powerful. E4 and pretended to be surprised. How would an ordinary female have such courage? To injure the young master of the Kai family, in the future would not both masters have a few more colleagues in court who do not have good relations with each other? These words were said in Ren Wanyan's and Chen Roqiu's hearts. Previously they only thought that Shen Miao would make a fool of herself, but who knew that not only did Shen Miao not make a fool of herself, she even injured Kai Lin. If the Kai family were to denounce the Shen residence because of this, the Kai family would walk the path of civil officials and offend the Kai family. How would Shen Gui and Shen Wan, the two brothers, end up well? Thinking of this, Ren Wanyan was extremely anxious and could not wait to bring Shen Miao to the Kai family to apologize. Just as she was about to shout out to stop Shen Miao's actions, Chen Roqiu held her hands down. Younger sister, what are you doing? Ren Wanyan said unhappily, are you going to watch Fifth Lady get into trouble? Later when Master asks, who would be able to shoulder this responsibility? Chen Roqiu simply wanted to worship this second sister-in-law. She was born more noble than Ren Wanyan and boasted that she was from a scholarly family. She was most disdainful of such worldly actions and naturally looked down on Ren Wanyan's idea of not being able to enter the elegant hall. She said, second sauce thinking is not wrong, but just now one also heard that even Prince Yu of the first rank also spoke. Otherwise why do you think Master Kai did not speak up till now and only watch his own son get injured? Even if second sister-in-law spoke, could she make the decision here? It's better to wait and see. If he asks, just treat it as a child's play. Don't tell me we're just going to watch. Ren Wanyan knew that what Xianxia said was reasonable, but she could not help but worry. What if Fifth Lady does not know the severity of her actions and cause a big disaster? The life and death contract is one thing, but the rumors in the Ding capital is another. What are you afraid of? Didn't you see Fifth Lady's attack just now? Xianxia smiled. She obviously knows how to draw the bow and is just deliberately giving the Kai family's brat face. This is a deliberate revenge. But she should also know how to act properly, otherwise it would not be as simple as a scratch on the cheek. Xianxia sighed. After all, one has offended others. Since that is the case, then let nature take its course. If Fifth Lady were to really be ruthless in her actions, one feared that in the future she would have to bear the reputation of being cruel and vicious. Every single word of their sister-in-law's words fell into the ears of the two sisters, Xinqing and Xinyu. They were still young and did not understand the matters of the officialdom, thus they only heard the last sentence. Xinyu looked at Xin Miao, who was wearing a long gown with wide sleeves. Today she was calm and composed and was in the limelight, which was really annoying. She thought that it would be good if Xin Miao really shot Kai Lin to death. Then Xin Miao would be carrying a human life. Such a vicious person, who would dare to marry in the future and who would dare to get close to her. Now this kind of scratch was only powerful and not vicious. The more she thought about it, the more sparkling things flashed in Xinyu's eyes. The safety of Kai Lin, who wholeheartedly wanted to make things difficult for Xin Miao, had long been thrown to the back of her mind, and even hoped that Kai Lin would use his own life to fulfill Xin Miao's notoriety. Even though the people below the stage were discussing, they did not dare to make a sound because of Prince Yu's face. Even the Kai family's husband and wife were burning with anxiety and could only watch their son standing on the stage to become an arrow target. Xin Miao, what exactly do you want? Even 2 arrows had grazed his cheeks and his entire face was burning with pain. Other than anger towards Xin Miao, Kai Lin also had a trace of fear. He suddenly discovered that there was nothing that Xin Miao did not dare to do. She was clearly a lunatic and dared to do anything. Separated by some distance, Xin Miao's voice was a little vague and could not be transmitted to the people below the stage, but it could be transmitted to Kai Lin's ears. Her voice was light as if it came from the clouds, making one not dare to look up. She said, to teach you a lesson. Xin Miao suddenly raised her voice, there is still one last arrow. Everyone in the audience stared at that arrow. Kai Lin's legs were about to go soft and he pinched himself hard so that he would not go soft. Because he saw that Xin Miao's arrow was aimed at his head. He was very afraid. It was a kind of fearless fear towards the Xin family. This kind of fear was so strong that it captured all of his attention at this moment. He wanted to escape from this academy examination stage, but Xin Miao's arrow was aimed at him, as if she could chase him to the ends of the earth. The young lady of the Xin family is just too strong. Even though the Darren at the male side of the banquet admired Xin Miao's calmness, they also felt sorry for her performance at the moment. One had to know that it was not a good thing for a female to be too strong. She was now biting Kai Lin and not letting go. It was nothing more than to retaliate against Kai Lin's provocation. But Kai Lin did not cause any harm to her, but Xin Miao had scratched Kai Lin's face. Even though males were not more delicate than males, and it was not a big deal to leave a scar, but to leave it on the face. At the end it would not look good. This is like General Shen's daughter. There were also some who applauded Xin Miao. If one only knew to be bullied and did not fight back, General Shen would be so angry that he would be in a complete mess if he knew about it. But you see now that the arrow is aimed at Kai Lin's head. This is the intention to take Kai Lin's life. This is too vicious. Kai Lin's legs kept trembling and he looked at the purple-clad young female in the distance as if he was looking at an evil spirit. Her appearance was gentle and beautiful, her eyes were clear and even had a bit of innocence. But there was no hesitation in the movements of her hands. Xin Miao softly said, the third arrow. As soon as he loosened his grip, an arrow shot out from the bow. A sharp killing intent rushed towards Kai Lin's forehead, scaring him so much that he knelt down with a plop and let out a blood-curdling scream, help! Liner! Kai Foran and Kai Darren exclaimed at the same time. The entire audience stood up and stretched their necks to look at the situation on the stage. Kai Lin collapsed on the ground, and the round fruit on the ground had been pierced through by the black arrow, completely pierced through. In the silence, the appearance of the fruits was like a great irony, reflecting Kai Lin's scratched face, tears of fear and Shin Miao's indifferent posture. She kept her bow and bent over to pick up the fruits on the ground. She glanced at Kai Lin and suddenly smiled. "You have lost." She had a tender look to begin with, and today, she appeared excessively calm from beginning to end, causing people to overlook her age. Now with a light smile, there was a bit of naivety. Everyone looked carefully and felt that the original dullness was not dullness. This young lady actually had bright eyes and a bit of grace and beauty. Kai Lin could not say a word. His face still had the bloodstains from the scratches that were not wiped clean, and as tears streamed down, the bloodstains were diluted. His entire face was red and disheveled. At this moment, he did not care about his face and only looked at Shin Miao with eyes full of fear. Shin Miao raised her eyebrows and seemed to finally know fear. It was good to be afraid. Kill the chicken to warn the monkey so that in the future these snakes, worms, rats and ants would know their place. The servants quickly helped Kai Lin, who was so scared that his legs went soft, off the stage. The examiner who was in charge of the academy examinations walked to Shin Miao's side and saw the fruits that were pierced by the arrows. He asked in surprise, "Shin young lady had practiced archery before?" Not only the aim must be good, the strength in pulling the bow must not be lax. Shin Miao was a delicate little girl, but she was so skilled in pulling the arrow. Moreover, everyone could clearly see the last arrow. Kai Lin was so scared that he fell down and Shin Miao was able to shoot the fruit when Kai Lin could not move. This was something that was not surprising. Practiced? Shin Miao slightly tilted her head and fell into deep thoughts. That was the first year when she went to the Qin country as a hostage. No matter if it was the princes or princesses of the Qin country, they all loved to humiliate her. It was a very interesting thing to see the Empress being humiliated, but she could not get angry because at that time the Qin country was lending troops to Ming Qi. Those princesses and princes invented a new way of playing, and it was the rules that Kai Lin set in the academy examinations. Changing the person to hit the fruits. When she was the target, those Qin imperial family deliberately shot her hair messily, shot her clothes and even occasionally accidentally shot her arms and neck. She could only grit her teeth and endure. At that time every night, she would stay in her room and carefully set up a target. She practiced diligently, treating those targets as people who had hurt her. She practiced seriously and worked hard. Finally, she could hit the target every time. But in the daytime, when it was her turn to shoot an arrow, she would still deliberately miss it, or she would be too weak to draw the bow. No choice, one had to lower one's head under the eaves. She must return to Ming Qi alive to see Wan Yu and Fu Ming. This kind of strenuous life lasted for an entire year. Today, when Kai Lin brought it up again, it suddenly brought her back to those humiliating days. In this life, she had nothing that could be used against her. Naturally, she could kill and shoot whenever she wanted. Otherwise, she would have to live a restrained life. Whoever provoked her, she would ruthlessly return the favor. If the Kai family dared to talk about Xianxia, then they would shut their mouths. This was what she should do. She smiled and said, "I've seen elder brother practicing diligently in the courtyard. I've seen it many times, so I followed his example. I didn't expect to hit the mark today." This made the Kai couple below the stage so angry that they were in a complete mess. Their son was once a first-rank archer, but today not only did he not hit a single target, he even made a fool out of himself in front of everyone. Shin Miao said that she was just following the example of the first time she pulled the bow and shot the fruit. What kind of muddled matter was this? Pa, 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 clear and crisp applause sounded. Everyone turned around and saw Prince Yu clapping his hands, indeed not bad. Shin Miao glanced at him but did not make a sound. The examiner said in a clear voice, "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge the first-rank archery?" This round was naturally won by Shin Miao and other people would naturally come up to challenge Shin Miao. If there was no one to challenge, Shin Miao would be a well-deserved first rank. Hearing those words, Shin Yu's face suddenly became ugly. In the first academy examinations, she was completely overshadowed by Shin Miao. She looked at Fu Xiaoyi who was talking to Prince Jing and Prince Zhou from afar and clenched her hands tightly before loosening them. In his heart, he cursed Kai Lin, who was a good-for-nothing. But in the next moment, she heard someone shouting, "I want to challenge Shen Miao." At the male side of the banquet, a youth stood up. This person looked to be around 16 or 17 years of age and was considered not bad. Unfortunately, his pair of eyes revealed an unconcealable sophistication and shrewdness. Even if his tone was humble, there was a kind of pretentious feeling. With just one look, Shen Miao knew who this person was. She found it somewhat funny in her heart. This was the Shu son of the Marquis of Lin and Xia family, Xia Jingxing's Shu younger brother, second young master Xia Chongwu. This person did not have any other abilities but was extremely slick. He was the most pretentious person in the officialdom and was proficient in bootlicking. Afterwards, the entire Xia family collapsed, and this pair of Shu sons and Madame Feng relied on the new emperor's pension for the Xia family to live comfortably. Xia Chongwu and his younger brother Xia Chongchao even entered the court as officials. At that time, she did not like these two brothers at all because the two Shu sons of the Xia family were on Mei Foreign side and were on good terms with Fu Xing, and often helped Fu Xing to suppress Fu Ming. The reason why Shen Miao reminded Xia Jingxing to find an opportunity to eradicate his own Shu brothers was because she was still brooding over the matters of the past lifetime. These two people must not be left alive, as leaving them alive would be enmity. Now she had yet to take revenge for her enmity, but this person took the initiative to send himself to her doorstep. But for what? She looked at Master Kai's position. Master Kai's face was calm and Xia Chongchao seemed to be comforting him. That's right, recently the two Xia brothers were preparing to find a job under Kai Darren, thus they had been taking the initiative to befriend Kai Lin. Unfortunately, the one Kai Lin wanted to befriend was Xia Jingxing and did not care about the two brothers. But wasn't it a good opportunity now? One had to know that in the past lifetime, at the end of this year, which was when she successfully forced Fu Xiuyi to marry, Xia Chongwu and Xia Chongchao entered Kai Darren's hands. After that, 2 years later, the Kai family was involved in a corruption case and their assets were confiscated and exterminated. There were many things that had changed, but there were also many things that did not change. It seemed that after the changes, the ending had not changed. The two Xia brothers wanted to use this method to please the Kai family, but let her sweep their face. Just as Shen Miao was about to answer, she heard a voice coming from the side. That voice was lazy and had an indescribable ridicule. Usually you do not practice with older brother at home and now come to challenge a little girl? Xia Chongwu, the more you live, the more you are regressing. Xia Jingxing appeared on the stage and he folded his arms across his chest as he looked at the two Shu brothers who were stunned below the stage. He smiled, "How about I challenge the both of you? Let me discipline my younger brother and not learn from a coward to fight with a female and disgrace himself outside." He looked at Shen Miao again and said, "You go down." Shen Miao stared at him without moving. She had reminded Xia Jingxing, so she was naturally prepared for Xia Jingxing to go on stage, but she didn't expect it to be like this. She didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It was as if Xia Jingxing was helping her out, but the truth was not like that. Xia Chongwu did not expect that Xia Jingxing would suddenly rush out. Today, he only wanted to please the Kai family. He thought that since Shen Miao had already offended the Kai family, as long as he humiliated Shen Miao and taught her a lesson on behalf of the Kai family would naturally have a good impression of him. Even though it seemed that Shen Miao's archery was not bad, but there was a huge disparity in strength between a female and a male. Moreover, the reason why Kai Lin failed was because he had underestimated the enemy. But Xia Chongwu was not a person who underestimated the enemy. If it was possible, he would even use some subtle tricks on the arrows. Anyway, Shen Miao was not a person who often practiced martial arts and would definitely not be able to see it. He had made such a good plan, but he never thought that his elder brother would kill him halfway. Not only were the two Xia brothers stunned, but the rest of the audience was also stunned. If the Marquis of Linen was here today, one feared that he would also be stunned on the spot. Xia Jingxing did not participate in the academy examinations every year, but even so, everyone knew that he was good in both civil and martial arts, especially in martial arts. Even though he did not compete, he had followed the army a few times and his performance made others look at him in a new light. If he was not in the limelight, it would be hard to avoid attracting the imperial family's fear. Xia Jingxing's reputation on the battlefield was no less than that of a veteran general. However, the reason why he did not participate in the annual academy examinations was not to dispel the royal family's fear. It was purely because he did not care about trifles, as if he had a few rebellious bones, or because he was deliberately against his father. In short, he looked down upon the performance of the academy examination. It was because he did not participate that everyone could only look at the two Shu sons of the residents of the Marquis of Linan. Xiacheng Wu and Xiacheng Chao also put in hard work and were able to get a few first grades in the academy examinations. But this year, the most cynical little marquis of the Xia family and the two outstanding concubine brothers were competing. Who would win? Although Xia Jingxing's reputation was out there, people were more used to accepting things in front of him. Xia Jingxing had never displayed his talent in the Ding capital. The women only knew of this youth's brilliance from their master's words, but what they heard was false, so they still had some doubts. Although those youths envied Xia Jingxing for being able to be so free and unrestrained, they were also jealous. Now that they saw that they might be able to dampen Xia Jingxing's spirit, they were somewhat happy. In addition, the two Xia brothers knew how to conduct themselves, and there were many people who were on good terms with them, thus the youths would side with Xiacheng Wu and Xiacheng Chao. It was the young females who had long blushed in front of Xia Jingxing's handsome looks. Looking at his extraordinary bearing, there was a kind of valiance that was completely different from the soft temperament of the Ding capital's hedonistic young masters. It was as if he had a blood-cold aura, but he always smiled evilly, which made him extraordinarily charming. Therefore, the girls were all optimistic about Xia Jingxing. Shen Miao took a panoramic view of everyone's expression. Most likely these people felt that Xia Jingxing came up to challenge his two younger brothers on a whim, and his noble son's temper flared up. But Shen Miao gently smiled. Xia Jingxing was not an easy person to deal with. Since he was already on the stage of the academy examinations, there was no possibility for his two Shu brothers to retreat unscathed. The difference between Xia Jingxing and her was that even though she acted arrogantly on the surface, she still had a plan and knew that she had to plan slowly in order to achieve her goal. But Xia Jingxing, most likely because he had the residence of the Marquis of Linan behind him, he was fearless. But behind him, was there only the residence of the Marquis of Linan? Just as she was thinking, Xiacheng Wu below the stage spoke out, "Eldest brother, this one fear is not good." What is not good? Xia Jingxing glanced at Shen Miao and then looked at Xiacheng Wu before suddenly smiling. "Or do you think that Shen Miao is more challenging than this marquis?" With a huff sound, everyone below the stage laughed. Xia Jingxing continued to size up Shen Miao. "No internal energy and no martial arts, but you challenged her to archery. You are also a martial arts practitioner and challenging a female who does not even have the strength to truss a chicken. This older brother is unable to understand." His lips suddenly hooked up into a smile and his voice was low and magnetic, "But this little girl's looks are not bad. If you were to pick based on looks, it is worthy of the name." This time, those youths who were pulling their lips started to laugh, and some of them even looked at Shen Miao ambiguously. Indeed, now that Shen Miao had shed that layer of stupid image, her entire facial features seemed to be glowing. She was born to be not bad and had a lovable and adorable appearance, but was extremely quiet. This kind of contrast made one unable to move their eyes away. It was just that her previous image was too stubborn and one could not change it in a short period of time. But Xia Jingxing's words seemed to have lifted that layer of paper, and the youths did not hesitate to agree that Shen Miao was a very special little beauty. The females, however, were not happy. Xia Jingxing's words were clearly praising Shen Miao's looks. Shen Yu's and Shen Qing's expressions changed. Even though they admired Fu Xiuyi, there were so many handsome males in the world, and there was not only one Fu Xiuyi. A youth like Xia Jingxing was unique in the Ding capital and even in the entire Mingqi. This kind of youth actually praised that idiot, which made Shen Yu and Shen Qing, who had high self-esteem, extremely jealous. Yi Peilan frowned and muttered, "Is little Xia Marquis blind? How could he think that Shen Miao is good-looking? It must be that Shen Miao used some method to confuse him." Bai Wei bit her lips and stared at the youth on the stage. Shen Miao is really shameless. Previously she kept pestering Prince Ding, and now she came to pester little Xia Marquis. Shen Miao did not know of their discussions, but even if she knew, she would just laugh it off. Because she knew that Xia Jingxing's motive for saying these words was not to tease her, nor was it to help her out, but to use a method that the two Xia brothers could not refuse, to force them to go on stage. In all fairness, the two Xia brothers were naturally not willing to go against Xia Jingxing. Not mentioning the outcome, Xia Ding had always doted on the D sons, and if a Shu son and a D son were to challenge each other on the academy examination stage, what would Xia Ding think? He would only think that the brothers were not on good terms. The biased Xia Ding would definitely be unhappy with the two brothers. Therefore Xia Changwu and Xia Changchao would definitely think of ways to decline, but Xia Jingxing was a clever person and did not force them and directly goaded them. Yes, it was too strange that Xia Changwu was unwilling to challenge Xia Jingxing but wanted to challenge Shen Miao, who did not have the strength to fend off a chicken. His selfishness was clearly displayed in front of everyone. In order to dispel everyone's thoughts and to prove that he was not trying to climb up the Kai family, Xia Changwu could only go on stage himself and compete with Xia Jingxing. This was a helpless move, but after he agreed, his plan to use Shen Miao to climb up the Kai family would fall through and he would lose. He braced himself to get up. Since older brother has spoken, how can this younger brother not follow? How would Xia Jingxing give him a chance to complain? On the battlefield, whoever he wanted to lose, he would lose without mercy. One person is not enough. He raised his eyebrows. Third younger brother, come up together. Third brother, let's go together. With Xia Jingxing's words, Xia Changchao below the stage was also stunned. Previously, when he saw Xia Jingxing's sudden appearance, he thought that Xia Jingxing was specially helping Shen Miao out of the predicament. Anyway, this older brother's actions could not be inferred from the perspective of an ordinary person. But Xia Jingxing's words stunned him. The person who went up to challenge was only Xia Changwu, so what did it have to do with him? But now that Xia Ding was not present, Xia Changchao could only look towards Xia Changwu and whispered, "Second older brother, what is going on?" Xia Changwu was usually more astute than Xia Changchao, and when he heard Xia Jingxing's words, he was instantly angered. Xia Jingxing wanted to challenge but said that he alone was not enough and had to add Xia Changchao. What was the meaning of this? This was nothing more than humiliating the two brothers. Xia Jingxing naturally thought that the two brothers were not his opponent even if they joined hands. This was just too arrogant. Xia Changwu, who was angered by Xia Jingxing's words, had long lost his usual calmness. His expression became unfriendly, and his tone seemed to contain some anger. "Big brother, you're full of confidence. You don't even put us in your eyes at all." On the stage, Xia Jingxing was playing with the fruit that he had taken from the examiner's hand. His beautiful eyes narrowed as he lazily said, "Not bad, I indeed did not put you all in my eyes. The two of you have been practicing martial arts since you were young and have never sparred with me. I heard that you are outstanding. How about you let me broaden my horizons today?" He continued. Everyone present seemed to have heard the discord between the Xia brothers. One had to know that the matter of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage had spread throughout the entire Mingqi. All along, everyone had different guesses about the relationship between these few brothers, and Xia Jingxing had always maintained an indifferent attitude towards the residence of the Marquis of Lineage, to the extent that he disdained to talk to the two Shu younger brothers, thus there did not seem to be any waves in this coldness. Today was the first time that Xia Jingxing made his two Shu brothers lose face in front of everyone. The audience started to discuss among themselves. Some of them wanted to watch the show, while others were curious about the result. Shen Miao looked at that casual and handsome youth. This person, Xia Jingxing, was indeed somewhat strange. He seemed willful and indulgent, but there seemed to be a clear line guiding him. Now, the two Xia brothers were being led by the nose by him, and he didn't even realize it. He was afraid that after today's written examination, the two Xia brothers would not be left with a trace of their reputation. When Xia Changwu heard it, he suddenly sneered and said word by word, only exchanging pointers, "Why not?" He looked at Xia Jingxing and there were all kinds of strange emotions in his shrewd eyes. He said, "Since older brother wants to do so, then third younger brother will attack together. I'm afraid that when the time comes, big brother must not say that you're bullying me." He said it so confidently. In other words, if Xia Jingxing lost to them, it was Xia Jingxing who started it first. It had nothing to do with the two of them. Xia Jingxing might even make a fool out of himself. Xia Changchao was still somewhat hesitant, but when he saw Xia Changwu giving him a look, He immediately recovered and said, "Younger brothers will definitely accompany." The most interesting thing about the selection round of the academy examinations was that no matter what kind of people there were, no matter how many people there were, and no matter whether they were male or female, they were all free to choose. Thus Xie Jingxing's request was not in violation of anything. Xie Jingxing's lips hooked up into a smile, and that evil smile attracted a number of young females' gazes. He jokingly said, "Want to also set up a life and death agreement?" Xie Changchao's and Xie Changwu's bodies stiffened and their faces became somewhat ugly. Xie Jingxing however lazily said, "Just joking. Between brothers, there is no need to fight to the death." Shen Miao's lips also gently hooked up. Xie Jingxing's words were really vicious. Since the two Xie brothers had already gone up the stage, there was nothing for her to do here. She tidied up her dress and went down the stage. At the female side of the banquet, Shen Yu and Shen Qing did not go up to talk, but it was Feng and Ning who quickly ran over. She said, "Your archery skills are actually this good. Could it be that you want a daughter to inherit your father's career?" Shen Miao's heart slightly wavered. Now that the imperial family was eyeing the Shen family covetously, not to mention her, even her eldest brother's situation was extremely dangerous. In the beginning, eldest brother's life was ruined by a female, and now that the Shen family had not fallen apart, she would use her own methods to protect the Shen family. Just like on the stage just now, whoever dared not give the Shen family face, she would not hesitate to return it 100-fold. But among the three people on the stage, who do you think will win? Feng and Ning suddenly changed the topic and rambled on, "Even though the little marquis of the Xie family is famous, but we have not seen it with our own eyes. Perhaps the rumors are not credible. That Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao had obtained first rank last year. 2 against 1, no matter what it would be the little marquis who would suffer a loss." Xie Jingxing would suffer a loss? Shen Miao laughed in her heart and gently shook her head. Xie Changwu, who was on the stage, also said, "It is not easy for the two of us to judge against you alone, so we will pick a spear." This time, Shen Miao really laughed out loud. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. "Spear? Can?" The examiner quickly found 3 fine horses. The high platform was extremely wide, and if it was controlled well, it could almost accommodate the horses galloping freely on it. 3 spears were also thrown into the hands of the 3 people. That Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao know how to use 2 spears. Feng and Ning exclaimed. Xie Chaosun and Xie Changwu had a tacit understanding and were able to combine 2 spears into one and then combine them into one. Using this method, every year they would obtain first rank in the spear examinations. Because of this, Xie Changwu picked this, most likely hoping to crush Xie Jingxing. But in fact, Shen Miao's eyes drooped. Others did not know, but she knew. In the memorials of the Ming Qi's imperial family, there was a memorial that recorded the Xie family's formation on the battlefield. Xie Jingxing was not simple because he could form a formation by himself. 1 line spirit snake formation, 1 spear, 1 horse and 1 person. There were only 3, but they were able to defeat the enemy. This kind of formation was only suitable for the opponent's high-ranking military officers, and Xie Jingxing had never lost before. How could the 2 Xie brothers contend against a country's high-ranking military officer? One feared that they would become a laughingstock today. The drummer hammered the drum heavily, and when the drum sounded, the written examination would begin. Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao looked at each other as the 2 horses galloped side by side. They had gone through rigorous training, and the steps of the horses were almost exactly the same. Drunken Spear's spear moves were also exactly the same. Looking from afar, it was as if one person had split into 2, which was somewhat scary. That purple-clad youth lazily raised his hand, and the black horse under him suddenly raised its hooves and galloped in the opposite direction. Everyone was in an uproar as they saw him holding the spear horizontally in front of him, and his clothes were like purple clouds and lightning. Like a storm, murderous aura instantly overflowed, and that handsome facial features made him look like a jade-faced Azura. Normally, good-looking and fierce could not be mentioned in the same breath. Just like what those old people said, flowery but impractical moves, good-looking moves would definitely not be powerful, and the truly powerful moves would definitely be very fierce. However, Xie Jingxing was different. He was born handsome and romantic, but when he was crawling on the horse's back with the long spear in front of him, he was like a valiant god of war. That kind of iron-blood temperament that was trained in the battlefield made one unable to move their eyes away from him. Strength and beauty, charm and ruthlessness, he was like a beautiful wolf that had a kind of noble and fierce aura that made one's heart palpitate. His purple robes were like flowing clouds and lightning as the horse beneath him galloped. Below him, everyone's blood seemed to be boiling with the sound of the horse's hooves. He had a strange temperament that could cause people to soar. Xiaochang Chao's and Xiaochang Wu's eyes followed the purple-clad youth closely, and they also separated. They actually wanted to outflank Xia Jingxing from the left and right, wanting to encircle and annihilate Xia Jingxing. This was really a shameless way of doing things. It was clearly 2 against 1. Everyone at the scene exclaimed one after another. Fu Xiui said, "Xia Jingxing is indeed a good seedling of the Xia family. How is it as mysterious as what you said?" Prince Zhou smiled, so stubborn that even Xia Ding could not deal with him. One fear that he is also a devil incarnate. Fu Xiui smiled but did not speak. Even though this Xia Jingxing looked stubborn, he was definitely not an easy person to deal with. In the face of absolute strength, schemes and plots were also helpless. The reason why Xia Jingxing put this kind of cynical attitude on the surface was because he had nothing to fear. And what made him fearless? Most likely it was self-confidence. It was different from Prince Zhou's arrogance and was also different from Prince Jing's cautiousness. Fu Xiuyi's evaluation of a person had always been very comprehensive. Thus there were all kinds of people in his advisors. There were those who were talented and learned in broadcasting, and there were also those who looked very unremarkable, high-ranking officials whose families had fallen, and there were also those who were heinous criminals. Only using talent, character, bearing, or the attitude of handling matters were not important to him. Xia Jingxing was such a dazzling person and one really wanted to keep him for one's own use. Unfortunately, he came from the residence of the Marquis of Linen. And the residence of the Marquis of Linen, after all, could not exist in the Mingqi's rivers and mountains for too long. Putting down the regret in his heart, Fu Xiui continued to look up at the youth on the field. Xia Jingxing was being surrounded by the 2 Xia brothers but agilely dodged left and right. It was like a snake. No matter how airtight Xiaochang Wu and Xiaochang Chao's encirclement was, he would always be able to easily pass through. The 2 brothers originally cooperated perfectly with each other with their spears, but under Xia Jingxing's movements, it looked like it was riddled with holes. It was really very comical. Only when there was a contest would one be able to determine who was superior and who was inferior. In the process of fighting, who was superior and who was inferior was a fact that could be seen with a single glance. In front of Xia Jingxing, the 2 Xia brothers were unable to withstand a single blow. Heavens, Bai Wei covered her mouth and exclaimed, "Little Marquis Xia seems to be playing with the Xia brothers." That's right, in comparison. Yi Peilan also exclaimed, "The Xia brothers' rifles look like they are just for show." If the womenfolk could see the facts, how could the male side of the banquet not see it? Xia Jingxing was able to kill in one blow but was deliberately grinding Xiaochang Wu and Xiaochang Chao bit by bit. It was as if a lion had caught a rabbit but was not in a hurry to swallow it, but was playing with and torturing it. Little Marquis Xia is really an amazing person. Feng Ning said, "The Xia brothers' rifles are the thing that they are most proud of, but in comparison, it is like the difference between clouds and mud. One fear that today they will be defeated miserably." Shen Miao looked down at the chess game in front of her. Not at all. How could this be considered as a miserable defeat? This was just the beginning. She slowly placed the white pieces down and the 2 black pieces were swallowed in an instant. A small blank space appeared on the chessboard. On the stage, Xiaochang Wu and Xiaochang Chao were finally angered. They were like monkeys being played by Xia Jingxing for a long time and their hearts were angry and humiliated. Xia Jingxing was clearly deliberately making it difficult for the 2 brothers to get off the stage and knew how bad their performance was. Xiaochang Wu's heart suddenly gave birth to a murderous intent. He stared fiercely at the purple-clad youth in front of him. The youth on the horse was extraordinarily handsome and his smile was very eye-catching. From birth, he was the proud son of heaven of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. But even so, he was still dismissive of the residence of the Marquis of Linen. No matter if it was the status of the heir or the favoritism towards Xia Ding. He was like the king of the jungle, a tiger that overbearingly blocked everyone's way of survival. How could one not hate him? In this extremely embarrassing situation, Xia Changwu's perfect mask that he had always maintained was finally on the verge of breaking. He roared loudly and grabbed the long spear as he charged towards Xie Jingxing. At the moment when they passed each other, he viciously stabbed the long spear into the buttocks of Xie Jingxing's horse. Everyone was shocked. In the spear competition, there had never been anyone who attacked the other party's horse. Because the horse was a mount, it was highly possible to injure the other party. Falling from the back of a horse, it was common for one to rest for a month if it was light, while it would be heavy if one's arm or leg was broken or even one's neck was broken. After all, the academy examinations was just a means to evaluate the students, and there was no need to be so bloody, so such a situation had never happened before. Xie Changwu's method was really a despicable act. Xie Changchao was also shocked by Xie Changwu's actions, but very quickly he understood. Almost without any hesitation, he rode the horse below him and charged towards Xie Jingxing's direction. He actually wanted to trample on Xie Jingxing, who had fallen to death. Could it be that these two brothers were crazy? There was only one thought in everyone's mind. Not to mention if this matter would violate the law in Mingqi, but in the residence of the Marquis of Linan, if the Marquis of Linan knew of this matter and something happened to Xie Jingxing, would the two Xie brothers be able to escape? The womenfolk cried out in alarm, and the men also sucked in a breath of cold air. The more timid ones had already covered their eyes. Feng Ning, this pampered female, was so scared that she screamed. Xin Miao's wrist stopped as she looked up at the youth on the stage. The two brothers of the Xie family were indeed not a brilliant opponent. This chess move was too bad, and Xie Jingxing. He was destined to not let go of this opportunity. The black horse let out a long neigh and raised its two front hooves high, almost standing upright. Then, it struggled frantically. The purple-clothed youth twirled the long spear in his hand in a beautiful flower, but he kicked the horse's hooves. The long spear was bent horizontally, and the horse's two hooves were fiercely tripped. The handsome horse fell to the ground, but it did not stand up again. Before everyone could react, Xie Jingxing's toes tapped lightly, and without saying a word, he leaped up. His figure was out of this world, and he was as suave as a flying immortal. With a flick of the long spear, Xie Changwu was flipped onto the ground. His other hand casually picked up a stone and flicked it, and it all hit the knee of Xie Changchao's horse. Xie Changchao could not dodge in time and fell down. The two brothers were flipped off their horses in a short moment. Xie Jingxing's foot lazily stepped on Xie Changchao's shoulder, and the other hand pointed the long spear at Xie Changwu's head as he said with a smile that was not a smile, "Even dared to sneak an attack on older brother. Really? Overestimating one's capabilities." The youth on the stage had a natural grace, and in a day and night, he was able to defeat the enemy. Even though he was not old, his performance was not inferior to those older people. If one were to say that he had the capital to be arrogant, then he indeed had it. As such, the superior and inferior were immediately seen. The young females below the stage were already stunned from watching. They would usually be doing things in the inner courtyard and would not have the chance to see such a scene. It was nothing more than the annual academy examinations that they were able to feast their eyes on. But even the academy examinations of the previous years were far from the brilliance that Xie Jingxing showed this year. Most of the young females admired heroes, and in addition to Xie Jingxing's outstanding appearance and bearing, naturally he won over a batch of hearts. There were some youths who were jealous, but most of them were amazed. Su Mingfeng looked from the pavilion far away and smiled as he shook his head. So the matter that he mentioned was worth celebrating was this. This kid is still as arrogant as before. But Su Mingfeng also knew that what was revealed today was just the tip of the iceberg. Xie Jingxing was a person that was deeply hidden and did not reveal anything. Now that he was like this, did he want to express something to that person's actions? His expression gradually became serious as he was somewhat unable to see through his good friend's decision. That little marquis of the Xie family is indeed extraordinary. There was some worship on Feng Ning's face. I think that in the entire Ding capital or even the entire Mingqi, there is no one in the younger generation that could be on par with him. Xin Miao shook her head. Xie Jingxing's forte was after all not in competing here. What he was good at was the most refined combat experience. In fact, if he was not harmed by the imperial family of Mingqi in the past lifetime, otherwise with the Xia family's military strength and Xia Jingxing's prestige in the army, he would be able to split half of the Ming-Chi's imperial family. It was just that. The defeat of the Xia family was still somewhat of a mystery. Shen Miao sighed in her heart. In the past lifetime, she wholeheartedly helped Fu Xiaoyi and did not know much about the Xia family's matters. Now she was somewhat at a loss. Xie Changchao and Xie Changwu were angered by Xie Jingxing's words to the point that they wanted to vomit blood. Xie Jingxing's actions looked light, but only the both of them knew how serious his injuries were. But the surrounding people did not sympathize with the Xie brothers at all because Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao had used despicable means to sneak attack. The most important thing in the academy examination was fairness. The actions of the Xia brothers not only made the audience look down on them, but the examiner on the stage also looked down on them. After today, the good reputation that the two of them had previously accumulated would vanish into thin air. What a good plan, Shen Miao said softly as she looked at the purple-clothed youth standing with his arms crossed in front of his chest. Today Xie Jingxing had led the two Xie brothers by the nose, thus the two Xie brothers lost their usual sense of propriety and used underhanded methods to harm others. He had probably woken up by now, but it was already too late. To play tricks in front of everyone, the difference between the Di and Shu sons of the residents of the Marquis of Linan was very clear today. Xie Jingxing said lazily to the two of them, "The victor is already decided. Who else wants to challenge?" The audience was silent. Everyone could see how Xie Jingxing dealt with Xie Changwu and Xie Changchao. It was as if he had knocked down two people with a single spear strike, and these two people were the cream of the crop. For a moment, no one spoke. Xie Jingxing casually threw the spear in his hands and said, "Since there is no one, then one will take one's leave." Finishing, his sleeves fluttered and he disappeared. Naturally there was a burst of exclamation. "This fellow's martial arts is not weak," Prince Zhou said, "but it is useless even if he has good martial arts. He is a hard bone." Pei Lang however sighed in his heart. This imperial family of Ming-Chi looked astute but their eyes were short-sighted. This youth was deeply hidden and his actions on the stage just now were intentional. Even though one did not know what it was for, but if it was not to establish prestige, then it must be related to the imperial family. He lightly glanced at Prince Zhou and Prince Jing. If the imperial family were to go against Xie Jingxing, one feared that they would be in a difficult situation in the future. Because that was a lion. Just like Shen Miao just now. Even though the examiner was helpless when Xie Jingxing left on his own accord, he still announced his first rank as usual. The servants of the Xie family's two brothers quickly helped both of them down and were too embarrassed to even greet them as they dejectedly boarded the horse carriage and left. For the following few challenges, because of Xie Jingxing's outstanding performance, the others looked very boring and there was no longer any excitement like just now. Thus everyone kept yawning when they saw it. Xin Yu and Shen Qing would look up at Shen Miao from time to time. Today in the Shen family, other than Shen Miao, Shen Qing and Shen Yu were considered to have been overshadowed. Because of Fu Xiuyi's relationship, Shen Qing had long hated Shen Miao to the point that she gritted her teeth and felt that Shen Miao had snatched something that belonged to her. As for Shen Yu, she was stubbornly haggling over the fact that Shen Miao had outshone her and her heart was extremely unwilling. Shen Miao did not know the thoughts of both of them and even if she knew, she would not bother to haggle over it. She instructed Guyu to come to her side and whispered a few words to her. When Guyu heard it, her expression became stern and she quickly retreated quietly. At the same time, Prince Yu who was at the male side of the banquet waved his hands and a guard appeared by his side. After respectfully listening to Prince Yu's orders, that guard quickly disappeared from the banquet like a shadow. In the distant pavilion, Xie Jingxing finally reappeared by Su Mingfeng's side. Su Mingfeng clapped a few times and squinted at him. "Why? Are you in the limelight in the Ding capital today?" "Small matter," Xie Jingxing said indifferently. "You are preparing to take action to tidy up the two younger brothers?" Su Mingfeng asked. "It is not your style to suddenly take action. Receiving pointers from others." Xie Jingxing raised his brows. "For some things, the earlier the better. After staying for too long, I also cannot wait." Su Mingfeng frowned. He felt that Xie Jingxing's words clearly had other meanings. But he wisely did not ask more. Even though he had many years of friendship with this childhood friend, but the other party had some mysterious background and he would never probe further. His gaze suddenly stopped below for a moment before he said, "But the young lady that you just saved seemed to be in some trouble." Xie Jingxing's eyes swept past and saw that at the female side of the banquet, there was a guard handing an invitation to second foreign of the Shen family, Ren Wanyan, but his eyes were faintly glancing at the purple-clad young female. Ren Wanyan held the invitation and was somewhat agitated. His Highness Prince Yu's actions really make this official's wife's heart terrified. Fifth lady, still not coming over to thank Prince Yu's invitation? Shen Miao's eyes congealed and she stared at Ren Wanyan, and her lips hooked up into a sneer. Really want to play the same old trick again? Facing Shen Yu's and Shen Qing's gloating gaze, she lazily stretched her waist and there was a bit of darkness in her clear eyes. All right. Her lips hooked up, I will definitely thank him properly. A flash of interest appeared in Xie Jingxing's eyes. There is a good show to watch. On the carriage back to the Shen residence, Shen Miao still sat alone in the carriage. Guyu and Xianxia who were by her side were worried for her. That Prince Yu of the first rank's notoriety was known to the entire Mingqi, but he sent an invitation to Shen Miao. Not to say that it was inappropriate for a young lady like Shen Miao to go, anyone with discerning eyes could see what Prince Yu of the first rank had in mind. If Xianxia was here, he would definitely reject it with all his might. But now that Xianxia was not here, the two Shen family's sisters-in-law had ulterior motives. In the past when Shen Miao was urinating, now with Shen Miao's age, she was able to think about marriage, so naturally the idea was placed on her head. Xianxia endured and endured but finally could not help but said, "Young lady, that Prince Yu of the first rank. What about today's matter? Why don't we send someone to write a letter to Master? If Master knows about this, he will definitely rush back." Yes. Guyu was also deeply worried. That person did not come with good intentions and now in the inner courtyard. Moreover, young lady was in the limelight today, one feared that there would be a lot of trouble in the residence. She sighed. Shen Miao was originally young and could not see anything but Guyu and Xianxia, the two maids that Shen Foreign specially picked for Shen Miao, could see it clearly. It was obvious that the second and third household were jealous of the first household's reputation, thus they would openly and secretly trip up Shen Miao. With the narrow-minded hearts of these two households, with Shen Miao in the limelight today, one feared that she would become a thorn in their eyes. She was not afraid of other things but if Prince Yu of the first rank was involved. If he had any crooked ideas, it would be hard for Shen Miao to deal with it. After all, most of the people in the first branch had been replaced by the other two branches. Shen Miao lightly said, "What is there to be afraid of? Whatever ideas he has, it all depends on whether he has the ability or not." She was calm and composed, but the words she spat out seemed to carry a faint dignity, as well as a trace of imperceptible ruthlessness. Guyu and Xianxia looked at each other. They did not know what was going on but the panic just now had dissipated a little and gradually calmed down. Upon returning to the Shen residence, Shen Miao only said that she was tired today and needed to rest, so she said that she would return to the western courtyard first. Ren Wanyan and Chen Roqiu smiled as they spoke to Shen Miao, and instructed her to rest well. Perhaps they knew that it would not be good for Shen Miao if Prince Yu took a fancy on her, so both of their smiles were unable to conceal their joy in others' misfortune. Ren Wanyan even touched Shen Miao's head and said intimately, "Seeing that fifth lady has reached such an old age and is so charming. It won't be long before I get married." Yes. Chen Roqiu also echoed meaningfully, "A young lady like our little five can only be matched with those of noble status. An ordinary family would never be able to marry our little five." A trace of joy flashed across Shen Yu's face. Shen Qing could not wait to open her mouth. Of course, fifth younger sister will definitely get a very respectable Lang Jun. After saying that, she covered her mouth and giggled. As she giggled, she looked at Shen Miao with understanding eyes. But even under such a suggestive gaze, Shen Miao's expression did not waver at all. Shen Qing's smile stiffened. The more Shen Miao appeared to be calm, the more annoyed she was in her heart. Everyone was well aware of the invitation that Prince Yu sent today, which meant that he had taken a fancy on Shen Miao. But now that Shen Miao was not moved, one feared that she still did not know the severity of it. A trace of ridicule flashed in her eyes. She was really a fool. Xingzhen and older sister had said it before. Xin Miao spoke in a neither salty nor light manner. In terms of age, eldest sister and second older sister are slightly older than me. Naturally it would not be my turn to be the first to look for a Lang Jun. The few of them paused for a moment before Ren Wanyan smiled. You this child. Sigh, it is all because eldest Bo is not in the capital. Xingzhen also love you dearly. As for eldest sister and second older sister, your third Shen and I are in the Ding capital, so naturally there is no need to worry. Is it? Shen Miao gently asked back. Her pair of clear eyes did not seem to have any expression, but it made one's heart tremble. It was as if when one was looked at by that pair of eyes, one's thoughts would not be able to hide. She smiled gently. Since Xingzhen are so worried about me, in the future I will have to repay one or two. She said it lightly, but Ren Wanyan and Chen Roqiu did not know why, but a trace of uneasiness flashed in their hearts. But they immediately threw this absurd thought to the back of their minds. Even though Shen Miao was a little clearer now, but she was after all a 14-year-old little girl, how big of a wave could she create? Moreover, thinking of Prince Yu's matter, both of them were somewhat proud. Sigh, fifth lady need not be so polite. We are all one family. Ren Wanyan smiled. Since you are tired, then go back and rest first. Your second Shen and I still have some matters to do. Gu Yu, Xianxia, protect fifth young lady well. Gu Yu and Xianxia complied and left with Shen Miao. After they left, Ren Wanyan and Chen Roqiu looked at each other and saw the schemes in each other's eyes. After half an incense stick of time, Rong Jing Tang's old Shen Foreign frowned. You all say that Prince Yu of the first rank has taken a fancy to fifth girl? Xin Yu and Xin Qing were banished to the inner hall as it was inconvenient for them young ladies to participate in these matters. Even so, both of them still secretly ran behind the screen and ignored Zhang Mama's dissuasion to eavesdrop on the conversation in the hall. Not bad. Ren Wanyan's face was full of smiles, but her words were dignified. Fifth girl's results in today's academy examinations was brilliant and made Prince Yu to have a whole new level of respect for her. Since the invitation was sent, it means that he has the intention to have fifth girl. Daughter-in-law see, one fear that our Shen residents can also have a Qin Wang Fei. When Chen Roqiu heard that, the corner of her lips twitched. This Ren Wanyan's words were dignified, but that Prince Yu of the first rank had taken a fancy to Shen Miao but did not say that he wanted to marry her officially. Moreover, even if he really married her, with Shen Miao's life, one did not know how long she could last. One feared that she would not be able to be a Wangfei for a few days before the fragrance and jade perished. After all, the notoriety of Prince Yu of the first rank was known by everyone in the Ding capital. Hearing that, old Shen Foreign's expression sank a little. In her heart, she naturally did not wish for the first household to do well. Why should the son of that person who had died for many years be better than hers? Previously, when the old general was still alive, he favored the first household, and now that the first household wanted to have a Wangfei, it really made her extremely unhappy. She immediately said, with fifth girl's temperament, how can she be a Wangfei? Eldest girl or second girl is more like it. Old Shen Foreign stayed in the inner courtyard all year round and only knew how to enjoy. She really did not know anything about the matters outside. Hearing her words, Chen Roqiu's and Ren Wanyan's expressions changed at the same time. Xin Yu and Xin Qing, who were hiding behind the screen, also jumped in shock. One must know that old Shen Foreign did not know, but both of them knew. Upon entering the residence of Prince Yu, there was only the situation of being tortured to death, and it was a hellish fire pit. Ren Wanyan quickly spoke, Mother, it is not like this. We naturally wish for fifth girl to be well. Even though His Highness Prince Yu is a widower and older in age and his reputation is not very good, but fortunately his family is good. She thought of something and her lips hooked up. In the future, when seventh son grows up, it would be better to have His Highness Prince Yu to take care of him. If fifth girl had any mishap, His Highness Prince Yu would take more care of seventh son as compensation. To actually use Shen Miao's life to exchange for Xin Yuanbo's future. Chen Roqiu glanced at her second sister-in-law. It was indeed a good scheme. Since Ren Wanyan had already said it like that, old Shen Foreign was not that stupid to not understand the meaning behind Ren Wanyan's words. Hearing Ren Wanyan's tone, that Prince Yu of the first rank was a devil-like character, and if Shen Miao fell into his hands, it would only be a nicer sounding name. The one who really benefited was the Shen family. As for Xin Yuanbo, he was indeed old Shen Foreign's darling. To use Shen Miao to pave the way for Shen Yuanbo, this idea was in line with old Shen Foran's intentions. Since that is the case, since both of you said it correctly, then listen that Prince Yu of the first rank is indeed fifth girl's husband. Old Shen Foran's skin was extremely thick, and to say such words while sitting upright, it made a flash of contempt in Chen Rochio's eyes. Mother also feel that it is good. Ren Wanyan's ability to lie through her teeth was not bad and immediately said, this daughter-in-law is picking it in-laws for little five, naturally one cannot pick one with low status. Prince of the first rank residence, that is really climbing up a high branch. Old Shen Foran nodded her head when she heard it and immediately thought of something. Then did the residents of the first rank send someone to talk about it? Ren Wanyan's face twitched. Even though she was not someone who was easy to deal with, she did not think that this old woman would be so anxious that she could not wait to decide on Shen Miao's marriage. Of course it would be better for this marriage to be settled as soon as possible, else it would be bad when Shen Xian returned. But even if the dust had settled, Shen Xian would not necessarily allow Shen Miao to marry into the residents of the first rank. Thus it was necessary to use some unusual means. Fortunately, the people from the residents of the first rank did not intend to marry openly. That Prince Yu of the first rank liked to use some tricks. Naturally, it would not be known by others. Mother, it is still too early. Ren Wanyan smiled. Little five is still young and there is no need to be anxious. If it is settled like this, others would inevitably talk about it. Let the two of them get along for a while, and when both are mutually in love and little five is willing, then we will then propose the marriage. In this way no one would say that we forced little five. Even if Shen Miao was a fool, it was impossible for her to be mutually in love with Prince Yu. If it was like this, it would be nothing more than covering up those ugly intentions with beautiful words. One did not know what would happen in the middle. Chen Rochio quietly smiled but did not speak. Even though she wanted to see Shen Miao fall into misfortune, she was cautious by nature. It was better to leave this matter to Ren Wanyan. In the future, if Shen Xian really wanted to investigate, he would not be able to trace it back to her. Chen Rochio was best at sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. Behind the screen, Shen Yu and Shen Qing had some fear in their hearts. They did not expect that in just a few short sentences, Shen Miao's lifelong event was decided. To a female, a husband meant happiness for the rest of her life, and Shen Miao was destined to be unlucky. But Shen Yu and Shen Qing did not have a trace of sympathy for Shen Miao. In the officialdom, Shen Xian suppressed their father, and in terms of status, Shen Miao suppressed them sisters. In addition to old Shen Foran's influence, the first household was just a thorn in their eyes. Seeing Shen Miao fall into misfortune, they could only rejoice in her misfortune. Even though old Shen Foran did not know anything about housekeeping, she was proficient in the fights between the females in the inner courtyard. Especially these sinister means. Initially she was able to become the matriarch of the general's residence from a small singing girl, not only because of her seductive face, her means were naturally ruthless. Thus after listening to Ren Wanyan's words, she understood the meaning behind it and smiled. Oh, as such, then let fifth girl get closer to Prince Yu. Indeed, this kind of matter, if we really forced fifth girl, it would not be beautiful if eldest brother got angry. Her current appearance was already mean, and to put on this kind of loving attitude, it would only make one feel that she was like a weasel squeezing a smile, with malicious intentions. Shen Yu and Shen Qing shivered at the same time and quickly retreated far away from the screen. In the western courtyard, under the oil lamp, Shen Miao sat quietly. There was a piece of snow-white parchment in front of her. There was nothing on it, but the brush and ink had already been ground. It seemed that she wanted to write, but after a moment, she sighed softly and put the parchment away. It was good to prepare for a rainy day, but now she was just an unmarried daughter and could only rely on a lot of information that she had grasped. But these things, on the current her, could not bring out the greatest effect. Sure enough, the road still had to be walked out step by step. Guyu and Jingzhi saw her sighing and thought that she was thinking about Prince Yu's matter. Guyu went forward to comfort her. Young lady, please be at ease. If that side really have any malicious intentions, these servants will protect young lady even at the risk of our names. If it really cannot be done, in the capital, it is not that there are no families that are on good terms with master. At most. Shen Miao shook her head. The residence of the prince of first rank has a high position of power and is also protected by the imperial family. No matter how good father's relationship with others is, he would not risk the danger of becoming enemies with the imperial family to protect me. Not only that, the imperial family was eyeing the Shen family covetously, and if one were to act rashly, it would make the suspicious imperial family of Mingqi suspect that Xianxia was colluding with others. After all, it was not a good thing for any emperor to have one's own officials walking too close to each other. Or else it is better to write a letter to master. Xianxia said, even though master has military duties, but eldest young master is only attached to the army and did not have any orders to transfer. If one were to return to the Ding capital, one would not be punished by the higher-ups. With eldest young master around, he would be able to protect young lady. Eldest brother would need more than a month to rush back from the northwest region, so how would he be able to make it in time? Do you think that they will endure for that long? Shen Miao said lightly. Xianxia's deterrence would make them take action in the shortest time possible. Using raw rice to cook rice and with a few words of intimidation, one would be able to make her obediently obey. Perhaps Shen Miao would, but Empress Shen, who was bathed in blood and tears in the inner palace, would never. Then what can be done? Du Yu's and Xianxia's expressions changed greatly. Even though they knew that the matter was not good, they did not think that it would be so serious. With Prince Yu's methods, any young lady that he fancied in the Ding capital, even if they were from a high-ranking official's family, would be defiled. At the end the imperial family would come out to appease them, but there was nothing that could be done. Because this person's methods were evil and biased, one could not see anything on the surface, but at the end it was those young ladies who suffered. What to do? Others are unreliable. Shen Miao looked at the dancing fire. It is better to rely on oneself. But young lady. Du Yu was somewhat anxious. How could Shen Miao protect herself? If it was others, perhaps one's family could resist one or two, but the second and third household might have formed an alliance with the other party. I have my own ways. Shen Miao played with the paperweight in her hands. The residence of Prince Yu of the first rank relied on the emperor's kindness and the imperial family was willing to protect it. If the imperial family was not willing to protect him, so what if there were enemies that came looking for him? TSK, a residence of the first rank that lost the imperial family's protection was just a pile of mud. Prince Yu of the first rank had some blood relation with the imperial family, so she would start with him first. Conveniently, she looked outside and saw a vague figure moving outside the window. Who else could it be if it was not Gue Momo? At the same time, she would also clean up the unclear dregs in the western courtyard. After this year's chrysanthemum banquet, the main topic of discussion in the streets and alleys of the Ding capital had finally changed its name. The little Xia Marquis of the residence of the Marquis of Lin and used an extremely strong stance to extinguish the prestige of the two Shu brothers. Even though he was arrogant in his actions, but in a short period of time, he displayed a graceful bearing which made people understand that the name of the jade-faced Azura on the battlefield was not an undeserved reputation. The other person was the idiot Shen Miao. It was as if she had been reborn, or perhaps it was because the blood in the Shen family's bones had finally been aroused. The stupid and cowardly Shen Miao had faded away, and Kai Lin did not make a sound when confronting Kai Lin. His aggressive and fierce temperament made the youths and young ladies of the same generation rather fearful. As such, in Guangwen Tang, those who ridiculed her previously had restrained themselves a little. When Kai Lin came to Guangwen Tang again, he stared at Shen Miao with an unkind expression, but for the first time, he did not act rashly. It seemed that Shen Miao had left a shadow on him that day. Feng Ning looked at Kai Lin's appearance and smiled. One did not think that the overlord would be somewhat afraid of you now. Shen Miao glanced at Kai Lin and the latter quickly turned his eyes away with a somewhat fearful look. She laughed in her heart. In her eyes, Kai Lin was only an arrogant and mischievous young master, and she did not want to waste more effort on this. Moreover, the Kai family was not far from being annihilated, and in the future this noble young master would have to suffer a lot. But one heard that the two Xia brothers were seriously injured, but the Marquis of Lin and did not pursue the fault of the little Xia Marquis. Even though a physician was invited for the two brothers to recuperate, it was considered as grounding. Feng Ning sighed. It seems that the Marquis of Lin and's favoritism towards the D-son is indeed a fact. Shen Miao asked, where did you get to know about it? Eavesdropping on my father and mother's conversation. Feng Yanning was somewhat proud, but if it was another person, most likely they would also dote on the little Xia Marquis. Not to mention him, he is the son of Princess Xuqing who has the imperial bloodline. Shen Miao raised her brows. To be honest, she always felt that the death of Princess Xuqing of the residence of the Marquis of Linan was somewhat fishy. With the attitude of the Marquis of Linan towards the two Xia brothers, there was no reason to let Madame Feng live peacefully until now. As she pondered, she saw Pei Lang walk in. There was a gentle smile on Pei Lang's face and coincidentally looked towards Shen Miao's direction. Meeting Shen Miao's gaze, Pei Lang could not help but be slightly surprised. At the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Miao's performance finally made Pei Lang put away his contempt. From then on, he also began to feel that Shen Miao was not ordinary, and he also sensitively felt that Shen Miao seemed to be secretly paying attention to him. Although he did not know why, it made this young gentleman a little uncomfortable, as if he was being stared at. But when he thought that no matter how powerful Shen Miao was, she was still a budding young female, he felt that he was thinking too much. Why do you keep staring at him? Feng Yanning said curiously and immediately thought of something and turned pale with fright. Could it be that you admire him again? Now that Shen Miao did not mention anything about Fu Xiaoyi, she was so cold that it was as if she had forgotten about this person, and this made those people who were watching the bustle to realize something. Most likely Shen Miao knew that she was not worthy of the imperial family and had gradually given up on the idea. It could be seen from the fact that she did not chase after Fu Xiaoyi at the chrysanthemum banquet. Even though Pei Lang's status was lower, he had an elegant demeanor and was knowledgeable, thus it was natural for young females to like him. Shen Miao had some headaches and retracted her gaze. Of course not. She was only thinking that since Pei Lang did not speak about the circulation of law at the chrysanthemum banquet, then Fu Xiaoyi did not put it in his heart. But this person was after all a hidden danger, and if in the future Fu Xiaoyi was to use him. Shen Miao's face sunk as she feared that there would be endless troubles in the future. It was just that she did not have the ability to kill Pei Lang without anyone knowing, so she could only find another way. At this moment in the Ding capital's 100 fragrant Lu, there were songs and dances celebrating peace. Even if it was daytime, the gauze curtains and luminous pearls that were placed everywhere made the entire building overflowing with color. Music and bamboo flutes were in the air, and occasionally there would be people stopping outside, but they could only look at it with envy. Not for other reasons. When ordinary wealthy families entered the 100 fragrant Lu, they would be somewhat embarrassed. Even a small pot of tea was expensive, and it was a veritable money-squandering den. At this moment, at the side of the window, there was a middle-aged man dressed in luxurious clothing. This man's clothing was of the highest quality, but he looked sinister and dark and skinny. Under the robe, there was an empty left leg, and it was Prince Yu of the first rank. Have you made it clear with that Shen family? After a long while, he asked in a gloomy tone. Replying to your highness, it has already been arranged with second foreign of the Shen family. 3 days later the Shen family's females will go to a long temple to offer incense. At that time. 3 days. Prince Yu frowned and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. Then he waved his hands. Go and prepare the things that should be prepared. This prince had not met such an interesting person for a long time. For so many years, his temperament was evil and cruel, and the number of females that died in his hands was uncountable. But no matter how those females resisted, they were unable to stir up any waves. In the entire Mingqi, he had long known of Xianxia's fierce name. He did not know what kind of taste was that awe-inspiring great general's daughter. And that day at the chrysanthemum banquet, Shen Miao's ruthlessness made him very interested. A wildcat that knew how to resist, perhaps it would be more interesting than those wooden beauties. He licked his lips and a trace of evil flashed in his eyes. Opposite the room closest to him, there was a white-clad male sitting in front of the glass table. He was about 20+ years old and was handsome with a very gentle temperament. After listening attentively for a while, he then said to the person in front like he was watching a good show, "It seems that the young lady that you saved most likely is in trouble again." Opposite him, the purple-clad youth sat lazily and casually said, "The Shen family's tree is big enough to attract the wind. This is also Xianxia's fault. Now it is only a test, but there will be a day when no one in the Shen family will be able to protect it." The white-clad male paused and suddenly looked at the youth. "Third Xia, why did you do that previously to injure the Shu younger brother in the academy examinations?" Could it be that your plan is to be brought forward? The person sitting opposite him was not someone else but Xianxia. His lips hooked up into a smile. So what if it is brought forward or not? If you take action in advance. Do they know about it? The white-clad male asked hesitantly. Gao Yang, you do not understand one thing. Now here, I have the final say. Xie Jingxing said lightly, the longer it drags on, the more disadvantageous it is for me. If the mountain does not come to me, then I will go to the mountain. When he said the last sentence, his eyes deepened and he did not look like a 17 or 18-year-old youth anymore. The male named Gao Yang was surprised for a moment before smiling bitterly, never mind. I only came over to look at you. But in fact, I really do not have the confidence to stop you. He changed the topic, but 3 days later, you also need to go to a long temple to investigate some things. Perhaps you can save the beauty again. He smiled mischievously. Gao Yang, your eyesight is as bad as always. Xie Jingxing raised his eyebrows. That Shin family's girl is not one to be provoked. After school, Xin Yu walked in front of Shin Miao and said with a smile, today young lady E invited me and eldest sister to the residence and will not go back with you. Fifth younger sister, you should return first. Yi Pei Lan and Xin Yu were naturally close and only ignored Shin Miao when she sent them invitations. It was a common thing in the family. Hearing that, Shin Miao did not have much reaction and only responded with a sound. These few days the Shin family's attitude towards Shin Miao was extremely warm and one would know that they were definitely planning something. Shin Miao was also too lazy to bother with them as the urgent matter now was naturally not these trivial matters. On the way back, the horse carriage had to pass through the most prosperous street in the Ding capital. Guyu said, in front is the osmanthus flower workshop. Does not young lady like the flaky cakes there the most? This servant will go and buy some back. Go. Shin Miao said with a smile. After Guyu got off the carriage, Xianxia opened the curtain of the carriage and looked out. When her gaze passed by a place, she made any sound. Shin Miao followed her gaze and saw that the horse carriage stopped at the side of the osmanthus flower workshop. There was a pawnshop and there were a lot of people surrounding it, as if they were arguing about something. The pawnshop assistant seemed to be somewhat impatient and his voice was so loud that even Shin Miao could hear it clearly, said 10 taels of silver, if you want to sell it or not. It is only a sword. Gentlemen need not make things difficult for us. It seems that there was no business with the shopkeeper. Xianxia said. Shin Miao could also see that the pawnshop was doing business and naturally the price would be lower and it was obvious that this was an unacceptable price for the person who came to pawn but was unwilling to leave, thus there was a stalemate. There is nothing to see. Seeing Shin Miao shifting her gaze, Xianxia put down the curtain of the carriage. After a moment, Gu. You came back with 2 big paper bags and Xianxia opened the curtain to let her in. The moment the curtain was opened, Shin Miao's gaze landed outside of the carriage and saw that the person who was arguing with the pawnshop assistant turned around and walked out of the crowd with a sword in his hand. Most likely he did not manage to close the business as his expression was somewhat dejected. After Guyu got on the carriage, she wanted to close the curtain but was stopped by Shin Miao. She carefully stared at the person who was holding the sword. It was a young man who was dressed ordinarily and his looks were even more ordinary. Seeing their young lady staring at this strange male, Guyu and Xianxia were somewhat baffled. Shin Miao frowned. Why was this person so familiar? The young man shook his head and sighed. He looked deeply at the sword in his bosom and clenched his teeth. He turned around and walked back to the pawnshop. It seemed that he had finally made up his mind to complete that unsatisfactory business deal. Guyu. The moment he turned around, Shin Miao suddenly shouted, go down and stop him. Tell him that I want his sword. Young lady. Xianxia and Guyu looked at her in surprise as they really did not know what Shin Miao was doing. Hurry. Shin Miao said coldly. Seeing her serious expression, Guyu did not dare to ask more and immediately jumped off the carriage and walked towards that young man. Just as the young man took a step forward, he heard someone behind him say, young master, please wait. He turned around and saw a woman dressed like a maid smiling at him. Young master, are you going to the pawnshop to pawn your sword? The young man was startled, but he didn't hide it and said, that's right. That female continued, coincidentally, my young lady wants the sword in your hands. Is young master willing to make this deal? The young man glanced at the other party and saw that the female's expression did not seem to be fake, but he still shook his head. This sword of mine is not exquisite, but it is better in terms of practicality. If your noble residence's young lady wants it, it is better to go to the weapon shop to forge one. He was also surprised in his heart. How would an ordinary female be interested in these swords? It was nothing more than looking at it for fun. Unfortunately, his sword was too sharp and it would not be good if he accidentally hurt himself. Guyu's expression eased up slightly and her heart also sighed in admiration. This person in front of her was obviously in urgent need of money, but he was still thinking of the other party. It seemed that he was an upright person. Previously, when Xianxia inexplicably wanted to buy this person's sword, she was still somewhat worried, but now it seemed that the other party was not a bad person. Thinking of this, Guyu's expression became softer as she said, "My young lady sincerely wants to make this business deal with young master. Young master might as well step aside to talk." The other party most likely did not expect Guyu to be this stubborn, and after glancing at the pawnshop, he helplessly nodded, "All right." When they reached an empty alley, one saw a horse carriage parked in the alley. Guyu walked to the front of the horse carriage and softly said, "Young lady, he is here." The young man walked to the front of the horse carriage and hesitated for a moment before finally cupping his fists. "This young lady, this one's sword is indeed not suitable for females to use. It is too heavy and too sharp and would easily injure oneself, so, what is your name?" Before he finished speaking, a female's voice was heard from the horse carriage. This voice did not sound old, but there was an indescribable feeling, as if it was a person who had experienced ups and downs of a high position, making one unable to determine the age of the person. "This one is Mo Qing." After hesitating for a moment, the young man cupped his fists. After this sentence, there was no response for a long time. Just when that young man called Mo Qing and Guyu were somewhat puzzled, a female's voice was heard from inside, "I am not interested in your sword. Broken iron to me does not have any meaning." Hearing this, a trace of anger appeared on Mo Qing's face as he said, "Could it be that young lady is playing with Mo Qing? Even though this sword's quality is average, it was forged by a famous sword master and accompanied me for many years. If young lady called this one over just to insult, then forgive this one for not accompanying." Finishing, he turned around and was about to leave, but just as he lifted his feet, he heard a sigh coming from the horse carriage. That sigh was light, but it seemed to contain an inexplicable emotion that made one's heart clench for no reason. "Mo Qing, you are lacking in money," the person in the horse carriage said. Mo Qing was surprised for a moment. He did not know why, but when the other person called his name, a strange feeling suddenly rose in his heart. That feeling was very familiar but also somewhat inexplicable. But the moment he heard the other person's words, his footsteps involuntarily stopped, as if he could not reject every word that the other person said. "Your sword is indeed not worth mentioning to me, but your swordsmanship is worth hundreds of gold, even thousands of gold." Mo Qing was startled for a moment before shaking his head. "Young lady has overpraised. This one is only an ordinary person." But his heart was surprised, as how did this person know that his swordsmanship was outstanding? A single coin stumps a hero. Even the treasured sword that accompanied you for so many years had to be sold. This kind of days is really a waste of your swordsmanship. The curtain of the horse carriage was suddenly lifted and a purple-clad young female walked out. Her appearance was young and delicate, but there was a rare noble and dignified air between her brows. "Mo Qing, are you willing to sell all your martial arts skills to my Shen family?" she asked with a smile, and her eyes had a faint joy of meeting an old friend. "The commander of the guards in the previous life, Mo Qing, it is really. How have you been?" "This young lady." Mo Qing was slightly startled and frowned as he looked at the young female in front of him. He knew that some rich families did not treat human lives as human lives, and buying a servant was like buying a livestock. At this moment this young female's meaning was most likely to see him as one of those servants, and naturally there was a kind of displeasure in his heart. But when he looked at the other's eyes, the displeasure was like a fog that instantly dissipated. The gaze that the other person looked at him with was not one of arrogance and disdain, but had a touch of gratification and respect. This made his heart unknowingly become suspicious, and he subconsciously blurted out, "Has young lady and this one met before?" Xianxia gently sighed, "Never." "Then why, your distinguished self's brows are upright and have an extraordinary bearing." You must be a person with great opportunities. But now that you have sold off the sword that accompanied you for so many years, it is obvious that you are at the end of your road. You are in dire need of money, but even if you were given money today, it would not solve future troubles. I am the daughter of the formidable great general. When my father returns to the capital at the end of the year, I can introduce you to him. It is a pity that your distinguished self's good martial arts skills would be buried in vain. General Shen? Mo Qing was suddenly surprised. He did not think that the young female in front of him was Xianxia's daughter. Xianxia's prestige was known by everyone in Mingqi. He was a stabilizing stone on the battlefield, and a man should make contributions. If one was to follow such a general. Mo Qing seemed to feel that the blood in his body had instantly become boiling hot. It was just that. In the rumors in the Ding capital, Shen Miao was an out-and-out idiot. Even though it seemed to have been redeemed at the chrysanthemum banquet a few days ago, there were not many who personally saw it. At this moment it seemed that the rumors were not necessarily true. If young lady is really willing to introduce this one will naturally not decline. If there is an opportunity in the future, one will definitely repay. Mo Qing was also a frank and straightforward person, and with this opportunity, he did not shirk. Seeing this scene, Shen Miao gently smiled and took out an ingot of silver from her sleeves and threw it to Mo Qing. She said, I do not need you to repay, and just treat it as you selling all your martial arts skills to me. Father will only return at the end of the year, and these days, you need to follow me back to the Shen residence. I will pretend to let you be a guard of the Shen residence, but you have to secretly protect me. When her words fell into Mo Qing's ears, there was naturally some surprise. Mo Qing had also heard that the large clans were flowery on the surface, but in private there were many dirty tricks. Seeing that Shen Miao had mentioned her own safety, one knew that the young female in front of him was not as comfortable as she looked in the Shen residence. Mo Qing was somewhat surprised in his heart. Since Shen Miao was Xianxia's daughter, why was her situation so difficult? However, his temperament was calm, so he didn't ask. He only said, I'll listen to Mrs. Instructions. Take this silver and go to the emergency room first. Shen Miao said, after settling your matters, you must come to the Shen residence within 3 days. I will naturally arrange your whereabouts. Mo Qing cupped his fists again. The atmosphere of the Jianghu on him was quite heavy, and after he left, Du Yu and Xianxia both frowned. Xianxia said, young lady, this person is unclear, and if he harbors evil intentions, one fear that after entering the residence, Shen Miao walked towards the carriage. What is there to be afraid of? This kind of person is much cleaner than the people in the courtyard. At the moment, the west courtyard was filled with the spies of the second and third branch, their own people were pitifully few. Moreover, this Mo Qing was naturally not a stranger. Shen Miao sat in the carriage and sighed in her heart. After Rebirth, she did not expect to meet Mo Qing here. This Mo Qing was the commander of the Imperial Guards in his previous life and was recommended by Xianxia as his martial arts skills were outstanding. When Shen Miao went to the Qing country as a hostage for a few years, Mo Qing protected her as a guard. If it was not for Mo Qing's help, it would be difficult for her to return from the dangerous Qing country in one piece. Mo Qing was loyal to Xianxia and naturally was loyal to Shen Miao. Unfortunately, after Shen Miao returned to Mingqi, because of the fight between Mei Foran and Shen Miao, Mei Foran schemed against Mo Qing and gave him the crime of being frivolous with the females in the palace. Fu Xiaoyi had long wanted to get rid of Xianxia's people, and Shen Miao tried every possible way to stop him, but it was to no avail. She could only watch Mo Qing die under the baseless charges. Now seeing Mo Qing again, she did not know that Mo Qing was in such a difficult situation. But it was because of Mo Qing's difficult situation that he was easily subdued. Shen Miao understood Mo Qing's character, and he was the most loyal and upright person. For the trip to a long temple 3 days later, she originally wanted to use other methods, but with Mo Qing, it was much more convenient. Upon returning to the Shen residence, because Xing Yu and Shen Qing went to the Yi residence as guests, there was only Shen Miao in the residence. Just reaching the western courtyard, Gue Momo came forward and said with a flattering smile, young lady has returned. This old servant let the kitchen make some sugar soup. Does young lady want to have some? All right. Shen Miao said. Seeing that Shen Miao, who had treated her coldly these days, suddenly had a pleasant countenance. Momo's heart was delighted and quickly said, "This old servant will bring it over." When Momo brought the sugar soup over, Xianxia had already rested in the room for a while. Momo carefully placed the sugar soup on the table and said with a smile, "Young lady, the things needed for the trip to a long temple 3 days later are all prepared. Is there anything else that you need?" Old Xianforen had previously arranged to go to a long temple 3 days later to offer incense and pray for the peace of the Xin family residence. Renwanyan would bring 3 young ladies along and the rest of the people need not follow. Momo had been busy with this matter these few days. Xianxia swept a glance at her and said in a neither light nor heavy tone, "Momo is really enthusiastic about this matter." Momo was sluggish for a moment before smiling. "It is rare for a young lady to go out of the courtyard, so naturally one must be well prepared." With Momo following, naturally it is well prepared. Xianxia suddenly smiled. When that smile fell into Momo's eyes, it made her heart somewhat uneasy. Second foreign arrangements are proper, so naturally there would not be any mistakes. Momo said. "Then one will trouble Momo to thank Second Xin on my behalf." Xianxia nodded her head, "You may withdraw." Hearing that, Momo then heaved a sigh of relief and quickly said a few words before retreating. One did not know why, but the current Xianxia had become very strange. It was as if there was an invisible pressure when she was with her, causing her arrogance to extinguish by a few points. But when she was out of the door, she straightened her back and swept a disdainful glance around the room before whispering in a voice that only she could hear, "After 3 days, see if you still dare to be insolent in front of this old one." In the room, Xianxia held the bowl of sugar soup in her hands and walked to the window. With a flick of her hand, half the bowl of sugar soup was poured onto the ground in front of the window. "Young lady, really want to go to that Wulong temple?" Bai Lu asked hesitantly. "Must go," Xianxia answered. In her previous life, it was at this time that she inadvertently heard the maids of Rongjing Tang talking and knew that old Xianforen had the intention to marry her to Prince Yu of the first rank. The night before going to Wulong temple, she fled to Prince Ding's residence. Even though that decision was wrong, but by a freak combination of factors, another disaster was avoided. Now she did not escape nor hide and just followed to Wulong temple. Whoever wanted to see her show, she would let that person become the worst show. Earlier than what Xianxia expected, on the second day, Emoqing came to the Xin residence's gatehouse to be a guard. Xianxia had previously let Xuanzhang's side to stuff money into the gatekeeper and thought that it was Xuanzhang's distant cousin. Because the guards were divided into several ranks, Emoqing was to be the outermost guard, so he did not care much and stayed behind. Soon, 3 days had passed. In the early morning of the 3rd day, Renwanyan had already arranged everything and let the maid by her side, Xianlan, to instruct Xianxia on some matters. Before setting off, everyone went to Rongjing Tang. Old Xianforen said some words with a serious expression, most likely it was to make everyone follow the rules. On normal days they would not go to Wulong temple to offer incense because Wulong temple was slightly more remote. Even though it was famous, the incense offerings were not as vigorous as those in the nearby cities. But for some reason, this time, he had to give up what was near and seek what was far away. Shenqing appeared to be extremely happy and said that she would definitely pay her respects to Buddha along with old Xianforen and Xingyuan Bo. Old Xianforen heard it and her attitude towards Shenqing was much gentler. Before leaving this time, he also brought along some bodyguards to ensure the safety of the young ladies of the Xin residence. Xianxia stood in front of the carriage but did not move for a long time. When Renwanyan saw this, she frowned and asked, "Why is fifth lady not moving?" "It is just that the guards are a little thin and to prevent any accidents, second Xin might as well send more guards to follow," Xianxia said. Renwanyan's brows wrinkled as she did not think that Xianxia would raise this question at this time. But today everything had been arranged properly. Renwanyan smiled, "Fifth lady, we really brought quite a lot of manpower. We can't take all the guards of the Xin residence with us. If there are too many people, it would be more inconvenient. Let's just leave it like this." Xianxia however stubbornly shook her head and did not move. When Xinyu and Shenqing saw this, Xinyu did not say anything but Shenqing was unhappy in her heart and followed up, "Our Xin residence is not some imperial family. How much extravagance does fifth younger sister want?" I've never seen eldest uncle so picky when he goes out. She then took out Xianxia and said. Just as her voice fell, Shen Miao glanced at her. That glance was as light as a feather, but it caused Shen Qing to suddenly feel a chill run down her spine. Add 2 more. Shen Miao pointed to the 2 guards at the side of the door, they will do. Seeing that Shen Miao did not bring much and only added 2 people, Ren Wanyan's heart was relieved as she did not want to waste too much time on this matter. 2 people would not be able to affect the overall situation, so she put on a difficult expression and Ren Wanyan said, 5th sister, you really. Never mind, when did second Shen not listen to you? Do as you please. She instructed Xiang Lan, who was beside her, go and call those 2 servants over, and follow us out of the city. Many thanks to second Shen. Shen Miao's lips hooked up into a smile. Seeing that Ren Wanyan at the end still followed Shen Miao's idea, Shen Yu only looked at Shen Miao strangely but Shen Qing fiercely stomped her feet and glared at Shen Miao before turning to leave. After boarding the carriage, Shen Qing deliberately did not speak to Shen Miao. Even though Shen Yu spoke to Shen Miao, there was some probing in her words. Shen Miao was too lazy to deal with her and spoke perfunctorily. It was Ren Wanyan who was in high spirits along the way and spoke to Shen Miao about their childhood, looking extremely close. If it was in the past, most likely Shen Miao would also be filled with admiration towards this kind-looking second Shen, but now looking at this matron, every move and action was filled with pretentious ugliness. In front of her who was used to seeing all kinds of people in the inner palace, it was really not enough. Setting off in the morning, it was only until the evening that they finally reached their destination, Yongjing Peak. Wulong Temple was located halfway up the Yongjing Peak with high mountains and deep valleys. If one were to go for an outing here in spring, there would be birdsong and fragrant flowers everywhere, with lush foliage and the scenery was pleasing. But now that it was early autumn, the vegetation had withered and it added a bit of desolation. Because Yongjing Peak was too far away from the Ding capital, the road to Wulong Temple was not easy to walk on. Other than those pious foreign and Tai, most people would not come here to offer incense. Shen Miao and the few of them got off the carriage and when they reached the entrance of Wulong Temple, they saw that outside the huge temple, there was only a little monk sweeping the floor and it looked very deserted. It is rather quiet here. Shen Yu lightly laughed. Shen Qing wrinkled her nose and seemed to want to complain a little but suddenly thought of something and suppressed it. Ren Wanyan said, do not think that it is quiet here, one heard that the Buddha here is very efficacious. When one offers incense, one must be sincere. When the little monk saw them, he got up to welcome them. Other than the servants who were moving things down the carriage, Ren Wanyan and the rest followed the little monk who led the way into the temple. The more they walked into the temple, the more they felt that this Wulong Temple was really sparsely populated. Not to mention the pilgrims, there were not many monks either. But the temple was spacious and as such, it felt empty. If one were to stay at night, one feared that it would be somewhat frightening. When they saw the abbot divided the courtyard for the few of them. Originally each young lady had a room and the distance was very close but when it came to Shen Miao's side, a slightly younger middle-aged monk beside the abbot said, really sorry, there is no longer a room for young lady in the southern pavilion. If young lady does not mind, how about the northern pavilion? Everyone looked at her and Shen Miao smiled, sorry, I mind it very much. Fifth lady. Ren Wanyan softly reprimanded, this is a Buddhist pure land, how can it tolerate your willfulness? It is just that it is somewhat strange. Shen Miao was unmoved, the incense does not seem to be very strong, so why are there pavilions that are full? That middle-aged monk also frowned. Most likely he had never seen such an arrogant young lady who started to comment on the temple without any explanation. But Shen Miao was not like those unruly young ladies who made a fuss. With such a reasonable attitude, one could not answer. Little benefactor does not know that even though there are not many pilgrims, there are many monks in the temple. That old abbot gently smiled and explained to Shen Miao. But I am somewhat afraid to live alone. What to do? She asked. This. Ren Wanyan was still comforting her, fifth lady, just put up with it for one night. If you are able to put up with it for one night, Buddha will see your sincerity and offer incense tomorrow and one's wish will come true. If it was in the past, Shen Miao would have been coaxed when she heard these words. After all, she was a person who was amenable to coaxing but not coercion. Moreover, there was still Fu Xiaoyi in her heart. One feared that for Buddha to realize her wish of being together with Fu Xiaoyi, she would also suffer a small loss. But now it was somewhat different. Ren Wanyan also had some headaches. She did not know why, but the current Shen Miao was becoming more and more thorny. In the past, Shen Miao would believe whatever she said and was very easy to coax. But today there were repeated mistakes, and if Shen Miao was not settled early, one feared that in the future there would be more headaches in the Shen residence. Why not like this? Shen Miao said with a smile, how about Shen and I stay in the northern pavilion? With someone accompanying, I will feel more at ease. This? Ren Wanyan was somewhat hesitant. If she were to live together with Shen Miao and something happened to Shen Miao, it would be difficult for her to escape. Not waiting for her to think of a better idea, Shen Miao continued, if Shen is not willing, eldest sister and second older sister can squeeze in with me. Shen Yu's eyes flashed but did not speak. Even though Shen Qing did not know what arrangements her mother had, she could vaguely guess that this trip was targeted at Shen Miao. In addition, she was so disgusted with Shen Miao that she did not even want to pretend to be friendly, so she naturally said coldly, I am used to living alone. So. Shen Miao slightly muttered to herself. Then I will go to the northern pavilion with Fifth Lady. Shen Miao had not finished speaking when Ren Wanyan took the initiative to speak. She was afraid that Shen Miao would have any changes at this time and thought that it would be alright if they were to live together further away so that she would not be blamed for it. Xianxia's heavens were high and the emperor was far away, so what she said would be the truth. Shen Miao smiled gently, then many thanks to second Shen for accompanying. Her words were polite, but Ren Wanyan could not help but raise her eyebrows, and instantly a face full of smiles appeared. We are all one family. After solving the problem of living, the next step was to pack up. Because Shen Qing and Shen Yu said that they were somewhat tired, they did not eat together. It was brought to the room by the servants. Upon reaching the northern pavilion, without waiting for Ren Wanyan to speak, Shen Miao said, I also feel very tired and will not eat together with second Shen and return to the room first. Ren Wanyan was surprised for a moment before smiling, then it will be up to you. If one is tired, then rest early. Shen Miao nodded her head in agreement. When the little monk who led the way brought Shen Miao and her servants to the room, Shen Miao could not help but sigh. Indeed, in Wulong Temple, such a desolate and simple temple, this room was particularly elegant. There was a small forest at the side and it was quite secluded. Even though the furnishings in the room were simple, it was exquisite everywhere. It made one's heart feel happy upon seeing it. The scenery here is really beautiful. Guyu was somewhat surprised. Replying to benefactor, this room is only for distinguished guests of the temple. The residence is foreign, instructed to leave the distinguished room for benefactor. The little monk lowered his head and said, help me thank second Shen for her good intentions. Shen Miao said lightly. However, his eyes were looking around. This was the innermost room of the northern pavilion. In other words, under the beautiful scenery, this place was almost completely isolated. Even if someone were to shout, it would be useless. It was rare that they even sealed the way out for her. As for the exquisite decoration of this room, it was probably just to make it convenient for that person to enjoy. What incense is this? Xianxia picked up the few sticks of incense on the table and sniffed it. It is somewhat like orchids but more fragrant than orchids. Her eyes landed on the orchid-shaped incense burner. This incense burner is really unique. When Guyu saw it, she also smiled. It seems that the temple had specially inquired about it. Young lady would light the incense before going to bed. When young lady is tired at night, one would light it before going to bed. I can also sleep soundly at night. Now one feel that this Wulong temple is not bad. Xianxia joked, no wonder even though it is deep in the mountains, second foreign still had to come over to pray. Shen Miao's brows slightly wrinkled and walked over to the small table. She took the incense from Xianxia's hands and sniffed it. After sniffing it, her brows wrinkled even tighter. When the two maids saw it, they asked hesitantly, young lady, is there something wrong with this incense? In Shen Miao's heart, ever since she entered Wulong Temple, she had never let go of her heart. The more appropriate this place was, the more she could see the danger. She indeed had the habit of using incense before going to bed. Moreover, females would always like exquisite things. That incense burner was made pitifully and adorably. Just to play with it, normal females would light incense to match the quiet and elegant environment. But for her, it was not the case. The surviving females in the inner palace would use all kinds of means to climb up. Xianxia had been the mistress of the 6 palaces for so many years in her previous life, so naturally she had a little bit of eyesight. She had seen a lot of these shady methods and things. As for the aphrodisiac in the incense, it was something that the concubines played with. If she was an ordinary unmarried young lady, naturally she would not have heard of such a thing. Not a good thing. Her hand loosened and that incense fell onto the small table. Guyu and Xianxia were shocked and looked at each other. After a moment, Xianxia said, "Then I throw this thing out?" "No need." Xianxia's eyes landed on the small table. Ren Wanyan and that person had spent so much effort to prepare a good gift for her. If these methods were wasted, it would be a pity. Her lips suddenly broke into a sneer. "Keep it. There will be a need for it." In another room far away from Xianxia's room, Ren Wanyan was sitting in front of the couch and in front of her stood a stooped old woman. It was not anyone else but Guemomo. "You also know about tonight's matter. After success, there will naturally be benefits for you, but if it is a failure..." Ren Wanyan lightly snorted, "You know what the result would be without me saying it." When she spoke, there was no trace of her usual amiable appearance and her eyes made one feel cold. Guemomo smiled flatteringly, "Foreign, rest assured. Leave everything to this old servant. This old servant will naturally not make any mistakes when doing things. It is expected that everything will go smoothly tonight." Ren Wanyan's expression then eased up. "Naturally, I trust you. After all, you are the closest person to Fifth Lady. We are doing this for the Shin residents. When Fifth Lady becomes sensible in the future, she will know the pros and cons and naturally know that you are doing it for her good and will not treat you badly." Guemomo nodded her head in agreement, but her heart was filled with disdain. In the future, when Xianxia knew about this matter, it would be strange if she did not hate her to death. How would she think that it was for her good? Thinking of what would happen tonight, Guemomo could not help but feel somewhat frightened. She did not expect that this eldest Shin foreign, who always had a kind face, would actually think of such a vicious method. After all, if this matter landed on any unmarried female, it would be a life worse than death for the rest of their lives. In the next moment, she saw Ren Wanyan giving Kaiju a look, and Kaiju smiled as she took a sachet over and stuffed it into Guemomo's hands. "This time one will have to trouble Guemomo to take care of it." Guemomo pinched it and found that the weight of the sachet was not light. A smile immediately blossomed on her face as she said, "Guaranteed that foreign will be satisfied." After saying a few more words, Guemomo then got up and left. "Foreign really want to rest here tonight?" Xianglan asked. "This is after all the same as Fifth Young Lady's room." "No matter." Ren Wanyan waved her hands without much care. "Tomorrow morning it will be what I say. Perhaps when eldest Bo returns, it is unknown if there is still such a person in the world, so there is nothing to be afraid of." She smiled somewhat fiercely. "Eldest Bo, eldest Saw, who asked you to block my Qing'er's path?" In the mountains of Wulong Temple, when the sky was getting dark in the evening, it started to drizzle. The cold air of the rainwater hit one's face. Guyu closed the windows and looked at Xianxia. "Young lady, be careful not to catch a cold." Xianxia draped a cloak over Xianxia and said worriedly, "The mountain road is not easy to walk on. If it rains for an entire night, one do not know if one would be able to continue the journey after the incense sticks. One might have to rest here for another day if one were to walk on the muddy road. Rest for another day, then rest for another day." Guyu smiled. "The scenery here is very good and the environment is quiet. It is better than..." She swallowed the rest of the words back into her stomach. She thought that it was better than those hypocritical people in the Shin residence. Xianxia sat in front of the table playing chess. Nowadays she loved to play chess more and more, but unfortunately the few maids around her did not know how to play, thus she was always playing alone. Occasionally Guyu and Xianxia would also feel strange. When their young lady was playing alone, she would sometimes show a strange expression that made one's heart turn cold. The door was pushed open and Guemomo walked in with a face full of smiles. She was holding some food in her hands and smiled. "Young lady, this is the vegetarian food in the temple. Even though it is vegetarian food, but the vegetarian food in Wulong Temple is not bad. This old servant had specially ordered a bowl of crystal osmanthus flower soup. Eldest young lady and second young lady had already eaten it and said that it is not bad. Oh, place it there. Shen Miao said lightly. It is best for young lady to eat it while it is hot. It would not taste good when it is cold. Gui Momo warmly picked up the bowl and was about to pass it to Shen Miao. Momo, what is the hurry? Xianxia took the porcelain bowl from Gui Momo's hands without a trace and said with a smile, did not young lady say to place it there? Just now there was some discomfort, so it can be used after a while. Gui Momo's heart was somewhat annoyed, but seeing Shen Miao's non-committal look towards Xianxia's words, she secretly gritted her teeth. Previously Shen Miao always took Gui Momo's words as the most important, and if Gui Momo had a dispute with the few maids, she would definitely punish the maids first. One did not know when it started, but Xianxia, Gu Yu, and the few maids started to give Shen Miao face. Just as she was pondering, she suddenly heard Shen Miao say, Momo has accompanied me for 14 years. Gui Momo's heart jumped as she looked at Shen Miao. Shen Miao also looked over at the same time. Her pair of clear eyes were as usual, like a child's innocence. Gui Momo was also in a trance. Unknowingly, the infant who was crying piteously for food had grown into a delicate little girl, and then into the slender young lady in front of him. Gui Momo sighed in her heart. At that time Xianxia and wife fought on the battlefield all year round and instructed her to take good care of Shen Miao, but in a flash 14 years had passed. Ever since Momo was close to me. Shen Miao said softly, remember that there was one night when I had a fever and it was raining outside like now. The residents took the invitation to invite a physician but did not come. Momo was worried and ran out to look for one. In the end, she slipped and fell on the road and broke her head, but still insisted on looking for another physician. Gui Momo was surprised for a moment and her expression could not help but soften. Young lady, still remember these? Of course I remember. Nanny has been with me for more than 10 years. My parents didn't spend as much time as Nanny. I regard Nanny as my family. Miss, you're making this old servant suffer. Gui Momo sighed in her heart. She did not expect that Shen Miao, who had been cold to her all this while, would suddenly be this close today. As she sighed, her heart could not bear it. One was not like this from the beginning. At the beginning when Xianxia and wife made her Shen Miao's Momo, her son had not married yet and did not have any grandchildren, thus she treated Shen Miao as her own granddaughter. There were times when she treated her with true feelings, but every man for himself and heaven and earth destroy him. Shen Miao was after all not her biological granddaughter, and the first household had promised that if the matter was successful, her son's entire family would benefit. Riches were sought in danger, and moreover Shen Miao really could not bring anything to her. The expression in Gui Momo's eyes changed a few times, but at the end she still smiled. Young lady, the weather is cold and the night is heavy. It is better to have an early meal and rest. When one is tired, light a stick of incense and have a good sleep. It would be good to light the incense tomorrow morning to pray for foreign and master. Many thanks for Momo's concern. Shen Miao also smiled, but her smile seemed to contain some unknown meaning. She said, Momo can withdraw first. I will have a meal myself. Gui Momo still wanted to stay a little longer, but upon seeing Shen Miao's manner of chasing her away, she could only withdraw in embarrassment. After she left the room, she did not go far but walked to the window and listened carefully to the movements inside. After a moment in the room, Gu Yu's voice sounded, young lady, the food is getting cold. Set the food. Following that, there was the sound of bowls and chopsticks clanking, as if someone was sitting at the table to eat. Xianxia asked, does young lady feel that this osmanthus soup is good? Not bad. Shen Miao's voice sounded, it is very agreeable. Then eat more. Gu Yu said with a smile. After listening for a while, it seemed that Shen Miao had finished eating, and there was the sound of the bowls and chopsticks being tidied up as Gu Yu carried the food basket out. One heard Xianxia said, does young lady still want to read for a while? Somewhat tired. Read for a moment more. Go and light the incense. Shen Miao's voice was weak. Gui Momo straightened her body and gave a deep sigh of relief before turning her head to look at the window again before walking out of the courtyard. When she was out of the courtyard, she could not help but turn her head back and whisper, young lady, do not blame this old servant for being ruthless. If eldest foreign wants to deal with you, no one can stop her. After Guemomo left, one did not see a male figure appearing behind her. He looked at Guemomo's hurried back view and a look of anger appeared on his face. In the room, Xianxia looked at Xianmiao worriedly. Young lady, you had already gone out. This servant still do not understand what young lady wants to do? One did not know why, but Xianxia's heart was somewhat uneasy, as if something was going to happen in this quiet deep mountain. She asked, young lady just put up that play to deceive Guemomo. Could it be that Guemomo has some tricks up her sleeves? And Xianmiao's kind words to Guemomo made Xianxia very nervous, fearing that Xianmiao would be as obedient to Guemomo as she was in the past. Xianmiao looked at the flickering lights and the tiny sparks made a crackling sound, forming a sharp contrast with the pitter-patter of rain outside. Pretending to eat and pretending to light the incense were just expedient measures. As for why she said those words to Guemomo, it was not because she was soft-hearted. No one could turn back on this path of revenge. If it was not due to the kindness in the past, then it would be a reason to commit a mistake in the future. Evil people were never worthy of pity. Those were like the words of the winner to the loser in the inner palace, the words of the winner before the decapitation. She gently closed her eyes. Young lady, what to do now? Seeing that Xianmiao did not answer her, Xianxia could only change the question. Wait. Wait for what? The young female's eyelashes moved slightly and her lips slightly hooked up. Wait for the moonless and windy night to kill and steal. The sky gradually darkened. In the temple, the monk who was ringing the bell had finished ringing the bell for the last time. The sky was as dark as ink. The pitter-patter of rain hit the bushes, emitting the fragrance of the earth. Xianyu sat in front of the table and put down the book in her hands. She rubbed her eyes and seemed to feel a little sleepy. The maid beside her asked, does young lady want to rest? Xianyu did not speak and opened the window. Xinqing was staying in the room next door. Xinqing's room was not far from her and at this moment the lights were still on. Does second young lady want to sleep with eldest young lady? The maid asked hesitantly. No. Xianyu turned around with some disgust. Go and close the courtyard doors. On the other side, in Xinqing's room, Xinqing was fiddling with the little toy in her hands. She lazily yawned and glanced outside. It's already so late. She stood up. It's better for me to rest. When she passed by the table, she suddenly saw a unique-looking incense burner and a stick of incense. Xinqing picked it up and smelled it. She felt that it was very fragrant and said, light this incense too. After a short while, the lights in the room were extinguished. Everything returned to silence. In the deep mountains of the ancient temple, other than the chirping of birds and insects, there was only the clear sound of rain hitting the tiles and dripping down the eaves onto the stone floor. In the deep silence, in the innermost room of the northern pavilion, the lights were quietly extinguished. In the darkness, there seemed to be someone's footsteps lightly passing by, and if someone were to pass by at this moment, one would see a purple-clad young female sitting at the table in front of the window. Her face was cold and expressionless. Only her pair of eyes were clear in the dark, as if it was a huge beast that wanted to hunt and was closely following the arrival of its prey. The tiles above seemed to make a clear sound. Guyu and Xianxia, who were standing behind Xianmiao, raised their heads at the same time and looked nervously at the person in front of the table. After a moment, a meow sound was heard from outside the window. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. But before their sigh fell, they heard a burst of hurried footsteps. Even though the sound was light, it was exceptionally obvious to the three of them who were not sleepy at all. Then, the window was opened and a figure jumped in. Miss, it is me, Mo Qing. That person said softly. Guyu and Xianxia then gave a sigh of relief. Xianxia lit up a thin candle, fearing that the light would penetrate outside. At first glance, he was very surprised to see that Mo Qing was carrying a person on his back. That person was none other than Xinqing. At this moment, Xinqing's eyes were tightly shut and she appeared to be in a deep sleep. Xianxia and Guyu were extremely frightened in their hearts, but Xianmiao swept a glance at Xinqing and lightly said, You have done very well. Mo Qing's expression was somewhat awkward. This was the first time he did such a thing and he did not know what Xianmiao was planning to do. He only thought that it was because of Shen Miao's temper that she was dissatisfied with the room she was staying in, so she used this method to secretly change rooms in the middle of the night. However, this method was a little too crude. If he wasn't careful and was discovered, he would be treated as a rapist. Even if he had a lot of mouths, he wouldn't be able to clear his name. But it was fortunate that there were only 2 guards outside Shen Qing's and Shen Yu's room. For a young lady of a military family, this number was too strange. But since that was the case, he would not find trouble for himself. Carrying a young female was an easy matter for him, and before that, he also followed Gu Xiang's instructions to mix something in Shen Qing's incense to make her sleep soundly. "Carry her to the bed," Shen Miao said. Mo Qing did as he was told, and after thinking about it, he pulled the quilt on the bed to cover Shen Qing. Even at this time, Mo Qing still could not understand what Shen Miao wanted to do. "Young lady, now we..." Gu Yu asked tentatively. In this room, other than Shen Miao, no one else knew what she wanted to do. Mo Qing thought that Shen Miao was playing in a fit of pique, but Xianxia and Gu Yu could vaguely sense that it was not so. Shen Miao was no longer the kind of person who would be angry with others just because the room was not comfortable, not to mention that she carried people out in the middle of the night. If it was just for this small matter, it would be making a big fuss over a minor issue. "Let's go." Shen Miao swept a glance at the person on the bed. "Go?" Gu Yu was surprised. "Where are we going?" "Naturally to my older sister's boudoir." Mo Qing sighed in his heart. It was indeed a child's play. He had some dissatisfaction with Shen Miao in his heart. He did not expect that Shen Miao looked quiet and indifferent, but privately she had such a competitive personality. For a small matter, she did not even want her own Tangjia's innocence. Just as he was thinking about it, his expression suddenly changed and he whispered, "Who?" This time Gu Yu and Xianxia suddenly panicked. "Were you seen by others when you came just now?" Shen Miao's face sank. If it was the people from that side, there was no reason for them to be this fast. With Ren Wanyan's all-round character, she would definitely make the other side wait for a longer time. Why would someone come to the door when Mo Qing just sent the person over? Her expression changed a few times. If it was really not possible, then she could only use the lowest method. "I will go out to take a look first." Mo Qing nervously pulled out the sword from his waist, but just as he walked to the door, he saw a figure passing by the window. Because he did not dare to make a big move, Mo Qing whispered, "Who is it?" He pulled out his sword and slashed at the other party. But that black-attired person easily avoided Mo Qing's sword, and one did not know what kind of body movement he used. One of his feet stepped on the eaves of the window and flew in like a swallow. He was like a fish in the water in this place. Once he entered the room, he suddenly turned around, and before Mo Qing could react, that person moved sideways and easily snatched the sword from Mo Qing's hand. In the next moment, that sword was placed across Mo Qing's neck. The sudden turn of events stunned everyone. Shen Miao was also somewhat surprised in her heart. With Mo Qing's martial arts, for him to be able to reach the position of commander of the guards, naturally it was not low. In the beginning, he relied on his martial arts to protect Shen Miao in the Qing country safely for many years. Now, he could not even withstand 5 moves from this man in black, and even his sword was taken away. Most likely Mo Qing did not think that the other party would be so much more brilliant than him and seemed to be ashamed, but was more worried about Shen Miao's safety. He said, "This one has no grievances nor enmity with this brother. Why would this brother make such a vicious move?" His words were not wrong. Other than the monks, there were also the guards of the Shen residence in the temple tonight. But among the guards of the Shen residence, there was no one with such brilliant skills. Mo Qing's heart was surprised. Could it be that there were other people in this Wulong temple? The other party did not have the intention to let go. A slight sound was heard, and it was Shen Miao who had found a match and relit the candle that was about to be extinguished. The other party did not expect that someone would suddenly light a match and did not even have the time to cover it up. He subconsciously revealed his murderous intent, and it was obvious that he intended to silence the witness for a living. However, when the dim yellow light lit up, everything in the room could not be hidden. Under Shen Miao's cold gaze, a trace of astonishment flashed across the handsome face of the person opposite. He then frowned and coldly said, "Shen family's girl? Can you release my guards?" Shen Miao's voice was colder than the autumn rain outside. Xia little Marquis. The person standing opposite was none other than Xia Jingxing. Under the dim light of the match, his face was as handsome as a painting, but he was frowning tightly. There was a coldness that was completely different from the daytime, as if he had become another person. Xianxia and Guyu had seen Xia Jingxing a few times and naturally knew who this person was. Under the surprise in their hearts, they could not help but stand in front of Shen Miao. It was Mo Qing's first time seeing Xia Jingxing and he did not know who Xia Jingxing was, but from Shen Miao's words, he knew that both of them knew each other. Xia Jingxing stared at Shen Miao and after thinking for a moment, he smiled and released his hand before throwing the sword back to Mo Qing in a blink of an eye. He lazily retreated to the door and hugged his shoulders. Shen family's girl, for us to meet here, should I say that we are fated or fated? Shen Miao did not bother about him and only instructed Mo Qing and the two maids, quickly leave. Xianxia and Guyu glanced at Xia Jingxing and nodded their heads in agreement. Just as they were about to leave, they saw Shen Miao speaking to them, all of you leave first, I will follow later. In the darkness of the fire, one could only see that the fire was moving slightly. Guyu called out in a panic, young lady, let's go. Shen Miao said. Her command was short and firm, causing Guyu to tremble slightly. Mo Qing shook his head and with each hand pulling a maid, he jumped out of the window and headed outside. Xia Jingxing was still hugging his shoulders as he watched her actions with interest. Shen Miao fumbled to the table and finally found the incense burner. She picked up the incense on the table and lit it up before leaving the room. Just as she was about to move, she saw Xia Jingxing frowning and with a flick of his finger, the flame of the match was extinguished. In the darkness, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Shen Miao and lightly held on to Shen Miao's waist. Before Shen Miao could react, she felt that she had fallen into a warm embrace. That person hugged her and rolled on the ground until they rolled off the bed. You. Shen Miao was furious. Xia Jingxing's voice rang in her ears, someone is coming in. Footsteps sounded in the room and Shen Miao's body stiffened. She had never imagined that those people would move so quickly. Fortunately, the person in the room didn't light up the lamp. However, this was also within her expectations. With that person's personality, he definitely wouldn't light up the lamp. Someone outside said, Your Highness, everything has been arranged. All of you retreat and guard outside. Do not disturb this prince's interest. Another slightly hoarse voice said. Shen Miao's gaze moved slightly. It was indeed Prince Yu of the first rank. Xianxia. Prince Yu's voice was filled with pride and there seemed to be some perverted excitement. This prince would like to taste. What is the difference between your daughter and those women's taste? The footsteps approached the bed. Shen Miao's fists gradually tightened. Xia Jingxing slightly lowered his head and because of the position, his chin was on Shen Miao's head and he could smell the fragrance of the young female's hair. He could not see Shen Miao's expression in the darkness but he could feel from her tense body that she was not completely unmoved. There was already the sound of clothes tearing on the bed. Prince Yu's voice was ferocious and the obscenities were endless. Shen Qing seemed to have regained some consciousness and gave out a slight resistance. However, that voice was soft and it did not seem to be a resistance but a greeting. The air was filled with a smell that made one's heart beat. That smell gradually spread out and there was some orchid fragrance that was inhaled into one's stomach without any precaution. Shen Miao also gradually felt that something was wrong and her heart thumped. Just now before she left, she had lit the aphrodisiac incense and now she was reaping what she sowed. She had never encountered such a situation before and could not help but vent her anger on the uninvited guest, Xia Jingxing. If it was not for Xia Jingxing's sudden appearance, she would have left long ago and would not fall into such a predicament. Thinking of this, she glared fiercely at the culprit. Unfortunately, there was no light and nothing could be seen. Shen Miao hesitated for a moment and did not dare to move as she was afraid of alarming the person on the bed, so she could only use Xia Jingxing's clothes to cover her mouth and nose. She thought that this incense was not a good thing and also thought that she must not inhale it and even thought of using Xia Jingxing's clothes to cover her mouth and nose, but forgot that Xia Jingxing was a male. When Xia Jingxing realized that there was a problem with the incense, he had already inhaled too much and he was still carrying a little girl in his embrace. Now Shen Miao was still wet behind the ears and even though she had a flat figure, she was still a warm and fragrant jade. His body was somewhat tense, and at this critical moment, Xianxia still rubbed against him and buried half of her head in his embrace. Xianxia took a deep breath. Ever since he was born, this was the first time he was in such a sorry state. Looking at the top of his head, that big bed was creaking non-stop and the female and male's voices were intertwined, making one's heart beat faster and one's face blush. That movement made one suspect that the bed would not be able to withstand such movements and collapse. After clenching one's teeth and listening for another half an hour, the movements on the bed gradually became smaller, as if it was tired for a while. Xianxia's body was also very stiff, but at this moment, she felt Xianxia hugging her and rolling on the ground before taking advantage of the window that was not closed to fly out. One did not know how he was able to see so accurately that he did not alert Prince Yu. Not far out, one saw Guyu and the other two with an anxious expression. Seeing them coming out, Xianxia almost jumped up in excitement but was afraid that others outside would hear it, so she said softly, "Young lady, this servant is very worried. Just now someone went in and was not discovered." Her words abruptly stopped because at this moment she saw Xianxia's posture. Xianxia was still being carried by Xianxia, and as Xianxia was very tall, it was effortless for him to carry her. Xianxia angrily said, "Quickly put down my young lady." Xianxia raised his eyebrows and let go. With a paw sound, Xianxia directly fell onto the ground. "You!" Guyu was angry and furious. She did not expect that Xianxia would let go in such a rough manner. She hurriedly helped Xianxia up and comforted, "Is young lady all right?" Emoqing stared at Xianxia and his heart was filled with bewilderment. This young master, who seemed to have an extraordinary background, had excellent martial arts. Unexpectedly, he was completely powerless against him. With such skill, he couldn't help but raise his eyebrows, but appearing here in the middle of the night was indeed suspicious. Just now when he brought Guyu and Xianxia out, he saw someone entering Xianxia's room and behind them was a group of highly skilled guards. If he did not hide quickly, it would be troublesome. Emoqing could not help but look at Xianxia again. Could it be that Xianxia had long known that there would be such a group of people coming tonight? Then what was the meaning of swapping Xianxia over? Xianxia stood up and patted the dust off her body before calmly looking at Xianxia. "The deeper the dew is, the more one will not disturb the little marquis's work. We will leave first." Her attitude was very distant. At this time the rain had not stopped, and as the rain fell on her body, her clothes became wet. With the light from the lantern outside, Xianxia's sharp eyes swept across her face and suddenly smiled as if he was watching a good show. "To leave from here, one need to pass through the outer courtyard and there are a large number of guards guarding. If you want to go to your death, this marquis would never stop people from going to their death. Please." His words were really annoying and there was a mischievous smile on his handsome face. Xianxia looked at Emoqing and Emoqing shook his head and blushed with some shame. This subordinate does not have the confidence to do it alone. Even though Prince Yu was incompetent, his subordinates were not to be trifled with. "Little Marquis seems to have a card up his sleeve," she said after a moment of silence. Xianxing's lips curled into a smile as he got up to leave. He actually had the intention of ignoring this group of people. "Can you help me?" she asked. Xianxing turned around and thought for a moment before nodding his head. "It is not impossible, but, if you beg me, I will bring you out." Guyu's and Xianxia's expression changed. This Xianxing's temperament was so mischievous and his tone was so frivolous. Facing this handsome face, if it was any other female, they would have blushed and their heart would palpitate. If it was not for their eagerness to protect their mistress, one feared that Xianxia and Guyu would not be able to get angry today. Emoqing frowned. Xianxia was Xianxia's daughter and was usually pampered and spoiled. She looked to have a stubborn temperament, and with Xianxing's provocation, one feared that Xianxia would fly into a rage. But out of Emoqing's expectation, when Xianxia heard it, she quickly said, "All right. I beg you, bring us out." Her words were spoken so quickly that Xianxing could not help but choke. He carefully assessed the young lady in front of him. Even though she was begging him, her gaze was completely different, and her posture was calm. She didn't have the slightest intention of lowering herself to him. That feeling was very subtle, as if he was not asking for help, but was instead being ordered by someone high above. Not waiting for Xie Jingxing to speak, Shen Miao immediately said, "Little Marquis wants to go back on his words? You really have the heart of a villain." Xie Jingxing smiled and said softly to the person behind him, "Come out." But in a blink of an eye, a group of black-clad people swept over from all directions. With a rough calculation, there were more than 10 of them, which were comparable to the people that Prince Yu brought. Jingxia and Guyu jumped in shock, and Mo Qing was also surprised. His martial arts were not weak, but he did not know when did so many people hide here. It was obvious that the other party's skills were above his. However, the young man in front of them was able to mobilize so many experts so easily. It was really hard to guess his identity. Xie Jingxing said, "Be more nimble in your actions. Do not beat the grass and alert the snake." The men in black bowed their heads in acknowledgement and disappeared into the night in the blink of an eye. Their movements were surprisingly consistent, and it was rare to have such temperament among the guards that were raised by Ming Qi. Shen Miao pondered in her heart and heard Xie Jingxing saying, "It will take some time, let's go from the other side." He turned around and walked in the opposite direction, looking very familiar with the layout of the temple. "Follow him," Shen Miao said. One did not know how Xie Jingxing's subordinates arranged, as they did not meet anyone along the way. Even to the southern pavilion where Shen Qing and Shen Yu stayed, there was not a single guard outside. After safely sending them over, Shen Miao said to Mo Qing, "You go back." The guards had their own place to stay. Tonight Mo Qing sneaked out, and if he was discovered, one feared that there would be changes. Guyu and Jingxia accompanied Shen Miao into the room, but Xie Jingxing did not leave. Jingxia stepped forward to stop Xie Jingxing from entering the inner room and looked at him vigilantly. "Gentlemen, please stay." Xie Jingxing really stopped and looked at Shen Miao's back as he said with a smile, "Shen Miao, you have wasted this marquis time for an entire night and you don't even need to explain?" Shen Miao's footsteps paused as she sighed in her heart. Xie Jingxing, this person, seemed to be born with a clever and exquisite heart. His hearing and eyes were so sharp that it made others jealous, and many things could be seen clearly with just one look. She was too lazy to hide it from him and looked at Jingxia and Guyu. "Both of you go to the outer room to sleep first. Little Marquis, please follow me." "Young lady." Guyu was somewhat flustered. This is not reasonable, to be in the same room with an unfamiliar male in the night. It would be shocking if it was spread out. If she was caught by others, Shen Miao would really be finished. The matter with Fu Xiaoyi could be said to be a young female's lovesickness. After all, nothing had happened, but this kind of matter would ruin one's reputation, and it would not be clear even if one jumped into the Yellow River. No one knows what is wrong with it. Shen Miao did not intend to listen to the two maids and looked at Xie Jingxing. "Come in." Xie Jingxing shrugged his shoulders and followed Shen Miao into the inner room. Under the uneasy eyes of the two maids, Shen Miao calmly closed the door. After lighting the oil lamp and closing the windows, Shen Miao sat down in front of the table to isolate the pitter-patter of rain outside. Xie Jingxing leaned against the wall with interest as he watched her pour the tea and asked, "Why are you not afraid of me?" "Why should I be afraid of you?" Shen Miao retorted. "An unmarried young lady and an unfamiliar male in the same room. Not afraid that I will do something to you?" His smile became nastier, but under the light, he looked even more unreasonably handsome. "Just now I have already heard about other people's unmarried affairs with you. Do not little Marquis feel that it is too late to be afraid now?" Shen Miao lightly said. Xie Jingxing was surprised for a moment, and an incredulous look appeared on his handsome face. These years he had experienced a lot of things. He had seen the things that others at his age should have seen, and seen the things that others should not have seen at his age. At least in the Ding capital and even in Mingqi, he was considered to be experienced and knowledgeable. But this was the first time that there was a female that mentioned the words unmarried affairs to him without batting an eyelid. Just now in the darkness he could not see Shen Miao's expression, but now thinking about it, ever since they went out, Shen Miao's voice was very calm and her attitude was very calm, as if the person who heard the unmarried affairs with him was someone else. He almost suspected if this girl was a monster. "Are you a female or not?" Xie Jingxing said as he crossed his arms. A normal female would not be so embarrassed that they would not be able to show their face and no longer mention the matter. But she did not have any reaction previously and even mentioned it afterwards without a shred of shame. Even if she was the daughter of the formidable great general, she was really too special. Shen Miao did not speak. Xie Jingxing nodded his head, almost forgot. You are naturally not a female. You are just a little girl. Even though Shen Miao was experienced in her actions, her appearance was very cute, especially her white face that had not shed the baby fat. When she did not speak, she looked much younger. Xie Jingxing thought in his heart that it was most likely that she was too young and did not know about the affairs of the boudoir, thus her attitude was so calm. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that it was because of this reason. Xie Jingxing walked over and looked down at Shen. Meow, just now the incense bill has not been settled with you and I almost fell down. He grabbed Shen Miao's face and pinched it twice. What do you want to say? Shen Miao was stunned for a moment as she did not expect that Xie Jingxing would suddenly make such an action, and the other party seemed to feel that it was very fun and pinched 2 more times. It was not a gentle pinch but a ravage that did not have any protective feelings for the fairer sex. It was as if he really treated her as a little girl who was ignorant of the ways of the world. Impudent. Subconsciously, she shouted in a low voice. As soon as the words left his mouth, both of them were stunned. Under the light, the young man's handsome face stiffened. A complicated look flashed across his sharp, black eyes. He retracted his hand, chuckled, and lightly said, "This is the first time someone has told me I'm impudent." Shen Miao was somewhat angry at herself for losing her composure. Xie Jingxing was a person who did things that were somewhat out of common sense. Just now, in a moment of desperation, she actually took out the demeanor of an empress from the inner and outer palaces. This person was very smart and it was best not to be discovered. But she did not know what to say and could only remain silent. Xie Jingxing broke the silence. He sat down on the chair opposite Shen Miao and poured a cup of tea for himself. Suddenly he thought of something and took out a paper bag from his bosom. It was a bag of delicately made pastries. Compared to the Guangfu Zhai in the capital, it looked even better. Xie Jingxing ate the pastries in big mouthfuls and drank tea before saying, "Came in a hurry and did not eat dinner." "TSK, this tea tastes bad." He had the appearance of a picky gentleman. "Marquis Xia is here to drink tea and eat pastries?" Shen Miao looked at him. "Naturally not." Xie Jingxing suddenly smiled and picked up a pastry and stuffed it into Shen Miao's mouth. His actions were too fast, and when Shen Miao reacted, there was already a sweet taste in her mouth. Xie Jingxing propped up his chin and glanced at her. His posture was leisurely but the words he said were very sharp. "Eat my food and now answer my question." The fragrance of the pastry spread in the mouth and there was a touch of sweetness and moderate fruity taste that lingered in the mouth. Even Shen Miao, who did not like to eat sweet, could not help but feel that it was delicious. "What is the relationship between Prince Yu and you?" Shen Miao looked at him. "You might as well ask me why did I do this tonight. If you are willing to say, I am all ears. Those who humiliate others will be humiliated. A tooth for a tooth, an eye for an eye." The expression in Xie Jingxing's eyes changed a few times and his lips curled up into a smile. His tone was somewhat inexplicable. "You are really ruthless to put your older sister and that old dog Prince Yu together." To say that Prince Yu was an old dog, only Xie Jingxing, this kind of lawless person, would dare to say it. "When they sent me out, they did not think that I am a younger sister." Shen Miao opposed with equal harshness. Her words were cold and she did not hide her disgust and contempt for those people. In the light, there was an indifferent expression and there seemed to be a fire burning in her eyes. Really a girl who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. Xie Jingxing stretched his waist. "Prince Yu of first rank will not spare you after this." "That would also depend on if he has this ability." Shen Miao was unmoved. "You speak so much to me." Xie Jingxing muttered to himself and his body suddenly leaned forward, almost reaching the tip of Shen Miao's nose. He was so close that even Shen Miao could not help but be slightly surprised. However, she did not wish to be overwhelmed in terms of aura, so she sat still without moving. The young man's face was extremely handsome, and the smile on the corner of his mouth was evil, but his voice was deliberately frivolous. He whispered in her ear, "Aren't you afraid that I'll tell others? Whatever the little Marquis likes to do, I am also very curious if the residents of the Marquis of Lineage had any movements to let the eldest son come to a long temple in the middle of the night to relax." It was not a coincidence that Xie Jingxing appeared here tonight. Moreover, he had brought a group of black-cloaked men with extraordinary skills. His identity was even more shocking. There was no such thing as a coincidence in this world. Xianxia did not come to see her. He was probably planning something and the two of them just happened to bump into each other. The young man's eyes were very beautiful. They were a pair of extremely beautiful peach blossom eyes. When he smiled, he could attract people's attention. However, when he was cold, he emitted a cold and dangerous light. For a moment, Xianxia was overwhelmed by Xianxia's imposing manner. It was not that she had not seen those people with pressure, the imperial family of the Qin country, the imperial family of Ming Qi and even those incomparably arrogant Xiongnu, but this person in front of her seemed to be more dangerous. "You've got guts." He smiled. "Likewise." Xianxia stood up and swept a glance at her before lightly saying, "This marquis is not interested in the matters of the old dog. If you dare to reveal a single thing about tonight's matter, Shen family's girl, silencing a witness is not just for saying." When his words landed, he opened the window and flew out, disappearing into the night rain. The cool rainwater floated in through the window and floated onto Xianxia's cheeks. The coldness climbed up her cheeks and the wind blew her mind awake, making Xianxia let out a sigh of relief. Dealing with Xianxia was like walking on a tightrope. This youth was young but unfathomable. Every sentence seemed to be unintentional, but it was a roundabout way of probing. That kind of dangerous feeling made her uneasy. Even though she did not treat the residents of the Marquis of Lineage as the enemy of the Shen family, but the relationship between the two residences was very clear, so naturally Xianxia would not have no ill feelings. Tonight's encounter, Xianxia should be here to do something. He was different from the frivolous little Marquis Xia in the capital. The him in the rainy night was like a different person. Initially she only knew that Xianxia had some ability, but now thinking about it, the secret of the residence of the Marquis of Lineage was not simple. Her gaze landed on the table. Xianxia's unfinished snacks were still on the table. If not for these, everything seemed to be a dream without a trace. But now was not the time to think about these. Xianxia was not that important to her now. Tomorrow. Everything would wait until tomorrow. At the back of the mountain, the pitter-patter of rain drenched the entire mountain and there was a group of people standing under the tree. The youth in the lead was tall and slender. The rain drenched his clothes and also his hair, but he stood like a statue and did not move at all as he looked at the foot of the mountain in a trance. After a moment, somewhere at the foot of the mountain, a small firework suddenly bloomed. Rather than saying it was a firework, it was better to say that it was a small cluster of light and it disappeared very quickly. It was only a moment of effort before it dispersed. The youth turned around and said in a flat tone, "It is done. Young master is injured." The middle-aged man at the side frowned. He lowered his head and looked at the fresh knife wound on his arm. Just now the incense in the room was targeted at males. Once inhaled, one would be led by desire and one would gradually lose one's rationality and fall into madness. The effect on females was not that strong as that girl had escaped a calamity. Even though his rationality was outstanding, he was not a saint and was afraid of an accident, so he could only use this method to stay awake. "Let's go back and talk. Young master." The middle-aged man was somewhat hesitant and continued to speak. "That young lady of the Shen family had seen today, Tai Yi, it is just a little girl. It is not worthwhile for me to take action." The youth's beautiful peach blossom eyes flashed and his tone was rather cold. The man was somewhat afraid of him, but after thinking about it, he still plucked up his courage and said, "But the Shen family might know." "The Shen family doesn't know." The youth coldly said, "The Shen family are all stupid. It is not easy to have a smart one." He seemed to have thought of something and smiled gently, "It is a pity." The middle-aged man moved his lips but didn't say anything in the end. "Let's go." At the same time, in the North Pavilion. In the room that was adjacent to the innermost room, Renwanyan sat in front of the table. She only lit a small oil lamp and the flickering flame was like her heart. Xianlan said, "Lady, it's already the third watch, let's rest." Renwanyan shook her head and there was a little irritation on her face, "Cannot sleep." She did not know why, but her heart felt uneasy and she did not know where this uneasiness came from. And Guimomo also said that everything went smoothly. Moreover, when she left the courtyard, she could hear the sounds coming from the innermost room. In the rainy night, she could not hear it clearly, but she could hear the sound of a woman crying and struggling. Although it was not very clear, the mournful and tragic tone was very clear. When Ren Wanyan heard it, her face turned red and her heart palpitated, but she could not help but feel fear and trepidation. There had always been rumors in the capital that Prince Yu of the first rank had many ways to play with females, and now it seemed that it was indeed so. Xin Miao would definitely have to suffer a bout of torture. Even though there was some fear in her heart, there was a sense of comfort in the fear. In the third household of the Xin family, Xin Miao relied on Xianxia's backing, and no matter what happened, the first person outside would be Xin Miao. Xin Yu was a talented female who was famous in the capital, and only Xin Qing was slightly mediocre. But she still had a son, and now that Xin Xiu was following Xianxia, in the future he would definitely compete with Xin Yuanbo for the family property. But now, wasn't Xin Miao being played with by others? Then that eldest saw who had eyes on the top. If she knew that her daughter had done such a shameful thing, would she protect Xin Miao? Or would she give Xin Miao a piece of white silk? Thinking of this, the panic in Ren Wanyan's heart lessened a little. She looked at the sky. I will rest for a while. Xianlan and Kaiju saw that she was finally willing to rest and could not help but reveal a happy expression. They quickly helped Ren Wanyan to lie down on the bed and said, and rest for a while. One still need to preserve one's energy for tomorrow. Yes. Ren Wanyan muttered, one still need to preserve one's energy for tomorrow. After all, the wonderful show tomorrow was waiting for her to personally end it. This rain continued for the entire night. In the quiet mountain forest, after the rain, everything withered and became even colder after the autumn rain. The air was filled with a moist fragrance. Early in the morning, the monks in the temple started to strike the bell. The dull sound of the bell woke up the person who was sleeping soundly. Ren Wanyan opened her eyes. This night she did not sleep well and kept having nightmares. She only fell asleep when it was close to dawn, and when she woke up, her forehead was full of sweat. Foreign is awake. Xianlan went forward and said, wipe your face. After Ren Wanyan washed up, she looked outside. Outside the window, the tranquility after the rain had been restored and the birds were chirping happily. She smiled, change into a bright-colored dress. And also that ruby-inlaid emerald flower. She was now middle-aged and was long used to wearing dark-colored clothes. It was rare that she personally picked out bright clothes to wear. Kaiju smiled, Foreign's mood is not bad. Wearing such a bright color, one would be more spirited. Ren Wanyan looked at the mirror and smiled in satisfaction. Naturally, she was in a good mood and could be said to be overjoyed. After everything was prepared, she said, let's go. It is time to call my tired niece to have a meal. In the innermost room of the northern pavilion, it was quiet and there was not even a maid in the courtyard. When Ren Wanyan saw it, her gaze was rather satisfied. Thinking that Prince Yu handled matters very well, even the maids were sent away. If it was not for fear of causing trouble, she would have wanted to immediately announce to the world that the person inside had lost her chastity. It was just that for the following methods, she temporarily held it back. You go and knock on the door. She said to Xianlan, and a trace of disgust flashed in her eyes. She also looked down on dirty women, but she had forgotten who was the one who caused Xin Miao to become like this. Fifth young lady, Xianlan walked to the door and knocked, first foreign is here. There was no sound from the other side of the door, as if there was no one there. Fifth miss, first madam is here, Xianlan continued. But after knocking on the door for a long time, no one answered. Ren Wanyan sighed and said with a smile, this fifth lady really has the temperament of a child. The sky is already bright and she is still so mischievous. It will not do if the time to burn the incense is delayed. Let me do it. She walked to the door, gently knocked on the door, and softly said, fifth sister, it's time to get up and eat. After eating, we still have to burn incense. Don't be willful. Still, no one in the room answered her. Ren Wanyan turned around and was somewhat helpless. She did not know if she was explaining to herself or to someone else as she softly said, never mind, just directly push the door open and enter. Wu Jia's maids are also ignorant, leaving without permission like this. When we get back, we must punish them properly. Finished speaking, he was about to push the door open and enter. second aunt. A light voice sounded in the silence. Ren Wanyan was surprised for a moment and thought that the voice was coming from inside the room, but she heard Xiang Lan and Kai Ju speaking in unison, fifth young lady, second young lady. She turned her head back in surprise and saw Shen Yu and Shen Miao standing together. Today Shen Miao was wearing a snow-white silk dress and a moon-white cloak embroidered with peonies. At first glance, it was as if she was in mourning. To think that Shen Miao was dressed in mourning, one was used to seeing Shen Miao's bright red and green and somewhat rustic attire. This outfit was simply elegant and out of the world. Coupled with her slightly cold expression, there was a kind of moving feeling. A trace of jealousy flashed in Shen Yu's eyes. She did not know when it started, but this idiot Tang younger sister's appearance was not inferior to hers. But she did not expect that Shen Miao's looks were not bad originally, but because she was deliberately dressed up in a vulgar manner, now her temperament was outstanding, and coupled with her appearance gradually maturing, naturally there was no comparison. Ren Wanyan was also dazzled by Shen Miao's dressing, and she frowned. Why is fifth lady dressed so inauspiciously? This white and plain, one would think that our family is having a funeral. Second Shen is wearing bright today, Shen Miao said with a light smile. Ren Wanyan looked at her own clothes and suddenly thought of something as she carefully sized up Shen Miao. She did not know why Shen Miao would come back from outside and look so calm. But last night's matter could be deceived to others but not her. She had the heart to confirm something, so she walked up to Shen Miao and pulled Shen Miao's arm with a smile before asking with concern, "Did fifth lady sleep well yesterday?" Thanking second Shen for the trouble. "I slept well." Shen Miao smiled. Ren Wanyan carefully observed Shen Miao's expression and saw that it was not fake, and her heart was somewhat bewildered. When did this Shen Miao train to be able to maintain her composure? Would ordinary females not cry to the heavens and earth when they encounter this kind of matter? Why was she so calm? Could it be that it was all an act? She had clearly heard that miserable female voice last night. Looking at Shen Miao's pair of clear eyes, Ren Wanyan's heart suddenly felt uneasy, and this uneasiness made her somewhat flustered. She smiled as she leaned close to Shen Miao. "I am relieved that fifth lady slept well." At first glance, one would discover that Shen Miao's neck was as white as jade. She was originally born with a fair complexion, and at this moment it was like jade. There was not even a trace of stain, not to mention a scar. It was impossible. Prince Yu's methods of playing with females had always been brutal, so how could there not be any traces on Shen Miao's body? Shen Yu looked at Shen Miao and then looked at Ren Wanyan. She felt that something had happened, but she did not know what it was. Ren Wanyan's uneasiness was getting bigger and bigger. She grabbed Shen Miao's hands and said with a smile, "This weather is really cold. Is fifth lady not cold from wearing so thin?" As she was speaking, Ren Wanyan suddenly pulled Shen Miao's sleeves, and that white sleeves were suddenly pulled up, revealing a white wrist. His arm was white and clean, like the finest mutton fat jade. There was not a single mark on it. Ren Wanyan stood blankly on the spot. Shen Miao withdrew her hand and smiled. Second Shen seems to be inspecting something. No. Ren Wanyan forced a smile. "Just now, my hand slipped a little." Her heart was somewhat absent-minded and did not know what expression to make. Why was there not a single scar on Shen Miao's body? She was an experienced person, and not to mention a person like Prince Yu, even an ordinary male would more or less leave a mark on a female's body. Could it be that Prince Yu of the first rank did not have such means on the surface? But Shen Miao's current expression did not look like she had suffered a lot of blows. But Shen Miao maintained such a nonchalant appearance. How could some things be said? Her eyes swept around and only saw Huang Ying and Qing Wan by Shen Yu's side, but did not see Xianxia and Gu Yu. Her eyes turned and said, "Where did the two maids beside fifth lady go to?" "They disappeared early in the morning. I asked them to bring some porridge over. When I woke up this morning, I felt that my throat was somewhat uncomfortable. This place is far from the kitchen." Ren Wanyan smiled. "This child, just directly say it." "But isn't the kitchen in the southern pavilion?" "Not bad." Shen Miao looked at her. "I came over from the southern pavilion." "What nonsense are you saying to second Shen?" Ren Wanyan smiled. "Did you not stay in the northern pavilion last night?" Before she finished speaking, she saw a smile on Shen Miao's face. Ever since she woke up from falling into the water, her expression was very cold and most of the time it was just a smile, but now this smile seemed to come from the bottom of her heart. It was very bright but one did not know why, but it made one's heart cold. Ren Wanyan's heart sank as if it was made of lead. Foreign, it is not good. Young lady is missing. Following the female's panicked shouts, what came into view were the two maids' anxious expressions. It was not others but Yan Mei and Shui Bai who were beside Xianxia. What did you say? Ren Wanyan suddenly screamed. Xinyu was slightly surprised. Xianxia actually disappeared? She sneaked a glance at Xin Miao and the latter's expression was magnanimous and calm as if she heard a greeting. How can Qing'er disappear? Ren Wanyan grabbed Yan Mei's collar and her eyes were as fierce as a mother beast. Oh, I know about this. Xin Miao suddenly spoke. Everyone's eyes landed on her. In the silence, Xin Miao laughed softly. I just came over from the southern pavilion. Why? Naturally it is because I was resting in the southern pavilion yesterday. Last night, I really could not sleep, so I went to look for eldest sister, hoping to exchange rooms with her. Eldest sister agreed and most likely felt that with second Xin staying next door, she would be more at ease. This morning I met second older sister when I went out and came over with second older sister. I wanted to thank eldest sister for being so considerate to exchange rooms with me. With every sentence she said, Ren Wanyan's heart sank a little and at the end, it was as if despair was overwhelming. The flesh on her cheeks trembled slightly and her eyes turned red, like a wild beast that was about to go crazy. Seeing Ren Wanyan like this, Xinyu was somewhat afraid. She roughly guessed that something big had happened, but seeing that the first household who had always been secretly at odds with her mother had fallen into such a situation, naturally she rejoiced in other people's misfortune and followed Xin Miao's words, correct. Early in the morning this morning, I saw fifth younger sister walking out from the room next door and at this moment came to look for second younger sister to have a meal together. Xin Miao's voice was as light as a feather but it heavily hammered on Ren Wanyan's heart, making her so painful that she wanted to vomit blood. It wasn't me who slept here last night. It was big sister. Ren Wanyan covered her heart and took 2 steps back, almost fainting on the ground. The one who stayed here last night was not Xin Miao, but Xianxia, then the female that Prince Yu was playing with was her Qing'er. Those mournful and miserable cries were all made by her Qing'er. She was just next door, separated from her daughter by a wall, yet she allowed her daughter to be humiliated. This? How could she accept this? This must be fake. This was impossible. Ren Wanyan's heart was about to break. She looked at the tightly closed door and for a moment, she did not have the courage to open it. She did not dare to think and did not dare to see what kind of tragic state it would be after opening it. In the midst of the dizziness, she still remembered that she must not let Xinyu and Xin Miao see what was inside. If it was spread out, if it was spread out. She barely squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying, you all go back first. I just asked and Qing'er is still sleeping. Let's not wait for her. Xin Miao smiled, second Xin really know how to joke. Just now one did not know that big sister was resting inside and now you said that you have spoken to big sister. Could it be that big sister is hiding something? No. Ren Wanyan flatly denied it. When this action fell into Xinyu's eyes, she felt that it was strange. Xin Miao's eyes moved but she shouted towards another figure that was walking over, Gue Momo. May I trouble you to help second Xin open this door? Gue Momo bent her waist as she walked over. Today she was also instructed to come early and at this moment she had not clearly seen the scene in front of her. When she heard Xin Miao's words, she thought that Xin Miao had already spoken to Ren Wanyan and felt guilty. Gue Momo did not look at Ren Wanyan's face, otherwise she would be able to see that Ren Wanyan's face had turned ashen. Because Gue Momo was close to the door, it was too late for Ren Wanyan to stop her. She then heard a creak sound and the door was slowly pushed open. Everything seemed to be silent. An intriguing smell wafted out from the door. The door slowly opened but no one went forward to take a look. The rooms of Wulong Temple's pilgrims were spacious and not as gorgeous as their own residence. In addition, this room was specially selected and was even more spacious. That big bed was in the middle of the room and there was not even a screen to cover it. Because of this, everyone could see the situation in the room at a glance. Xianxia was the first to scream. She saw the scattered clothes on the floor and it was really torn to pieces. The blanket on the bed was casually thrown to one side and the books on the table were all swept to the floor. The teapot was also broken as if it had experienced a catastrophe. However, the most surprising thing was not this. The female on the bed was lying on the bed and she was almost not covered with a quilt as she was half lying on the side of the bed. On her back, there were spots of red marks and there were also some bloodstains and bruises. It was a ghastly sight. There was also a blood-stained whip under the bed that had been split into two halves. Looking at the marks on the female's body, one could see that the whip was broken. Heavens! Xianxia covered her mouth and stepped back. Who is that? Could it be eldest sister? She suddenly turned her head to look at Renwanyan. Since Shen Miao said that she had exchanged rooms with Shen Qing, the one in the room at the moment should be Renwanyan. But everything in front of her clearly showed that something had happened to Shen Qing. Even an unmarried daughter like her knew that the scene in front of her was clearly the traces of a female being violated. Gue Momo also did not expect that there would be someone else in the room. Just now when she heard Shen Miao's words, she thought that Shen Miao had already discussed it with Renwanyan and was about to enter the room to talk. In the end, she was already surprised to see a female inside. Could it be that there were other females that were also played with by Prince Yu last night? If that was the case, her task would be ruined, but Xianxia's words almost made her soul fly away. Shen Qing? The female lying inside was Shen Qing. When Yan Mei and Shui Bai saw Shen Qing like this, their hearts almost turned cold. With such a thing happening to their young lady, there was no way for them to survive. Both of them looked at each other and saw the despair in each other's eyes. They knelt down and kowtowed to Renwanyan. Renwanyan stood there blankly. "Second aunt, are you not going to let me take a look?" Shen Qing asked softly amidst the silence. Her tone was calm, as if she did not see the tragic scene in front of her. Renwanyan turned her head and saw the young girl looking at her quietly. Great waves rose in her chest, but she quickly suppressed it. She just quickly walked into the room with a pale face, and walked to the side of the woman who was half lying on the bed. The woman's hair was disheveled, and there were many strands of hair on the ground. It was obvious that a lot of her hair had been ripped off. Renwanyan shakily stretched out her hands and flipped the female over. With a loud rumble, as if to reflect her mood, the rain that had stopped suddenly fell again. Amidst the accumulated dark clouds, the sound of thunder startled everyone's ears. Renwanyan painfully closed her eyes. The woman in her embrace was Shen Qing. The closer he looked, the more shocked he felt. Shen Qing's face was extremely swollen. It was obvious that she had been badly abused. At this moment, there wasn't a single piece of flesh on his body that wasn't damaged. One of her hands was bent into a strange position, as if it had been broken. Prince Yu was too ruthless, but the person she hated the most was Shen Miao. All of this should have been added to Shen Miao, but now it was her Qing'er who suffered. To be tormented to such a state, the rest of Shen Qing's life was almost finished. She could not wait to bite Shen Miao's neck, drink Shen Miao's blood and eat Shen Miao's flesh. Renwanyan was after all the head of the Shen residence, so even at this time, she was able to restrain herself from going crazy. Instead she trembled as she instructed Xianlan, "Go find a carriage and immediately descend the mountain." But Xianlan looked at her fearfully. "Foreign, at this moment it is raining heavily outside and one is unable to go out." The high mountains and deep valleys of Yangjing Peak were already bumpy, and with the washing of the rain, it was incomparably muddy and one was unable to move forward. If one were to forcefully go down the mountain, one feared that there would be an accident due to the slippery road. One could not go out in this kind of weather. Then what about Qing'er? Renwanyan finally could not hold back and screamed out loud. She gave a slap to Xianlan and said fiercely, "Then what about my Qing'er?" Outside the room, Shen Miao quietly watched. She stood under the eaves and looked at the rain that covered the landscape and seemed to cover some dirty tricks. The one who should be insulted like this was her. But now the one who let Shen Qing suffer such humiliation was also her. Hearing with one's own ears that her own daughter was humiliated for an entire night, she could have saved but instead stood by and did nothing. Whenever Renwanyan thought about it, would she feel a piercing pain in her heart? Would it be as painful as the news of Wan Yu's death? Now she wanted to bring Shen Qing back to the city for treatment but had to stay here because of the heavy rain. Unable to advance or retreat, would Ren Wanyan, who was flushed with success, feel a trace of despair? Go find a doctor. No matter what method, go find a doctor. If you cannot find a doctor, then you will die here. Ren Wanyan screamed at Xianlan. Most likely Xianlan had followed Ren Wanyan for so many years but had never been reprimanded by Ren Wanyan like this before. She felt wronged and afraid as she covered her face and quickly ran out. When she ran out, she could not help but look at Shen Miao. It was obvious that everything was planned and the one who was resting here last night should be Shen Miao. How could it be so coincidental? Shen Qing had never been a person who was easy to talk to, and now that she had a grudge against Shen Miao, she would not agree to change rooms with her. There was definitely something fishy about this matter. She saw that the plain-clothed young female was slender and graceful and clearly had delicate and pleasing brows, but one did not know why there was an evil aura around her. Kaiju, go and call a few people over and close the door. Ren Wanyan said with her teeth clenched. When the door was closed, it was as if there were two worlds inside and outside the door. Shen Yu had not recovered from the shock as she looked at Shen Miao and said in disbelief, "Fifth younger sister, was eldest sister humiliated?" Shen Miao declined to comment. Prince Yu of the first rank really intended to play with the other party and left before dawn. He also understood that for a lady from a noble family, having her reputation ruined by an unknown person was the most terrifying thing. But thinking that Prince Yu was not a fool, he would be able to discover some clues soon. After all, this trick was so simple that it was a little violent. She was still immersed in the unfamiliar words and did not know that when her current appearance fell into Shen Yu's eyes, Shen Yu's heart trembled and she quivered. "Fifth younger sister, could it be that you harmed eldest sister?" Last night it was obviously Shen Qing who stayed in the southern pavilion and Shen Miao who stayed in the northern pavilion, but at the end they changed positions, and after that this matter happened. If the room was not changed, the one lying there would be Shen Miao. And with Shen Yu's understanding of Shen Qing would definitely not give the room to Shen Miao. Could it be that all of this was done by Shen Miao? Shen Yu looked at Shen Miao as if she was looking at something terrifying. But one heard Shen Miao lightly laugh. "Second older sister, rice can be eaten indiscriminately but words cannot be spoken indiscriminately. How would I have that kind of ability to harm eldest sister? You have overestimated me." But Shen Yu's heart was still somewhat suspicious. She did not know why, but she felt that there was something wrong with Shen Miao. And last night's matter was definitely related to Shen Miao. If one has the heart to worry about these things, it is better to worry about yourself. Shen Miao said. "Me?" Shen Yu tensed up. "What about me? Do you think that after seeing eldest sister's private matter, the two maids by your side can still live?" "What?" "It seems that second older sister is really ignorant of the sinister ways of the world." Shen Miao gently smiled. "How long do you think that a servant who knows the master's secret, especially when this secret is a scandal, can live?" Huang Ying and Qing Luan, who were beside Shen Yu, suddenly turned pale. They naturally knew that in a noble family, there was no lack of dirty and shady matters. Once it was seen by the servants, the only road left for the servants was death, as only dead people could keep secrets. Shen Qing was humiliated by the evildoers and the two maids saw it so naturally there was no way for her to live. Shen Yu turned pale with fright. She was just so shocked that she had forgotten about this matter. It was not that she was a sentimental person, but to groom a personal maid, one had to put in a lot of effort. If they were sacrificed in vain because of this matter, and moreover it was the two most suitable ones, how could she be willing? Not only the two of them. Shen Miao gently smiled and her eyes swept across Yan Mei, Shui Bai, and Gue Momo, who were present with a meaningful gaze. None of them can escape. Gue Momo and the two maids almost fainted. What was there to be afraid of? What was there to be afraid of? When a person achieved Tao, the chickens and dogs would ascend to heaven, but if the master was not good, the servants would also not be able to escape. In the previous life, when the Shen family's property was confiscated, these unruly servants who used their power to bully others were also helping outsiders. What kind of master they followed, they would have to accept what kind of ending. Otherwise, to only injure one person at a time, would it not be overkill? She turned to leave, and when Shen Yu saw it, she quickly called out to her, "Where are you going? Did you not come to a long temple to offer incense?" Shen Miao lightly answered, "I also have many doubts and naturally have to ask Buddha." Offering incense is not considered as a wasted trip. Dressed in plain clothes, she left just like that, and the cold figure did not stop at all, as if such an earth-shattering event had not happened here today. Everything went according to plan. After a night's sleep, he went to burn some incense and pray for peace. Not right. Xianxia suddenly spoke, why are her two maids not here? Guimomo was also stunned. Today when Xianxia met Xianxia early in the morning, she said that Xianxia and Guyu would go to the kitchen to get some food and did not appear until now, thus she did not know about Xianxing's situation. Now thinking about it, how could there be such a coincidence? Xianxing and Xianxu's maids had witnessed the scandal and could not escape, but Xianmiao's maids were not present. It was obvious that she deliberately sent them away. She had long known that something like this would happen today. She had long known that something would happen to Xianxing. Xianxing's current fate was orchestrated by her. Xianxia turned her head to look and walked along the eaves, but Xianmiao's back was already gone. But those clear eyes with hidden sharpness seemed to appear in front of her, causing her to involuntarily feel a chill. At noon, the rain finally stopped. Xianlan ran all over the mountain but could not find a doctor. Usually, other than the occasional pilgrims, no one would pay attention to this place. When the monks in the temple fell ill, they would just grab some herbs to boil and eat. Xianlan could not find a doctor and could only go to the monks to ask for some calming medicinal herbs and topical medicine for Xianxing to use. The room was filled with a strange smell of medicinal herbs, and even though it had been cleaned up, that smell still lingered for a long time. The female on the bed had her eyes closed and Ren Wanyan was sitting by the window. In just a few hours, her brows seemed to have aged by 10 years. The maids in the room did not dare to make a sound. With such a big thing happening, it was difficult to guarantee that their mistress would not be angry. When Ren Wanyan was staring at the curtain in a daze, suddenly Xianxing, who was on the bed, moved. She quickly lowered her head and called out, "Qing'er?" Xianxing opened her eyes, and when she saw Ren Wanyan, her eyes revealed a look of horror as she reached out to grab Ren Wanyan's face. "Let me go. Go away. Save me. Qing'er, I am your mother. I am your mother. Do not be afraid, mother is here." Ren Wanyan's heart felt as if it was being cut by a knife, but Xianxing seemed to be unaware of it as she struggled with all her might and kept staring at the ceiling as she screamed crazily. Xianlan and Kaiju quickly went forward to help hold her down. Xianxing was like a crazy person without any consciousness, and Ren Wanyan did not recognize her at all. With such a struggle, all the medicine that was applied was ruined and those bloody wounds were revealed in front of Ren Wanyan. Ren Wanyan's face was filled with pain and she could not help but scream out, "Ah! Foreign!" Xianlan and Kaiju were shocked and afraid in their hearts. Ren Wanyan had always been one who had her own ideas and would be able to calmly deal with any big matters. In these few years, she had seen quite a lot of big winds and waves, but now she was forced to this point. The two maids who had followed Ren Wanyan for so many years could not help but be shocked. "Where is Shen Miao?" Ren Wanyan spoke aggressively. "Fifth young lady is in the temple," Kaiju said cautiously. "Take good care of Qing'er. If anything happens to her, both of you do not need to live anymore." Ren Wanyan turned around and walked out of the door. In the Buddhist hall, a huge golden Buddha statue stood towering as it looked down on all the believers with benevolent eyes. In front of the grass, Shen Miao was kneeling on the ground with incense in her hands, but one did not know what she was thinking about. From the morning till now, she had been kneeling here for a few hours. "Young lady, it is better to get up and rest." Xianxia consoled, "It is not worth it to injure one's body by kneeling. Buddha must have already seen your sincerity, and what you wish for would definitely be realized." "What one wished for would definitely be realized?" When Shen Miao heard that, her lips pulled out a bitter smile. What she wished for could no longer be realized. Although the mistakes of the previous life could be redone in this life, those who had already passed away in the wrong life would not come back. Her Wanyu, her Fu Ming, did they have a chance to start over? It was likely that it had long since turned into a glimmer of light in this boundless world of mortals, leaving nothing behind. Moreover, she was not a believer. Shen Miao raised her head to look at the huge golden Buddha statue. It was just a cold statue, and it was impossible for it to really save all living beings. If the heavens had eyes, how could they let good people end up in such a miserable state? The bad guys are free and unfettered. She knelt there, offering incense stick after incense stick. She was not worshipping Buddha, but someone who had died in her previous life. Those who died because of her. Since her rebirth, she didn't have any opportunity or reason to pay respects to these people, including her non-existent children. Now that she was here, she could only use the incense in front of the Buddha to pay respects to the dead. Shen Miao. An aggressive voice suddenly burst in. Shen Miao smiled. The people of the world liked to be impatient. She rubbed her sore knees and stood up. Turning her head, she looked at Ren Wanyan in front of her and said with a smile, "Second Shen." Seeing Shen Miao's smile, Ren Wanyan felt that it was even more ear-piercing. She quickly stepped forward and raised her palm to slap Shen Miao's face. Xianxia and Guyu wanted to stop her, but it was already too late. The expected crisp sound did not appear. Shen Miao grabbed onto Ren Wanyan's arm and her palm stopped in front of her. One do not know why Second Shen is so impulsive. Even though you can discipline me on behalf of father and mother, but to hit others without any explanation, one fear that ordinary families do not have such a rule. She said. Ren Wanyan did not expect that Shen Miao would actually block her slap. The young female in front of her was slender, but it was very painful to hold her arm. That Tang niece, who was originally the most obedient, easy to coax and the one who could be held in the palm of one's hand, had actually grown taller. She could no longer use the gaze that she used when she was young to look down on her. If she was not careful, she would be plotted against by this little slut who did not even blink. She put down her hand unwillingly and gritted her teeth. Shen Miao, do not pretend to be stupid. Qing'er's matter was done by you, right? Now that Shen Qing was not in a clear state of mind, there was no way to know how the matter came to this stage. But Ren Wanyan was also clear that if this matter was not related to Shen Miao, she would not believe even if she was beaten to death. She did not know what methods Shen Miao used, but to touch Shen Qing and make her become like this, she would definitely not let it off lightly. I am also very regretful that eldest sister was harmed by evil people, but how can second Shen suspect me? Shen Miao gently smiled. After all, if eldest sister and I did not change rooms, the person who would be harmed today would be me. I am not able to do such a dangerous thing. Then the person who would be harmed today would be me. It was better if she did not say it, but when she said it, Ren Wanyan felt that her brain was jumping and hurting. She clenched her hands tightly and her eyes were like a sinister snake. That should be borne by you. It was you who let Qing'er be harmed in your place. When Xianxia and Guyu saw Ren Wanyan like this, their hearts were shocked and angry. They were shocked that this second foreign who had always put on a kind appearance had shed all pretense of cordiality and was actually so cruel. They were angry that if it was not for Shen Miao's alertness last night, the three of them, master and servants, would not have a good ending today. But Ren Wanyan actually blamed it. This was simply the evil person complaining first. She did not want any face at all. Second Shen must not say that. There is still Buddha above. Shen Miao chuckled, and as her eyes moved, there seemed to be a strange light in her eyes. Everything in this world has a final conclusion. Last night the one who had an accident was not me but eldest sister. Perhaps it was also predestined. Second Shen did not blame the evildoers and did not blame the heavens but instead blamed me. What kind of logic is this? Ren Wanyan was almost angered by Shen Miao to the point that people and horses almost flipped over as she sneered, "You are really eloquent. It was me who looked down on you in the past." Oh, Second Shen actually looks at me like this. Shen Miao smiled without much care. Ren Wanyan looked at Shen Miao in front of her. The plain-clothed young female had a gentle demeanor and there were signs of her delicate facial features. She had already started to lose the original immaturity, and one did not know when it started, but that stupid idiot Shen Miao had completely disappeared. The Shen Miao of the past could not be found in front of this person. She had been playing politics in the inner courtyard for so many years. This was the first time she had fallen into the hands of a little girl, and she had paid such a painful price. The more graceful Shen Miao was, the more it reminded her of Shen Qing's misery as she lay on the bed. Shen Miao, if you are pretending to be confused, I might as well tell you honestly. Ren Wanyan suddenly laughed sarcastically. Since they had already shed all pretense of cordiality, there was no need to put on a mask of kindness. She said, "Do you think this is over? Old madam won't let you off, your second uncle won't let you off, and that person. will also not let you off. Your ending will definitely be tens of thousands of times more miserable than Qing'er. You will definitely be pillowed by thousands of people and forever be reduced to a slut that cannot be seen in public. Foreign, be careful with your words. Xianxia and Guyu spoke in unison. This Ren Wanyan was the second foreign of the Shen residents, and in any case Shen Gui was also part of the officialdom. Ren Wanyan usually looked amiable and noble but would actually say such vicious and vulgar curses. It was not an exaggeration to say that they were enemies. Shen Miao was still young, and if her ears were to be polluted by such filthy words, how could it be? Ren Wanyan then seemed to notice Xianxia and Guyu and sneered, "You even put in so much effort to protect two maids. I want to see how long you can protect them." Finishing, she looked strangely at Shen Miao before turning around and leaving with a flick of her sleeves. After Ren Wanyan left, Xianxia and Guyu looked at Shen Miao in panic. Guyu said worriedly, "Young lady, is it really good to shed all pretense of cordiality with her? Eventually it will be torn apart. No matter how well it is maintained on the surface, she would not have the slightest bit of soft-heartedness. What is the point of doing something that is a waste of effort?" Shen Miao said. The way of survival in the harem was that if the enemy was in the light, then let them be in the light. If they were in the dark, then think of a way to let them be in the light. She did not have the mood to play a superficial game with Ren Wanyan. This game was like a storm from the beginning, and Ren Wanyan had already lost her mind due to her anger. What would happen next would definitely be a crazy revenge. But after returning to the residence, Old Foreign would definitely favor them. Xianxia said softly. Old Shen Foreign favored the second household the most, not only because Shen Gui was Old Shen Foreign's biological son, but also because Ren Wanyan gave birth to two sons for Shen Gui. Needless to say about Shen Yuanbo, the second household's eldest son, who was currently in another place, would also return to the Ding capital at the end of the year. With two grandsons, how could Old Shen Foreign not favor the second household? Moreover, when Ren Wanyan opened her mouth to please Old Shen Foreign till she was dizzy, no matter what she said when she returned, it was all Ren Wanyan's idea, so who would believe Shen Miao's words? So be it. I didn't expect these people to make decisions for me anyway. Shen Miao smiled. When her smile fell into Guyu's eyes, Guyu's nose turned sour and suddenly said, "If it is really so, this servant will take this matter out too. Threaten. If young lady has anything bad, even if this servant has to risk this life, this matter will be spread to the world." Not bad. Xianxia's expression also turned cold. Even though this method of killing 3,000 enemies and losing 10,000 oneself is somewhat stupid, but at that time, one would not let them have an easy time. Shen Miao was somewhat stunned, as she did not expect the two maids beside her to have such boldness. After being surprised for a while, she smiled. That's right, in order to protect her, Guyu admitted to the crime of stealing the imperial palace's jade wares and was executed by the crown prince of the Qing country. Xianxia used her beauty to entice the powerful minister and willingly became a concubine and was beaten to death by the wife of that powerful minister. The two of them had always been loyal to her. It was a pity that she couldn't give them anything in her previous life. Now that he was reborn, he had to protect these girls no matter what. Some mistakes only needed to be made once. There's no need for that. I didn't intend to spread this news. Second Aunt won't let it spread out. Then wouldn't this matter be covered up? But after all, paper cannot wrap fire. If eldest young lady were to get married, it would naturally be discovered. Guyu was somewhat puzzled. Even if he could hide it for a while, he couldn't hide it forever. Unless Shen Qing didn't marry for the rest of her life, everyone would know that she would lose her chastity once she married. So, they will definitely find a way to deceive everyone. As for how they want to deal with me, it's nothing more than asking that person for help. That person? Xianxia questioned closely, who is that person? Naturally, it is that evil person who humiliated eldest sister. Shen Miao chuckled, could it be that you all really think that last night was an accident? Xianxia's and Guyu's body trembled. Even though they had already faintly guessed some signs, they were not willing to believe it. They did not believe that there would be someone who would harm Shen Miao like this. This method was just too vicious, to force one to a dead end. They did not believe that Shen Miao would be able to predict the future, and even more did not believe that it was the second household of the Shen family who did such a thing. Even though they knew that the people in the eastern courtyard did not have good intentions, they did not expect that it would be to such a state. This kind of method was obviously used to deal with enemies. Young lady. Was it really done by second foreign? Guyu opened her mouth with difficulty. If it was just an accident, they would feel fortunate that Shin Miao escaped that night, but if it was intentional, then the second household of the Shin family could only reap what they sowed. But why would young lady say that second foreign looked for that person to help? That person did not casually find a person? Xianxia was somewhat dizzy. If Ren Wanyan casually found someone to taint Shin Miao's innocence, now that it was a freak combination of factors, Ren Wanyan could not wait to kill that person, so why would she let that person help? Because that person is Prince Yu of the first rank. Xianxia and Guyu sucked in a breath of cold air. The things that they did not understand before, now they seemed to understand. If that person was Prince Yu of the first rank, then everything would be clear. Previously it was seen that Prince Yu of the first rank seemed to be interested in Shin Miao, but what kind of person was Prince Yu? Ordinary females would make a detour when they saw him. If Prince Yu of the first rank had a private deal with Ren Wanyan, then Ren Wanyan would most likely help Prince Yu to humiliate Shin Miao. But now that both of them were in a freak combination of factors, if Ren Wanyan were to inform this matter to Prince Yu of the first rank, with Prince Yu's temperamental temperament, he would definitely not let Shin Miao off after being deceived under his eyelids. Young lady, now. Do you want to write a letter to master? Guyu and Xianxia panicked. Prince Yu of the first rank was an existence that one could not go against. Forget about power, forget about temperament, there was still the imperial family as a shield. No harm. Shin Miao's eyes strangely brightened. Shin Qing is only a primer. The one that I want to deal with is Prince Yu of the first rank. She turned her head to look at the green smoke curling up from the Buddhist shrine. Wan Yua, your life is really hard. You are like a flower at such an age, but your youth is gone forever. You have the title of a princess, but you are not even comparable to grass. Mother cannot do anything for you, at least now, at least in this lifetime. Mother will help you get back at those who had bullied you. In a certain pavilion outside the Ding capital, the white-clad gentleman was playing with the porcelain cup in his hand and said curiously, so to say, that Shin family girl actually had enmity with Prince Yu? Using her own Tangjia's hands to slowly pull Prince Yu into the pit, her methods were indeed brilliant, but as a female, she was too ruthless. He shook his head with a regretful expression. Prince Yu of the first rank? The purple-clad youth opposite him smiled, and the pair of eyes on his handsome face were as sharp as a blade. He lazily said, I think that the one she wants to deal with is not Prince Yu. Not Prince Yu of the first rank? Who is that? The man in white paused and looked at the person in front of him. You think? How about using Prince Yu as the entrance to kill into the Mingqi imperial family? The youth lightly answered. A burst of autumn rain and a burst of cold. However, after a night of autumn rain, there was no longer any trace of summer heat. Even the rising sun in the sky seemed bleak and bleak. In the Shin residence, the eastern courtyard was still a busy scene. It was Old Foreign's birthday at the end of the year, and Old Shin Foreign loved extravagance and would start preparing for the birthday a few months in advance. The expenses were naturally not small, as Ren Wanyan was in charge of the money. Even though Ren Wanyan ate a lot of it, but every time it was done, it looked rather imposing. And the matter of writing the invitations and sending the wooden paper to the furins and young ladies of the residence fell on the third household's furin, the talented female Chenro Chiu. Even though she was already middle-aged, Chenro Chiu still maintained the figure of a young female. Perhaps it was the scholarly air that added a lot of bearing to her. As compared to the plump Ren Wanyan, Chenro Chiu's appearance was a notch higher. It was because of her beautiful appearance, gentle temperament and her ability to recite poems that the third master of the Shin residence, Shin Wan, was completely bewitched. After being married for many years, even if Chenro Chiu did not have any children and only had Shin Yu as a daughter, other than the two Tongfeng that Old Shin Foreign stuffed into him, Shin Wan did not have any other concubines. Among the three sons in the Shin residence, each had a different temperament. Shin Xian was upright and resolute but was too boorish and not attentive enough, and was somewhat loyal. Shin Gui was good at flattering and was successful in the officialdom but was greedy for money and lustful. Other than Ren Wanyan, there were a few concubines in the residence. It was just that Ren Wanyan's methods were powerful, and even though there were many concubines, there was only one Shu daughter and was not able to threaten the position of a D child. Third Master Shenwan, on the other hand, had genuine talent and genuine knowledge. If one were to say that among the three sons, Xianxia followed the old general and walked the path of a military official, Shengue and Shenwan walked the path of a civil official, then compared to his second older brother, Shenwan had some real ability. But this did not mean that Shenwan did not have any flaws. He did not like beauties and only had Shenroqiu as his official wife, but he placed too much importance on power and only wanted to climb up. For this, he even stepped on his own superior. At this moment, Ren Wanyun was carefully writing an invitation. The sun shone through the window and slanted onto her body. It made her facial features as soft as a young female's. Shengue was tidying his collar and could not help but smile when he saw it. He walked to her side and hugged her from behind. Yeah. Shenroqiu rebuked, "What is master doing? It caused me to not write the words well and waste an invitation in vain." "Let me see." Shenwan pretended to pick up the invitation to take a look and commented, "The handwriting is graceful, just like the owner of the words. How is it not written well?" Shenroqiu's pretty face blushed. When Shenwan saw it, his mind could not help but sway. Even after so many years, this wife of his still had a kind of attractive magic that made him unable to see other females. This was Shenroqiu's brilliance. There were so many daughters in the Chen family, but only she could firmly grasp her husband's heart. It was not because of anything else but her forbearance. Whatever type of female Shenwan liked, she would become that. One's character could be changed, one's clothes could be changed, and one could cater to one's liking. After a long time, a male would be like raising a cat or a dog and would only have one in his eyes. Second sister-in-law should be back today. Shenroqiu snuggled in Shenwan's embrace. "One do not know if Yuer is used to the food in the temple or if the mountain roads are bumpy." Shenwan laughed, "What are you blindly worrying about? Second sister-in-law will not let Yuer starve or freeze." Seeing that Shenroqiu still had a worried look, he said with a smile, "You always treat Yuer as a child. Now Yuer is already so big and would reach the age of marriage in a few years. What will you do then? When Yuer marries, I will naturally pick a perfect marriage for her. Since Yuer is getting married, I will pick a perfect marriage for her." That night when old Shen Foran spoke to Ren Wanyun and Shenroqiu, she proposed to secretly give Shen Miao to Prince Yu, and as Prince Yu wished, to support the second and third household of the Shen family, Shenroqiu told her husband about it. Shenwan naturally agreed. He had been infatuated with power all his life, but no matter how he climbed up, his power and reputation were all inferior to Xianxia. He was jealous of the first household for many years and did not have any feelings for Shen Miao. If Prince Yu obtained Shen Miao and was happy, he would promote him in the official circles. To Shenwan, it would be an unexpected joy. As for Shen Miao's future, Shenwan did not care at all if she could live well in the rest of her life. One do not know if second sister-in-law's matter is settled. Shenwan's expression became serious. When Shenroqiu saw it, her heart slightly sank. She knew that her husband had always placed power first. Even though Shenroqiu did not care about the first household, but for females, it was inevitable that the fox grieves for the rabbit's death. This time Ren Wanyun suddenly mentioned to go to a long temple to offer incense, and those in the know knew that there must be some hidden reasons. One feared that after this trip up the mountain, when they return, they would hear Shen Miao's grievous news. "Do not worry," she said softly, "Second Saw has always done things properly. This matter, it should be a foolproof plan." "Hope so." Shengue nodded his head. Just as both of them were talking, they suddenly saw Shenroqiu's first-ranked maid Shirqing running in with a flustered face. Second Foran has brought the three young ladies back." Seeing Shirqing's expression, Shenroqiu was much more relieved and knew that the matter was most likely successful. She smiled and looked at Shengue, then changed her expression to one of concern. She asked Shirqing, "Are the three young ladies all right? Are they tired?" "No. Not good." Shirqing stammered, "Eldest young lady has gone crazy." Shenroqiu's smile abruptly stopped. Everything was like a dream. The orderly Shen residence was in a mess in just a short day. Shirqing had gone crazy. The second household's Renwan usually had the air of a matriarch of the household. Even though she always had a smiling face, her thunderous methods were seen by everyone. No matter how her character was, for so many years, the Shin residents did not have any problems under her management, and her ability to manage the household was recognized by everyone. However, this noble matriarch, who was always smiling calmly, for the first time revealed a tired and crazy look in front of the servants. If it was not for the maids beside her, one feared that others would have thought that she was a crazy woman that ran out of nowhere. And the young lady in her embrace was really an out-and-out lunatic. She kept screaming and struggling, and even old Xianxia was alarmed. Even though one did not know the reason, but the fact that the eldest young lady of the Shin family had gone crazy was true. But the Shin residence was also very taboo with regards to this matter. Those maids who saw Xianxia's crazy state were all sold out. It was said that they were sold out, but who knew if they were buried in a mass grave? The two maids by Xianxia's side, the two maids by Xianyu's side, and even Gui Momo were all locked up. As a result, only Shin Miao was unscathed. In Rongjing Tang, old Xianxia sat on the high seat and her face was taut. Her eyes were staring at Shin Miao, who was standing in the middle, like a poisonous snake that wanted to eat people. 3 perfectly fine young ladies went, and those that should have an accident did not have an accident, but those that should not have an accident had an accident. The person who was supposed to bear all this was standing here, but it was the second branch's Xianxia who had suffered. Just thinking of this matter, old Xianxia's chest was so stuffy that it felt like a stone was stuck in it. Qianruoqiu and Xinwan stood at one side, and Xinyu stood by Qianruoqiu's side, feeling wronged. Her 2 personal maids were locked up for no reason, and previously she heard from Shin Miao that it would be very difficult to protect Huang Ying and Qing Wan. On the other side, Renwan Yun was kneeling in front of old Xianxia. Shenwan had matters in court today and had not returned to the residence. The servant that invited him had not returned yet, so naturally he did not know that something had happened to his daughter. Old foreign, you must seek justice for Qing'er. Renwan Yin was crying, and Shenwan was somewhat surprised. This second Sa, who had always put on airs, was now in such a carefree manner. It was really an eye-opener, and Qianruoqiu's heart was somewhat pleased. Renwan Yin had always relied on her power to manage the family and did not put the third household in her eyes. Now that something had happened to her daughter, she could only crawl on the ground like a dog. Fifth lady, I have treated you as my own, and Qing'er had given in to you in everything. You are sisters of the same blood, and not to mention mutually supporting each other, but how can you be so vicious? Do you know that Qing'er's entire life was ruined by you? You have such a ruthless heart. Xinyu told Qianruoqiu and Shenwan about the matter of Xianxia being humiliated, and all the servants here were expelled, so Qianruoqiu was not afraid of being heard by others. Just as Shen Miao was about to speak, she suddenly heard an angry shout from behind. Evil girl, you poison your sister and have a heart like a snake or scorpion. You should go to jail and die without pity. Shen Miao smiled coldly and turned around to face the man who was striding over. Her second uncle, Xianxing's father, Shen Gui. Shen Gui, who was still wearing his official robe, strode into the hall. It was obvious that he had hurried over after hearing the news about Xianxia. When Renwan Yin saw this, she immediately cried even more miserably, Master Qing'er Shi. The relationship between Renwan Yin and Shen Gui was not that deep, otherwise Shen Gui would not bring concubines into the residence one after another. Even so, Shen Gui and Renwan Yin still treated each other with respect. Not because of anything else, Renwan Yin was able to manage the Shen residence in an orderly manner and was also able to be on good terms with the Furens of Shen Gui's colleagues. As a good wife, Shen Gui was quite satisfied with Renwan Yin, so he would definitely not drop the face that he should give. Shen Miao. Shen Gui turned his head and looked angrily at the young female in the hall. He knew the reason why Renwan Yin brought the 3D daughters to Wulong Temple. Bringing the 3D young ladies of the Shen residence was to prevent others from gossiping. Who would have thought that it was his daughter, Qianqing, who was in trouble? The servant who came to pass the message secretly told him that everything was Shen Miao's doing. Even though he felt that it was inconceivable, but now he had to vent his anger on one person. Since he couldn't vent his anger on the second branch, he would push all the blame onto the first branch. You harmed your sisters with vicious methods. Since Big Brother isn't here today, I'll teach you a good lesson on behalf of Big Brother. As he spoke, he shouted, Please punish me. asking for domestic discipline? Chen Roqiu and Shen Gui looked at each other. Ever since Chen Roqiu married into the Shen family, she had never seen the Shen residence's family laws. Hearing from Shen Gui, those family laws were only used on Yinyang who had committed a wrong, and the descendants of the Shen residents had never used it before. The Shen family was a family of generals, so the family rules were naturally unusual. The servant very quickly carried a long wooden box over. Xinyu was looking at it curiously, but when she saw the long wooden box open and the things inside were revealed to everyone, she could not help but suck in a breath of cold air. It was a long horsewhip. Who knew what it had been soaked in for many years? It looked black and glossy, and it was as thick as half a grown man's wrist. One look was enough to tell how strong it was. If he was hit by the whip, he would probably lose half his life. If he was more ruthless, it would be easy for him to lose his life. Not bad. Old Shenforen was putting on airs, and when she saw her son return, she sat even straighter. She had some sincerity towards Shenqing, and when she saw that her granddaughter met with an accident, her heart was angry. Since Shengui had spoken, she would naturally go with the flow. Since Wu Yue has made a mistake, as her younger brother, you should naturally teach her a lesson on behalf of your older brother. Our Qin family has always had a complete set of rules. If you make a mistake, then you must be punished by the family. Fifth girl, you should be glad that your second uncle is kind and dotes on you. Otherwise, it wouldn't be as simple as asking for the family's punishment. We will open the ancestral hall and invite the elders of the family to judge, and you will be expelled from the Qin family. Speaking till here, her gaze suddenly moved. That's right, wouldn't it be better if Shen Miao was expelled from the Shen family? Seeing old Shenforen's expression, Chen Roqiu secretly called her a fool in her heart. If Shen Miao was expelled from the Shen residence, then with Shen Xian's character, he would definitely leave together with the first household. Although they couldn't bear to see the first branch doing well, they had to rely on the first branch for many things. This old woman's thoughts were so simple. She was really a songstress and could not be seen in public. Ren Wanyan was also startled when she heard it and more or less guessed old Shenforen's thoughts. She did not wish for Shen Miao to be expelled from the Shen residence, not for any other reason, but because Shen Miao could not be so easily taken advantage of. She could not wait to keep Shen Miao in the Shen residence, so that there would be more ways to retaliate against Shen Miao. It was just being expelled from the family, how could it be such a simple matter? But in everyone's thoughts, one could only hear Shen Miao lightly sighing as she turned to look at Shen Gui. Shen Gui was shocked by her inexplicable action and stared at her with a frown. He often put on airs in the official circles and his official prestige was not small. If it was a normal person that was stared at by him like this, one feared that the person's imposing manner would soften by 3 points. But Shen Miao did not move at all. Her expression was calm and her eyes were unperturbed, which made Shen Gui have an absurd illusion. It was as if Shen Miao was a high and mighty person and he was just a servant. This illusion was interrupted by Shen Miao's words, "Second Shu is indeed kind-hearted. Eldest sister is bedridden, but second Shu is not in a hurry to check on her condition and instead is busy disciplining me on behalf of my father. Most likely second Shu really dotes on me, even more than eldest sister." When those words were spoken, everyone in the room was silent. A trace of ridicule flashed in Chen Roqiu's eyes and Shenwan frowned. Old Shenforen's expression changed and Xinyu opened her mouth, but Ren Wanyan lowered her head and secretly clenched her fists. If one were to talk about the 3 masters in the residence, even though Shen Xian ignored Shen Miao, he still truly doted on Shen Miao. Shenwan cherished Chen Roqiu and loved Xinyu like a jewel. Only Shen Gui. Shen Gui was originally a greedy and lustful person and did not have any responsibility as a father. He treated his 2 sons better, but towards Shenqing, this daughter, he did not discipline her at all. Most likely in Shen Gui's eyes, it would be best if Shenqing could marry into a noble family in the future and add a helping hand to his power. This time when Shenqing met with an accident, the reason why Shen Gui was so angry was not because of his heartache for his daughter's miserable experience, but because his plans were disrupted by others and he feared that Prince Yu would get angry after knowing about it. He was also angry that Shen Miao had lost a daughter who could help his career in the future. In the end, it was all about the word benefits. If it was a father who truly doted on his daughter, after knowing about the matter, he would definitely go back to visit his daughter first. How would he rush back just to discipline the instigator? As such, one felt some pity for Xianxia. A trace of awkwardness flashed on Shen Gui's face. Shen Miao's words hit the nail on the head and he could not help but feel embarrassed. When he looked at Ren Wanyan again, she had indeed turned her head away and no longer looked at him. Shen Gui was somewhat surprised in his heart, and when he looked at Shen Miao again, there was some thought in his eyes. Just one sentence was able to separate the husband and wife. This provocation was accurate and ruthless. Xianxia was Ren Wanyan's lifeblood, but to Shen Gui, she was just a tool that could be used. To use this matter to make the husband and wife, who had a common enemy, unhappy with each other, Shen Miao's method was clearly that of an old fox in the officialdom. The young girl in front of him had delicate features and looked extremely docile. However, for some reason, there seemed to be a faint majesty flickering around her that made people not dare to look at her directly. Suppressing the amazement in his heart, Shen Gui said angrily, "Shen Miao, you still do not know how to reflect until now. Since it is like this, if I do not teach you properly today, I would be ashamed as a son and also ashamed to face your father." He reached out to take the whip. Shen Yu stared closely at Shen Gui's actions and was somewhat rejoicing in his misfortune and also somewhat nervous. Would Shen Gui continue to fight? Shen Miao was so tyrannical, but in the face of such a scene, she could only bow her head and admit defeat. How will second uncle teach me? Using this whip to kill people to silence them? Or to beat them half to death and send them to the manor? Shen Miao suddenly opened her mouth. Shen Gui's actions froze. Shen Wan was also startled. Most likely he did not think that Shen Miao's hostility would be so heavy. Even though Shen Miao had changed these days, everyone had always felt that it was just a pretense of toughness. But now in front of the entire Shen residence, she did not even pretend and just unreservedly shed all pretenses for everyone to see. Evil female, what words are you saying? Old Shen Foreign was the first to shout angrily, could it be that you want to say that your second uncle intended to murder you? This is simply going against the heavens. Yes, fifth mother. How can you say that? Shen Roqiu finally opened her mouth, but she still poured oil on the fire without batting an eyelid. You harmed Qing'er, how can you put the blame on the reverse? Where did you learn this rule from? Shen Roqiu thought that if Shen Miao and the second household were both injured, then her Shen Yu would be like a fish back in water in this Shen residence. After all, they were the third household and Shen Wan's power was not as great as the first household and the number of heirs was not as great as the second household. If one did not use some means, this huge Shen residence would only be taken advantage of by others. Ren Wanyan cried as she kowtowed to old Shen Foreign, see, fifth lady hates us like this. She harmed Qing'er but did not repent and even wanted to tarnish master's reputation. To be this arrogant, it is obvious that she is using eldest Bo's power to bully us. Could it be that she learned this from eldest Bo? How would a young lady like fifth lady know so much? There must be someone behind her who taught her to do so. We and eldest Bo support each other, so how could eldest Bo's family treat each other like this? Ren Wanyan's tearful complaints were extremely loud and put herself in a weak position. The tougher she was usually, the weakness that she showed at this moment made others believe that what she said was true. Unfortunately, she dragged Xianxia into it. Dragons have reverse scales and the current Xianxia was Shen Miao's reverse scale. Her eyes swept across everyone in Rong Jingtang. They were like tigers eyeing their prey. They were one family and they could turn black into white and the dead into alive. Being surrounded by them, she was like a piece of fat meat that fell into the mouth of a hungry wolf. But what could these glib tongues do? There were so many females in the inner palace who could speak well, but how many of them were left behind and how many of them became fertilizer for the flourishing flowers in the imperial garden? Second Shen kept saying that it was I who harmed eldest sister. Then let me ask Second Shen a few questions. Can Second Shen help me dispel my doubts? Ren Wanyan was surprised for a moment, and when she met Shen Miao's clear eyes, she did not know why she felt a little guilty. But when she saw the surrounding people, she was relieved. Everyone here were on her side, so what ability did Shen Miao have to reverse the universe? Ask away. She wiped her tears. All right. Shen Miao's lips hooked up, let me ask. That day Second Shen stayed next to eldest sister and was very close. If anything happened, how could Second Shen not hear it? Ren Wanyan was stunned. If eldest sister had resisted, she would have made a sound. That day, eldest sister's body was full of scars. I think she would have struggled to call for help. Second aunt was so close, why didn't she hear it? Could it be that he heard it but was too tired to come out to take a look? You. Ren Wanyan wanted to open her mouth to refute, but her palms broke out in cold sweat. Of course, maybe second aunt didn't hear the call for help at all. Why? It's naturally because big sister didn't call for help at all. Big sister, why didn't you call for help? Could it be that you know the bad guy? You are talking nonsense. This time Ren Wanyan could no longer bear it and sharply interrupted Shen Miao's words. In the end, Shen Gui and Shen Wan were men and their thoughts were not as meticulous as women. They did not think too much about the matters of the inner courtyard. But Shen Roqiu and Ren Wanyan almost immediately understood. The gaze that looked at Shen Miao was filled with fear. Naturally, the former was shock and the latter was fear. Shen Miao's words were very scary. Yes, that day Ren Wanyan and Shen Qing's room were so close. If Shen Qing called for help, how could she not hear it? If she heard it, why did she not go over to take a look? Could it be that Ren Wanyan did it on purpose? Naturally Ren Wanyan would not deliberately harm her own daughter, but at that time the one who stayed there should be Shen Miao. Ren Wanyan had no reason to harm her own daughter, but it was not impossible to harm her Tang niece. Shen Miao directly said it out, and those secret plans in Ren Wanyan's heart appeared in front of everyone. And the other possibility that she thought of was that Shen Qing did not call for help at all. Why was that? Could it be that it was intentional that she did not call for help after suffering such humiliation? Why was it intentional? This kind of matter, if it was a small matter, it would be that she was humiliated by the villain, and if it was a big matter, perhaps Shen Qing would be accused of having an illicit relationship with another. This world was not easy for women, and it was better to be safe than sorry. Once a rumor started, it would be very difficult to extinguish it. Shen Miao smiled gently. Second Shen, I think that there are many points of doubt in this matter. Since Second Shu is fair and reasonable, why not send me to the Yamen's Inspector General's office and have an open and honest trial? I will definitely tell everything that I know to Darren and let Darren decide. Perhaps even know who the villain is. No. Ren Wanyan and Shen Gui spoke at the same time. Ren Wanyan said no because she was afraid that there would be complications. If Shen Miao were to say those words just now, people with discerning eyes would be able to see that there was something fishy about it. There were many large families in the Ding capital, and it was alright to hide these things, but once it was spread out, it was not that no one would be able to see the truth of her murdering her cousin's niece. Moreover, if this matter was really set out, did Shen Qing still want her innocence? If those rumors and slanders were to spread, one feared that Shen Qing would use a piece of white silk to end her own life. Shen Gui said no, but it was the complete opposite of what Ren Wanyan thought. He was afraid that this matter would implicate Prince Yu. Now that Prince Yu was able to support him because of Shen Miao. Originally this matter was already messed up as Shen Miao and Shen Qing's identity had changed. After Prince Yu knew the truth, he would definitely be furious, and if he were to be implicated in any other case and cause trouble for Prince Yu, one feared that Shen Gui's career as an official would be exceptionally difficult. Therefore, the husband and wife who were aggressive just now stopped Shen Miao's suggestion in unison. Then what else does Second Shu want to do? Shen Miao's eyes swept over the long horsewhip in Shen Gui's hands and casually asked, still want to request for the family law? The people in the room were silent for a moment as Shen Yu stared at Shen Miao incredulously. Even Shen Yu could see that she was threatening, as if to reflect the surprise in everyone's heart. Shen Miao laughed softly. If Second Shu were to request for the family law, there is no way, but I have always had a stubborn temperament. That scoundrel wanted me to carry a crime that does not belong to me. When father returns, I will definitely think of ways to report to the Yamen. The meaning behind her words was, today Shen Gui had hit her, and in the future when Shen Xian returned, she would definitely complain and even urge Shen Xian to go to the Yamen to complain, saying that she was the perpetrator. Who knows who she would be suing in the end? Second uncle, are you going to invite him or not? If you're going to invite him, please hurry up. Shen Miao's clear eyes were smiling and there was a hint of ridicule in her words. After all, there are so many people and I cannot escape. Simply described Rong Jingtang's group of people as bandits, as if in the next moment they would order people to hold Shen Miao down and beat her up. Shen Gui had never thought that in the officialdom, He was able to speak the language of people and speak the language of ghosts. He thought that he would be able to deal with any situation like a fish in water, but he did not expect that he would be threatened by his own niece. It was not that he could not think of a way to deal with it, but Shin Miao did not give him a chance to react from the beginning to the end. It was Shin Miao who was speaking, and the more it went on, the sharper and more aggressive her words made one unable to avoid it. There was a flash of surprise in Shen Wan's eyes. This second older brother of his was a wily old fox in the court, and even those political enemies had not forced him into such a difficult situation before. And the one who forced him into such a situation was just a 14-year-old young lady. Was the first household really so indestructible? Shen Wan's eyes darkened. You. Shin Gui's face was somewhat red. Today he did it in a moment of anger, and in his heart, Shin Miao was still that yes-man and gullible niece. Even if she was beaten and was really punished by the family laws, she would not dare to speak of today's matter. Who knew that Shin Miao would change, and one did not know when she became such a thorn. Not only did she not submit to adversity, she even counterattacked him and made him unable to step down. If he was not afraid of Xianxia, Shin Gui really wished that he could kill Shin Miao right now. Old Shin Foreign, who had been sitting in the hall silently, saw that her son was forced to such a situation, and a trace of anger flashed in her eyes when she looked at Shin Miao. She then suppressed it and said in a deep voice, "Enough." The hall became solemn again, and Shin Gui sighed in relief. Everyone looked towards old Shin Foreign. Even though old Shin Foreign did not know anything about the court and foreign affairs, she was an expert in the battles in the inner courtyard. Shin Miao's sharpness in dealing with Shin Gui and wife made her unable to help but cast sidelong glances. However, the more intelligent Shin Miao was, the more venomous her heart was. It was just that Shin Miao now held Shin Qing's reputation in her hands and could even threaten Shin Gui. This made old Shin Foreign not dare to act rashly. She coldly said, "Fifth girl, your second shoe's words are reasonable. It is just that the family laws can be passed off as you are still young. But this matter can be considered to have started because of you. Since eldest girl has suffered for you, you should go to the ancestral hall to kneel and atone for your eldest sister's crimes. From today onwards, you will be grounded. You will kneel in the ancestral hall and copy Buddhist scriptures. Only when eldest girl is better, then you can come out." She actually had the intention to lock Shin Miao up. Shin Yu was somewhat disappointed when she heard it. She still wanted to see Shin Miao being beaten by the family laws until she could not get off the bed or be banished from the family. Who knew that it was just a superficial confinement? One had to know that when Xianxia returned in a few months, Shin Miao's confinement would naturally be lifted, and at that time everything would be the same as before. Ren Wanyan was also somewhat dissatisfied, but Shin Miao's words just now shocked her to the point that she did not dare to act rashly. At this moment her heart was in a mess and could not think of a better way. Even though she had some complaints about old Shin Foreign's words, she knew that it was an expedient measure and did not say anything. "Oh." Shin Miao's voice was slightly dragged out. Her tone was clearly extremely gentle, but for some unknown reason, it gave off a feeling of hundreds and thousands of twists and turns. She said, "I know. I will atone for my sister in front of Buddha." Now every sentence that Shin Miao said seemed to have other meanings, and Ren Wanyan could not help but have a layer of goosebumps. She didn't know what to say, so she covered her face and sobbed again. All right. Old Shin Foreign was also rather impatient. Today she did not manage to grasp Shin Miao, and it made her heart feel like it was blocked by a stone. Looking at Ren Wanyan's crying appearance, her heart was even more vexed. He then said, "Lao bring your wife out. Rong Jingtang is crying all day, what is he doing? All of you, get out. Fifth girl, go to the ancestral hall and kneel now. Don't eat today." Everyone took their leave, and Shin Miao did not haggle over the matter too much. After leaving Rong Jingtang, she headed towards the western courtyard. But she did not know that behind her, everyone's eyes were on her. Shin Wan said solemnly, "Fifth mother has really grown up." "Yes." Chen Roqiu's lips hooked up, "This time fifth mother is really an eye-opener." "Mother." Shin Yu spoke softly, "Fifth younger sister is somewhat scary." Her unperturbed expression in Wulong Temple made Shin Qing suffer such a loss and still able to escape unscathed. Even Shin Yu felt a trace of fear. She did not know when that good-to-talk and stupid Tang younger sister had such ability. End of chapter 102. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.